I, the nine-tailed fox, upon my sudden arrival in this realm, found myself bound by Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. Observing the cataclysmic clash between him and Senju Hashirama, my instinct was to flee. Yet inadvertently, I divulged a foreboding truth. Madara, you are but a pawn in the resurrection of Kaguya. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not but an elaborate deception. Instantly, Madara's chakra surged uncontrollably, and Hashirama gazed at me in astonishment. Just as I braced for my demise, Madara sheathed his weapon and gravely commanded, "You shall return to Konoha with me." Chapter 1. The Battle of the Valley of the End unfolds. Truth revealed to Hashirama and Madara. The nine-tailed fox had traversed dimensions, finding itself inhabiting the form of another nine-tailed fox. Alas, I was ensnared. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself forcefully pinned to the ground. "You are far too powerful, Ninetails. I must seal you," exclaimed a colossal wooden figure, pressing me down with one hand. My spirit brimmed with indignation. Who among us is truly powerful? Dare you open your eyes and behold? You have bested both myself and the King of Dance, yet you dare claim I am formidable? What? Both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha halted mid-battle, their eyes widening as they glanced down at the Ninetails restrained beneath the wooden giant. "Wait, the Ninetails can speak. What's this? You are not an Uchiha. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me merely with your gaze? As if my kin would understand. On the very first day of my reincarnation, I encounter a brash fool with his eyes wide open." The lamentations of the Ninetails echoed in the ears of Madara and Hashirama, rendering them momentarily speechless. Hashirama hesitated, his hand faltering as he contemplated whether to suppress the Ninetails or eliminate it altogether. Just as he wavered, my voice rang out once more. "Huh? Why have you ceased?" Have Black Zetsu and Hashirama exchanged heartfelt confessions? That cannot be. At this juncture, Black Zetsu should only be manipulating the tablet, awaiting the inevitable clash between Hashirama and Madara, while Madara feigns death to escape and bide time. For the Rinnegan, sensing the wooden hand that pressed upon me had stilled, I squirmed slightly, adjusting my position for comfort while my thoughts raced. Shouldn't Hashirama be rendering me unconscious to continue his passionate duel with Madara? Hurry, I am ready to make my escape. Once you are both exhausted, I shall flee. In my previous life, I had surreptitiously ventured into the human realm to witness the exploits of the Hokage, only to lose track of time and be struck down by the divine wrath of the heavens. Now, awakening to find myself within the body of Ninetails, poised to revel in the unfolding narrative of the ninja world, yet Uchiha Madara had ensnared me with a mere glance. As I surveyed the formidable figure of Hashirama, standing above me, I blinked in confusion. "Brother, are you not going to act? Are you not concerned that I might join forces with Madara against you? In your currently overexerted state, should you fail to seal me, we might very well reduce you to ruins." Madara's gaze sharpened, his Sharingan fixated intensely upon Hashirama. This man is risking his life to battle in his weakened state? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The true issue is that the tablet has been tampered with. In an instant, Madara and Hashirama exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes igniting with fervent realization. "Madara, do you compare?" "And?" Hashirama, "Somewhat." Madara, left speechless, promptly dispelled his Susanoo, leaping onto the wooden construct Hashirama had summoned, brandishing his scythe as he charged forward. "Ha! You foolish man." Hashirama's expression shifted. He understood. A direct confrontation. Is it? The unspoken understanding between them allowed Hashirama to grasp Madara's intent. He too had noted the mention of tampering with the tablet in my earlier thoughts. Though he remained unaware of the specifics, he deduced that Madara's desire to sever ties with Konoha stemmed from the contents of the tablet. If it had indeed been altered, could it mean he might persuade Madara to return to Konoha? With a glimmer of hope igniting within him, Hashirama suppressed his joy, resolved not to incapacitate me, and engaged Madara in a fierce physical confrontation. In truth, it was merely a contest of restraint. As I lay pinned beneath the weight of the wooden hand, I was utterly bewildered. My fox ears perked up as I glanced at the immobile wooden appendage pressing down on me, my entire being fraught with chaos. Have you both forgotten something? Shouldn't you be abandoning me to battle in the Valley of the End? This is not even the final battleground, and yet you commence with the ultimate confrontation? My eyes widened in despair as I observed the fierce exchange between Hashirama and Madara before me. How could they be fighting right in front of me? This is utterly absurd. Alas, it appears I am trapped. Shortly, I shall be returned to Konoha, sealed within Mito. I wonder if the fierce Mito will spare me from her fiery wrath? Bah, this is exasperating. Should I be sealed away, I would languish for decades, tormented by Mito and Kushina, only to be dismembered by the lovesick Minato and led into the belly of the Shinigami. Why must my fate be so cruel? Hashirama, you have no heart. In the midst of their clash, Hashirama faltered, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick from Madara, crashing into the earth. As he regained his footing, he cast a fleeting glance at me, who lay in utter despondence that I did not intend for this. I am innocent. His desire was merely to seal the Ninetails and return to Konoha. The notion of sealing the tailed beast within a human was far beyond his contemplation. Madara, now in front of Hashirama, regarded him with an odd expression. According to my assertions, Hashirama was indeed quite villainous. The Ninetails, so feeble, had been sealed away for so long. How could he have allowed such a fate to befall me? Was it really so difficult to resolve simply with a glance? Indeed, Hashirama could not measure up to him. Feeling the weight of Madara's peculiar gaze, Hashirama sensed an unprecedented threat to his reputation. Would Madara consider him cruel? Might he perceive his actions as excessive due to my words? But this had yet to transpire. If it came to that, he could simply prevent Mito from sealing the Ninetails, couldn't he? Ah, well, it is futile to resist. As the saying goes, one must embrace the inevitability of life. Having no means of escape, I shall indulge in this spectacle. Madara's kick was quite impressive. Go forth, Hashirama, and defeat him, Madara. As I spoke, a subtle smirk crept across Madara's lips, casting a triumphant glance at Hashirama, who had just regained his footing. Do you see? Even the fox acknowledges my superiority. Yet my subsequent words left Madara utterly speechless. Alas, it is a pity that such a valiant figure as you, Madara, has spent a life of turmoil in pursuit of an illusory dream. Oh, Madara, the infinite Tsukuyomi is a fallacy. That wretched tablet is a fabrication, awakened from your delusion. You have forsaken everything, toiled your entire life, only to become a mere pawn for Kaguya's resurrection, manipulated into a tragic jest. After tonight, your existence will be nothing but a farce dictated by others. Boom! As Baijio's words echoed, a terrifying aura erupted from Madara's being. Hashirama and the Ninetails exchanged alarmed glances, both turning their attention to the now volatile Madara. Madara's eyes glowed crimson, his Sharingan wide with fury, his once noble visage now twisted with rage, his expression dark enough to rival Kaguya's malevolence. A violent chakra surged forth from Madara, overwhelming pressure shattering the surrounding earth and trees, reducing them to dust that mingled with the heavens. Due to the angle, Baijio could only glimpse Madara's profile, yet even that emanated an aura so chilling it made him tremble. Baijio, oh dear. Madara was indeed a terrifying figure. He was merely a 2,000-year-old little fox, unaccustomed to such fear. Chapter 2. The treatment of offenders and accomplices. Hashirama observed Madara, who was on the brink of eruption, his expression shifting slightly. Madara's pride was immense. Part of his departure from Konoha stemmed from the distrust of its people, compounded by the words engraved on the stone tablet, which fueled his desire to rebel. Now, hearing the Ninetails declare the tablet a fabrication, a ploy to deceive Madara and incite their rift, one could only imagine the turmoil within him. Madara, stand down. Come back to Konoha with me. Hashirama clasped his hands together, prepared to suppress Madara should he exhibit any further hostility. Though they had previously parted ways due to ideological differences, if the tablet Madara revered and the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi were indeed false, reconciliation might be possible. As long as he could bring Madara back to Konoha, everything could be discussed. The notion of eliminating Madara to prevent future threats had been cast aside, for Hashirama would never strike down Madara unless absolutely necessary. Just as Hashirama anticipated a fierce battle, he suddenly witnessed Madara retracting his menacing aura. His fierce eyes returned to their original black, bloodshot, and fixed intently on Hashirama. With a resonant clang, Madara's scythe clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, Baijio, a bystander, was left dumbfounded. And the lurking Kaguya. What the hell? Madara, what are you doing? Weren't you supposed to take a piece out of Hashirama and feign death to activate the Rinnegan? What is this madness? Hashirama emerged victorious. The battle at the Valley of the End concluding with the capture of Uchiha Madara, a rather anticlimactic finale. In the aftermath, opinions varied widely among the populace. Some claimed Hashirama's strength had rendered Madara unable to retaliate, while others suggested Madara, out of nostalgia, refrained from battling his former friend. There were even whispers that Madara had left Konoha due to Hashirama's indifference, only for their conflict to resolve with Hashirama pacifying him and bringing him back to Konoha. However, regardless of public opinion, Tobarama's perspective was markedly radical. Brother, Uchiha Madara is no good. We should seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Tobarama slammed his palm down on the table before Hashirama, the resounding noise plunging the Hokage's office into a tense silence. Hashirama shifted his attention from the petition on the table, his deep gaze meeting Tobarama's fiery crimson eyes, his voice calm, yet resolute. Did you instigate this? Tobarama's eyes flickered, and upon seeing the petition and Hashirama's expression, he suppressed his agitation, crossing his arms with a huff. The Uchiha are inherently malevolent. Madara's survival will inevitably pose a threat to Konoha. Bang! As soon as Tobarama's words fell, Hashirama's fist crashed onto the table. The wooden table, crafted from Hashirama's wood release, splintered into fragments under his might. A terrifying aura erupted from Hashirama, causing Tobarama's heart to race with fear. At that moment, Hashirama bore a profoundly fearsome expression, one that Tobarama had only witnessed once before, when Hashirama had intended to slay Madara. I have made my decision. I will protect Madara. The past is behind us. If you attempt any such schemes again, I will not spare you. Hearing Hashirama's unwavering declaration, Tobarama's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Hashirama's resolute stance. The sentiments expressed before Hashirama's expedition had suggested a desire to eliminate Madara. Why had his attitude shifted so drastically after his return? Confounded, Tobarama could only acquiesce, nodding silently as he withdrew. Yet, the moment he exited the Hokage's office, his expression darkened. Uchiha Madara had undoubtedly manipulated his brother with cunning schemes. Resolute, Tobarama activated his Flying Thunder God technique, racing toward Madara's current residence. He was determined to uncover evidence to prove Madara's malevolent intentions to Hashirama. Meanwhile, within a residence in Konoha, the defeated and captured criminal Uchiha Madara sat serenely in the courtyard, sipping tea amidst the fragrant osmanthus blossoms there. Pale petals drifting through the air, perfuming the atmosphere with their sweet aroma. The handsome man, clad in elegant garments, savored his tea in a tranquil setting, adding a touch of artistry to the picturesque autumn landscape. Yet, in a corner of the courtyard, a diminutive orange fox, sealed and stripped of most of its powers, lay with lifeless eyes on the ground, watching the leisurely Madara within. A roll of frustration. Curses. Hashirama Senju, you foolish oaf. This guy is the real culprit. Here I am, a reluctant accomplice bound by wood release, while the true mastermind lounges comfortably with tea. Baijiu felt an overwhelming malice from this world. He had done nothing upon arriving, yet the Valley of the End battle had inexplicably unfolded into a different scenario. Not only had Hashirama and Madara not engaged in combat, but Madara, who should have perished at Hashirama's hands, had surrendered instead. The only victim of the battle was Baijiu, who had been mercilessly pummeled by Hashirama's mighty Buddha and the ravaged land. With their confrontation averted, Baijiu lost his only chance to escape, as Hashirama bound him with wood release and returned him to Konoha. After sealing most of his chakra, he confined Baijiu alongside the criminal Uchiha Madara in this modest courtyard. Upon hearing Baijiu's thoughts, Madara raised an eyebrow. Upon arriving at this place yesterday, he had contemplated releasing the wood release binding Baijiu. However, he ultimately refrained, as keeping him bound might allow for greater insight into future events. Though uncertain why he and Hashirama could hear the Ninetails' thoughts, it seemed the statements made were likely true. Moreover, as a tailed beast created by Sage of Six Paths, the Ninetails' claim of the stone tablet being altered was probably accurate. As for the enigmatic Kaguya, who had turned him into a jester throughout his life, Madara had yet to acquire further information. Baijiu's thoughts were unfiltered, speaking. Whatever came to his mind, Ban, having only been paired with him the previous night, had yet to exchange a single word with him that moment. As Baijiu contemplated the bleakness of his future, he felt a subtle stir in his heart upon hearing Ban's thoughts. Eager to glean more information through this connection, he was caught off guard when a tall figure cast a shadow over him, blocking the sun. Curious, he looked up to see Ban, clad in a deep blue casual outfit, standing before him with a plate in hand. Without preamble, Ban inquired, "What is your name?" Chapter 3. The Innately Evil Nine-Tailed Fox. Baijiu's expression changed dramatically as he gazed up at Ban, who looked down upon him with a terrifyingly dark countenance. In an instant, fear gripped him, causing him to shiver and curl up, clutching his head with his short, pudgy paws. The diminutive orange fox trembled on the ground. A pitiful sight. How frightening. "I want to go home, Woo-woo." Ban's calm demeanor abruptly stiffened. He hesitantly regarded himself, contemplating the pastries he held, convinced he should appear quite friendly. Yet, why did this creature seem so terrified of him? Ban had evidently forgotten that he had previously immobilized the Ninetails, leading to its subsequent thrashing by Senju Hashirama. Moreover, Baijiu had once appeared fierce, resembling an untamed beast. However, now, this small, fluffy creature huddled on the ground. Trembling, Ban found it oddly endearing. The Uchiha clan truly were all cat lovers. Currently, Baijiu, sealed of chakra, resembled a house cat in size. His 9 fluffy tails were huddled together, and his dirty fur, coupled with his timid demeanor, rendered him rather pitiable. The 2 drooping fox ears and the tiny paws pressing against his head struck Ban's heartstrings. Gathering his composure, Ban took a couple of steps back and squatted down, playfully emitting a teasing choo-choo sound, akin to calling a cat. Upon hearing this sound, Baijiu froze, staring incredulously at Ban, who was now crouched before him. His worldview shattered. He even forgot to voice his thoughts, stammering softly, "I'm not a dog." Ban was momentarily taken aback, his stern expression suddenly flushed with color. He had been rendered foolish by his own actions. Rising awkwardly and rubbing his nose, he felt embarrassment wash over him. The faint blush on his cheeks left Baijiu utterly astonished. The formidable Uchiha Ban was blushing over such a trivial matter? Who would believe it? Ban, flustered and unsure, could not fathom why he felt this way. Yet, gazing into Baijiu's innocent eyes, he felt a wave of awkwardness. Previously, a mere glance from him could subdue the creature, but now, he found such thoughts impossible. Indeed, Baijiu was simply too adorable. His fluffy demeanor made it impossible for Ban to act harshly. "Oh my, what a calamity! Have I been transported into a fanfiction? Why does Uchiha Ban seem so different?" Baijiu pondered. And how can he be so handsome? Was he this striking in the original story? Pale skin, height of 180, striking features that exude authority. Oh, I am utterly captivated. I cannot fathom how someone with such attributes could be ensnared by Senju Hashirama, that oblivious fool. Though huddled on the ground, Baijiu's bright, sparkling eyes continuously darted towards Uchiha Ban, filled with suspicion that he had indeed crossed into a fanfiction realm. How else could one explain why Hashirama and Ban suddenly ceased their battle? Ban, catching the praise Baijiu silently offered, felt a smile tugging at his lips. However, upon hearing Baijiu comment about Hashirama ensnaring him, his expression darkened. What did it mean that Hashirama had ensnared him? That fool didn't deserve such a notion. He had returned to Konoha willingly, seeking truth, not to be deceived. "Madara, how dare you use illusions to confuse my brother? Yet, you may deceive him, but not me." Flying Thunder God Slash. Just as Ban contemplated, a familiar and infuriating voice resonated behind him. Almost instantaneously, accompanied by a gust of wind, a white figure lunged towards Ban's back. Tobarama's eyes glinted with ruthless intent. Uchiha Ban must perish. Even if Hashirama were to be furious afterward, he had to seize this moment while Ban was devoid of chakra to eliminate him. However, just as he relished this thought, Ban was enveloped in a blue Susanoo. Tobarama's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this familiar sight. Hadn't Hashirama claimed to have sealed both Ban and the Ninetails chakra? Clang. The sword inscribed with the flying thunder god shattered upon colliding with the Susanoo, producing a sharp sound as it fell to the ground. At that moment, Baijiu finally comprehended the situation, springing up from the ground. Upon seeing the white-haired, red-eyed man, his eyes lit up. Master of forbidden techniques? But why resort to stealthy ambush like a little mouse? How despicable. Just eliminate him. Fortunately, Hashirama had anticipated this scenario and intentionally left Ban with chakra. Otherwise, this legendary figure would have truly been ambushed to death by this white-haired rodent. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the arena fell into a hushed silence. Feeling the voice echoing in his mind, Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief. turning to the little fox observing him and Ban with keen interest. Was this a secret technique of the Yamashiro clan? No, it must be the legendary Ninetails. How could a tailed beast wield the Yamashiro clan's techniques? A flurry of possibilities raced through Tobarama's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Just as he intended to ponder further, Ban had no intention of granting him more time. The second stage of Susanoo swung a hand towards Tobarama. Due to the incredible speed, coupled with Tobarama being momentarily distracted by Baijio, the strike landed squarely on his face, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed through walls and numerous buildings before finally halting amidst the astonished gasps of villagers. With Tobarama sent flying like a mere insect, Hashirama, adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial garb, leisurely strolled into the courtyard. Ban glanced at him and, seeing the gentle smile on Hashirama's face, let out a cold snort, retracting Susanoo and crossing his arms in a stony silence. Yet, from Baijio's perspective, it was apparent that the corners of Ban's mouth had lifted slightly. When Tobarama, battered and weary, staggered back from outside, his expression darkened. He glared at Hashirama, exclaiming, "Brother, you said you would seal Ban's chakra?" Both Hashirama and Ban turned to Tobarama, and upon seeing his disheveled state, Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle. Even Baijio burst into laughter, observing Tobarama, who looked as if he had just crawled out of a trash heap. With some unfortunate woman's lace underwear perched atop his head, Baijio laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground. The two fox ears quivered with mirth. As he clutched his belly, howling in delight. "Ha! Serves you right. This is pure karma. I can't possibly blame Ban. It was this fool who initiated the ambush. I wish I could record this to show those who idolize Tobarama." Tobarama, seething with fury, directed a fierce glare at the gasping Baijio, the innately malevolent nine-tailed fox. "Utterly despicable. I must expel both you and Ban from Konoha." Chapter 4. The unreasonable and unyielding Senju Tobarama. Sealing Baijio? Although Tobarama was struck by Madara, he found himself at fault for his earlier ambush. Thus, under Hashirama's amicable persuasion, both Madara and Tobarama took their seats at the negotiation table. This table was hastily crafted by Hashirama, using his wood-release technique, along with 4 chairs. Wow, how convenient. This wood appears far more exquisite than any golden silk nanmo, and it bypasses the lengthy crafting process. If Hashirama were to utilize it for high-end furniture, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Tobarama crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Hakuju, who was being held by Madara, curiously peeking at the gathering. How superficial. His elder brother's wood-release was unparalleled, and this inherently malevolent Ninetails fox even entertained the notion of profiting from it. Absurdity at its finest. However, what Tobarama deemed absurd sparked a realization in Hashirama's mind. Yes, if Mito ceased to provide him with allowances, he could sell furniture to earn money. His wood-release was sturdier than ordinary wood, and he could manipulate its grain and age. A century-old wood was not easily come by, was it? Once he sold the furniture, wouldn't he have his gambling funds? How had he not thought of this before? Hashirama's eyes sparkled at the sight of Hakuju. This was no Ninetails fox. This was his little fortune god. Madara noticed the gleam in Hashirama's eyes and instinctively tightened his embrace around the little fox, positioning himself at a distance from Hashirama. The little fox had warned him that this fool was no good. "Elder brother, I strongly suggest we expel these two. They are nothing but ticking time bombs in Konoha," Tobarama asserted, openly expressing his disdain for Uchiha Madara. It wasn't merely a dislike for Madara. Tobarama harbored a deep-seated prejudice against the Uchiha clan, steeped in the notions of the Warring States period. Additionally, he was dissatisfied with his elder brother's infatuation with Madara. Had Hashirama been less enamored with Madara, perhaps Tobarama's feelings towards the Uchiha would have been more favorable. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Hakuju's retorts echoed in the air. "Humph. Konoha was created by both Lord Madara and Hashirama. What do you have to do with it? If we speak of danger, isn't the one who ambushed from behind more perilous?" At that moment, both Hashirama and Madara turned their gazes toward Tobarama. His expression shifted, and feeling the weight of their stares, he awkwardly averted his eyes with a huff. Uchiha was inherently sinister. Just look at the damage he caused to the buildings with his initial strike. Remaining in Konoha would only invite further trouble. Madara and Hashirama were at a loss for words. Had it not been for Tobarama's sudden ambush, would Madara have resorted to violence? "Tobarama, your bias against Madara is too excessive. How can I trust you to inherit the position of Hokage like this?" Hashirama's brows furrowed. He was beginning to sense his impending mortality. Fortunately, his battle with Madara had been interrupted midway, so he hadn't depleted too much of his vitality. But he could only expect to live for another 5 to 6 years. The anxiety gnawed at him. He feared that after his demise, his younger brother might take action against Madara and the Uchiha, a near certainty. Such an outcome was not what Hashirama wished to witness. Indeed, this white-haired one harbors far too much prejudice. Under his influence, his loyal disciples Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also possess significant biases against the Uchiha. Ironically, these two will eventually become the top leaders of Konoha, and in such an environment, it is no wonder the Uchiha faced extermination. Madara's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, and he glared at Senju Tobarama with a ferocious intensity that resembled a beast. Tobarama shuddered at the sudden intensity of the gaze and instinctively moved closer to Hashirama. However, as he turned, he was met with an even more fearsome look from Hashirama. Tobarama's lips twitched. He had heard Hakuju's inner thoughts and was equally shocked by the notion of the Uchiha facing extinction. Simultaneously, his expectations for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo soared. He had always believed they would achieve greatness, and they had seemingly fulfilled his long-cherished desire. He must cultivate them vigorously. Tobarama, I believe it is essential for us to discuss the matter of mentoring disciples. Hashirama's expression darkened. He had just pondered Tobarama's potential actions against the Uchiha when Hakuju had already voiced the prospect of their extermination. He even found himself questioning whether passing the Hokage position to Tobarama was wise. Tobarama's expression subtly shifted. He sensed his elder brother's thoughts, but knew this was not the time for such discussions. The primary objective was to expose the true nature of Madara and Hakuju, to make his brother see through them and drive them from the village. Ideas raced through Tobarama's mind as he contemplated how to persuade Hashirama to expel the two. Just then, Hakuju's inner voice rang out again. This white-haired one must still be scheming against Lord Madara. I truly wonder how Lord Madara has offended him, considering he is such a pure and kind person. Yet this fellow has driven him away. Tobarama, do you have anything else to say? Do not think I am unaware of your underhanded tactics. Upon hearing Hakuju's thoughts, Hashirama slammed his palm on the table, raising his voice to question Tobarama. It was only after Madara's departure that he learned of Tobarama's previous actions, where he had repeatedly exploited his sensory abilities to create information asymmetry, causing Madara to feel distrust even towards him. This was one of the primary reasons Madara chose to leave. Hashirama had considered clarifying matters with Madara, but by then, Madara had already been entranced by the contents of the stone tablet and was incapable of hearing his words. It was only when Hakuju appeared and shattered the illusion of the tablet that Madara regained his reason. Tobarama, observing his elder brother's resolute demeanor, silently gritted his teeth. Had it not been for this fox, Madara would have surely been expelled. However, given the current circumstances, with Hashirama adopting such an attitude, Tobarama realized that success in expelling Madara from Konoha seemed unattainable. Though he felt resentful, he was powerless. His elder brother held tremendous trust in Madara, even surpassing that of his own brother. Yet, he refused to concede defeat, redirecting his focus towards the Ninetails fox in Madara's embrace. If he, Senju Tobarama, could not expel Uchiha Madara, did he not have the means to deal with this Ninetails fox? Reflecting on Hakuju's earlier mockery of him, Tobarama felt a surge of anger. What did it mean to call him a white mouse? He was the White Flash. Moreover, had it not been for Hakuju's meddling, perhaps his elder brother would not have adopted such a stance. Regaining his confidence, Tobarama declared, "Elder brother, while I can refrain from arguing about Madara, this Ninetails fox symbolizes disaster. Its power is far too formidable. We must seal it away." Chapter 5. How about following me from now on? Suddenly confronted, Hakuju was utterly bewildered. He looked up, incredulously staring at the earnest Senju Tobarama as he accused him, internally cursing away. "I am powerful. Have you even seen me in my current state? I am 3,000 years old combined, and have never even eaten a person. How can you call me a disaster? If it weren't for those humans chasing me every day, do you think I would care about them? I would much rather bask in the sun and enjoy a peaceful slumber." Amidst an internal torrent of frustration, one maintained an outward facade of innocence, silently pouting in the embrace of a companion. With tear-filled eyes, the adorable little creature was truly heart-wrenching to behold. Both Hashirama and Madara were utterly taken aback by the cuteness of the small fox. Hashirama, more excited than before, boldly stepped onto the table, pointing at Hakuju and shouting towards Tobarama. Repeat that again with your eyes wide open. What makes him superior? Wow. Why does it feel like Hashirama has suddenly become less detestable? Tobarama retorted, resolutely shutting his eyes. Yet, in the very next moment, Hashirama yanked his hair, thrusting him before Madara. The sudden pain on his scalp compelled Tobarama to instinctively open his eyes, only to meet Hakuju's woeful gaze. Hakuju's pitiful expression surged into his vision without warning. The two locked eyes, and Tobarama, gazing into those clear, innocent orbs, felt the weight of the fox's unspoken sorrow. Their gazes intertwined, and as Tobarama's stern expression subtly twitched, he firmly resolved that should any harm befall individuals within Konoha, he would not forgive Hakuju. With a dismissive snort, he crossed his arms, standing rigidly, his cold gaze sweeping over the large, blinking eyes of Hakuju. Hearing Tobarama's words, Madara, who had been absorbed in the shocking news of the Uchiha massacre, shot him a cold glance. Even if someone is hurt, it is not your concern, Uchiha Tobarama. Tobarama's composure shattered, his teeth gritted as he glared at Madara, seemingly attempting to bore a hole through him with his stare. Unfazed, Madara met Tobarama's glare with a look of disdain, showing no respect or fear. This only further ignited Tobarama's anger, prompting him to consider retaliating with explosive tags. However, his thoughts were swiftly curtailed by Hashirama. Enough, Madara. Once I attend to my duties, we can discuss matters over tea, and as for the Ninetails, I shall take him for observation for a couple of days, Hashirama stated, preparing to bid farewell to Tobarama. Their recent clash had reverberated throughout the shinobi world, prompting envoys from various nations to flock to Konoha for insights. Hashirama was indeed quite preoccupied at the moment. Yet, as he glanced at the little orange fox nestled in Madara's arms, he felt compelled to take him along. It was not out of concern for Hakuju's safety. His trust in Madara was absolute, but rather a desire to glean insights into the future from Hakuju. Current circumstances suggested that this Ninetails could foresee events yet to unfold, and the three of them could hear each other's thoughts. Hashirama yearned to ascertain whether anyone outside their trio could also hear Hakuju's inner voice. Moreover, the little creature's undeniable adorableness played a significant role in his desire to keep him close. Previously, Hashirama had contemplated sealing the Ninetails, but the moment Hakuju transformed into a soft and adorable little fox, such thoughts vanished. Especially when Hakuju displayed a pitiful expression. It ignited an overwhelming desire within him to cradle the fox and shower him with affection. However, just as he voiced his intentions, Madara vehemently refused. With a protective stance, Madara held Hakuju close, slightly turning his body while casting a sidelong glance at Hashirama, resolutely declaring, "No, he stays here with me. You must come back to see him." Madara had no intention of relinquishing Hakuju. Aside from wanting to gather information on the Uchiha massacre, the fact that Hashirama had referred to him as Madara-sama was reason enough for Madara to safeguard Hakuju fiercely. "What do you mean? Do not forget you are a captive. You have no grounds to negotiate." Tobarama immediately interjected, unable to tolerate Madara's condescending attitude towards his elder brother. Madara, however, disregarded Tobarama's outburst, for in his eyes, only Hashirama held significance. Tobarama was merely an inconsequential white-haired rodent. Hashirama, hearing Madara's words, could only scratch his head in resignation, recognizing Madara's fondness for the little fox. It was perhaps for the best that Hakuju remained, providing companionship to Madara and preventing any notions of departing from Konoha. Thus, with clarity in his thoughts, Hashirama led the disgruntled Tobarama away. Once the two departed, the expansive courtyard was left with only Madara and Hakuju, exchanging silent stares. Hakuju now realized that he had not traversed into the original Naruto storyline, but rather a fanfiction. If it was indeed fanfiction, then perhaps he could make some alterations to steer the future away from tragedy. For instance, regarding Obito and Rin. The original plot around the Bellflower had brought him to tears. What about Zabuza, the Minato couple, Itachi, and Shursui? To Hakuju, Naruto represented a grand tragedy. He had even met his demise while seeking a duel with Masashi Kishimoto, only to be struck by lightning, which also dragged the entire island down to the depths of the sea. With these thoughts, Hakuju's mind became vibrant. If I am not sealed, could I assist Madara and Hashirama in capturing Kaguya? Then I could help Madara awaken the Rinnegan and extend Hashirama's life. But would they trust my words? That could be complicated. Perhaps I could resurrect Izuna first? If I bring back Izuna, Madara should listen to me, right? However, I currently lack the chakra to resurrect him, which complicates matters. Madara's ears perked up as he discerned Hakuju's thoughts, his eyes widening in astonishment. Resurrect Izuna? He can be revived? The excitement coursed through Madara's body, trembling with anticipation as he held Hakuju closer, his expression filled with joy. He was about to inquire further, but suddenly halted. He couldn't allow Hakuju to know they could hear each other's thoughts. What if Hakuju intentionally withheld information or misled them with falsehoods? Thus, he refrained from making it explicit. Moreover, Hakuju had mentioned it was currently unfeasible, but who was to say that it couldn't be possible in the future? With visions of resurrecting Izuna dancing in his mind, Madara's gaze toward Hakuju grew fervent. This was no mere fox spirit. This was Uchiha Madara's treasure. Overcome with emotion, Madara looked at the bewildered Hakuju with a hint of fondness in his eyes. This little one must be nurtured with care. The possibility of reviving Izuna rested upon him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Madara gently addressed Hakuju. Fox, how would you feel about sticking with me from now on? Chapter 6. Uchiha Hakuju battles the rice cake monster. Hakuju felt utterly perplexed. How could the aloof Uchiha Madara suddenly express a desire for him to accompany him? While gazing at him with such tenderness, had he missed something? No, he didn't believe he had, though he sometimes enjoyed dozing off. He hadn't fallen asleep while being held by Madara. Despite the strangeness of the situation, the little fox didn't ponder too deeply. This aligned perfectly with his current desires, and naturally, he accepted the invitation. Thus, Hakuju officially uttered his first words to Madara. Well, that previous remark doesn't count. He slightly opened his mouth, not a hint of throat movement visible, and with a gentle flutter of chakra, he spoke in a light, airy tone. Baijiu has, after all, assimilated with the original Ninetails, and now they are one and the same, henceforth referred to as Baijiu, perhaps due to its smaller size. Even the sounds emitted by Baijiu have taken on a somewhat soft and delicate quality. The charmingly petite fox, with its sweet, honey-like voice, captivated Ban from the moment it spoke. Observing the little fox's twinkling eyes, Ban felt a deep remorse for having previously controlled its actions with his gaze. How could he have been so cruel to such an adorable creature? His eyes brimmed with affection, and through multiple filters of emotion, Ban gazed at Baijiu as if it were his own child, gentle, doting, and filled with joy, a gaze that even Hashirama had never received from him. Clearing his throat, Ban smiled warmly at Baijiu and inquired, "What do you think of the name Uchiha Baijiu?" Baijiu paused momentarily, then beamed with excitement, nodding vigorously in response. "It's lovely." The crispness of the reply nearly sent Ban into a state of bliss. Their bond was strong. After adopting the Uchiha name, Baijiu was now his fox. Anyone who dared to bully Baijiu would face his wrath. At this moment, Baijiu's size was comparable to that of the future Pakin, though its 9 tails gave it an appearance of being slightly larger. Ban held it comfortably in his arms. Furry and soft, its coat was smooth and fluffy, shedding not a single hair. The tactile sensation was far more pleasant than that of the ninja cats kept by the Uchiha clan. Now that you can speak, why didn't you do so before? Having successfully renamed Baijiu to Uchiha Baijiu, Ban placed him on the previously mentioned table and curiously asked. Ban's intention was to understand why the Ninetails had never spoken before, but as soon as he brought it up, Baijiu was reminded of some unpleasant memories. A look of sorrow crossed his face as he lowered his head, staring at Ban with wide, unblinking eyes. "How can you say that? Did you ever give me a chance? I fainted before I could even see what you looked like." Baijiu's soft voice was filled with grievance, resembling a wronged spouse as he fixed his gaze upon Ban. Upon hearing this, Ban recalled the events of the past and felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. How could he have forgotten such a detail? Seeing the mournful look in Baijiu's eyes, Ban bashfully rubbed his nose, realizing he should not have asked. He then reached out to gently ruffle Baijiu's small head, deliberately shifting the topic. "Is there something you like to eat? Like this?" He slid the plate he had placed on the table earlier closer to Baijiu. It contained the osmanthus cake he had eaten that morning, which he had originally intended to share with Baijiu but had forgotten due to the awkwardness of the moment. After Tobarama's sudden intrusion, he lost the opportunity to offer it. Now that both Hashirama and Tobarama had left, he finally remembered his initial desire to feed Baijiu. Baijiu's forlorn expression vanished, replaced by curiosity as he gazed at the plate of osmanthus cake pushed in front of him. A furry paw reached out, attempting to grab a piece for closer inspection. However, Despite his efforts, he failed to grasp it. The osmanthus cake was too bouncy, proving difficult for his small paw to hold onto. As it slipped from his grasp, Baijio's expression shifted, igniting a spirited determination within him. Was the illustrious Ninetails fox reduced to being unable to handle a mere morsel of cake? He promptly extended his right paw, scratching and clawing at the plate. Grasping, pinching, and scooping, he employed every technique at his disposal. In a flurry of movement, the plate became a blur, but no matter how hard Baijio tried, the cake seemed to elude him like it had sprouted horns. "Do you want me to feed you?" Ban observed with a bemused smile as Baijio struggled with the plate of osmanthus cake. He had not expected the towering fox to possess such an endearing side. Indeed, fluffy creatures are the most delightful of all. "No, I can manage on my own." Baijio firmly rejected the offer, his expression serious, as if he were prepared to battle the osmanthus cake to the bitter end. Ban, though amused, chose not to intervene, finding Baijio's earnest demeanor quite charming. At long last, after countless attempts, Baijio managed to reduce the osmanthus cake to mere crumbs. Resigned, he lifted the plate, larger than his own face, and began to pour its contents into his mouth. Ban watched, torn between laughter and restraint, for it was evident that Baijio was truly giving it his all. At that moment, mocking someone seemed rather impolite, so he bit his lip, striving to maintain a serious expression, hoping to convey that he was not laughing at all. Baijio gulped down the entire plate of osmanthus cake crumbs. His cheeks puffed out, but thankfully he managed to consume it all. As he savored the delectable taste, he suddenly lit up. "Oh my, this is absolutely delicious." The fragrance of osmanthus mingled with the sweetness of the cake. Its smooth texture paired with a hint of floral aroma was nothing short of perfection, enveloping him in a delightful experience. The greedy little fox instantly became enamored with the flavor. After swallowing the last remnants of the cake, Baijio, still unsatisfied, extended his dainty tongue to lick the plate clean. The light dusting of sugar on the osmanthus cake made even the plate taste sweet and delightful. The sight of Baijio eagerly licking the plate captured Ban's heart. Even the fierce shinobi of the battlefield found himself enchanted. The little creature was simply too adorable. The sight of the gluttonous fox was irresistibly charming. Moreover, Baijio's plump little belly appeared so soft and inviting. Ban longed to touch it. His gaze remained transfixed on Baijio, who, after thoroughly cleaning the plate, realized there was nothing left to savor. His eyes darted around as he grinned, nudging the large plate with his fluffy head and pointing to his open mouth, sweetly requesting, "Ah, Madara, I still want to eat." Ban, Chapter 7, Envoys from Various Nations Visit. The 5 Kage Summit approaches. The epic battle between Uchiha Ban and Senju Hashirama took place in the autumn of the 8th year of Konoha. Prior to the first 5 Kage Summit in the shinobi world, the repercussions of their clash were profound, especially Ban's use of the tailed beast bomb and the Susanu's long sword, which triggered a tsunami in the land of water. Consequently, the aftermath of the battle prompted various nations to dispatch envoys to Konoha for a visit. Of course, while they publicly proclaimed their purpose as a visit, their true intention was to investigate the current situation in Konoha. The Land of Fire serves as the heart of the shinobi world, renowned for its abundance and wealth. It is a territory coveted by all, yet the formidable strength of Hashirama and Ban has rendered such ambitions futile. These envoys had previously visited when Ban defected from the village. With the recent conflict between Hashirama and Ban, they returned, hoping to witness the two adversaries mutually weakened, thus diminishing Konoha's power. The inhabitants of Konoha are well aware of the situation, yet they remain undaunted. Hashirama is still in excellent condition, and it is likely that these spies will leave disappointed. However, it is a pity for Senju Hashirama, just as he managed to bring his dear friend back to Konoha. Before he could reminisce, share a drink, or engage in a game of chess, he is once again besieged by a flurry of envoys. In truth, he need not be so busy, but Hashirama aspires for world peace. He aims to foster amicable relations with all nations and jointly sign peace treaties. Thus, he treats all visiting envoys with equal respect, regardless of their nation's size or strength, welcoming them with the utmost courtesy to demonstrate his goodwill and lay the groundwork for the forthcoming 5 Kage Summit. Therefore, despite his hectic schedule, Hashirama finds a bittersweet joy in his endeavors. If one were to identify the most agitated individual at present, it would undoubtedly be Tobarama Senju, the foremost critic of the Uchiha clan. Following his previous ambush on Madara, which crossed Hashirama's line. Tobarama was punished by his elder brother and confined at home for 3 days. Initially reluctant, he soon recognized the weight of responsibility that comes with having an older brother like Hashirama when the latter wielded a 40-meter wooden club. Nevertheless, Tobarama would not easily concede. It is said that where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures from below. Even while under house arrest, he remains determined to confront Uchiha Madara head-on. Convinced that Madara harbors sinister intentions upon returning to Konoha, for he is inherently malevolent. Tobarama resolves to uncover evidence that proves Madara's malicious intent and to expel him from Konoha. As for killing Madara, he still aches from the slap he received last time. While he despises Madara, Tobarama is acutely aware of his own limitations. Thus, expelling Madara from Konoha becomes his primary objective. Lord Tobarama, here is the intelligence you requested. Please review it. A ninja from the Senju clan entered, handing Tobarama a scroll filled with information. A cold smile graced Tobarama's lips, reminiscent of a dragon king. Huh. Uchiha Madara, you never expected this, did you? The entirety of Konoha is under my watch. Receiving the intelligence from the Senju ninja, Tobarama smugly began to sip tea while perusing the scroll. Soon, his sharp eyes detected an anomaly within the information. He leaped up from the tatami mat, fervently questioning the Senju ninja about the large flow of funds and resource transactions. A large flow of funds. What is going on? Tell me, is Uchiha Madara purchasing a massive quantity of ninja tools and provisions in preparation for a rebellion? Before the Senju ninja could respond, Tobarama slammed his fist against the wall, his face alight with excitement. Ah, Uchiha Madara, I finally have you cornered. I will report this to my brother. He turned to the hesitant Senju clan member, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder with unmasked admiration in his eyes. Well done, young man. Your path is broad. Await your promotion and rewards. With that, Tobarama intended to teleport to the Hokage building to report his findings. However, just as he was about to leave, the Senju ninja, who had spoken only a single sentence since entering, finally mustered the courage to halt Tobarama. Lord Tobarama, wait. What is it? Rest assured, your promotion and reward are guaranteed. I, Senju Tobarama, am a man of my word. Tobarama paused, believing the Senju ninja feared he might backtrack. He was eager to present his findings to Hashirama, to reveal the true nature of the malevolent Uchiha. Yet, seeing Tobarama's fervent anticipation, the Senju ninja revealed a resigned smile. As Tobarama's trusted aide, he understood Tobarama's stance towards the Uchiha clan. However, the situation was not as Tobarama imagined. After much hesitation, he finally spoke, dispelling Tobarama's optimistic delusions. Lord Tobarama, the large flow of funds and resource transactions refers to Uchiha Madara's recent purchases of a considerable amount of osmanthus cake. Tobarama's delighted expression instantly froze, his grin turning stiff with disbelief. He turned to the ninja with wide eyes, a look of incredulity etched on his face, as if to say, "You must be joking." Seeing this reaction, the Senju ninja sighed helplessly, raising his hands in a gesture of truthfulness. Tobarama's complexion shifted dramatically as he snatched the scroll to scrutinize its contents. Indeed, beneath the grand header of large flow of funds and resource transactions, the details clearly indicated Madara's activities. Over the course of 8 days, he had extravagantly spent 500,000 Rio on an enormous quantity of osmanthus cake. Moreover, he had also transplanted 2 osmanthus trees into his courtyard. After meticulously rereading the passage, Tobarama was left in a state of shock. Is this real? Can Uchiha Madara possibly consume that much osmanthus cake? Could it be that he has invented a colossal jutsu that requires thousands of pounds of osmanthus cake to execute? The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became. Turning his dubious gaze towards the Senju ninja, seeing the skepticism in Tobarama's eyes, the ninja became flustered. He quickly knelt, anxiously clarifying, "Lord Tobarama, everything written on the scroll is true. I have not been bribed by Uchiha Madara or Lord Hashirama." Tobarama's face twitched. The urgency in the ninja's demeanor confirmed the truth of his words. However, the reality of the situation was even harder for him to accept. He would rather believe that the ninja had accepted a bribe and was deceiving him than face the fact that Madara had indeed spent tens of thousands on osmanthus cake and trees. Was this truly the Uchiha Madara? Shouldn't he be purchasing explosive tags, ninja tools, or sealing scrolls in preparation for a coup? After carefully rereading the scroll line by line, and confirming that Madara had not engaged in any unlawful activities, Tobarama felt utterly dejected. The idea of Uchiha Madara behaving like a law-abiding citizen was as jarring to him as a film's climax suddenly shifting to a calculus lecture. Coming to terms with reality, Tobarama slumped back onto the tatami mat, utterly dispirited, resting his chin on his hand as he stared blankly at the scroll, sighing deeply. The inherently malevolent Uchiha Madara was truly insufferable. To think he had been so hopeful for nothing. It was utterly unforgivable. Tobarama sighed. The Senju ninja, witnessing Tobarama's moment of calm, finally regained his composure. He stood, tidied his appearance, and approached Tobarama with a bright smile, radiating insincerity. Lord Tobarama. About that promotion and reward, Tobarama retorted. I'll promote you to the bottom of the river. Chapter 8. Am I no longer your favorite? Baijio had been experiencing a bit of happiness lately, as Madara had been treating him to an abundance of delicious osmanthus cake every day. The exact quantity was unclear to Baijio, but he was undeniably well-fed each day. Osmanthus cakes, cherry blossom pastries, lotus leaf cakes, and various fruit desserts. He felt that by the end of this month and a half, Madara would have fattened him up. The other party relentlessly offered food to him, regardless of whether he could consume it or not. Naturally, as a tailed beast, Baijio could eat anything and everything. At that moment, he lay basking in the sun in the small courtyard. Ever since arriving in Konoha, aside from the uncomfortable first night tied up by the heartless Hashirama, he had been living quite splendidly. Madara not only arranged his meals impeccably, but also provided him with a dedicated room. However, Baijio preferred sleeping alongside Madara, for he held a deep fondness for him. Madara always carried a faint, delightful fragrance, as if he were perpetually surrounded by osmanthus blossoms. Baijio had never anticipated that the rebellious Uchiha Madara from the original story would be so amiable. In just over half a month, their relationship had blossomed remarkably, evident from Madara's lavish spending on treats for him, with his tail curling around a plate of osmanthus cakes. Baijio contentedly lounged on the soft mat prepared by Madara, soaking in the gentle autumn sun and relishing the leisurely afternoon in Konoha. The sky, a brilliant blue akin to a sapphire, was adorned with wispy clouds that drifted languidly like gossamer. A refreshing autumn breeze wafted through, and the sleepy fox could not resist the pull of drowsiness. Yawning widely, Baijio felt sleepiness wash over him. He curled his tail around a warm stone nearby, using it as a pillow, sinking into comfortable slumber. Such a fox's life was indeed blissful. After spending over 10 days being spoiled, with everything handed to him, Baijio sincerely expressed his sentiments. Madara, I have come to play with you. Suddenly, a resounding shout shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the courtyard. Upon hearing that voice, Baijio's relaxed demeanor instantly soured. Wasn't that Tobarama, the one who had the audacity to claim he was too strong? What was he doing here? He was certainly not welcome. Just the sight of Tobarama's face was enough to ruin Baijio's appetite. Has that old tortoise finally remembered our dear Madara? Aside from the spies from Senju Tobarama, this courtyard has been rather quiet lately. Tobarama, clad in casual attire, strode into the courtyard, only to hear Baijio's inner thoughts. His jovial smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. However, his stride toward the house abruptly veered, and without warning, he approached Baijio, who lay basking in the sun. Baijio, sneaking a glance at Tobarama, noticed him walking in his direction, which made his expression shift slightly. He promptly turned his back, presenting his rear to Tobarama. What is he up to now? Is he going to seal me again just because I've managed to recover a bit of chakra? Tobarama, speechless, reached forward and grabbed one of Baijio's tails, lifting him off the ground. Before he could utter a word, Baijio's disgruntled thoughts echoed in his ears. Damn Senju Tobarama, your strength is simply overwhelming. I feel compelled to seal you too. Tobarama's mouth twitched. He had come to a deeper understanding of Baijio's playful nature. Holding Baijio by his tail, he raised him to eye level, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. This little creature was still harboring thoughts against him. Tobarama opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, realizing he didn't even know Baijio's name. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his approach. Hey, do you have a problem with me? Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Baijio's expression of indignation shifted slightly, replaced by surprise as he bestowed upon Tobarama a look of you are quite clever. How did you uncover my well-concealed feelings? Tobarama, visibly displeased, lifted Baijio closer to his face, squinting at him. Baijio felt a shiver run down his spine under his gaze. Instantly, his fur bristled, and he twisted his body, snapping at Tobarama's hand. With a ferocious bite, Baijio unleashed his full strength. That S for bullying me before, for pressing me down and rubbing me into the ground. Let us see if I can't bite you to death. Then, a loud yelp escaped Baijio. Wait, your hand is made of wood too. Baijio bit down on Tobarama's hand, but instead of hearing a cry of pain, he felt as if his teeth might shatter. Whimpering, he found himself suspended in the air, tears welling in his eyes. It hurts. It hurts. My teeth are going to fall out. Tobarama struggled to suppress a laugh. He wasn't being intentionally cruel. The nine-tailed fox had been sealed of chakra, and even with a slight recovery, it was wishful thinking to breach his defenses. Perhaps one day it might happen. Meanwhile, Baijio, realizing that Tobarama was still chuckling, felt an intense anger surge within him, igniting his spirit. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Tobarama. Tobarama observed the shift in Baijio's expression and noted the fierce glare in his eyes, which intrigued him. What would this little one attempt next? Suddenly, Baijio inhaled deeply. Tobarama was taken aback. Could he be attempting to use the tailed beast ball? With such a limited amount of chakra, it should be impossible. He held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on Baijio, ready to intervene if he attempted the tailed beast ball. Then, in a moment of bewilderment, Baijio shouted at the top of his lungs, "Madara, save me!" The resounding cry echoed far and wide, piercing the skies. Baijio's voice, inherently high-pitched and penetrating, rang out, instantly reaching half of Konoha. Tobarama stared at the small fox in his grasp, utterly bewildered. So, his deep breath was not to unleash a tailed beast ball, but to call for help? However, there was no time for Tobarama's confusion to linger, as a blue Susanoo arm emerged from the house. In the next instant, Madara, clad in an apron, burst forth with his Sharingan blazing. "Let go of him, you bastard!" Tobarama stared, wide-eyed, at Madara charging toward him, having activated his Susanoo's second form. His gaze shifted to the excited little orange fox in his hand, and he was left in a state of disbelief. Is their relationship a bit too unusual? Just because I lifted him, you're going to unleash Susanoo against me? Am I not your precious treasure? Tobarama lamented. There's no love left, truly. Chapter 9. Mooncakes made by Madara. The 5 Kage summit approaches after receiving a slap from Madara. Tobarama and Madara, having removed his apron, sat facing each other. Meanwhile, Baijio was audaciously sprawled across the table on Madara's side, continuously baring his teeth at Tobarama, throwing him provocative glances. "Aren't you the mighty one? Weren't you the one who pressed me into the ground? How come you can't rise now? Clearly, I made the right choice in clinging to Madara's leg." Baijio observed Tobarama across the table, and despite his relentless provocation, Tobarama could only smile with frustration. He was growing increasingly convinced of the truth behind the saying, "Choice trumps effort." While Senju Tobarama could suppress all enemies single-handedly, a mere glance from Uchiha Madara brought him to his knees. Certainly, this is contingent upon the circumstances in the village of Uchiha. Presently, Madara stands at the pinnacle of the food chain. As he listened to the audacious thoughts of Hakuju from his position behind him, Madara couldn't help but smirk, turning his gaze towards the dark-faced Hashirama seated opposite him. In terms of combat prowess, Hashirama could indeed overpower him. However, within the confines of Konoha, Hashirama would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere punching bag. Just as earlier, when he had effortlessly sent Hashirama flying with a slap, the latter could only return with a grimace. Unlike Madara's gleeful schadenfreude, Hashirama was now consumed with the desire to annihilate that fox. He even found himself thinking that the genius who conceived the idea of sealing tailed beasts into human bodies was nothing short of a prodigy. It would be best to seal away that wretched fox. Of course, Hashirama only entertained the thought, observing the relationship between Madara and the Ninetails. Sealing the beast would essentially mean declaring war against Madara. Watching Madara repeatedly feed Hakuju with sweet osmanthus cakes, Hashirama admitted to feeling a pang of jealousy. Not just jealousy, but his eyes were nearly red with it. If one didn't know better, they might think Hashirama's eyes had awakened their bloodline limit. "Madara, I too desire pastries." After a prolonged silence, Hashirama, noticing that aside from a cup of tea that resembled poison, he had nothing before him, could no longer contain himself. He feigned disinterest, blinking a couple of times, then subtly directed his gaze towards Hakuju, who was happily savoring a mooncake. Currently, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Madara had been donning an apron to knead dough for mooncakes. The concept of mooncakes and the festival itself had been introduced by Hakuju just a few days prior. And now Hakuju was clutching a second batch of Madara's failed creations. To call it a mooncake was a stretch. It resembled a massive stuffed bread that bore little resemblance to the traditional delicacy, thus adhering to the principle of not wasting food. Hakuju was gnawing on it as if it were mere bread. However, perceiving Hashirama's expression ignited Hakuju's enthusiasm. The once bland mooncake instantly transformed into a gourmet dish. Each bite was accompanied by exaggerated smacking sounds and an overly indulgent expression, as if to ensure Hashirama felt envious. As expected, witnessing this scene, Hashirama felt an unbearable itch. His hands fidgeting restlessly, his pitiful dark eyes turned towards Madara, the desire for two simple words etched upon his face. The sight brought Hakuju immense delight. Despite appearing youthful, Hashirama was already in his 40s. What kind of old man, at 40, is still acting coy and playful? The carefully crafted expression on Hashirama's face instantly crumbled. Damn it, he was only 40, yet deemed an old man? Then this fox must be at least several hundred years old. My great-grandfather's great-grandfather claimed to have seen you. Don't think that just because you appear smaller, you can play youthful with me. Hashirama was seething, his teeth clenched. But gazing at Hakuju, who was fervently devouring the mooncake, he felt utterly powerless. Hakuju had never spoken a word to him. He had always relied on reading the other's thoughts. Thus, he and Hakuju were effectively strangers. If he were to directly address him, wouldn't that expose their understanding? This was the consensus he had reached with Madara. While Madara was keen to uncover information regarding Kurizetsu and the Uchiha clan's extermination, Hashirama was far more eager to discern the future of Konoha and the ninja world. He wished to know if his dream of peace had come to fruition. However, given the Uchiha's impending demise, he suspected that such a hope was rather unlikely. Nonetheless, Hashirama clung to a glimmer of optimism. What if the Uchiha had chosen extinction due to a lack of desire to procreate? Perhaps it wasn't due to conflict or Tobarama's targeting. Anything was possible. Hashirama was still deceiving himself, but to await the revelation of answers, he needed to rely on Hakuju's thoughts. Madara, unable to bear it any longer, recognized that despite his annoyance with Hashirama, they were ultimately friends, and it was unreasonable to deny him food. He promptly rose to retrieve a batch of mooncakes from the room. Handing them to Hashirama, he spoke calmly, "Try some, no food shall be wasted." Hashirama's eyes lit up. All displeasure was swiftly cast aside. These were pastries crafted by Madara's own hands. Although he was unaware of what mooncakes were, they appeared somewhat akin to daifuku. He eagerly grabbed one and took a hearty bite. Then, Hashirama donned a mask of agony. A peculiar flavor burst in his mouth, an amalgamation of strange and bizarre tastes that contorted his entire face. He instinctively wished to spit out the contents. But just as he opened his mouth, Madara's piercing gaze bore down on him. Madara, Hashirama. He finally understood why Madara had felt the need to preface his offer with a warning against wasting food. It turned out the reason was that these were utterly dreadful. However, Hashirama redirected his disgruntled gaze towards Hakuju, who was reveling in his success, gleefully hammering the table with laughter. The little fox was accustomed to 5-nut mooncakes, but for Hashirama, a country bumpkin, this was a different story. Coupled with Madara's dubious culinary skills, the taste was undeniably peculiar. Just how peculiar was evident from Hashirama's tortured expression. At that moment, Hashirama realized he had fallen into Hakuju's trap. That mischievous fox had deliberately teased him. Gazing at the enormous mooncake before him, larger than his own face, Hashirama felt his composure slipping. Such a size? Would he even be able to eat dinner tonight? Observing Hashirama's miserable countenance, Madara inexplicably felt a surge of joy. Even his previously unperturbed handsome visage bore a hint of amusement. His thin lips curled into a gentle smile as he expressed concern. "Have you finished attending to your matters?" Hashirama had been preoccupied with diplomatic affairs from other nations. His presence here indicated that all matters had been resolved. Upon hearing this, Hashirama perked up, discreetly setting aside the mooncake and engaging Madara in conversation, sharing his recent experiences. He spoke primarily about the attire and customs of other countries, along with some amusing anecdotes from recent days. Hashirama spoke with great enthusiasm, yet Hakuju was not particularly interested. He preferred to eat. However, Madara listened intently, his warm gaze fixed on Hashirama as he animatedly described the scenes, a subtle smile gracing his striking features. accompanied by the gentle autumn breeze and the drifting yellow petals. The atmosphere felt peaceful and harmonious, almost evoking a sense of a prosperous era. Hakuju even sensed a hint of ambiguous fondness in Madara's gaze towards Hashirama. Quite endearing. Perhaps next time, he could ask Madara to prepare some sunflower seeds for him. However, Hashirama's words soon captured Hakuju's attention. Madara, I intend to convene a 5 Kage summit at the beginning of next month. The invitations have already been dispatched with the emissaries. And I believe true peace will soon arrive in the ninja world. Hakuju's eating came to an abrupt halt as he gazed at Hashirama, whose expression was filled with anticipation. His own countenance suddenly taking on a peculiar look. Why are you so eager to bow before others? What a strange inclination. Hashirama and Madara exchanged bewildered glances. Bow. Me. Chapter 10. The God of Ninjas Battlefield Rose? Honeymoon Journey? As the revered God of ninjas, how could he, who is accustomed to receiving bows from others, stoop to bowing himself? Isn't he concerned about shortening his lifespan? Upon hearing Baijio's words, Madara immediately surmised the ensuing scene. He knew Hashirama all too well. If the 5 Kage summit descended into an argument over peace, it was entirely plausible that this naive fool would bow his head to the others. Madara gestured for Hashirama to continue, eager to hear more of his thoughts. Hashirama paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, suppressing his shock and continuing to express his hopes for the summit. Meanwhile, Baijio's relentless critiques echoed in their minds. Distributing tailed beasts to other nations? What a farce. Keeping nuclear weapons in one's own hands is the true path. This foolish man clearly knows nothing of modern history. Incredible. Signing a peace treaty is merely a piece of paper that can only bind ourselves. Who else can it restrain? We're so powerful that not obliterating their ancestral graves is already a mercy. This peace treaty is utterly useless. In the original story, once Hashirama dies, the other nations immediately declare war on Konoha. Did Hashirama truly believe that the other nations agreed to the 5 Kage summit out of genuine desire for peace? They are merely terrified that if they refuse, he will annihilate their countries the next day. After spending more than half a month with Madara, Baijio had fully embraced the identity of Uchiha Baijio, considering himself a part of Konoha. His critiques were filled with righteous indignation, expressing his numerous grievances with Hashirama's actions in the original story. Even if Konoha was not at its peak due to the battle between Hashirama and Madara, decimating the other ninja villages would have been child's play. The other nations attended the summit out of fear of Hashirama's wrath, yet he foolishly approached them first to bow. This ultimately led to the First Shinobi World War erupting immediately after Hashirama's death, causing a cascade of conflicts and repercussions. In Baijio's view, the 5 Kage summit should not proceed in such a manner. At this moment, Madara was equally incensed. The thought that Hashirama, who could be easily bullied by him, would travel great distances to bow and plead for peace was unbearable. Hashirama was the only one Madara would allow to bully him. The others wouldn't even withstand a single attack from him, so they should stay away. He immediately interrupted Hashirama, speaking with an undeniable tone. Hashirama, I will accompany you to the 5 Kage summit. Upon hearing this, Baijio's critical thoughts came to an abrupt halt, and the half-eaten mooncake he was holding slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the table. Baijio was bewildered. What was happening? Madara was going with Hashirama to the summit? Were they to exchange bows upon arrival, and whoever's bow was quieter would be the first to be obliterated? However, considering he was traversing a fanfiction world, Baijio felt that nothing was impossible. After all, Madara was now in Konoha, wearing an apron and making mooncakes for him. What was so strange about attending a summit together? If Madara wished to attend, let him go. After a moment of confusion, Baijio instantly transformed into Madara's fervent supporter. He wholeheartedly endorsed Madara replacing Tobarama at the summit. With their strength, why should they bow and scrape to others? It was a miracle that others weren't begging them. Hashirama, upon hearing Madara's words, was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with uncontainable joy. He appeared even more excited than Madara, jumping to his feet and nodding vigorously. Wonderful. Let's set off right now. With that, Hashirama grabbed Madara and rushed towards the exit. This left both Madara and Baijio utterly confounded. What was happening? Wasn't the summit scheduled for the beginning of next month? Where were they going now? Madara furrowed his brow, instinctively following Hashirama for a few steps before realizing, and he immediately halted, refusing to budge. Hashirama, forced to stop as well. turned back with an expression of utmost certainty, and said, "We're going to catch the tailed beasts. My wood clone has already captured the 7 tails. And there are 7 more. We can catch them together and then head to the 5 Kage summit. Madara, you've already sent your wood clone to handle this. Why do we need to go? Don't tell me your wood clone can't manage this bunch of pets." Baijio couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this statement, silently critiquing. "It's as if you two are off to catch jellyfish, and then conveniently heading to the summit afterward. I see through your facade. You just want to go out and have fun with Madara." The sharpness in Madara's gaze intensified as he scrutinized the seemingly harmless Hashirama before him. If not for Baijio's reminder, he wouldn't have considered this. Hashirama's wood clone could easily handle the remaining tailed beasts, and with more than 10 days until the summit, their departure from Konoha was, in essence, a casual excursion. In another sense, it was a honeymoon after reconciling. The God of Shinobi, and the battlefield rose. This wooden fellow's scheming is falling apart in my face. The voice of a certain nine-tailed scholar echoed once more. Baijio, ever the spectator, gazed at the intertwined hands of Madara and Hashirama, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Who among the family understands? The bizarre CP from my previous life is now showering us with sugar this time. Upon hearing Baijio's voice, Madara's mouth twitched, and he promptly released Hashirama's hand. Baijio's comment made Madara feel that it was indeed inappropriate for 2 grown men to be pulling at each other in broad daylight. Consequently, Baijio received a look of deep resentment from Hashirama. Suddenly being gazed at with such intensity by Hashirama left Baijio feeling perplexed. What was wrong? Hadn't he just lightly teased them about their bond? Why was he looking at him like that? What was it? Not allowing them to go. What else with that look? I'm not stopping you from going on your honeymoon. You could just use wood release to take him away, right? Dealing with tsunderas requires a strong hand. Baijio remained silent, but was incessantly murmuring in his heart. His reluctance to speak stemmed from his unfamiliarity with using chakra to stimulate his vocal cords, compounded by his unfamiliarity with the surroundings. However, it was evident from his inner thoughts that he was quite the active little chatterbox. Upon hearing Baijio's words, Hashirama's eyes suddenly shone with excitement. When he looked at Madara again, his honest dark eyes sparkled with eagerness. You want to take him away by force? How thrilling. Thank you for the brilliant idea. Madara's expression instantly turned perilous. Gritting his teeth, he leaned closer to Hashirama's ear, lowering his voice to a gravelly whisper of a threat. If you dare to tie me up, I will turn your brother into a sister. Hashirama. Chapter 11 Hashirama. No, don't. Sorrowful. Ultimately, Hashirama refrained from binding Madara. Despite his inner impulses, he understood that a forcibly bound Madara would not be compliant. Thankfully, Madara did not reject his invitation to go out and capture the tailed beasts, only stating that they would leave 2 days later. With that assurance, Hashirama joyfully departed. He needed to prepare some supplies. After all, even if they left 2 days later, he and Madara would have the chance to enjoy themselves for half a month outdoors, so preparations were essential. They needed to pack clean clothes, pants, fruits, vegetables, barbecue sauces and seasonings, as well as pots, pans, plates, tables, chairs, and it would be best to bring the tatami mats too. Senju Hashirama, are you abandoning your life? What is going on? Just a few days away from home, and you're acting like this? Are you planning to run away? 3 days later, upon returning from a visit to the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Sueho gazed at her desolate home, and despair washed over her. Gripping Hashirama's ear, she twisted it mercilessly 2.5 times. Her furious shout echoed throughout the Senju clan territory. Had it not been for Hashirama's exceptional physique, Sueho might have twisted his ear right off. Hashirama's face twitched in agony as he knelt down, overwhelmed by the sharp pain radiating from his ear. Sueho, please let me explain. I must attend the 5 Kage summit, and I may be away for over 10 days, he murmured weakly while kneeling on the washboard. However, the emptiness of their abode clearly undermined his confidence. Sueho was utterly unmoved by his feeble excuses, fiercely pointing at their barren home and demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Have you taken a mistress? Why not simply move out altogether?" Hashirama covered his ears in protest, insisting he had no affair. However, as he caught the increasingly menacing look in Sueho's eyes, he instinctively shrank back, pitifully recounting the circumstances. I planned to accompany Madara to capture tailed beasts, so I needed to take some supplies. At the mention of Madara, Sueho's rage suddenly evaporated. If it involved Madara, that was understandable. Yet, observing Hashirama's dejected demeanor, She regarded him with a look of pity, as if he were simple-minded. And what do you intend to do with the furniture in the house? At this question, Hashirama perked up. He sprang to his feet, only to kneel again under Soho's fierce gaze. With a wide grin revealing his pearly whites, he confidently promised, I will use wood release to create a new batch of furniture, identical to the previous. Sueho's expression of concern for his mental faculties became even more pronounced as she crossed her arms, casting a skeptical glance at Hashirama. Then why not simply recreate it when you need it outside? Hashirama's smile froze, and he fell into a mental stupor, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. When Hashirama finally trudged to Madara's courtyard, he was greeted by Madara, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Upon seeing Madara, Hashirama's self-doubt dissipated, and he reassured himself. It's all fine. Soon, Madara and I will embark on a joyful journey together. A minor strategic error will hardly affect our delightful adventure. With a radiant smile illuminating his face, Hashirama lifted his chin and declared, Oh hey-oh, Madara, shall we set off? However, in that moment, he noticed the lazy nine-tailed fox perched on Madara's shoulder, looking quite content. His previously uplifted spirits plummeted once more. With a glum expression, he pointed at the fox, who languidly flicked its tail and lamented, He coming too. Madara shot Hashirama a quizzical glance and replied nonchalantly, Aren't you taking family on a long trip? White Q is his little brother, and Madara hoped he would assist in reviving Izuno one day. Besides, leaving such a lazy and gluttonous little fox alone in Konoha would surely lead to disaster. Even if he survived, there were still the lurking threats of Kaguya and Tobarama. Considering the presence of such dangers, Madara felt it prudent to take White Q along. He saw no fault in his decision, bewildered by Hashirama's exaggerated reaction. Was he not keen on hearing the hearts of others? Bringing White Q to the 5 Kage summit would allow them to glean more insights while ensuring his safety, thus serving multiple purposes. As Madara observed Hashirama's dismal demeanor, he casually retrieved a piece of pastry wrapped in oil paper from his pocket and offered it to White Q. Perplexed by Hashirama's thought process, Madara was oblivious to the fact that Hashirama yearned for a private adventure, wishing to rekindle the innocent friendship they once shared by the riverside. Instead, Madara had invited an outsider along, causing Hashirama to feel a sense of disappointment after 3 days of anticipation. No, it's more than just disappointment. It's a significant letdown. Sighing, White Q, aware of Hashirama's emotional turmoil, felt a twinge of sympathy. Accompanying Madara was not his desire. He was a rather lazy fox, preferring to lounge on the couch watching anime. He longed for sunny days at home. However, Madara had warned him that if he left with Hashirama, Tobarama might seize him for experimentation. Hence, White Q reluctantly conceded to accompany them. Yet, he inadvertently became the third wheel in Hashirama and Madara's budding relationship. Oh dear, I really didn't want this. I just wanted to bask in the sun at home. But alas, Madara's demands are overwhelming. White Q noted the despondent expression on Hashirama's face and sighed internally. While he was not eager to venture out with Madara, he had little choice. The prospect of being captured and subjected to experiments was less appealing than a 10-day jaunt with Madara. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation, unaware that he had unwittingly become a source of tension between Hashirama and Madara. Alas, poor Hashirama, your cunning plan has been unraveled, he thought to himself. But fear not. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall simply pretend to be asleep during our outing, ensuring not to intrude on your honeymoon phase with Madara. Hashirama's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he cast a thankful glance at White Q, who was lazily gnawing on the pastry. Family, who understands? I initially thought White Q was an obstacle to my reconciling with Madara, yet he proves to be so understanding. Hashirama felt he had misjudged White Q. The little fox was undeniably adorable and kind-hearted. How could he have ever considered sealing him away? However, the gratitude in Hashirama's gaze sent shivers down White Q's spine. Wincing, he glanced skeptically at Hashirama, then reluctantly back at the half-eaten pastry in his paws. With a heavy heart, White Q tore off a piece of the pastry and, after a moment's hesitation, took a generous bite. He then squatted on Madara's shoulder and offered the remaining morsel to Hashirama. Alas, poor Hashirama. The illustrious first Hokage cannot even fill his belly without resorting to begging from captives. Thankfully, Madara never became Hokage, otherwise, he too would have faced malnourishment and an early demise. Hashirama stared at the minuscule piece of pastry in White Q's paws, utterly stunned. How could such a meager offering suffice? Moreover, I am not begging. Chapter 12. Is it possible that you are unnecessary? It is said that in this world exists a particularly perilous creature. They emerge at dusk and retreat at dawn, driven solely by greed, exhibiting bloodthirsty brutality. They are assassins in the night and dancers in the sunlight. Their name is Slap. Tobarama swatted a mosquito that buzzed incessantly by his ear, his expression stern as he spat contemptuously and proceeded to wash his hands. In the dim light of night, Tobarama's eyes glinted like ice, cold and devoid of emotion. Resembling a merciless killer, he vowed to invent a jutsu capable of exterminating every mosquito in existence. Pushing open the basement door, Tobarama squinted at the rising sun on the horizon and stepped toward the Hokage building. He could utilize Flying Thunder God, but deemed it unnecessary. After spending 7 days and nights in the basement, Tobarama felt it was time to breathe fresh air and bask in the morning sun at 8 o'clock. One must treat oneself with kindness. He has yet to eradicate the Uchiha clan. He cannot simply perish from overwork. After a prolonged period of vigilant surveillance on Uchiha Madara, Tobarama discerned that Madara appeared to be devoid of any nefarious activities. Each day, he merely indulged in tea, perused books, and fed the inherently malevolent Ninetails, after which he remained inactive. However, Madara's lack of action does not imply the absence of ulterior motives. The inherently malevolent Uchiha undoubtedly harbors intentions to wreak havoc upon Konoha. Even if he refrains from destruction now, he will inevitably do so in the future. Thus, for those who wish to undermine Konoha, Tobarama, in his moments of deep contemplation, has tirelessly devised a series of strategies to address the Uchiha threat over the course of 7 sleepless days and nights. These strategies include framing, slander, fabricating lies, and distorting the truth, all with the intent to discredit the Uchiha. In just a few years, once Hashirama ages and Madara meets his end, he will be the most powerful figure in Konoha. At that juncture, he could easily accuse the Uchiha of various crimes and expel them from the village, or at the very least, tarnish their reputation. Subsequently, he would mobilize the forces of Konoha to commence a purge. He is resolute in his ambition to eradicate the Uchiha bloodline within 3 generations. However, the prerequisite for all of this is that he must outlive Madara. Therefore, Tobarama's immediate objective is to maintain his health, bask in sunlight, engage in exercise, and partake in leisure activities, striving for longevity of 200 years. He intends to outlast Uchiha Madara. First, he will bid farewell to him. Then he will disturb his grave. Subsequently, he plans to recruit 2 monks to chant the Great Compassion Mantra at Madara's tomb, one by day and the other by night, for 24 hours nonstop, until the end of his days. As he walked through the bustling commercial streets of Konoha, observing the flourishing surroundings, Tobarama felt a deep sense of satisfaction in his heart. Nodding to himself as he walked, this is indeed a time of peace and prosperity. He had emerged from the basement with the intention of consulting Hashirama. In a few days, they were to attend the 5 Kage summit, which would take place in the land of rice, a considerable distance from Konoha. Tobarama intended to depart in the next couple of days. Thus he sought to discuss the details with Hashirama. They needed to determine whether to leave tomorrow or the day after. If all the tailed beasts were captured, they would leave the day after, but if not, they would depart a day earlier to secure the remaining one. Although Tobarama was keen to oppose Hashirama's decision to distribute the tailed beasts, his objections proved futile. Hashirama was steadfast in his intentions to distribute these formidable weapons. Tobarama had spent a week in the laboratory, brooding over this issue. And as the week drew to a close, he chose to accept the reality that Hashirama had yet to come and apologize. What could he do? After all, this was his elder brother. If only he had been born a tad earlier, he would have ensured their mother had consumed more walnuts during her pregnancy with Hashirama to enhance his intellect. As Tobarama approached the Hokage office, he encountered a familiar face, Mito. He greeted her as she approached, carrying a basket of groceries. Mito smiled gracefully, acknowledging him with a nod. "Are you heading to the Hokage building?" Tobarama inquired. Mito's demeanor was composed and elegant. Despite her simple attire, she radiated poise. Her skin was flawless, and her beauty was striking, making her a captivating sight. The faint blue mark on her forehead added an ethereal quality to her presence, and her refined demeanor hinted at her noble upbringing. One could hardly tell she was about to become a grandmother. Tobarama nodded, holding Mito in high esteem. After all, she was likely the only one capable of tolerating his elder brother aside from himself. In Tobarama's view, Madara did not count as a person. Moreover, Mito's sealing techniques were exceptionally formidable, capable of even sealing space itself. If trouble arose, he would truly find himself at her mercy. After exchanging pleasantries, Tobarama delved directly into the matter at hand. My brother and I are preparing to depart for the 5 Kage summit. Mito, please keep a watchful eye on Konoha, especially on Uchiha Madara. I suspect my brother may have him under Jinjutsu. You must be particularly vigilant while we are away. Tobarama emphasized the importance of monitoring Madara. He would be away for at least 10 days, and he feared Madara might seize the opportunity to enact some mischief in their absence. Despite the summit being merely a small meeting, it would cover numerous crucial matters that could not be resolved in a single day. Tobarama anticipated that they would spend 5 days in the land of rice, with an additional 10 days for travel. Thus, he requested Mito to keep a close watch on Madara. This is my flying thunder god Kanai. If Madara exhibits any suspicious behavior, activate the flying thunder god technique. Although it can only bring you back once, my brother and I will return at the utmost speed, he detailed, earnest in his instructions. However, as Tobarama meticulously explained the situation, Mito's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Observing Tobarama's serious demeanor, she suddenly interrupted him, asking in a cool tone, "Are you preparing to attend the 5 Kage summit?" "Yes, Mito, please do not interrupt me. Uchiha Madara is cunning. We must remain cautious. And who are you going with?" Tobarama furrowed his brow, perplexed by Mito's unusual behavior. Was he not clear enough? He was going with Hashirama to the 5 Kage summit. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of wariness as he stepped back, regarding Mito with suspicion. "You are not my sister-in-law. Who are you really?" Mito's expression darkened, and a chain of adamantine suddenly emerged from her back. Tobarama's gaze cleared, and he released the chakra he had just summoned, smiling sincerely at Mito. This short-tempered individual was undoubtedly the real deal. Pang! Tobarama felt a lump on his head, crossing his arms and standing resolutely as he continued the conversation. "Of course, I am going with my brother. We are attending the 5 Kage summit, and only 2 of us can go. If my brother does not go, are we to let Uchiha Madara attend instead?" Tobarama's tone was laden with confusion, finding Mito's question utterly lacking in logic. However, Mito maintained her serene and graceful demeanor, and upon hearing Tobarama's assertion, she pursed her lips, struggling to suppress a smile. After a moment's contemplation, she delicately reminded him, "Is it possible that you are the unnecessary one?" "Tobarama, huh?" Upon hearing Mito's words, an unsettling premonition surged within Tobarama. No way. In the next moment, he vanished with a flying thunder god technique, leaving Mito standing in the commercial street, soon hearing a distant roar approaching rapidly. What the heck? Chapter 13. The Fox Seeks Revenge from Dawn Till Dusk. The Grudge of the White Nine. Achoo! Hashirama suddenly sneezed. The sound so thunderous that it startled the little butterfly that Baijio had been watching for 10 minutes. Baijio cast a resentful glance at Hashirama, who could only scratch his head and chuckle foolishly. After all, he had no control over such sneezes. This only aggravated Baijio further. In an instant, she leaped onto Madara's lap, snuggling against him and using her fluffy little head to nuzzle him, all the while accusing him in a fierce yet adorable tone. "Madara, look what you've done. You've scared my butterfly away." Madara, who was sitting by the riverbank fishing, felt utterly melted by the soft, sweet voice of the little one. With a gentle hand, he tousled the small head of Baijio, then cast a disapproving glance at Senju Hashirama, who sat beside him, still rubbing his nose. Madara, noticing this, felt a pang of injustice. Who could fathom why such a dignified sage would suddenly sneeze? Could it possibly be that Mito missed him? After all, without him at home, Mito must have found the atmosphere dreadfully dull and longed to stroll through the streets with him. Surely, she must miss him terribly. The more Hashirama pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility, a smug smile unconsciously spreading across his face. However, just as the corners of his mouth began to rise, a voice of indignation pierced through the air. "Madara, look at him still smiling. How outrageous!" Baijio shrieked, his small voice rising in protest. This time, Madara's gaze shifted from disapproval to outright danger. Upon witnessing the intensity of Madara's expression, Hashirama panicked, hastily waving his hands in explanation. Wait. I was merely thinking of something joyful. I wasn't laughing at Baijio, having spent several days outside together." Hashirama had naturally learned Baijio's name. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Baijio was relentless. In a flash, he darted onto Madara's shoulder, glaring at Hashirama with his crystalline fox eyes, full of fury. "Oh, so you're pleased to have scared off my butterfly, are you? I see you're taking advantage of poor little me. Madara, teach him a lesson." His voice was sharp and defiant, leaving Hashirama utterly alarmed. Looking at Baijio, who was now glaring down at him from Madara's broad shoulder, Hashirama felt utterly despondent. The first few days after Baijio's arrival had been pleasant. Baijio would eat, sleep, and even pretend to sleep, or occasionally venture out alone to play, leaving space for Hashirama and Madara to reminisce. But those days were fleeting. After just 2 days of companionship, Baijio's true nature had been revealed, with a foundation of over half a month of affection between Baijio and Madara. The latter had always been exceedingly indulgent, ensuring Baijio was well-fed and well-cared for without a worry. The primary concern lay with Hashirama. Due to his carefree nature and Baijio's earlier displays of affection towards him, they quickly developed a bond. However, this led to Hashirama's downfall. Baijio held grudges. At merely 2,000 years old, he was a particularly vindictive little fox. From the age of 1 to 200, he had held on to a grudge against his brother for stealing his share of milk, which had left him hungry for an entire night. Whenever his brother dated a girl, Baijio would ensure to share his brother's flaws, recounting tales of mischief that had earned his brother a notorious reputation throughout the Qingqiu realm. Previously unable to confront Hashirama, Baijio had only dared to grumble internally. But now, having grown familiar with him, Baijio's grievances spilled forth from his lips. Just the thought of how Hashirama had once pinned him down with one hand while claiming he was too strong to be free made Baijio's teeth itch with anger. As the saying goes, a fox takes its revenge even after 10 years. Previously, he had been meek and silent, but now he erupted like a volcano, constantly seeking to provoke Hashirama. In these past few days, Hashirama had endured the brunt of Baijio's ire. He could neither retaliate nor reprimand him, especially since Madara was utterly indulgent towards this little fox, siding with him unconditionally. Feeling the increasing danger in Madara's expression, Hashirama quickly decided to retreat. A wooden spike shot forth from his hand, plunging into the water. When it resurfaced, it bore a fish, its eyes marked with an X. As vines emerged to retrieve the spike, Hashirama presented the fish to Baijio with an ingratiating smile. "Little Gio, I didn't mean it. Please accept this as an apology." "Not interested," Baijio huffed, turning away with his paws crossed in front of his chest, feigning anger. However, as the unique, fresh scent of the fish wafted to his nose, he instinctively twitched it. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the sight of Hashirama's obsequious grin and promptly turned away in a huff. "Not interested." Hashirama, feeling a bit embarrassed, pondered how to continue his attempts at appeasement when a voice filled with pride echoed in his ears. "What kind of fox eats raw fish? Isn't that a bit lacking in common sense?" Hashirama paused, momentarily taken aback, before a smile blossomed on his face. Under Madara's penetrating gaze, he conjured a barbecue grill using wood release, playfully winking at Madara. Understanding Hashirama's intention, Madara concealed a smirk as he ignited the grill with a spark of fire. Hashirama's technique was deft. Having often grilled fish with Madara by the Nanga River, he quickly gutted and scaled the fish with the assistance of wood release. Soon, the fish was ready, emitting a steaming aroma that wafted through the air. Baijio, who had been sulking with his paws crossed, couldn't resist glancing at the delicious scent. "What's this delightful smell?" Unsure, he peeked again. His eyes widened as he beheld the sizzling fish before him. Hashirama, noticing his interest, leaned closer with an eager expression. "Little Gio, do give it a taste. If you like it, I'll grill you another." He understood that Baijio wasn't genuinely angry. It was merely a playful act to tease him, and he was happy to offer an olive branch. Madara, too, was aware of this, as he could hear Baijio's thoughts. Both he and Hashirama were acutely aware of Baijio's sentiments. Upon hearing Hashirama, Baijio's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, coldly snatching the grilled fish with an unwilling expression. Yet his body betrayed him. The enticing aroma was too much to resist, and he promptly took a big bite. As he bit into the fish, the crispy exterior and tender meat melted in his mouth, the delectable flavors bursting forth. Though only a hint of salt and spices had been added, the taste was exquisite. The skin was slightly crispy, infused with a smoky aroma, while the flesh was delicate and succulent, dancing on his tongue. Baijio's expression shifted to one of sheer delight. He hadn't anticipated Hashirama's culinary skills to be this impressive. Without hesitation, he devoured the fish with gusto. Despite his grievances towards Hashirama, who could truly resist the allure of delicious food, watching Baijiu enjoy the meal so heartily. A shared glance between Hashirama and Madara revealed their mutual understanding, both breaking into knowing smiles. Although Baijiu appeared to be much older than either of them, in spirit, he was just an exuberant child. Over the past few days, they had taken to caring for him as if he were their own son. With nothing to do, they could feed him, play with him, and even listen to his conflicting thoughts. What a delightful experience. So, how does my cooking measure up? Chapter 14, The Innate Barbecue Saint. Senju Hashirama. As Baijiu regarded Hashirama, who was eagerly leaning in, he raised an eyebrow, noticing the provoking grin on Hashirama's face. In response, he haughtily scoffed, "Puffed. Super duper awful." Hashirama's countenance fell instantly, adopting a despondent demeanor as he slumped to the ground, drawing circles in the dirt. Observing his forlorn state, Baijiu hesitated momentarily. Had he been too harsh? Their banter was merely playful, a routine exchange of jibes. He was accustomed to it. So why did Hashirama suddenly seem so down? After some contemplation, Baijiu leaped onto Hashirama's head, perching atop it while playfully poking him with a wooden skewer. "Hey, are you alright? Keep grilling those fish. Don't you enjoy it? Then why did I even bother to cook?" Hashirama, with his head bowed and a suppressed voice, emitted a barely contained chuckle that Sasuke, observing silently, could easily perceive. This crafty old man was deliberately trying to coax Baijiu into admitting something. As expected, upon hearing Hashirama's words, Baijiu adopted a somewhat troubled expression. How could he confess that he had just been teasing Hashirama? That would be quite embarrassing. Yet, seeing Hashirama's dejected demeanor tugged at the kind-hearted Baijiu's conscience. After a brief moment of hesitation, he sighed, ultimately allowing his benevolence to triumph over mischief. He hopped onto Hashirama's shoulder, patting his head while reassuringly saying, "It's all right, it's all right. Although your cooking isn't great, it certainly brings me joy. You can make more if it makes me laugh." Hashirama quipped, "Why aren't you sticking to the script, you sly fox?" This playful exchange culminated in Hashirama's defeat, resulting in Baijiu being treated to over 10 grilled fish. As he savored the delectable, sizzling fish, Baijiu mentally praised Hashirama's culinary skills. "This craftsmanship is quite impressive. He can even make his own skewers. I can only imagine the profits if Hashirama were to sell barbecued fish. With tables, chairs, skewers, and firewood all crafted by himself, and ingredients easily sourced from the surroundings. All he'd need is to bring Sasuke along to ignite the flames. Wow. He is practically a born grill master. Why bother being Hokage when he could just sell barbecued fish instead?" Before him lay a stack of skewers, all freshly grilled by Hashirama. His belly now slightly round from the feast, Baijiu languidly leaned against Sasuke's back to bask in the sun. "Hashirama, why not consider opening a barbecue joint? It would undoubtedly be a hit. I've even thought of a name for you. Senju Barbecue or Hashirama's Grill. Just standing at the entrance would make you a living advertisement, and you'd rake in millions a year." After a prolonged belch, Baijiu playfully shared his whimsical idea with Hashirama. He was jesting, of course, after all. Hashirama was the first Hokage. What were the chances he would sell barbecue on the streets? Yet, Hashirama, upon hearing Baijiu's words, felt a spark of interest. The thought of opening a barbecue place with Sasuke seemed rather appealing. They could grill for customers and, when no one was around, engage in conversations, enjoy drinks, and play cards. Such a life would be blissful. Hashirama acknowledged the allure of the idea, summoning a wooden clone to retrieve the three tails from the depths of the sea. They were currently situated by the coastline of the Land of Water, where Hashirama's wooden clone had been tirelessly searching for the elusive tailed beast while they fished. The three tails and one tail were the only two-tailed beasts yet to be captured, one lost in the desert and the other eluding capture in the vast ocean. Soon enough, Hashirama's original form, with ample chakra, successfully brought the three tails to the surface. Seeing the three tails bound, Sasuke casually activated his Sharingan to control it, then lifted the overly stuffed Baijiu into his arms. Baijiu felt mentally full, having indulged in the fish, which was a bit of a hassle due to the bones. With Baijiu cradled, Sasuke stood and gestured towards Hashirama, signaling it was time to head to the Land of Rice. "Oi, we're coming." Upon hearing this, Hashirama jumped down from the three tails and instructed his wooden clone to return it to Konoha before jogging over to Sasuke and Baijiu. "Hey Baijiu, don't you have anything to say?" Hashirama asked, glancing at Baijio, who was still nestled in Sasuke's embrace, seemingly disinclined to move. Hashirama's peripheral vision caught the three tails, one of the 9 great tail beasts. Surely Baijio must know it, yet he appeared so unfazed. Raising an eyebrow, Baijio regarded Hashirama as if he were simple-minded. What reaction do you expect from me? Just because I asked you not to capture it means you should listen? I can't even save myself, let alone worry about others. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, but then realized Baijio had a point. Capturing the tail beasts was necessary, but it certainly wouldn't be done as Baijio had envisioned, distributing them to other nations. Well, what do you think should be done with these tail beasts, Sasuke? Hashirama attempted to broach the topic indirectly, hoping to glean Baijio's thoughts on handling these formidable creatures. However, he hesitated to ask outright, fearing it might seem too obvious. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Sasuke, who was still cradling Baijio. Hashirama knew that sealing the tail beasts within a host was a feasible option. This could potentially amplify a ninja's power, and he leaned towards this idea. What if we sealed the tail beasts within people? We could have some Senju clan ninjas bear the tail beast's power, and they could help protect Konoha in the future. Hashirama articulated his thoughts, addressing both Baijio and Sasuke. This idea had first been mentioned by Baijio in the past, and upon reflection, Hashirama considered it a viable plan. After all, the essence of a tail beast was chakra. Sealing it within a human would mean confining a substantial amount of chakra within them, and as long as it was controlled, it could significantly enhance a ninja's strength. Sasuke understood Hashirama's intention immediately. Stealing a glance at the languid Baijio in his arms, he nodded in agreement. I think that's a good plan. We should have Mito research similar sealing techniques when we return. We can try experimenting with it later. Indeed, upon hearing their discussion, Baijio, who had been stuffed and was about to doze off, suddenly perked up, looking alarmed as he turned to Sasuke. Wait, I don't agree. What the heck? Why are we suddenly sealing tail beasts? If you seal the other 8, what about me? You're not planning to seal me inside that old woman Mito, are you? I don't want that. Imagining the contrast between his current indulgent life and the grim scenario of being sealed within Mito's body, Baijio's face contorted in distress, and he immediately began to wail in Sasuke's embrace. I don't want to be sealed. I promise I won't eat so much anymore. Madara, please don't let Mito seal me. Senju Hashirama, your heart is too wicked. How can a person conjure such a malicious idea? It's unacceptable. At least it shouldn't be. Hearing Baijio's lamentations, both Hashirama and Sasuke were left in a state of bemusement. He had never suggested sealing Baijio. Sasuke adored Baijio, and Hashirama found the lively little one quite endearing. How could they possibly seal him away? Hashirama had merely intended to discuss the sealing of the other tail beasts. However, just as he was about to clarify, Baijio's next outburst nearly left him in shock. And after that, the Senju clan will be extinct. Where would you find enough Senju ninjas to act as hosts? Absolutely not. Chapter 15. The only solution they found was too difficult for him. Hashirama was flabbergasted. The Senju clan was annihilated. He had yet to forget Baijio's earlier mention of the Uchiha clan's demise. How could the Senju now be facing extinction? Even Sasuke wore a look of incredulity. The current Senju clan was, without a doubt, dominant within Konoha. In the annals of the ninja world, the revered figure of Senju Hashirama, the god of Shinobi, is followed by Senju Tobarama, often likened to a mere white mouse. Though Uchiha Madara may be reluctant to acknowledge it, when it comes to sheer strength, Tobarama is poised to succeed as the next Hokage. The prospect of 2 generations of Hokage emerging from the Senju clan leaves one wondering what could have led to the utter annihilation of the Senju lineage. The only conceivable explanation would be the rise of a Hokage from the Uchiha clan harboring a deep-seated grudge against the Senju. Yet, that too seems implausible, as the Uchiha clan faced extinction as well. What enigmatic force could have eradicated both the Senju and Uchiha clans, the founders of Konoha? Could it be the elusive Kaguya? Madara, speak up. I could very well forego sustenance, so please do not seal me away. Upon witnessing the silence between Madara and Hashirama, the anxious White Yugo assumed they had resolved to seal him and began to flail in Madara's embrace, desperate to avoid such a fate. Hearing White Yugo's cries, both Hashirama and Madara shook off their astonishment. Madara looked down at White Yugo, whose eyes brimmed with urgency, tears glistening in his clear, wide gaze, and felt a pang of compassion. He gently reached out to stroke White Yugo's small head, reassuring him softly, "Do not worry, we are not speaking of you. but rather of other-tailed beasts. Hashirama quickly inhaled, calming his own tumultuous emotions, and with a somewhat strained smile, he explained, "Madara and I were merely jesting. Rest assured, we shall not seal you away. You may remain by Madara's side without fear." Upon hearing their repeated reassurances, White Yugo's fearful expression began to ease. Though a lingering sense of unease persisted, evident as his tail timidly curled up, nestling against Madara as if wilted. White Yugo was shy, akin to someone introverted. Previously, he had felt more at ease around the two, but the mention of sealing invoked fear, and his newly open heart retreated under the weight of insecurity. Burying his head in Madara's embrace, he fell silent. Noticing White Yugo's apprehension, Madara's face reflected a hint of reproach as he glanced at Hashirama, silently mouthing, "This is your fault." Hashirama bore a look of distress, aware that the destruction of the Senju clan was an event yet to unfold. However, as the leader of the Senju and the first Hokage, he found it hard to accept the notion of both the Senju and Uchiha clans facing annihilation. His heart was a tempest of questions, yet seeing White Yugo huddled within Madara's embrace made him hesitate to pry further. With a heavy sigh, he resigned to silence. Exchanging a worried glance with Madara, their spirits dampened. The two hastened their pace towards the land of rice. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Madara and Hashirama, accompanied by White Yugo, arrived at the residence of the land of rice's daimyo, where they were to partake in the 5 Kage summit. As the earliest arrivals, they were greeted by the daimyo, who arrived with his guards upon learning of guests from the land of fire. "Forgive my unworthy reception, Lord Hashirama," the daimyo, a shrewd-looking little rotund man, said, lowering himself immensely upon meeting Hashirama. Despite rumors of the God of Shinobi's commitment to peace, the veracity of such tales was questionable. The land of rice, a neighboring nation to the land of fire, had witnessed the catastrophic battle between Hashirama and Madara at the Valley of the End just a month prior. The image of the colossal Buddha and the thunderous explosions that illuminated the night were indelibly etched in his memory, never to be forgotten. Hashirama, devoid of pretense, exuded warmth. "Your Excellency, I appreciate your hospitality." "Not at all. It is an honor for my residence to host the summit of the 5 Kage." The daimyo was quite diplomatic, understanding that his small nation had historically existed as a vassal to the land of fire. With the latter now at the zenith of its power, he treated Hashirama with utmost reverence. After exchanging pleasantries for some time, the daimyo finally turned his gaze to Madara, his expression filled with profound respect. "You must be Lord Tobarama, brother of Lord Hashirama. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long heard of your remarkable prowess, and in person, you are indeed impressive, possessing a commanding presence akin to your brother. You are destined for greatness." Madara, amused, thought to himself, "What an astute genius you are." Having regained some vitality over the past 3 days, White Yugo, perched on Madara's shoulder, couldn't help but burst into laughter at the daimyo's words, tumbling off and rolling on the ground in fits of mirth. Mistaking Madara for Tobarama, what a masterful way to irritate him without inciting his wrath. Hashirama stifled a chuckle, suppressing the urge to smile, and subtly nudged Madara's side with his elbow, signaling him to let it slide. Madara merely snorted, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, uninterested in engaging with someone so ordinary, even if they were a daimyo. To Madara, aside from Hashirama, all others were equal in his eyes. Given the circumstances, I imagine Madara has already devised 100 ways to eliminate this little rotund fellow. Indeed, and now we have a mischievous little fox. Hearing White Yugo's playful thoughts, Madara felt a wave of his earlier irritation dissipate. His gaze softened as he glanced at White Yugo, who was now rolling on the ground with laughter, his dark eyes reflecting a touch of affection. Though the future may hold countless uncertainties, with White Yugo by his side, there was still hope. After all, it was White Yugo who had pulled him back from the brink of despair. Since their paths had diverged from the outset, why cling to the so-called future? The course of events is shaped by one's actions, and this principle was what Madara held dear. Feeling a connection, he turned to Hashirama, only to find him smiling back. Madara scoffed lightly, his eyes narrowing in contemplation, falling into silence once more. Their shared understanding was palpable. If the remaining 4 great nations were to be vanquished, the roots of conflict would be severed, economic pressures alleviated, and Konoha's ninjas would no longer tread the battlefield. Would that not alter everything? Chapter 16. The ancient gambling techniques passed down by the Sage of 6 Paths. The news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation and the impending doom of the Senju clan struck Hashirama and Madara with profound force. However, for Madara, there was little cause for alarm. More than a year ago, when he departed from Konoha, he sought to rally the Uchiha to follow him. Yet none chose to accompany him. At that moment, he ceased to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he felt little urgency to inquire about White Yugo's fate, as the survival of the Uchiha bore little consequence to him. The implications of this news weighed more heavily on Hashirama. He believed in peace and love, and the thought of the Uchiha and Senju clans, the very founders of Konoha, facing extinction filled him with despair. It evoked a sense of sorrow akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox, a poignant reminder of how fleeting relationships can be. Considering the current era of tranquility, juxtaposed with the impending ninja world war that would erupt upon his demise, Hashirama felt deceived, as if everyone had conspired to mislead him. Seated in the guest quarters arranged by the daimyo of the land of rice, Hashirama gazed intently at Madara, who sat across from him, his expression grave and eyes gleaming with a disquieting intensity. Baijio felt somewhat bewildered. Turning to his left to glance at Uchiha Madara and to his right at Senju Hashirama, he noticed that both bore expressions of grave concern. With a hint of irritation, he promptly opened the dice cup. 666. A triple six again. The previously tense atmosphere in the room instantly dissipated, and Hashirama, who had already lost count of his defeats, began to wail. Wow, is it really this exaggerated? 3 sixes every single time? Hashirama's composure shattered. This was an innumerable number of dice games they had played, and every time Baijio rolled, it was guaranteed to yield 3 sixes. No exceptions. Even Madara wore a resigned expression, bitterly pushing 3 pieces of osmanthus cake towards Baijio from his pile. Baijio's face lit up with joy as he tossed aside the dice cup and eagerly devoured the cake. Munch, munch. Hey, Hashirama, don't think you can escape paying. You still owe me. Baijio, clutching the osmanthus cake, which was nearly as large as himself, glanced at Hashirama, who was slumped over the table, seemingly devoid of spirit. He poked him with his tail, voicing his discontent loudly. Realizing he could not feign ignorance, Hashirama reluctantly pulled himself up from the table, rummaging through his pockets, only to discover he had run out of betting funds. He cast a pleading look towards Madara. Madara, speechless, handed over another 3 pieces, muttering, You now owe me 27 pieces, which amounts to 270,000 ryo. What? Who charges 10,000 ryo for a piece of osmanthus cake? Hearing Madara's calm words, Hashirama's composure shattered. Such blatant extortion was utterly outrageous. In response to his outburst, Madara raised his head defiantly, pointing to the large pile of osmanthus cake on the table, asserting, This is not merely cake. It is a chip worth 10,000 ryo. Baijio raised his paw, cake in mouth, mumbling in agreement. Exactly. You wooden puppet, don't even think about dodging your debt. Hashirama realized he was being isolated by the duo. Was he the only outsider here? How infuriating. Let's go again. Madara, lend me a bit more. This time I shall surely turn the tables. Filled with rage, Hashirama reached for the plate in front of Madara, shouting for a desperate comeback. Madara did not refuse. It was better for him to lose to Hashirama than to anyone else. Honestly, Hashirama, those who seek a miraculous comeback often end up losing everything, Baijio kindly warned. However, his words earned him a disdainful glance from Hashirama. Hashirama raised a finger, adopting an air of wisdom, and began to explain to Baijio, You don't understand. Do you? Luck is conserved. If you can roll 3 sixes every time, I refuse to believe you can keep it up. Baijio, observing Hashirama's fervent demeanor, couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance his way. Half an hour later, after a lesson from Baijio, Hashirama was left with 2 streaks of frustrated tears on his face, laying his head on the table as he stared at the 3 perfectly aligned sixes, his mental state crumbling. Baijio, having enjoyed a hearty meal, let out a satisfied burp, feeling utterly content. Casually walking over to Hashirama, he comfortingly patted his head and admonished, Little Hashirama, I have taught you a valuable lesson today. Remember, in gambling, one loses 9 times out of 10. The tone in which Baijio delivered such words left Hashirama, who had immersed himself in the gambling world for over a decade, momentarily speechless. Lifting his head in indignation, Hashirama looked at Baijio, delivering the last desperate inquiry of a defeated gambler. How come you always roll 3 sixes? Baijio, upon hearing this, placed his hands behind his back, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, and spoke with an air of arrogance. You are still too young. In my prime, I was the unparalleled gambling sage. Even when faced with the likes of Fa and Gao Jin, they would leave in disgrace. Observing the small fox, whose 9 tails were held high yet still maintained a mysterious demeanor, both Madara and Hashirama couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. However, Hashirama's expression soon darkened. Are you kidding me? I use my internal energy to cheat, while you two play with chakra. Do you really think you can see through me? Baijio's inner thoughts abruptly echoed in their minds, and Hashirama, who had just been filled with excitement, was on the verge of exploding. He had been so enthusiastic, so hopeful. Yet, Baijio revealed that he had been cheating all along. What about my feelings? Luckily, just before he could erupt, Madara managed to restrain him. Madara, caught between laughter and tears, realized why Baijio's behavior had seemed off. He had been cheating. Hashirama remained indignant, but suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. He broke free from Madara's grip, sliding down to kneel before Baijio. Seizing the moment before Baijio could react, he embraced him earnestly, exclaiming, Little Gio, I want to learn. Please teach me this trick. I can pay tuition. After all, if he could master a method of cheating that even Madara and Baijio could not discern, it would be sheer luck. If he learned this trick, wouldn't he be unstoppable at the gambling tables? Once he could control the dice, going to the casino would no longer be about gambling. It would be about generating revenue. He could rake in money faster than ever before. Hearing Hashirama's plea, Baijio raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight dancing in his eyes. His lips curled into a satisfied grin as he feigned reluctance, responding, My gambling techniques are an ancient divine art, passed down solely through the 6 paths sage. They cannot be shared. Hashirama's expression shifted, thinking perhaps his request lacked sincerity, and just as he was about to plead further, Baijio abruptly changed his tone. However, if you sincerely wish to become my disciple and refer to me as your lifelong adoptive father, I might consider accepting you as my foolish apprentice. With this proclamation, Hashirama fell silent, his excitement visibly tempered. Madara, observing the change in Hashirama, felt a sense of unease and reached out, intending to pull Baijio away from Hashirama. Little Gio, such matters are no joking matter. If you anger Hashirama, you may not be able to protect yourself. However, just as Madara extended his hand, Hashirama blocked him. Madara's heart sank, his expression darkening as he warned Hashirama, Don't stoop to his level. Madara, you go bask in the sun for a while. I am going to learn gambling techniques from my adoptive father. You cannot steal from me. Madara's words caught in his throat as he looked at Hashirama's serious demeanor, feeling as though he had swallowed something unpleasant. Frustrated, he delivered a light punch to Hashirama before rising and heading towards the door. This guy is exasperating. Baijio did not stop him. He indeed intended to teach Hashirama a thing or two, and he could always instruct Madara later, but it was better to speak with Hashirama alone for now. Looking at the eager Hashirama, Baijio pondered for a moment. Little Hashirama, do you have a granddaughter? Upon hearing Baijio's question, Hashirama instinctively paused, nodding before shaking his head. Noticing Baijio's confusion, he promptly explained, I do have a granddaughter, but it seems she hasn't been born yet. Oh, Baijio's mouth twitched. Has medical technology in the ninja world advanced to the point where one can discern gender before birth? As Tsunade has yet to be born, Hashirama should at least live for another 5 years. Hashirama's ears perked up, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his gaze. 5 years, huh? However, he believed he could live for at least another decade. The final battle seemed to have taken an unexpected turn, with less consumption than anticipated. Hashirama might still have some time left. Hashirama understood now. Had it not been for Hakuju's sudden interruption during the battle in the Valley of the End, he would likely have expended more vitality while contending with Madara. The battle had been interrupted, allowing him to conserve his life force and chakra, thus granting him additional time. In essence, Hakuju had indirectly extended his life. Give me your hand. Hakuju extended his tiny paw toward Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Hashirama complied and presented his hand before Hakuju. In the next moment, Hakuju's fluffy little paw struck him. As their hands met, Hashirama suddenly felt a peculiar energy surging from their contact into his body. It was an extraordinary force, ethereal and mystical, far surpassing ordinary chakra in quality, even eclipsing sage chakra. Hashirama's pupils constricted slightly as he felt the warmth coursing through his meridians, washing over his entire being, leaving him feeling immensely comfortable and relaxed. His body softened instantaneously. But then their contact broke. Hakuju's lips twitched as he gazed at Hashirama, who lay on the ground, intoxicated by the sensation. With a hint of annoyance, he gave him a gentle pat. The mighty god of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju, displayed such an unseemly expression. He pondered how amusing it would be to capture this moment and display it at Hashirama's funeral once he passed. Get up. Focus on that energy within you. You must learn to harness it. Upon hearing Hakuju's words, Hashirama, still on the ground, shook off the overwhelming sensation and realized he had acted somewhat undignified. He hastily rose to his feet, meeting Hakuju's exasperated gaze, and scratched his head, apologizing with an awkward grin. After adjusting his posture, he sat cross-legged on the ground and extended both hands toward Hakuju, instinctively assuming the necessary position for transferring energy. Hakuju observed Hashirama's demeanor with surprise. Well, he is quite the talent. He even knows that this sitting posture yields the best results. He decided to impart some energy to Hashirama, hoping to help him refine his inner channels and extend his life. The energy system in the Naruto world bears some resemblance to spiritual energy, but is significantly less advanced. The world is lacking in spiritual essence, and consequently, its inhabitants are often oblivious to the concept of refining one's channels. Thus, Hakuju's intention was to prolong Hashirama's life through this process. There's little I can do with this troublesome seal, but 10 years should suffice. We can figure something out later. Hakuju thought to himself, yet his hands moved swiftly as he began transferring energy to Hashirama. Hashirama sat attentively, concentrating on the warmth flowing through him. He also absorbed Hakuju's thoughts and felt deeply moved. Though this little fox often appeared unfriendly, it was evident that he genuinely cared about extending Hashirama's life. Family who understands. This truly touched Hashirama's heart. Feeling a warmth spread within him, Hashirama discreetly opened his eyes and cast a grateful glance at Hakuju. Vowing to engrave the fox's image in his memory, he resolved to use his limited allowance to buy Hakuju many delightful treats as a token of gratitude for the gift of life. Stop sneaking glances at me. I know I'm handsome, but you should focus on feeling that energy. In the next instant, Hakuju nearly sent Hashirama flying with a playful nudge of his nose. Hashirama felt the soft touch of Hakuju's fluffy tail on his face, and the warmth in his heart dissipated significantly. He changed his mind, deciding that when he returned, he would enroll Hakuju in a class to teach this lazy, food-obsessed fox the joys of hard work. Soon, after approximately 2.5 hours, which felt like an hour, Madara heard the sound of the door opening while sitting on the porch. Turning to look, he immediately noticed Hakuju, whose cheeks were sunken and eyes circled with dark rings, resembling a spirit drained of vitality. Madara's expression changed dramatically. Hakuju appeared as if he were on the brink of death. Quickly, he reached out to pull Hakuju into his embrace, a look of unmasked concern on his face. Little Q, are you alright? Hakuju, cradled in Madara's arms, weakly lifted a tiny paw, then rolled over, his pink tongue limp and hanging out of his mouth as if lifeless. This sight startled Madara, who immediately began shaking Hakuju gently. Little Q, are you okay? Don't scare me. Madara's frantic shaking nearly caused Hakuju's fragile little head to bobble off. It was clear that he was genuinely worried. After all, Hakuju's current state was quite alarming. Normally, Hakuju was an adorable, chubby little fox, full of life and soft, shiny fur. But now, he resembled nothing more than a desiccated corpse, reduced to skin and bones. Whoa, buddy, if you keep shaking me, I might really perish. The thought resonated in Hakuju's mind, prompting Madara to stop abruptly, his concern deepening as he gazed at the feeble creature nestled in his arms. Noticing Hakuju's eyelids fluttering, as if he wished to speak, Madara's heart ached. He affectionately stroked Hakuju's fur, which now appeared somewhat dull and lifeless. Seeing that Hakuju seemed ready to utter a word, Madara gently lifted him closer to his ear, filled with reluctance. Little Q, if you have something to say, please do. I will always remember you. Gazing at Hakuju, who seemed on the verge of collapse, Madara's deep, authoritative eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as though he had already resigned himself to Hakuju's fate. Suddenly, upon hearing Madara's words, Hakuju seemed to regain his spirit. His once dull eyes widened, and with a look of indignation, he glared at the prematurely mourning Madara, mustering all his strength to emit a final, defiant cry. Feed me. Chapter 18. A single punch shatters Susanoo, Hashirama transcends. Oh my, he has come back to life. I nearly became a fox carcass. Hakuju frantically stuffed his mouth with a hefty chunk of jerky. Having consumed nearly 100 pounds of food from the land of Rice's feudal lord in a matter of moments. Slow down, don't choke. Madara, seated beside him, gently offered Hakuju a cup of water. Yet, Hakuju merely dipped his food into the water and continued to shovel it into his mouth with abandon. Like Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit, Hakuju's voracious appetite was insatiable. I must say, the rat meat from this feudal lord is truly delectable, and this jerky is so savory and addictive. Madara, silently grateful, decided to request more from the feudal lord on their way out. He beckoned to a guard outside, signaling for another batch. The guard, upon receiving Madara's order, felt a wave of dread wash over him. However, considering the abundance of the feudal lord, he begrudgingly hurried off to fetch more food for Hakuju. Little did they know just how much Hashirama could consume. He nearly drained me completely. Baijio, while savoring his meal, vented his indignation to Ban about the foolishness of Senju Hashirama. Moments ago, he had been inside, attempting to cleanse and purify Hashirama's energy. Initially, he had anticipated a swift conclusion, yet due to Hashirama's overwhelming strength, he found himself midway through the process, only to realize that his internal energy was waning. Hashirama had placed a seal upon him, rendering his own power nearly non-existent. Both chakra and internal energy were insufficient. However, to halt the process now would likely spell disaster for Hashirama. Thus, gritting his teeth, Baijio summoned his remaining strength to complete the task. The toll on his own vitality was severe, nearly transforming him into a mere shell of his former self. As Baijio fervently berated Hashirama, an affectionate and indulgent smile instinctively surfaced on Ban's face. Despite Baijio's current tirade, it was endearing how he had chosen to risk danger to assist Hashirama. Ban reached over, gently ruffling Baijio's now glossy orange fur, observing the little fox's cheeks bulging as he continued to stuff his mouth with food. The scene was one of serene harmony, accompanied by the gentle breeze and the rustling leaves in the courtyard. Little Gio, you are truly remarkable. I feel as though my body has become incredibly light. I could almost leap to the heavens. Just as Ban was captivated by Baijio, Hashirama's boisterous voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. With a splash, like a stone disturbing the still surface of a lake, Ban's calm demeanor was abruptly disrupted as he turned towards the source of the sound, only to be taken aback. Hashirama, now adorned in pristine white casual attire, approached them with a look of sheer delight. Ban's attention was immediately drawn to Hashirama's face. He appeared to possess a flawless complexion, with strikingly defined features and a smile that could easily be mistaken for that of an 18-year-old maiden. His dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, glistening with vitality, and his voice resonated with newfound youthfulness and vigor. Even Ban, with his composed nature, was momentarily astonished, his mouth agape as he beheld Hashirama, who seemed to have donned a skin of glory. You are a monster. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Where have you hidden Hashirama? At this, Hashirama's smile faltered, his expression shifting to one of hurt as he pointed at himself, taken aback by Ban's incredulous gaze. Madara, that is quite hurtful. Ban's heart raced as he looked upon the familiar, dimmed version of Hashirama before him. Recalling Baijio's earlier mention of cleansing energy, he swiftly turned to the gluttonous little fox still voraciously eating on the ground. Could it be that this little fellow possesses such power? Hashirama's momentary despondence quickly dissipated as he was filled with joy he longed to share with Ban, and he bounded over to embrace Ban's shoulders. Madara, let us spar. Ban, bewildered, regarded Hashirama with skepticism. It had been ages since Hashirama had initiated a fight. What had prompted this sudden change? Without offering further explanation, Hashirama tugged him towards the spacious courtyard. Ban, curious, followed suit, eager to discover Hashirama's intentions. Baijio, intrigued by the excitement, cast a scrutinizing glance at Hashirama. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by Hashirama's striking transformation. While it was true that cleansing energy could enhance one's appearance, Hashirama's transformation was so profound that Baijio momentarily hesitated to recognize him. Moreover, it was not merely his looks that astonished Baijio. He sensed a hint of regal aura emanating from Hashirama. Oh my, the demeanor of an emperor, Baijio exclaimed, astonished that the seemingly simple Hashirama possessed such an imperial bearing. It was evident that his prior frailty had concealed this aspect of his essence. Baijio's cleansing had purged all impurities, granting Hashirama a revitalized physique, and allowing his latent royal presence to surge forth. As a being of sage lineage, Hashirama's body now resonated with a clarity that enhanced his strength by at least 30%. Realizing this, Baijio's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Previously, he and Ban had struggled against Hashirama, yet now Ban was to face a newly empowered Hashirama alone. This was hardly a fair contest. As anticipated, upon Hashirama's eager invitation, Ban activated his Susanoo and collided with Hashirama. Remarkably, Hashirama refrained from utilizing wood release. Instead, he unleashed sage techniques, obliterating Ban's Susanoo in a single strike. The muscular embodiment of the Susanoo, capable of standing toe-to-toe with 5 Kaguya, was effortlessly shattered by Hashirama's punch. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, cascading towards Ban's face. Ban's pupils dilated in shock as he braced for the impending impact, mentally cursing under his breath, preparing to endure the blow with his face. However, Hashirama would not allow his fist to strike Ban's visage. The formidable punch halted just before Ban's face. The gust of wind generated by the force tousling his hair, gazing at the fist that had come to a stop inches from him. Ban's expression turned to one of astonishment. This powerful wind not only ruffled his hair, but also stirred his very soul. How had Hashirama become so formidable? While Hashirama had always been strong, he had never reached a level where he could effortlessly dispatch Ban. If that punch had been delivered with full force, Ban doubted he could have withstood it. How could this be possible? As Hashirama's fist slowly retracted, he revealed a beaming smile. Hee, Madara, am I not impressive? Chapter 19, Commanding the Fox to Command Madara. Ban was still reeling from the shock of the earlier event when he heard Hashirama's playful inquiry. Instinctively glancing at him, Ban was struck by the radiant smile on Hashirama's face, eliciting an inexplicable surge of annoyance within him. Hashirama surely knew he could easily overpower him now, which was why he was so eager to engage in a fight. Was this not a deliberate attempt to vex him? Ban felt a swell of anger, and his gaze towards Hashirama turned decidedly dangerous. With crossed arms, he snorted dismissively and turned to leave. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to find my little Gio. Hey, Madara, what's wrong? Don't go. Let me show you my current strength. I feel like I could crush a mountain with a single punch. Hashirama stood there, bewildered. What is going on? Why does it seem like Ban is upset? Ban, are you alright? Hashirama asked, growing increasingly anxious as Ban continued to ignore him. The last time Ban had refused to acknowledge him was back when he had married Mito. He recalled how, upon the announcement of the Uzumaki and Senju alliance, Ban had abruptly entered a frenzy. They had previously enjoyed sparring and playful banter on the battlefield. But during that tumultuous period, Ban had been inexplicably aggressive, refusing to respond to Hashirama's attempts at conversation and instead relentlessly attacking him. Ban's expression during that time mirrored his current demeanor. As the memories flooded back, Hashirama felt a twinge of panic. Hastily, he rushed to Madara's side, eager to discern his condition, only to be unceremoniously tossed aside by Madara's swift hand. When Hashirama returned from the yard, he found Madara seated calmly beside Hakuju, his demeanor tranquil and unperturbed as he continued to feed the seemingly ravenous Hakuju. Hashirama sensed that the situation was not quite right and hurriedly approached Madara, attempting to explain himself. However, it was evident that Madara was disinclined to listen to his ramblings. When Hashirama drew near, Madara turned his back, and as Hashirama shifted direction, Madara evaded him once more. Undeterred, Hashirama relentlessly pursued, while Madara continued to elude him. Eventually, Hashirama, along with 3 wood clones, found themselves squatting at the 4 cardinal points around Madara, all staring wide-eyed. Madara, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, opted to close his eyes. Meanwhile, Hakuju was nearly doubled over with laughter at the spectacle. Ahaha, little Hashirama is indeed a fool. Such antics are unparalleled. With a bit of power, he flaunts it. Were I Madara, I would ignore this fellow for at least half a month. Upon hearing Hakuju's thoughts, Hashirama seemed to realize the absurdity of his actions and awkwardly attempted to explain to Madara. Madara, I did not mean to slight you. I merely wished for you to experience this more directly. Madara slightly lifted his eyelids to glance at Hashirama, and upon witnessing the latter's mirth, his irritation intensified. With a cold snort, his commanding voice echoed with a detached chill. Now that I have experienced it, do you have any further matters to discuss? Hashirama's lips twitched. It was clear that Madara was still upset. In a moment of frustration, he scratched his head, feeling at a loss. Instinctively, he cast a pleading glance toward Hakuju, who was keenly observing the unfolding drama. The gluttonous fox was relishing the feast, and with the added excitement of the unfolding drama, his appetite was insatiable. The 50 pounds of field mouse jerky that had just been delivered were nearly consumed. At that moment, noticing Hashirama's imploring gaze, Hakuju paused mid-bite. "What is this? Your beloved is upset, and you expect me to soothe him? Then perhaps you should take a nap. In dreams, everything is possible." Both Madara and Hashirama heard Hakuju's thoughts, and upon hearing the term beloved, Madara's icy facade momentarily cracked. What does beloved mean? This little fox speaks with such absurdity. It seems imperative that he be taught some proper literature. In contrast, Hashirama's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing Hakuju's thoughts. An idea sparked in his mind. He promptly bent down, bringing his now notably pale face close to Hakuju, his clear, bright eyes fixated intently on Hakuju. Startled by the sudden proximity, Hakuju instinctively shrank back but soon regained his composure, defiantly lifting his chin to meet Hashirama's gaze. "What do you want, you ungrateful child?" Hashirama momentarily froze, recalling his earlier address of Hakuju as his godfather. Reflecting on it now, he had no intention of retracting his words, for he could genuinely feel his body improving. Moreover, he had witnessed the toll Hakuju endured while assisting him. The cost was indeed substantial. A gentle light flickered in Hashirama's eyes as he reached out, poking Hakuju's small head. And with a radiant smile, he invited, "Shall we venture into town? I will treat you to snacks." Snacks? Hakuju's eyes lit up instantly. Having spent numerous days in the ninja realm without visiting the marketplace, he was eager for the experience. Although Hashirama had not explicitly prohibited Madara from going out, Madara had largely remained indoors, relying on the Uchiha clan for assistance. Thus, after more than a month in the ninja world, Hakuju had yet to see what a marketplace looked like. Seeing Hashirama's current demeanor, it appeared he intended to treat him to food. Naturally, Hakuju had no intention of being modest. He needed to replenish his diminished energy. With a sudden leap, he bounded from Madara's embrace, swiftly scaling Hashirama's head, and eagerly tapped his skull, urging, "Let us go. I want to go out." Sensing the emptiness of his arms, Madara's expression shifted. Upon glancing up, he was met with Hashirama's cheerful gaze, causing his face to twitch in annoyance. This fellow seems to have become more astute after his transformation. Is the method of cleansing the marrow so effective? Perhaps I should have little Hakuju assist me with it as well. However, considering Hakuju's previous state, Madara felt a pang of reluctance. He was unaware that Hakuju's condition was due to a seal. Seeing Hakuju's exhausted appearance filled him with compassion. If the cost of cleansing the marrow meant depleting Hakuju, Madara would rather forego it. "Madara, would you like to join us?" "My treat." Hashirama grinned, revealing a cunning smile. He knew that Madara would undoubtedly follow Hakuju. Today, Senju Hashirama would take the little fox to impress Madara. "You give me back my little Hakuju." Madara irritably reached out, attempting to reclaim Hakuju. After holding Hakuju for so long, the emptiness in his arms felt uncomfortable, as if a part of him was missing. However, Hashirama was quicker. The moment Madara reached out, he leapt aside, cradling Hakuju securely and darting away. As he ran, he turned back to stick out his tongue and make a face at Madara. "Ha ha, Madara. If you catch me, I will return Hakuju to you. If you can't catch me, then Hakuju is mine." Hakuju pondered, what is going on? He is acting like a toy. Oh well, I'll just follow Hashirama and enjoy the free food. I must drain this old fool dry. Chapter 20. You say Godfather. Open your mouth. I want that. Buy it. And that one. Buy it. And that one too. Buy. Madara, lend me some money. Get lost. Madara slapped Hashirama, causing him to spin in place, before reaching out to retrieve the voraciously munching Hakuju from his head. In the end, Madara accompanied Hashirama into town. Although he had significant grievances regarding Hashirama's earlier behavior, he had grown accustomed to it. After years of sparring with Hashirama, Madara had become desensitized to his increasingly audacious antics. With hardly any coins in his pocket, he found it audacious that Hashirama would suggest a treat. Madara glanced at the jubilant Hakuju and shot a disdainful look at Hashirama. Gamblers are not frightening, nor are the broke. What is truly frightening is a broke gambler who pretends to be wealthy while treating others. Hashirama rose from the ground, dusting off his clothes, and scathed, and approached with a beaming smile. He did possess some money. He merely wished to tease Madara. Hakuju nestled in Madara's embrace, the familiar warmth and the delightful snacks filling him with joy. Casting a glance at Hashirama, who was trying to ingratiate himself with Madara, Hakuju internally scoffed. Clearly, he still has bills in his pocket, yet he insists on borrowing from Madara. This crafty wooden man, I see through your disguise. You clearly want to borrow money without repayment, then have Madara chase you for debt, ultimately claiming he cannot repay, then offering himself as collateral. Goodness, how cliché. But if it were Hashirama, perhaps it wouldn't be impossible. With his spirits high, Hakuju's thoughts flowed freely, almost without pause. Meanwhile, upon hearing Hakuju's thoughts, Madara's expression shifted abruptly, casting a disdainful and wary glance toward the now stiff-faced Hashirama. Is it possible that this fellow is so flamboyant? After merely 2 years away, it seems as though Hashirama has become more formidable than ever. Upon hearing Hakuju's words, Hashirama instantly stiffened, gazing at Madara with a look akin to that of a predator. He yearned to defend himself, for his sole intention was to find an excuse to engage Madara in conversation. However, they could not allow Hakuju to know that they could hear each other's thoughts, so Hashirama could only frantically gesture to Madara, attempting to convey his sincerity through his earnest gaze. Yet, Madara, upon noticing this, simply closed his eyes, maintaining a stoic expression, and hastened forward, leaving Hashirama trailing behind. Appearing unfamiliar with him, Hashirama felt as though he had turned to stone at that moment. But when Hakuju observed Hashirama's earnest efforts, he poked his head out from Madara's embrace and kindly remarked, "If you're unwell, you should seek treatment. I hear doctors these days can even replace eyes." Hashirama retorted, "His eyes are perfectly fine." He pouted and hurriedly jogged to catch up. The land of rice is situated around the land of fire, characterized by fertile soil and a humid climate, thriving in livestock farming and renowned for its milk and various dairy products. Recently, due to the upcoming 5 Kage summit in the capital of the land of rice, a multitude of distinguished figures and affluent merchants from around the world have converged here. Street vendors selling an array of goods can be seen everywhere. Hashirama, having previously clashed with Madara, found himself in a particularly lowly position, almost relegated to being Madara's shadow. Yet, he was resolute in altering this predicament. The last time he strolled through the streets with Madara was years ago, before Madara departed from Konoha. This was their first outing together after a long separation, and he was determined to reclaim the initiative. With ambition in his heart, Hashirama's eyes gleamed with mischief as he set his sights on a vendor selling sweet milk gourds by the roadside. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, he approached and purchased 3 skewers of these treats. The milk gourd is akin to a candied fruit skewer, but instead of sugar, it is enveloped in a rich layer of cheese, offering a distinctively indulgent flavor. Seizing the opportunity, Hashirama presented a skewer to Madara, smiling as he said, "Madara, would you like to try this delicacy? It's a specialty of the land of rice." Madara, with a cold demeanor, merely glanced at it and ignored him. Hashirama was not surprised. His true target was Hakuju nestled in Madara's arms. As expected, upon catching a whiff of the delightful aroma, Hakuju could no longer sit still. He struggled to escape Madara's grasp, peering eagerly at the milk gourd in Hashirama's hand, reaching out to grab it. However, Hashirama seemed to anticipate this, retracting it just as Hakuju extended his hand, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips as he beckoned. "Hakuju, do you want some? It's truly delicious." Demonstrating his point, Hashirama took a bite, displaying an expression of pure enjoyment that was almost infuriating. Yet, Hakuju fell for his antics, and after several attempts to snatch a piece without success, he turned to Madara for assistance, exclaiming, "Madara, I want it." Madara paused, his expression shifting to one of exasperation as he directed a deadpan gaze at the mischievous Hashirama. "Are you satisfied now?" "Well, it's decent," Hashirama replied with a grin, handing a skewer to Madara before leaning in to offer the remaining one to Hakuju, saying, "Open wide. It's truly scrumptious, I assure you." Hakuju gazed at the delectable treat nearing his mouth, then shot a frown at Hashirama's sly smile, suddenly realizing he had been manipulated. His small brows furrowed in displeasure as he crossed his tiny arms and indignantly shouted at Hashirama, "Then you should say father and open your mouth." Hashirama's smug grin instantly faltered, yet it transformed into one on Madara's face. Hashirama's mouth twitched as he glanced around at the bustling crowd, ultimately deciding to hold back his pride. After all, he was the first Hokage. Even in a humble position, he couldn't bring himself to call a cute little foxfather in such a public setting. Thus, he cast a pleading glance at Madara, who at this moment was too busy reveling in the situation to pay him any attention. Whatever. It was his turn to laugh now. And so, Hashirama began to grovel, buying treats to appease Hakuju, resembling a subservient follower. However, Hakuju, being cradled by Madara, was thoroughly enjoying himself. With a legendary beast as his mount and a god of ninjas as his subordinate, who could rival this configuration? Hakuju felt an overwhelming desire to stand atop their heads and bellow to the heavens, declaring himself the king of this world. Of course, he merely entertained the thought, aware that his current status as Hashirama's subordinate was entirely due to Madara's influence. Thus, he resolved to prevent Madara from succumbing to darkness. Rest assured, Madara, with me around, that dark, sinister old man will never lay a finger on you again. Your future is in my hands, and I will make certain you enjoy the finest of luxuries. Madara raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Hashirama. They both then turned their eyes toward Hakuju, who was still engrossed in devouring a piece of meat. And a gentle smile graced their faces. Chapter 21. Little brother, you still need to practice. Going out to have fun is delightful, but encountering a casino is less so. Fresh from his recent enlightenment, Hashirama insisted on entering to impress Hakuju and Madara. Despite Hakuju's internal monologue ridiculing Hashirama's lack of mastery over his inner strength, Hashirama was restless with excitement. He believed he had expelled all the impurities from his body, and thus, the misfortune should also have departed. He hurriedly exchanged for 5 million in chips to commence his money-making endeavor. Naturally, this 5 million was borrowed from Madara. While Hashirama had some money, it was barely sufficient. He could not afford to gamble that amount before his barbecue business and Hashirama furniture venture took off. Madara was curious to see if Hashirama's luck had improved post-enlightenment. If luck could indeed change, it would be akin to a complete transformation. Hakuju had no objections to their plans. He was merely a freeloader, eager to accompany them for the fun. Besides, he currently lacked any strength and feared that wandering off alone might lead to being captured and turned into a mount. However, watching Hashirama play was somewhat tedious. Thus, as Hashirama was preparing to display his prowess with his 5 million chips, Hakuju jumped into the box where the chips were stored, snatched 2, and leaped to the side. Madara, I'm going to play too. Remember to call me when you leave. Waving to Madara, Hakuju hopped onto another gambling table. Madara nodded, knowing that as long as they were within the casino, he could keep an eye on Hakuju, allowing him to play independently. Hashirama also had no objections. 2 chips were inconsequential and wouldn't hinder his quest for fortune. Returning his focus to the gambling table, Hashirama rubbed his hands together gleefully and called out to Madara. Come on, let's play together. Follow my lead. I guarantee you'll strike it rich. Madara rolled his eyes, fully aware that gambling was Hashirama's only source of enjoyment. Now that he had finally escaped from that fierce woman, he might as well let Hashirama enjoy himself. So, he did not dampen Hashirama's spirits and silently approached, following his lead as they embarked on their money-making escapade. Meanwhile, Hakuju had arrived at a less crowded gambling table. Primarily, he couldn't squeeze into the bustling spots, preferring to avoid the throngs of men whose only focus was wealth. Thus, he sought out a relatively secluded area and hopped onto the gambling table. The gambling table was occupied by only 2 individuals, who sat silently, engaging in a silent duel with their cards. In stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere of the bustling casino nearby, this corner seemed like an oasis, enveloped in an eerie tranquility. However, Baijio found the scene rather peculiar, akin to a primary school student in uniform, attempting to tackle math homework in a bar. Why maintain a facade of superiority when the chaos was palpable just a stone's throw away? Hadn't he noticed that the patrons were already raising their voices? These 2 men appeared to exude an air of superiority that surpassed even the raucous crowd. Baijio, skeptical, settled at the table, eager for the moment when the 2 would display their agitation. Yet, his presence seemed to disrupt their game. Both men turned to regard him. Baijio blinked in surprise, tilting his head in curiosity as he met their gazes, his 9 fluffy tails swaying behind him. Why had they halted? He was still waiting to see them flustered. Upon seeing Baijio, the 2 men appeared momentarily dumbstruck. They had never encountered a spirit beast with 9 tails. Moreover, the diminutive Baijio, with his bright, innocent eyes and fluffy tail, looked exceptionally adorable perched on the table, gazing at them with a tilt of his head. What brings you here? One of the heavily tattooed men, sporting a small dragon tattoo on his bald head, finally inquired, his voice deep and resonant, making him seem less than congenial. Baijio shot him a glance, internally judging him to be an S-class target in his previous life. In response to the inquiry, Baijio nonchalantly pushed 2 stacks of chips worth 100,000 each toward them with his tiny paws, opening his mouth to speak in a languid tone. I want to play too. The unexpected response caught both men off guard, but upon seeing the genuine chips in Baijio's possession, the tattooed man's demeanor shifted. Recently in need of funds, he realized that this 200,000 would suffice for some indulgent days in the land of rice. His spirits lifted. He scrutinized Baijio with keen eyes and asked, "What game do you wish to play?" "Dice." Their exchange was succinct, driven solely by the prospect of monetary gain, rendering any pleasantries unnecessary. The tattooed man promptly retrieved 2 dice cups from the front desk, placing one in front of Baijio. He paused, realizing that the little fox was hardly larger than the cup itself. Did he understand the game? His concerns were unwarranted. Baijio not only comprehended the game, but could easily outplay him. Let's compare sizes. I'll go first. The tattooed man initiated the game, while the other man, who had been observing, remained silently at their side. He was in cahoots with the tattooed man, merely passing time until they encountered a naive little fox eager to offer them money. Seeing the money presented so readily, how could they refuse? This would provide a valid excuse for the tattooed man to treat him to a lavish meal later. The tattooed man was adept at gambling. He grasped the dice cup in one hand and began to shake it vigorously. Soon, he released the cup, revealing the result. Baijio opened his eyes slightly, realizing that the early reveal indicated a high level of confidence. Leaning forward, he beheld a roll of 456. Observing the man's technique, Baijio, who had some experience with gambling in his previous life, surmised that the man possessed a modicum of skill, albeit not enough to surpass his own. The tattooed man appeared pleased with his roll and, adopting a mockingly gentlemanly demeanor, gestured to Baijio, "Your turn, little fox." Baijio regarded him with a sidelong glance, bemused by how the tattooed man's gentlemanly manner clashed with his rugged appearance. "Are you sure you haven't mistaken your role? You seem more suited for a wild escapade than this genteel facade." The tattooed man, perplexed, waved dismissively, urging, "Hurry up. I'm busy collecting my winnings." Baijio chuckled, suddenly recalling that this man resembled someone he had encountered before. He had assumed they were both victims of divine retribution, only to discover that he was a local. Noting the man's impatience, Baijio decided to act swiftly, extending both paws to shake the dice cup vigorously before directly reaching out to the tattooed man. "Now pay up." The tattooed man was momentarily taken aback. Did this little fox expect him to pay before the dice were even rolled? "I'm worried you might run off. First, place the money here." Baijio's voice was soft and sweet, carrying an endearing innocence. The juxtaposition of such a tender tone uttering such a bold demand amused the tattooed man. Did this little creature truly believe he could win his money? He was a gambling god from the Sand Village. How could a creature no larger than his face outplay him? With a hearty laugh, he pulled out 2 stacks of chips, each worth 100,000, and tossed them onto the table, grinning confidently at Baijio. "Let us see what you've got." Baijio flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a row of dazzling white teeth, his expression radiant. As he spoke, his soft voice carried an air of sage wisdom mingled with triumph. "My dear brother, you still have much to learn." "What?" The tattooed man leapt up from the table, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the 3 perfect sixes beneath the dice cup, his composure shattered. He leaned in closely, his large, round eyes attempting to intimidate Baijio, but it was evidently futile. Baijio, with a mischievous grin, tossed the cup aside, his bright smile radiating a cunning fox's charm, and with a flick of his tail, swept all 4 chips toward himself. "Wait." The tattooed man's expression shifted, and he instinctively reached out to stop the movement, only to halt halfway, his hands suspended in the air. He had indeed lost. Every gambler must accept their fate. Yet, the sting of defeat was hard to bear. 20,000 was no small sum. The land of wind was already fraught with poverty, and even as the future second Hokage, he was not excessively wealthy. Indeed, this tattooed man was none other than the future second Hokage, Sabaku, while the man he had just gambled against was the current first Hokage, Reto. They both possessed unique features, one being the bald tattooed man, and the other, a brooding, rational face. At this moment, Sabaku, having lost 20,000, faced a dilemma between preserving his reputation and the urge to reclaim his lost funds. His pride as a gambler played a role. He had always been victorious in the Sand Village-esque casinos, and as a formidable shinobi in his own right. 20,000 was not a significant loss for him. To tarnish his reputation over such a sum seemed unworthy. Thus, he withdrew his hand, a pained expression crossing his face as he gazed at the little fox, now perched on the table, gleefully clutching the 4 chips. As he observed the gleam of delight in Baijiu's eyes, a fierce determination ignited within Sabaku. Let us go again. You must be lucky. I will surely defeat you. Baijiu's expression subtly shifted as he grinned, observing the somewhat dazed shaman before him. He chuckled softly, assuming a hesitant demeanor, and slowly pushed forward a single chip with his tiny paw. Upon witnessing Baijiu's meager wager of only 1 chip, Shaman's eyes instantly glimmered with a crimson hue. It was akin to a child losing at rock, paper, scissors, yearning for a chance to retaliate. Shaman was engulfed by a desire to recoup his losses, eager to win more than just the 10,000 taels at stake. How stingy! Who would engage with such a paltry sum? He tossed 4 more chips of 100,000 taels each onto the table. He had originally exchanged a total of 1,000,000 taels for chips, winning a bit more while playing with others, and was initially prepared to walk away. However, fate had other plans when he encountered Lido. Thus, he found himself embroiled in a game with Lido, intentionally losing 40,000 taels out of courtesy. Now, with exactly 400,000 taels remaining, he threw them all in. Yet, Baijiu still appeared somewhat reluctant, as if he were mourning his own chips. Oh, it's fine. Perhaps you'll win this round and recoup 40,000 taels. My luck has been dismal today, just ask him. Shaman continued to coax. And the more hesitant Baijiu became, the more exhilarated he felt. The thrill of gambling lies not only in the euphoria of winning, but also in the anticipation of the outcome, coupled with the delight of watching one's opponent suffer losses. To bolster his persuasive power, Shaman even dragged Lido into the mix. Baijiu glanced over at Lido, who exchanged a few knowing glances with Shaman before tossing his own 40,000 taels into the pot. Indeed, his luck had been poor. He was ready for a round as well. He and Shaman were allies. Whoever emerged victorious would profit, as long as Baijiu was willing to wager. As expected, when the chips on the table surged to 800,000, a palpable excitement flickered across Baijiu's face. Seizing the moment, Shaman pressed on with an enticing tone. If you win now, you'll walk away with 800,000. Just think of all the things you could buy. Don't you want to give it a try? With that, Baijiu, swayed by Shaman's words, boldly tossed in all his chips. As for his inner thoughts, they need not know. Shaman and his companion were elated to see Baijiu unable to resist the temptation, and Shaman immediately began to shake the dice cup. Today, he was determined to win every last coin from this little fox, eager to see his pitiful expression as he cried. 556. Ha! This is it. Shaman, brimming with excitement, observed the numbers he had rolled, already reveling in his anticipated victory. His last roll was 456, and now he had 556, undeniably a high score. He could scarcely believe that the little fox, who shook the dice cup haphazardly, could possibly roll a higher number twice in a row. His previous 6 sixes were purely luck. He had even envisioned celebrating his win with a drink later. Lido chuckled as well. A roll of 556 was nearly assured victory. Casting a sideways glance at the obediently seated Baijiu, he casually rolled his own dice, gesturing to Baijiu to hurry up. Come on, Fox. I've got this one in the bag. Shaman, confident in his impending success, lounged in his seat, urging Baijiu to make haste, eager to indulge in his drink. Baijiu, puzzled, glanced at Lido. What was so joyous about rolling a 1-2-3? That score practically guaranteed his defeat, yet Baijiu could not fathom why the opponent seemed in such fine spirits. Confused but undeterred, Baijiu allowed a playful smirk to grace his lips, and the sound of dice once more filled the air before he came to a halt. Lifting the cup, he beamed with delight. However, Shaman, oblivious to Baijiu's score, stood up triumphantly, intent on claiming the chips from the table. As he rose, he noticed that Baijiu had swept the chips away with his tail, a look of disbelief washing over his face as he gazed at Baijiu's cup. What the? 665. A mischievous smile spread across Baijiu's adorable face as he grinned at Shaman. So close. Please, do try again. Shaman's anger flared. Baijiu was clearly toying with him, relishing in his frustration. The previous look of triumph had vanished, replaced by a grimace of exasperation. The most infuriating aspect was not merely losing the money, but the seemingly encouraging smile and tone Baijiu wore. Akin to a rival boasting after narrowly outscoring you in a test, taunting you in front of your crush with a cheerful, "Keep it up, you're almost there." It was intolerable. While Ido could maintain his composure, Shaman could not. He could not afford to lose to this fox and tarnish his reputation as the gambling god of Shine Village. In a fit of rage, Shaman slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Baijio again. Baijio found it amusing. After all, no one could remain calm in a gambling den. Those who prided themselves on their self-control were merely those who hadn't lost enough yet. As the saying goes, in gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. Illustrating the futility of gambling. Winners become addicted, while losers are filled with resentment. Winning today guarantees a loss tomorrow. No one can ensure a streak of victories. Take Shaman, for example. His eyes were bloodshot, veins coursing with rage, fixated on Baijio's dice cup, which was about to be revealed. Meanwhile, Baijio reveled in the suspense, deliberately delaying the unveiling. Shaman was on the verge of transforming into a raging beast. Sensing his opponent's mounting anxiety, Baijio finally lifted the cup, sealing Shaman's fate. 666. Bigger. Shaman fell back into his chair, utterly defeated. He had lost again. The illustrious gambling god of Shine Village, renowned for his victories, had fallen to a mere fox, losing 20 consecutive rounds. This was unacceptable. He had to win back his fortune. Yet, as he fumed and prepared to exchange more chips, he discovered, to his horror, that he had lost all the money he had brought on this trip. 8 million taels. How could this be? In such a short span, all of it had vanished. His eyes widened in panic as he gazed at the towering pile of chips on the table. Baijio had triumphed once more, gleefully sweeping his winnings with his tail. Observing Shaman's despondent demeanor, a sense of pride surged within him. Look at you, with your paltry gambling skills. Daring to act tough before me? It's akin to flaunting your prowess with a sword before a master swordsman. He acknowledged that Shaman's gambling skills had some merit, as he consistently rolled above 13 points. Such prowess could easily fill one's coffers at the gambling table. Yet, he had unwittingly crossed paths with Baijio, who thrived on deceit rather than mere skill. It is akin to a reborn individual who cannot win the lottery. What does it matter if you, Shaman, can discern positions by sound and roll high numbers every time? I can roll 3 sixes. No matter how strong you are, you can only tie with me. Thus, it was destined that Shaman would ultimately face utter defeat. Baijio had just seen that Shaman's pouch was empty, and he was preparing to make his escape with the money he had earned for snacks, planning to ask Ban to buy him some treats later. However, just as he was about to sweep the chips off the table with his tail, Shaman could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hands on the table, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed at Baijio and shouted, "You are definitely cheating. It's impossible for someone to roll sixes every time." Baijio was startled by the sudden outburst but quickly regained his composure, puffing out his small chest and defiantly pointing at himself with his tiny paw. "I am not even human." Shaman was momentarily taken aback, but soon his anger surged. Looking at the pile of chips on the table, which was larger than Baijio himself, he disregarded any principles of gambling and reached out to snatch them away. "You fox, you are cheating. Get away from my chips." Oh, as he spoke, Shaman swung a fist as large as a sandbag, striking Baijio and sending him flying. With a disdainful snort, he scoffed at Baijio. "A mere beast dares to sit at the table?" Baijio crashed to the ground, completely taken by surprise at Shaman's sudden aggression. He felt as though his head had begun to spin. Shaking his head vigorously, Baijio felt the fire of anger ignite within him upon hearing Shaman's words. What? Cheating isn't a sign of strength? He leaped back onto the gambling table, glaring at Shaman with fiery eyes. "A bet is a bet. If you have the ability, then don't gamble in the first place." His voice was stubborn and filled with rage. Even his normally soft tone took on a hoarse, aggressive quality. Yet, upon seeing Baijio's furious demeanor, Shaman merely laughed mockingly, revealing a look of disdain as he sneered at Baijio. "I don't care. Hurry up and scram, or I will hit you." Shaman was resolute in his intentions to cheat. After all, Baijio was just a fox, and even if others knew, they wouldn't come to his defense. He deliberately made a fierce expression, his brows furrowed, his tone menacing as he raised his hand to threaten Baijio. Shaman's formidable physique, combined with his tattooed visage and large bald head, was indeed intimidating enough to frighten Baijio. Fear flickered in Baijio's eyes as he saw that massive palm descending towards him. Instinctively, he let out a whimper and curled up to protect himself. "You detestable bald head, you better hope that your little dragon on your head can withstand the real count of 1,000 hands." To Baijio's surprise, Shaman's hand did not strike him. What is happening?" Baijio gasped softly, expecting to be hit again. He cautiously moved his 9 fluffy tails aside just enough to peek, and in the next moment, he sprang up from the table like a flower blooming, his 9 tails fanning out. It was Ban and Hashirama. His saviors had arrived. Shaman felt an immense force gripping his arm, and his pupils dilated in shock. What tremendous strength! Turning his head, he beheld a tall, handsome man standing beside him, firmly grasping his arm. When he instinctively looked up, he was caught off guard by Ban's eyes. Those were eyes as dark as an abyss, glistening with a chilling light that resembled sharp ice blades, ready to pierce through his heart and shatter his body. A shiver ran down his spine, and just one glance made Shaman's scalp tingle with fear. What a terrifying man! If he struck, he would surely die. At that moment, Ban's expression was cold and ominous, like a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Jiu on the table and spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. Did you just hit him? The chilling tone sent shivers through Shaman's heart. He instinctively wanted to resist, but no matter how hard he tried, his hand remained immobilized, as if gripped by iron pincers. What are you doing? He cheated first. Evidence. Shaman stammered. He kept rolling 6s. What else could it be? Is he a god? Hashirama's voice chimed in calmly from the other side of Shaman, sounding as lifeless as stagnant water, making Shaman feel as though he had been dragged to the gates of the underworld. He steeled himself to retort, while internally he began to channel his chakra. But in the next moment, Hashirama placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. A dark seal began to spread over him, and in an instant, Shaman found himself unable to sense his chakra. Shaman's face changed drastically, and at the same time, Hashirama's ominous voice echoed in his ear. So there is none? As those words rang out, Shaman felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. The imposing bald man wore a look of terror, his face contorting in distress as he cast a desperate glance at Lido. Boss, save me. Bai Jiu, unable to remain still any longer, looked at Ban and Hashirama standing beside Shaman, and a triumphant expression returned to his small face. His 9 fluffy fox tails shot straight up into the air. All traces of his earlier timidity vanished. His tiny paws crossed defiantly over his chest. His petite form radiated an aura of boundless arrogance, and the corners of his mouth curled into a dragon-like smirk. Lido, teach him a lesson. I want to see if there's anything inside that bald head besides empty space. Chapter 24. The Squeeze of Joy. You better open your eyes wide and see who I am. Boss, save me. Shaman panicked, feeling as if 2 harbingers of death stood beside him. Merely the murderous intent emanating from them nearly caused him to faint. If they truly attacked him, even a head of iron would crack open. Realizing he had no power to resist, Shaman decisively turned to Lido for help. Lido was momentarily taken aback. He had thought Shaman could handle the situation and had no intention of intervening, but the unfolding events clearly exceeded his expectations. It was known that Shaman was a peak-level ninja nearing the strength of a Kaguya. Given another 2 years, he would surely surpass him and become the next Wind Shadow. Yet, in just a brief exchange, Shaman was already forced to seek his aid. How could such a powerful figure exist in the land of rice? Lido was astonished, but surprise did not hinder his swift actions. In a mere second, he formed 6 hand seals and unleashed a ferocious wind technique aimed directly at Ban and Hashirama. A colossal gust swept through, carrying razor-sharp wind blades towards the two, completely disregarding the presence of numerous civilians nearby. Indeed, Lido showed no concern. He understood that the dignity of Sunagakure was inviolable. If they were to suffer disgrace in a small nation like the land of rice, then there would be no place for them in Sunagakure. My word, brother, what boldness! To dare attack both Hashirama and Ban simultaneously. I, Uchiha Bai Jiu, shall call you the strongest. Hashirama's expression darkened, not because Lido had attacked him, but because he had unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu in front of so many civilians. Hashirama was a compassionate man. He yearned for a world devoid of war and suffering. Yet Lido's actions directly violated his principles. Ninja battles should not endanger civilians. Hashirama exchanged a glance with Ban, who immediately understood. In the next instant, a translucent blue skeletal figure materialized. A large blue hand swiftly scattered all the blades spat out by Ardog, and with a casual slap, sent the terrified Ardog flying. It was all done with such ease, reminiscent of swatting away a few flies without breaking a sweat. This scene left Bai Jiu feeling utterly disdainful. Oh dear brother, I thought you were impressive. Is this all you've got? Who gave you the audacity to confront them? Liang Jingru. Look around the entire ninja world. The two most formidable individuals are right here. Not only do you fail to kneel and beg for mercy, but you also dare to strike first. If not you, then who else will be punished? Both Madara and Hashirama perked up at the sound of Baijio's words, their lips curling into amused smiles, clearly delighted by the praise from Baijio. Meanwhile, Ardo and Shaman were far from pleased. Shaman stared at Ardug, who had been sent sprawling by a single slap, utterly stunned. Ardug had established Sunagakure through sheer strength, having subdued several factions in the Land of Wind. His prowess was unparalleled in that region. Yet, he was so effortlessly dispatched by the man beside him. Shaman felt his worldview shatter. What kind of person could so easily swat away the strongest shadow of the Land of Wind, as if he were a mere mosquito? Unbeknownst to Madara, Shaman's thoughts were racing. All he knew was that Shaman had attempted to bully his little Gyo, and now he desired nothing more than to break every limb of this bald-headed man until he apologized to Baijio. Always a man of action, Madara shifted his gaze from Ardo, whom he had just sent flying, to Shaman, still clutched in his grasp, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by Shaman's blood-curdling scream. Madara's grip tightened, and with a forceful snap, Ardo's bone shattered, more brittle than chocolate-flavored crispy sharks. Serves you right. Just what you deserve. Did you think you could hit me? Now you realize your mistake? Shaman's cries pierced the air, resonating with anguish that sent shivers down the spines of all present, especially as they witnessed Shaman's arm, now crumpled under Madara's grip, prompting everyone to gasp in horror. How much pain must that entail? Baijio trembled, instinctively wanting to cover his eyes with his tiny paws, only to realize they were too large to conceal them adequately. So he simply settled into enjoying the spectacle. He was attempting to shield his eyes, but since he couldn't, he felt no guilt in watching. He felt a sense of vindication. After all, who told this bald man to bully him just moments ago? Madara is the best. I knew he cared for me the most. I'll treat him to some sweets later. Madara, feeling triumphant, discreetly shot a glance at Hashirama. See, Baijio clearly favors me more. You, wooden man, should refrain from trying to steal the spotlight. Initially, Hashirama hadn't paid Baijio's words much mind, but upon catching Madara's smug expression, he felt a surge of competitiveness. Oh, look at that fiery temper of yours. In the next moment, Hashirama gripped Shaman's left shoulder with force. Another crack echoed. Shaman emitted another piercing scream. The intense agony from the two devastating fractures brought tears and snot streaming from this seasoned warrior. He yearned to collapse to the ground in despair, but with Madara and Hashirama holding him firm, he was unable to do so. My goodness, Hashirama is equally ruthless. Now this bald man knows how to cry? Delightful. I'll treat Hashirama to sweets later too. Hashirama exchanged a knowing glance with Madara. See, I'm not far behind you. Madara glared defiantly, his stubbornness flaring as he shifted his grip from Shaman's arm to his shoulder, delivering another blow. Seeing this, Hashirama's expression darkened, and he immediately kicked at Shaman's left leg. Ouch, that hurts. Mine is louder than yours. Madara, all right, let us see who can make more noise. Thus began a gruesome competition between Madara and Hashirama. Each time they shattered a bone, Shaman would wail, and they would gauge the volume of his cries to determine the victor. Meanwhile, Shaman was on the verge of madness, questioning how this could possibly be a competition. Were these two even human? Even Baijio was taken aback. He covered his eyes with his tiny paws, yet his sparkling eyes peeked through the gaps. Goodness, this is too brutal. Perhaps Sarutobi should let you two handle the Shikifuin. You truly are the Grim Reapers. By the way, is the sensation of crushing bones truly that pleasurable? Why does it seem like Madara is getting addicted to it? Should I try crushing a toe for fun? However, Madara and Hashirama had already become engrossed in their contest. Madara prided himself on being composed, yet whenever Hashirama was involved, his demeanor seemed to regress into childishness. As their competition continued, soon there wasn't a single intact bone left on Shaman's body. All had been reduced to fragments. His cries transformed from robust to faint as he appeared on the brink of death. Just then, Ardo, who had been sent flying by Madara earlier, staggered back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld Shaman's tragic state. Ignoring any semblance of dignity, he bellowed at Madara and Hashirama. Stop. We were invited to the 5 Kage summit. I am the first Hokage of the Wind. If you kill our people and disrupt the signing of the peace treaty, the god of ninjas will not spare you. What? At this proclamation, Madara, Hashirama, Baijio, and all the spectators momentarily froze. In the next instant, Baijio's suppressed laughter echoed in Madara and Hashirama's minds. So it's Senju Hashirama who gave you the gall. Hashirama, I refuse to take the blame. Don't associate me with this. Upon hearing Baijio's thoughts, Hashirama immediately adopted a serious demeanor, scrutinizing Ardo closely. This man was so weak. Yet he claimed to be a village leader? Surely he must be a fraud. Hashirama felt a surge of anger. How could anyone impersonate a leader of the 5 great ninja villages? To threaten them in his name was utterly ridiculous. Convinced that Ardo was merely trying to intimidate them, Hashirama let out a cold laugh, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Ardo with chilling clarity. Open your eyes wide and see who I am. Baijio. This line feels strange. Wait, shouldn't I be the one delivering the grandiose lines? What are you doing, you thick-browed wooden man? Stay back and let me handle this. You're overstepping your bounds. Chapter 25. The chill sets in. Sunagakure faces bankruptcy. In a dominant tone, with these words, Ardo stood frozen. Bewildered, he stared at Hashirama, his eyes filled with confusion, as if asking, "Who are you? And why should I care?" In an era devoid of cameras and widespread photographs, even many in the Land of Fire did not recognize Hashirama and Madara. The Valley of the End didn't even have statues built yet. Most in the ninja world only knew that the god of ninjas had ended the wars and ushered in an era of peace with his mastery of wood release. But few outside of Konoha knew what Hashirama looked like. Even Ardo was oblivious. Perhaps the sand-hidden village envoy dispatched to the Leaf Village might have known. But even if he described his appearance, it would not align with the current visage of Hashirama. Today, as Hashirama is undoubtedly more handsome than he was yesterday. Moreover, he is not engaged in any serious discussions. He is dressed in casual attire, without even utilizing his signature wood-release technique. Even if Ryudo possesses the ability to predict fortunes, he would not be able to discern that the strikingly handsome young man before him is the so-called God of Shinobi. For he recalls that the envoy returned to inform him that Hashirama had a dark complexion, while the person before him has a fair, almost cold complexion. Indeed, the current Hashirama shares a skin tone with Madara, significantly fairer than Tobarama's white-haired appearance. Thus, it is no wonder that Ryudo failed to recognize him. The reality diverges from the promotional imagery. After a moment of astonishment, Ryudo assumed an angry demeanor and bellowed at Hashirama, "I care not who you are. I am here at the behest of the god of Shinobi to sign a peace agreement. If any mishap occurs that prevents the 5 Kage summit from proceeding, the responsibility lies with you." Gazing at Hashirama and Madara, with the pitiful remnants of flesh in his hands, Ryudo disregarded the reputation of the sand-hidden village. The Sandman is their village's most promising ninja to inherit his legacy. Should he perish here, it would be an irreplaceable loss for the sand-hidden village. Immediately, he retrieved his Wind Shadow ceremonial robe from the sealing scroll at his waist. Although revealing the Wind Shadow robe and acknowledging his identity would be humiliating, it is far better than allowing the future second Wind Shadow of their village to die under such ambiguous circumstances. With a resounding thud, Ryudo donned the Wind Shadow robe. The prominent character for wind emblazoned above his head, signifying his status. "Behold, I am Ryudo, the first Wind Shadow. We harbor no intention of engaging in combat with you two. I advise you to cease hostilities now, or you shall face relentless pursuit from the sand-hidden village." Once Ryudo adorned the Wind Shadow robe, his aura transformed, emanating an imposing and formidable presence. If one were to overlook his leg, which Madara had struck down, and the tattered state of his inner garments. Upon hearing Ryudo's words, both Madara and Hashirama paused in slight disbelief. No, is he truly the Wind Shadow? Hashirama pondered, bewildered. Is the Wind Shadow this weak? The envoy from the sand-hidden village had boasted about subduing the major powers of the Wind Country with absolute might to establish the sand-hidden village. Hashirama had believed him to be a formidable figure, and yet, this is the reality? A skeptical glance was cast toward Madara as Hashirama silently questioned him. Madara chuckled coldly, amused by the current expression on Hashirama's face. 800? A collective confusion enveloped the onlookers, including Ryudo, who was equally puzzled by the sudden mention of 800 amidst their negotiations. Were they not currently in a discussion to release someone? Why had the figure of 800 emerged? Is he so intimidated by the identity of the wind shadow that he intends to offer them 800,000 Rio? That seems far too little. At least 100-fold increase would be more appropriate. Ryudo's rational demeanor was subtly overtaken by a glimmer of greed. Their sand-hidden village was in dire need of funds. If money could be made, any deal would be negotiable. Even the onlooker, Hakuju, had yet to grasp the situation. With a swift leap, he landed on Hashirama's shoulder, his curious gaze directed at both Hashirama and Madara, his small voice inquiring the question that piqued everyone's interest. What are you talking about? I want to listen too. Upon hearing Hakuju's thoughts, Hashirama could not help but chuckle. He released his grip on Ryudo and gently tapped the small ears of Hakuju, his tone playful and filled with mirth. Madara claims he can defeat 800 of you single-handedly. As those words settled, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Many had not heard of Madara, but they recognized the ceremonial robe. Anyone capable of wearing the robe, alongside Ryudo's previous declarations, solidified their belief that he was indeed the first wind shadow of the sand-hidden village. Although he appeared somewhat frail, after all, he was the leader of a major ninja village. This audacious figure named Madara claimed he could defeat 800 opponents. Upon hearing Hashirama's explanation, Hakuju nearly lost his balance. Struggling to maintain his position on Hashirama's shoulder, he quickly steadied himself, feeling a mix of embarrassment and admiration within. Wow, truly, my lord Madara speaks with such authority. To single-handedly take on 800 wind shadows, I must record this for later. Madara, with an air of confidence, declared, I've got this. His words, laden with bravado, only served to infuriate Ryudo, nearly consuming the rational and composed glimmer in his eyes with fury. Hit him. 800 foes? What does he take me for, an inexperienced novice? Is he saying he can refresh and spawn a whole crowd? However, at that moment, the urgency of the situation struck Ryudo as he observed the Sandman on the verge of death. He never anticipated that invoking the identity of the Wind Shadow and the God of Shinobi would be ineffective. Who are these two formidable individuals? Wait, what did Hashirama just say? Madara mentioned. Ryudo's body trembled as his previously furious expression dissipated, his lips quivering as he stammered, pointing at Madara. Why, you are Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Hakuju could no longer contain himself. Perched on Hashirama's shoulder, he chuckled. Wouldn't any random person on the street be able to knock you flying? Ryudo was momentarily taken aback by the retort, but then a flash of realization struck him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Hashirama, who was now smiling alongside Hakuju, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. So you are. No, indeed. Standing before you is the God of Shinobi who ended a millennia of chaos, Senju Hashirama, and my elder brother, Uchiha Madara. As Hashirama prepared to respond and reveal his identity, relishing the astonishment he would evoke, Hakuju swiftly placed a paw on his face, effectively silencing him. Then, with his head held high and a tone of arrogance, he proclaimed the words Hashirama had intended to voice. Hashirama, go? This was his line. Wow, is it true? The God of Shinobi? Is he truly the God of Shinobi? Wow, the God of Shinobi is so handsome. And that little fox beneath him is quite charming too. Hashirama was taken aback. What is happening? The God of Shinobi and the one with the little fox are not the same person? How is that possible? You are Senju Hashirama? Then why are you at a gambling den? Hakuju struggled to suppress his laughter. Do the people of the Leaf Village not disclose that their God of Shinobi, the first Hokage, is actually a novice who loves to indulge in gambling? Hashirama's expression turned awkward. He could not bring himself to meet Madara's gaze. Knowing that Madara was undoubtedly mocking him, resolutely, he composed himself, clasped his hands together, and unleashed his most proficient would-release technique. As a sapling sprouted from the ground and rapidly grew to half his height, no one in attendance doubted Hashirama's identity any longer. Even Ryudo's anxious heart sank. How was he to know that a trip to the land of rice would randomly summon Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? The two greatest hidden bosses of this journey had been provoked, and what could he possibly do now? As anticipated, after sensing the atmosphere reaching a boiling point, Hakuju could no longer sit still. With a flick of its tiny paw, the fox, exuding an air of arrogance bolstered by its human companion, puffed out its little chest, emanating an aura of condescension towards the world. This overwhelming presence, radiating a sense of superiority that seemed to challenge all, sent a shiver through the onlookers, including the fierce combatant, Li Du. White Jiu, adopting a tone of feigned profundity, pronounced his domineering judgment with deliberate enunciation. Ahem, the weather has turned chilly. The sand-hidden village is destined for bankruptcy. For Li Du, White Zhou's words struck like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing him to faint in shock. Despite the immense pressure, he managed to maintain his composure, forcing a rather ghastly smile towards Hashirama and Madara. This was the first time he encountered the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Though puzzled by their simultaneous presence in the land of rice, given their historical rift, he had no time to ponder further. With trembling hands, Li Du produced another sealing scroll and, facing the not-so-friendly gazes of Hashirama and Madara, presented the scroll. His voice trembling, yet striving for calmness. Lord Hokage, here is 1,000 pounds of gold as an offering for our offense. I hope you might show mercy and forgive our indiscretion. Despite his efforts to appear steady, the quiver in his voice betrayed a hint of panic. After all, this was Hashirama Senju. In the original narrative, he had the audacity to speak to Hashirama only because the latter had adopted a humble demeanor, coupled with the fact that he was seeking a peace treaty, which lent him some confidence. Yet, the overwhelming pressure emanating from both Hashirama and Madara left him trembling with fear, not to mention Madara's earlier slap had nearly incapacitated him. In such a daunting situation, he scarcely dared to speak loudly to Hashirama, fearful that a mere displeasure could lead to his demise. He had assumed that the strength of the Hokage would not vastly surpass his own, but to his astonishment, the disparity was staggering. Even Madara, who had fallen to Hashirama, had effortlessly sent him flying with a single blow. What sort of power could possibly subdue Madara Uchiha? A shiver ran down Li Du's spine as he cautiously extended the scroll towards Hashirama. Hashirama's eyes brightened at the mention of 1,000 pounds of gold. Just imagine the monetary value. However, as he reached out to take it, he suddenly caught sight of Madara's gaze and promptly withdrew his hand, adopting a serious demeanor. Straightening his posture, he feigned an air of authority and, emulating White Zhou's previous bravado, spoke in a low voice. Not enough. Madara grunted in response, seemingly unfazed by Hashirama's antics. While White Zhou had simply aimed to show off, Hashirama's mimicry had taken on a comical aspect, particularly in the eyes of Madara, who shared a deep bond with him. It was reminiscent of watching a classmate deliver a ludicrous speech with a straight face, exceedingly amusing. Yet, to others, Hashirama's demeanor appeared quite imposing. Even Li Du quivered, and when he attempted to present the scroll again, he found himself holding 2 scrolls now. Lord Hokage, this truly is all I possess. Li Du's voice carried an undertone of barely concealed anguish, which brought White Zhou a sense of delight. Li Du had just allied with that bald fellow to swindle him, and now his 200,000 Ryo had transformed into 2,000 pounds of gold. Oh, having a powerful ally feels splendid. Otherwise, I might have truly suffered a loss today. White Zhou's spirit soared, his fluffy tail swaying merrily as he frolicked about, playfully ruffling Hashirama's hair. Upon hearing White Zhou's words, Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances and graciously accepted the offering. Their primary purpose for visiting remained the 5 Kage summit, and any matters could be addressed later. Little Zhou, here, you take this. Hashirama smiled, extending his hand towards the scrolls. Instantly invigorated by his words, White Zhou scampered up Hashirama's arm to his palm, clutching the sealing scrolls that towered over him. The sight of the little creature struggling to carry such large scrolls was utterly adorable, captivating the crowd in the casino. Several female gamblers gazed in awe, already contemplating acquiring a little fox of this variety from Konoha. As Li Du watched White Zhou carry away the 2,000 pounds of gold, his heart ached. For he had initially intended to exchange that gold for supplies to bring back to Sand-Hidden Village. To his dismay, he had unexpectedly lost it to this fox. Yet, while money could be earned again, if Hashirama and Madara were displeased, it could spell disaster for the fledgling Sand-Hidden Village. As the village leader, Li Du resolutely chose the welfare of his village over wealth. Gold was abundant in the Land of Wind. What they truly lacked was food and land. Although this procurement had failed, he had at least gauged Hashirama's strength, and he could always attempt to procure supplies again. It was better than risking his life here. Thus, after settling the matter, Li Du hurriedly departed, dragging the half-conscious shaman with him, his divine robe concealing his face as he made a hasty exit. It seemed unlikely that Li Du would ever dare to return to the casino. This experience would likely deter him from ever stepping foot in one again. Moreover, This incident would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on the future of Sand Hidden Village. But that was a tale for another time. White Gyo, overjoyed after receiving the gold, bounced around atop Hashirama, clutching the two massive scrolls. He playfully hopped from shoulder to head, using his tails to swing from Hashirama's neck like a playful little sprite. This was indeed 2,000 pounds of gold. In modern terms, it could easily make one a millionaire. I wonder how the gold prices are in the ninja world. They probably aren't too low. Hashirama and Madara, watching the exuberant little creature, felt genuine happiness. Having revealed their identities, they did not linger in the casino, but instead strolled back to the residence of the land of Rice's daimyo. They had set out in the afternoon, and by the time they returned, the sky had darkened, signaling bedtime. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at their quarters, the daimyo of the land of Rice. "Daimyo, what brings you here?" Hashirama inquired, puzzled yet inviting the man inside. The daimyo of the land of Rice maintained his seemingly honest demeanor. Yet there was a peculiar smile on his face, one that seemed slightly off. Why does this little chubby fellow's smile look so sleazy? He doesn't seem trustworthy. White Gyo, nestled in Madara's embrace, blinked his innocent eyes at the daimyo. Initially unguarded, both Hashirama and Madara suddenly became attentive, scrutinizing the daimyo with newfound caution. Upon closer inspection, they too noticed the strange smile upon the daimyo's face. The daimyo had not come alone. With him were 7 figures cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured. However, they did not enter the room, but stood outside, awaiting their leader's command. Hashirama initially thought nothing of it, as it was understandable for a daimyo to be accompanied by a few guards. However, upon hearing by Gyo's words, both Hashirama and Madara sensed that something was amiss. Which family's guards are so secretive that they must be shrouded in cloaks? Their eyes narrowed slightly as Hashirama discreetly summoned his chakra, while Madara silently tightened his embrace around by Gyo. The atmosphere in the room abruptly fell into a heavy silence, imbued with an eerie tension reminiscent of an impending storm. Even Baiju seemed to sense the unease, instinctively burrowing deeper into Madara's embrace. Observing the duo's demeanor, the daimyo of the land of Rice flashed a knowing smile, his voice laced with insidious amusement. "It appears the two have become aware. Let them all come in and demonstrate their prowess." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted, and Madara's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to spin. A tremendous aura surged forth from him, startling the 7 black-clad warriors who had just entered the room. "What is going on? Why is there suddenly such a strong wind? Hey, who stepped on my dress? Oh no, my underwear is about to fall." Just as Hashirama prepared to take the initiative and subdue the daimyo of the land of Rice, a flurry of surprised exclamations erupted from within the room. Both Hashirama and Madara turned in astonishment to the 7 figures that had entered. The cloaks were whisked away by Madara's overwhelming presence, revealing a vast expanse of white skin beneath. Good heavens! So large, so fair. So, is this the special service edition of the 7 fairies of the land of Rice? I adore this segment. Hashirama and Madara. Chapter 27. The man who instills fear in Senju Hashirama has arrived. Lord Tobarama, what is the meaning of this? The daimyo of the land of Rice was taken aback by Madara's sudden display of power, leaping from the ground in shock. He looked at the bewildered expressions of Hashirama and Madara, equally confused. Hadn't they just deduced the situation? Why were they now wearing such astonished faces? Had he misinterpreted something? The daimyo paused momentarily, then quickly donned a sycophantic smile, turning to introduce his 7 daughters to Hashirama and Madara. "Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, this is my eldest daughter, Lien. Well-educated, gentle, and graceful, at the tender age of 20, she is as beautiful as a flower, sure to provide you with a homely experience. And this is my second daughter, Lien. Soft as water, with a sweet voice, she is a captivating beauty. She will surely leave you yearning for more. And here is my third daughter, Lien, with eyes like autumn waters, exuding charm and grace, skilled in music, chess, poetry, and painting, a true embodiment of elegance." As the daimyo's introductions continued, Hashirama and Madara's mouths gaped open in disbelief, visibly widening at an astonishing pace. Although Madara was displeased at being referred to as Tobarama, he could not afford to dwell on that now. This daimyo was a true talent. This was an unprecedented maneuver. Even Baiju was left speechless, staring at the pitiful girls before them, clad in scant fabric that revealed vast swathes of fair skin. How vulgar! Simply intolerable. Why not just come in the nude? I enjoy unfiltered views. You dare use this to test your subordinates? Which subordinate can withstand such a trial? And what a sacrifice you make, offering up 7 daughters. You little rascal, let me tell you, you're on the wrong path. With this kind of thinking, you'll surely succeed wherever you go. Baijio excitedly squirmed in Madara's embrace, eager to see more. However, upon sensing Baijio's movements, Madara's expression twitched, and he quickly covered her eyes with his hand. Baijio, is it dark already? Hey, you two are being greedy. I want some meat too. Madara was flustered. Initially, he had no reaction to the scantily clad women, but Baijio's outburst made him feel embarrassed. How did he end up with such a lecherous little fox? He quickly turned away, firmly holding Baijio back to prevent the unruly little fox from taking advantage of the situation. Simultaneously, he shot a glance at Hashirama, urging him to send the women away. Hashirama snapped back to reality, looking at the daimyo of the land of rice, who was still enthusiastically introducing his daughters, and interjected with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Stop, stop, stop. Daimyo, what are you doing? This is too much. Let the girls at least dress warmly. Hashirama's wooden head was spinning as he sought a less vulgar way to remind the daimyo. He was genuinely astonished. The 7 girls before him, in various states of undress, were barely clothed. One wore nothing but a pink bandeau and thin panties, their attire appallingly scant. Hashirama had never witnessed such a blood-pumping scene in his life. And to top it off, what was happening with that last girl? Hashirama incredulously pointed at the girl standing at the back. She appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, barely taller than his calf. A mere puff could send her flying. Upon being pointed at, the little girl in a maid outfit beamed at Hashirama, her voice sweet and slightly garbled. Hello, Lord Hashirama. I can be your flying companion. Stop. No, no, no. This is too much. Hashirama's heart raced, his face paling at the thought. He quickly pressed down on the little girl's head to prevent her from speaking further, revealing a look of panic as he grasped the daimyo of the land of rice's shoulder. His voice trembled as he spoke, clearly shaken. Daimyo, I am already married, and my granddaughter is on the way. Please, take your daughters back. I truly cannot bear this. Even as the god of Shinobi, Hashirama had never shown such fear, even during life-and-death battles with Madara. Yet now, facing this seemingly innocuous chubby little man, it was difficult to maintain his composure. What on earth was he thinking? Even bringing a little toddler into this. If he hesitated, the waters of his home would surely take him apart. The daimyo, upon hearing Hashirama's words, paused, then revealed a knowing smile that only a man could understand, winking at Hashirama. Leaning closer, he whispered conspiratorially, Do not worry, Lord Hashirama. Today, this matter will remain a secret to all but those present. You need not concern yourself. Simply choose whichever you desire, even if you wish to take them all. It is entirely acceptable. If you truly fall in love, the land of rice will ensure you are well taken care of. Hashirama, Madara, and Baijio. What kind of wolfish words are these? Baijio was utterly astonished. So this was your true intention. My goodness. This chubby man's strategic vision is truly ahead of its time. If Hashirama were to take advantage of this situation, given his cellular strength, it would surely be a match made in heaven. If he were to leave a legacy, would the Senju clan not flourish instead of facing extinction? Hashirama and Madara. Madara swiftly turned to scrutinize Hashirama with an expression of utmost incredulity. Even Hashirama himself was taken aback. Good heavens, it could be approached this way. After days of contemplation on how to alter the dire situation, Baijio casually proposed a solution, even when Hashirama's gaze fell upon the 7 charming young girls before him. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Should he perhaps make a slight sacrifice for the sake of the Senju clan? No. He nearly allowed himself to be swayed by that little rascal. His intention was to eradicate the root of the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans, not to ponder the creation of offspring. Hashirama's lips twitched as he resolutely declined, setting aside the perceptive abilities of Mito, who would undoubtedly discover any indiscretions upon his return. His moral compass would never permit him to engage in such actions. In the ninja world, fidelity was paramount, with very few instances of divorce or betrayal. Given the brevity of a ninja's lifespan, who would dare entertain frivolous affairs? Hashirama swiftly reaffirmed his refusal to the daimyo of the land of rice. My wife and I share a deep bond. I appreciate your concern, but it is unnecessary. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, the daimyo of the land of rice sighed internally. It seemed futile to expect Hashirama to leave a legacy in his land. He then turned his gaze towards Madara, who was cradling Hakuju, his back facing them. A glimmer of ambition sparked in his eyes. If he couldn't diminish Hashirama's stature, perhaps he could elevate Tobarama's. Rubbing his hands together, he looked at Madara's silhouette and slyly suggested, "How about allowing Tobarama to choose too?" Chapter 28. Hashirama to take Mirai as a disciple? At the daimyo's words, Hakuju was filled with excitement. I agree. Since Madara has no heirs, I propose we take them all. Madara, hearing Hakuju's thoughts. Hashirama's spirits lifted as he gazed at his dear friend with renewed vigor. As Madara's companion for 40 years, he found this plan to be quite feasible. If Madara were to have offspring, he would surely claim them as his own. He began to scrutinize the two tallest girls with a gleeful expression. I find this one quite appealing, and this one as well. Madara, come take a look. I believe these two would make excellent choices. Madara, in the end. Both the daimyo and Hashirama were unceremoniously kicked out by an irate Madara. The plump daimyo felt quite innocent, lamenting that he was merely a salesman and wondering why he too had to be expelled. Naturally, the 7 girls were also dismissed, with Hashirama gifting each of them a wooden carving before sending them off with his shadow clones. Ouch! Madara, that kick was rather painful, Hashirama exclaimed, rubbing his behind as he scampered back, casting a disgruntled glance at the stern-faced Madara. Madara offered no reply, merely chuckling as he retreated to his room to sleep, leaving Hakuju with wide, innocent eyes staring at Hashirama in the living room. Why did you leave me behind? Hakuju queried, bewildered. Perhaps it's a sign of age? Hashirama mused, equally perplexed, as if he hadn't just been the one seeking a bride for Madara. Exchanging glances, Hashirama and Hakuju simultaneously shrugged and sighed in exasperation. Alas, the thoughts of men are truly difficult to comprehend. Standing behind the door, ready to retrieve Hakuju for the night, Madara's lips curled in annoyance as he turned away. Let that sly fox spend the night outside. The night passed without incident. Due to Madara's earlier outburst, Hakuju spent the night with Hashirama. This morning, Hashirama awoke to a wave of heat. As he regained consciousness, he was drenched in sweat. Just as he pondered the sudden warmth, something furry brushed against his face. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Ninetails sweeping back and forth in front of him. What? Hashirama jolted upright, realizing that Hakuju, who had been sleeping elsewhere, had somehow found his way into his arms. The Ninetails had inadvertently sprawled across his face, causing his discomfort. How did you end up here? Hashirama asked, bemused, as he lifted Hakuju by the scruff of his neck. Observing the little fox, blissfully drooling in slumber, he felt a surge of affection. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a sizable wet patch on his chest. Hashirama's expression darkened, and he felt a surge of irritation, nearly losing his temper with Hakuju. However, seeing the peaceful countenance of the sleeping fox, he hesitated, repeating the mantra, "He is still a child." Hashirama sighed and gently returned Hakuju to the covers before he went to change his clothes. When he emerged, Madara was already seated at the table, having prepared tea. Up early today, are we? Hashirama greeted, taking a seat across from Madara, as if nothing had transpired the previous day. Madara, accustomed to their dynamic, responded in kind. After years of camaraderie and playful banter, there was no lingering resentment. How did you sleep? Madara inquired casually. Hashirama's expression immediately soured at the question. Noticing the faint smirk on Madara's lips, he felt irritation bubbling up. Did you know all along? Hakuju's sleeping habits were less than ideal, and Hashirama had spent considerable effort getting the little fox to sleep. In the dead of night, Hakuju would suddenly ambush him, playfully nibbling at him. Although the damage was minimal, it severely disrupted Hashirama's rest, and he had to endure the onslaught in silence, which was quite vexing. He seems to have a bit of a grudge against you, Madara remarked, amusement evident in his tone. Having known Hakuju's sleepwalking tendencies, Madara was well aware of the challenges that came with sharing a bed with him. Typically, he would hold Hakuju close to ensure a peaceful night's rest. However, Hashirama was not as fortunate. Poor Hashirama was likely quite exhausted from the ordeal. With a resigned sigh, Hashirama chuckled. I truly have taken in quite the lively companion. Yet, there is a certain joy in this, reminiscent of raising a child in one's twilight years. Madara, may I discuss something serious with you? After a light-hearted conversation, Hashirama shifted to a more solemn topic. What is it? Madara inquired, his interest piqued. Hashirama rubbed his face and smiled mischievously. Are you familiar with Uchiha Kagami? Of course, Madara replied, raising an eyebrow. Isn't he one of Tobarama's 6 disciples? I believe he was just taken in a couple of years ago. Having left Konoha after a significant altercation with Inoki, they were now in the 8th year of Konoha's existence. Kagami must have turned 10 by now. I intend to bring Kagami under our guidance. Madara was taken aback, not expecting Hashirama to voice such intentions. His hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup, causing a couple of drops to spill onto his hand, clearly indicating his inner turmoil. To personally mentor Kagami? As long as the boy possessed some talent, their combined efforts could surely mold him into a formidable shinobi, perhaps even the next Hokage. Madara's gaze sharpened. He understood Hashirama's intentions were to prevent a repeat of the Uchiha massacre. In all honesty, Madara has grown rather indifferent towards the Uchiha clan. Ever since that fateful day when he departed from Konoha without a single soul accompanying him, the fate of the Uchiha became insignificant in his eyes. Yet, he found himself unable to bear witness to the destruction of the family entrusted to him by his father and brother. His heart was heavy with tumultuous thoughts. Lifting his gaze to Hashirama, he noted the warm smile adorning his handsome face, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Do as you please. I shall only teach him the Sharingan and fire release. The rest, you must figure out on your own. Madara's voice was calm as he lifted his cup, taking a sip of tea, as if this matter were trivial and unworthy of his concern. However, Hashirama promptly pierced through Madara's facade, grinning mischievously. Little Q is right. You truly are Tsundere, Madara. Are you looking for a fight? Hee hee. Chapter 29. Do you understand Lord Tobarama better than I do? 3 days of tranquility passed. During this time, Q spent his days eating, sleeping, and playfully tormenting Hashirama. Having previously exhausted himself to extend Hashirama's life, Q now held the highest status among the 3. He treated Hashirama like a servant, lounging in Madara's embrace while the god of ninjas served him tea and offered massages. Who else in the ninja world could boast such a privilege? Q took immense pride in this. With nothing else to occupy his time, he would often tease Hashirama, finding various excuses to bother him. Meanwhile, Hashirama treated Q as if he were their child, thoroughly enjoying this leisurely and warm period, while also rekindling the somewhat estranged friendship with Madara over the years. He had longed for the opportunity to sit and share tea and play chess with Madara in such a relaxed manner, but such chances had been fleeting until Q's arrival. Today marked the day of the 5 Kage summit, set for 8 in the morning. Hashirama rose early, donning his Hokage robes, and stood at the courtyard gate, idly tossing his Hokage hat while calling out to Madara. Madara, hurry up. Madara, holding the still sleepy Q, who had kept him awake all night, emerged from the door, unable to suppress his irritation at Hashirama's carefree demeanor. You certainly are brisk. What if little Q wakes up hungry? Hashirama chuckled, unfazed by Madara's words. The summit is about to begin. This is my first time meeting the other village leaders. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. Madara was at a loss for words. He could not fathom what was so exciting about a gathering of mere ants. By the way, why did you bring the fan? Hashirama glanced curiously at the Uchiha fan slung over Madara's back. Mind your own business. Madara shot him a sidelong glance, unwilling to disclose that he was prepared to strike down any leader that displeased him. Although Hashirama, influenced by Q, seemed disinclined to resort to violence, Madara believed Hashirama remained fundamentally weak. Should any leader prove rebellious, it would be of no consequence, for he would take action. Meanwhile, outside the daimyo's residence, the weary Tobarama had finally arrived in the land of rice fields, racing from Konoha before the summit commenced. It wasn't that he was slow. He had simply forgotten to bring a map in his haste, leading him to lose his way. This was hardly Tobarama's fault, as using the Flying Thunder God technique often led to disorientation. Fortunately, he had made it just in time, dusting himself off. Tobarama's journey had left him with a hint of the world's weariness, adding to his robust stature. Standing before the daimyo's residence, his striking gaze sparkled with unwavering determination. The audacious Madara dared to elope with his elder brother behind his back? How utterly infuriating. Madara must be attempting to disrupt the 5 Kage summit. He had to expose Madara's true nature to ensure the summit proceeded smoothly. With this thought, Tobarama strode forward with resolute steps, his imposing presence reminiscent of a dragon returning to save the world. Halt! Who goes there? This is the daimyo's residence. No trespassers allowed. As Tobarama approached, 2 guards swiftly stepped forward to block his path. Observing the white hair and striking red eyes, the guards sensed an immediate threat. They drew their weapons, their expressions grave. fixated on the advancing Tobarama. Seeing their reaction, Tobarama revealed a smirk that combined mockery, sternness, and superiority. I am Tobarama Senju. If you know what is good for you, let me pass. I must attend the 5 Kage summit. At his words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Tobarama assumed the guards were momentarily stunned by his reputation. He smirked, feeling a sense of pride. This name had been earned through his struggles in the ninja world. Do you now recognize who I am? Hurry and move aside. However, the guard's response was far from what he anticipated. Tobarama Senju? If you are Tobarama Senju, then I am Madara Uchiha. You're just a lazy fool napping in broad daylight. Don't bother us. The guard's dismissive words left Tobarama's expression frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he stared incredulously at the 2 guards who appeared utterly unimpressed. What did you say? You want me to leave? Do you even know who I am? Have you heard of Tobarama Senju? The White Flash, do you comprehend? You dare to tell me to leave? Listen, if you were the White Flash, then the entire land of rice fields would know that Lord Tobarama has black hair. At least dye your hair black before you come here pretending. Tobarama. His eyes widened in disbelief, and for a moment, even his sharp intellect faltered under the weight of their words. Am I black-haired? How did I not know? Have you ever seen Tobarama Senju? How can you claim he has black hair? Perhaps someone is impersonating me. After a moment of confusion, Tobarama resolutely chose to argue his case. He refused to believe that white could be mistaken for black. He was standing right there, and he intended to find out who dared impersonate him. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, the guards exchanged exasperated glances, their expressions akin to that of someone observing a fool. One guard, unable to contain his frustration, spoke up, eager to dismiss Tobarama and prevent him from disrupting their watch. Lord Tobarama has been residing at the daimyo's residence with Lord Hashirama for several days now. We see him entering and exiting every day. How could I not recognize him? Exactly. We've all seen him. Lord Tobarama is handsome and dashing, with long black hair cascading down to his waist. Take a good look at yourself. Realizing the misunderstanding, Tobarama quickly retorted, that is not Tobarama Senju. That is Madara Uchiha. Tobarama Senju has white hair. Besides, Madara is as ugly as a shadow. How could he dare impersonate me? Had Tobarama remained silent, all might have been well. However, the moment the guards heard him speak ill of Madara, their tempers flared. To understand that Hashirama and Tobarama are esteemed guests of the land of rice. They greet them with utmost humility whenever they enter or exit the grand estate. The land of rice has profited immensely from the recent Kage summit, resulting in a salary increase for its inhabitants. Thus, they will not tolerate any slander against Tobarama Senju. After exchanging a glance, the 2 were immediately engulfed by rage, brandishing their weapons as if ready to engage in a life-or-death battle should Tobarama refuse to depart. I meet with Lord Tobarama daily. Do you understand him better than I do? Do not linger here, or we shall summon reinforcements. Tobarama retorted, do you understand him, or do I? You had better understand him more than I do. The whole world is at your disposal to comprehend him. Chapter 30. Do not move. Raise your hands. In the political hall of the land of rice, as Hashirama leisurely entered the room, he was surprised to discover that he was not the last to arrive. Lord Hokage, your arrival is rather tardy, came a voice with a somewhat magnetic tone. Before Hashirama could take his seat, the voice echoed through the hall. Turning his head, he noticed a figure with dark skin, curly hair, thick lips, and an explosive hairstyle. This could only be the Raikage. Hashirama chuckled softly and seated himself, undeterred by the displeasure evident in the Raikage's tone. He had sensed upon nearing the venue that none here posed a threat to him. Hashirama, in the original narrative, held a somewhat naive belief. He thought distributing the tailed beasts among the nations would maintain a dynamic balance in the ninja world, neglecting the possibility of a coalition rising against his Konoha. Perhaps he thought, how could they dare to attack Konoha when they are so weak? This was the only rationale Hashirama could conjure. Thus, upon learning of the impending war that would erupt immediately following his demise, the current Hashirama found it incomprehensible that he would bow before such feeble opponents. Am I mad? I could defeat 4 of them with a mere wooden clone. Why distribute the tailed beasts? Shouldn't they be nurtured at home? Raikage-sama jokes. There are still those arriving later. Hashirama glanced towards the position of the Mizukage. 4 of the Kage had already arrived. Only the Mizukage was yet to make an appearance. However, the designated time for the meeting had already passed. This is not an excuse for tardiness, Lord Hashirama. If this is your attitude, We may need to reconsider the peace agreement, the Reikage warned, his temper well known. Even the first Reikage was considered remarkably composed, yet he could not mask his dissatisfaction with Hashirama's somewhat casual demeanor. Furrowing his brows, he contemplated using the peace treaty as leverage against Hashirama. This Kage summit had been initiated and meticulously organized by Hashirama himself. According to available intelligence, Hashirama yearned for peace, while the Reikage merely sought to acquire two-tailed beasts from him. Thus, the Reikage believed he could manipulate Hashirama through the peace agreement. Indeed, Lord Hashirama, your current demeanor fails to convey sincerity. We, from the IWA Shinobi village, have come in admiration of your achievements and prestige. Yet your behavior has left me profoundly disappointed. Even the Tsuchikage, with his gray-white hair, echoed this sentiment, clearly displeased with Hashirama's tardiness. Initially, he had no desire to draw attention to himself, as being slightly late was inconsequential. Securing the tailed beasts would be a victory in itself. However, with the Reikage leading the charge, he felt compelled to join in, eager to witness the true might of the God of Shinobi whose name resonated throughout the ninja world. The first Tsuchikage even deemed Hashirama a figure of mere reputation. This behavior stemmed from his desire to test Hashirama's true capabilities. After all, the IWA village was quite distant from Konoha, and he had never personally encountered Hashirama or Madara. All he knew came through hearsay or tales relayed by others, and he held a firm belief in the validity of first-hand experience, particularly since years prior, when Inoki and Mu returned to the village. They claimed that Uchiha Madara was invincible. The first Tsuchikage regarded this statement as a jest. For this, he had sternly reprimanded Inoki and Mu, reiterating the indomitable will of the stone. What nonsense, Uchiha Madara. He simply hasn't encountered me. Had he would have witnessed the might of the earth shaking before him. Hashirama's expression grew peculiar as he observed these two antagonistic figures, feeling an indescribable sensation. How to articulate it? It felt akin to two first-grade bullies intruding upon a high school to confront a muscle-bound giant. A surreal and bizarre madness enveloped him, a sentiment he had never experienced in the land of fire. Curiosity danced across Hashirama's face as his gaze flitted between the two. In his youth, he would never have dared to speak so boldly to his father, for he would truly have been reprimanded. Yet his gaze and reaction incited fury in the two, particularly the temperamental Reikage, who swiftly turned to the Wind Shadow, Rito. Wind Shadow, you adjudicate. The host arrives later than agreed. How can we trust Konoha to uphold its commitments? Rito, observing the audacious duo, lowered his head alongside the bandaged figure of the Sand Village's shaman. What material is the floor of this conference hall made of? It looks splendid. We must renovate our Sand Village's conference hall to match this. Seeing that Rito did not join him in condemning Hashirama, the Reikage felt a twinge of irritation, deeming him somewhat cowardly. Once they acquired the power of the tailed beasts, he would be the first to obliterate the Sand Village. Without Rito's support, the Reikage and Tsuchikage exchanged glances, their long-standing camaraderie prompting them to continue their verbal onslaught against Hashirama. In truth, their displeasure with Hashirama's tardiness was not as profound as it seemed. Rather, they aimed to leverage this incident to negotiate a lower price for the tailed beasts. Lord Hashirama, I believe you owe us an apology. Your demeanor suggests you do not genuinely desire peace. Hashirama remained silent. He would not utter a word until his escort arrived. Just then, the grand door to the conference room swung open. The moment it did, Hashirama's eyes lit up. His escort had arrived. Apologize? For what? Who needs to apologize? Almost simultaneously, a high-pitched, arrogant voice echoed through the chamber. Upon hearing this somewhat juvenile tone, the atmosphere froze momentarily, and all eyes, except Hashirama's, turned toward the entrance. In the next instant, the bandaged figure behind the Tsuchikage, known as Mu, felt his pupils constrict to pinpricks. How could it be him? Madara stood with arms crossed, bearing the Uchiha fan, a symbol of glory, draped in a deep blue Uchiha robe, exuding an imposing aura. His tall, robust figure loomed at the entrance, and merely casting a glance into the room transformed the previously cacophonous ambience into a profound silence. Madara had not even entered yet. Just standing at the door radiated a chilling, arrogant presence that swept over the entire assembly. The previously boisterous Tsuchikage and Reikage were left trembling in their wake. Meanwhile, Baijio proudly perched atop Madara's broad shoulder, her 9 fluffy tails held high, resembling a victorious rooster or a peacock in full display. The entire scene radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Before Madara could utter a word, Baiju eagerly shouted, "Do not move. Raise your hands. You have been surrounded by us." Chapter 31. What manner of demeanor does the first Hokage possess? The overwhelming aura of Madara is truly formidable. His mere presence sends shivers down the spines of the previously arrogant Raikage and Tsuchikage. Correspondingly, before grasping the current situation, both remain hesitant to act upon hearing Baiju's words. The atmosphere in the room becomes palpably tense. Who are you to intrude upon the 5 Kage summit? Do you dare to boom? The irascible Raikage, after the initial shock, abruptly slams the table, glaring fiercely at Madara. Yet, he is promptly ensnared by Madara's gaze. His furious words falter, and beads of cold sweat trickle down the dark-skinned Raikage's face. His pupils tremble incessantly, as if confronted by an unspeakable terror, and his legs weaken, forcing him back into his seat. In stark contrast, the Tsuchikage, who had previously regarded Madara with disdain, now sits upright, eyes wide and fixated on the ceiling, rendered speechless. Why does this ceiling appear so exquisite? We must certainly replicate this in our Tsuchikage building. Madara strides into the room alongside Baiju. With each commanding step, an unparalleled pressure descends upon the hearts of all present. This terrifying aura frightens even the previously defiant shaman, who had been beaten into submission by Madara, causing his legs to buckle. At this moment, shaman's expression is one of utmost dread, his bandaged body quivering slightly. God knows what kind of monster he and Anoki faced 6 years ago in Konoha. They had told the Tsuchikage about it, but he had refused to believe them. He insisted he could easily defeat Uchiha Madara with one hand. Now, Shaman desperately wants to point at Madara and demand why the first Tsuchikage has not yet arrived. "You. Who were you about to make apologize?" Madara's cold voice, like a low growl from a demon, suddenly reverberates, chilling the already tense conference room. The previously boisterous Raikage feels a cold sweat break out as panic grips him. He may be hot-tempered, but he is not reckless enough to disregard his life. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, no matter his thoughts or schemes, he dares not show even a hint of defiance. Meeting Madara's gaze, the once proud Raikage feels a profound sense of dread. He knows that if he dares to speak to Madara as he did to Hashirama, he would surely perish. His thick lips quiver slightly, and in the face of Madara's piercing stare, the first Raikage ultimately bows his head in fear. "Who exactly are you?" The guard behind the Raikage takes a step back, trembling as he voices the question that both the Raikage and Tsuchikage are desperate to know. However, he does not receive an answer from Madara. Instead, Shaman's quaking voice reveals Madara's identity. He is Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone in the room widen in shock. Uchiha Madara. Had he not severed ties with Senju Hashirama? Why is he present at the 5 Kage summit? Wow, this is exhilarating. Being with Lord Madara makes every day feel like an adventure. I wonder why we let Hashirama enter first. What a coup. Truly, my Lord Madara's plans are so finely tuned that I can hear them all the way in Konoha. Look at that dark-skinned fellow with curly hair. He cracked me up. He was so arrogant demanding an apology from Hashirama, and now he has gone silent. Observing the scene before him, Baiju, perched on Madara's shoulder, is ecstatic, bouncing up and down with excited fervor, his eyes sparkling with mischief. As soon as Madara stands beside Hashirama, he leaps from Madara's shoulder to Hashirama's head. "Hey, Hashirama, who bullied you just now? Tell Big Brother, and I'll help you deal with them." The youthful voice is filled with a spirited bravado, exuding a charming contrast. As he playfully paws at Hashirama's hair, eliciting a gentle smile from him. "No, it was just 2 clowns causing a ruckus. I didn't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Raikage and Tsuchikage contort in indignation. Clearly, he is referring to them. The irate Raikage and prideful Tsuchikage feel their faces flush with anger. They long to slam the table and demand what Hashirama and Baiju mean by this. How could they allow such a creature into an important summit and mock them in their presence? Do they not fear their refusal to sign the peace treaty? Yet, faced with Madara, standing behind Hashirama with crossed arms, they lack the courage to voice their grievances. They can only grit their teeth in frustration, silently vowing to remember this indignity. "All right, Senju Hashirama, so this is how you play it? We'll remember. Once you and Madara are gone, we will take great care of Konoha. We shall ensure that your ashes are scattered far and wide." They refrain from acting out, knowing that their primary objective for attending this summit is to acquire the tailed beasts. All else is secondary, Securing the tailed beasts is paramount. For if they leave empty-handed while others procure them, how will they defend against future attacks? It is akin to the public sale of nuclear weapons. While everyone may be without, one cannot afford to be left without while others possess them. Thus, despite their simmering anger, they remain seated, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. However, this is not the end. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Baijio becomes displeased. He furrows his little brow, scrutinizing the rakeage and tsuchikage across the table. He had clearly heard them deriding Hashirama while he and Madara were outside. If it had been him and Madara, they would have dealt with those two ruffians in no time. As thoughts of the first 5 Kage Summits events flood his mind, a rather immature scheme suddenly emerges. He cannot allow Hashirama to distribute the other tailed beasts. Although there may be no immediate danger while Hashirama and Madara are alive, what will happen if they are gone? Must history repeat itself in tragedy? Baijio recalls the numerous heart-wrenching pairings he ships. Obito and Rin, Shursui and Itachi, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Oh, the pain. He must prevent this. He yearns for his beloved pairings to have a happy ending. With the weight of potential tragedies in the Naruto world on his mind, Baijio resolves not to explode in anger, but to subtly instigate a confrontation. He wriggles out of Hashirama's embrace and jumps onto the conference table. His 9 fluffy tails swaying vigorously. He is ready to stir trouble. With fervent eyes, he looks toward the rakeage, tsuchikage, and Kazekage. For the peace and stability of the ninja world, sacrifices must be made. If only one ninja village remains, could peace truly be achieved? Hashirama and Madara exchange glances. A flicker of understanding igniting in their eyes. If that were the case, it might indeed be achievable. Just then, 2 more figures enter from outside, the blind Mizukage and his guard. My apologies for the delay. The journey was long, and we encountered a sea monster. Upon hearing the aged voice, Baijio curiously turns to look and immediately recognizes a familiar face, the blind first Mizukage who appeared in Hashirama's memories. However, as the other party approached, Baijio suddenly felt a jolt of unease. Her peculiar gaze fixated on the individual before her, 3 question marks hovering over her round fox face. How could this first Hokage exude such a peculiar aura? Chapter 32. It matters not. He will seek out Madara. The elderly first Hokage stepped into the meeting venue and immediately sensed that the atmosphere was distinctly amiss. His steps slowed slightly as he scrutinized the surroundings from the doorway. And upon confirming that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, he proceeded toward his designated spot. Why did it feel so strange? Was it merely his imagination? Yet, it did not take long for the first Hokage to discern the source of the disturbance. No sooner had he settled into his seat than a small, furry fox face thrust itself into his line of sight. Baijio squinted, perched atop the table before the Hokage, her tiny nose twitching as she sniffed curiously. This unexpected turn startled the first Hokage immensely. How could there be a creature here? Boom. Just as the first Hokage uttered those words, Madara's Susanoo struck him down into the ground. Baijio and everyone else jumped in shock. The other Kage hardly had time to comprehend how Madara had acted. Baijio, scrambling atop the table, peeked into the pit where the first Hokage had been thrust, inhaling sharply before hastily retreating to where Hashirama stood. Goodness. I truly didn't mean to. I was just curious and took a closer look. Besides, you're not a child anymore. Don't come seeking me if you turn into a ghost. Baijio had merely felt that the first Hokage's aura was somewhat familiar, prompting her to observe him more closely. To her astonishment, he vanished after a mere glance. What was there left to see? Baijio even hoped he was not really Senju Tobarama, for if that were the case, wouldn't Hashirama go mad after such a blow? Unexpectedly, the first Hokage soon emerged from the pit, displaying remarkable resilience. Uchiha Madara, what is the meaning of this? His garments were tattered, and as he propped himself up on the table, he glared furiously at Madara, demanding an explanation. Do you recognize me? Madara's nonchalant response rendered him speechless. Gazing into Madara's eyes, which flickered with a hint of trepidation and restraint, Baijio suddenly realized the truth. Oh my, this guy is indeed Senju Tobarama. Ha. So Madara must have caught on that it was intentional, right? Ha. Tobarama, fuming in his transformed state as the first Hokage, gritted his teeth. His solitary eye glaring intensely at the corner of Madara's mouth that had curved slightly upward. So, this fellow had already recognized him. It was a deliberate act of private retribution. His teeth ground together, yet Tobarama refrained from revealing his identity. He had exerted considerable effort to infiltrate this gathering. He could not expose himself before his objective was achieved. He must unveil Madara's true nature. With determination, Tobarama inhaled deeply several times, regaining his composure before addressing the assembly. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Let us sign the peace treaty. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention toward Tobarama, and several Kage nodded vigorously in agreement, eager to finalize the agreement, acquire the tailed beasts, and leave this wretched place. Indeed, everyone valued their time. Let us prioritize signing the peace treaty. Additionally, we shall discuss the distribution of the tailed beasts. Indeed, our village has just been established, and I must return to manage affairs. Listening to the urging voices, Baijio could not help but curl her lip. She believed the pretext of a peace treaty was a ruse. The true desire was the tailed beasts. In the original story, everyone was so arrogant. How is it that now, with Madara as their guard, they're all so eager to sign a peace treaty? Moreover, Tobarama has even managed to disguise himself as the first Hokage. My goodness, this 5 Kage summit is far too entertaining. I certainly did not make the wrong choice in coming here. Hearing Baijio's candid remarks, both Madara and Hashirama struggled to suppress their laughter. This group was clearly intimidated by Madara, seeking to bind him with their proposed peace treaty, fearing that he might eliminate them at a moment's notice. Stealing a glance at the transformed Tobarama, who had recognized his identity the moment he entered, Hashirama shrugged in resignation. Whatever, if my brother wishes to become the Hokage, so be it. This conveniently vacates the position for his future disciple. Therefore, let us proceed with the signing of the agreement. Here is the draft of the treaty I prepared. Please review it. Should there be any discrepancies, we can discuss them further. With a beaming smile, Hashirama retrieved a stack of documents from the sealing scroll. Each Kage took a copy to review, discovering it to be a standard peace treaty, primarily concerning ceasefire and maintenance of peace. If the treaty posed no issues, then it was time to discuss the real matter at hand. Lord Hokage, might I inquire about the specific sum for purchasing the tailed beasts? That Tsuchikage resumed his serious demeanor, energized by the discussion of the peace treaty. After all, it was Hashirama who had spearheaded the initiative, and since they sought something from him, they naturally aimed to extract the best terms. Even with Madara present, he felt no trepidation. This was merely the normal course of negotiations. Indeed, if the price is excessive, we shall not acquiesce. The Raikage regained his confidence, having initially been daunted by Madara's aura. However, they were now attending a 5 Kage summit organized by Senju Hashirama. How could he truly allow Madara to take action against them? The Raikage was unconvinced. Hashirama was the one who yearned for peace. Upon hearing their remarks, Hashirama instinctively tapped the table, pondering for a moment before breaking into a wide grin. What do you deem a suitable price? This unexpected counter-question caught the others off guard. Even Tobarama, disguised as the first Hokage, could not help but glance at Hashirama twice. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt that Hashirama had become considerably more handsome in the half-month since they last met. His aura had transformed as well. His appearance was nearly rivaling his own. Had he perhaps found the affection of a woman outside? This was something he must report to his elder sister-in-law upon returning. As Hashirama turned the question back to them, the eyes of the Raikage and Tsuchikage sparkled with anticipation. How about 10 million per beast? The Tsuchikage immediately extended a hand. His expectant gaze locked on Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Hashirama chuckled softly, remaining silent as he turned to the Raikage. I believe 10 million is indeed a fair price. The Raikage stated, his pulse steady, without a hint of blush or hesitation. In negotiations, there was considerable flexibility. As the saying goes, the bolder one is, the greater the yield. In such matters, one must be daring in the pursuit of lower prices, as long as they could drive the price down sufficiently. Even if Hashirama later wished to raise it, he would find it challenging to do so. Hearing their statements, Baijio was far from pleased. Setting aside the issue of tailed beast transactions, were they truly serious about pricing them at 10 million each? An Asuma was worth 35 million. So they believed that the 7-tailed beasts they had painstakingly captured were worth merely 2 Asumas, did they? Though Hashirama had played a significant role, they still belonged to the village of Konoha. Since they were Konoha's assets, he deserved his share. Baijio slammed her hand on the table, preempting Hashirama's response, and angrily pointed at the Raikage and Tsuchikage. If you have water in your brains, perhaps you should step outside and shake it off. Who do you think you're scaring with 10 million? I can't believe you would even utter such a thing. Indeed, Baijio's intention was to create a ruckus. She would stop at nothing to disrupt this 5 Kage summit. Even if Hashirama were to punish him later, it would matter not, for Madara would shield him. This was an agreement made between Baijio and Madara long ago. Madara also opposed Hashirama sending the tailed beasts away. Thus Baijio was merely executing orders. He was no longer the Ninetails fox Baijio of the past. Now, he was the esteemed guardian of the Uchiha Ninetails, the revered god of ninjas, Baijio. Hence, even if he were to disrupt the 5 Kage summit, Hashirama would surely not hold it against him. Chapter 33, Astonishing. The traitor is myself? What do you mean by that? The Raikage and Tsuchikage had already harbored displeasure towards Baijio, and upon hearing him audaciously insult them, they could no longer contain their fury. The Raikage glared at Baijio with fierce eyes, his voice laced with boiling rage and murderous intent. What right do you have to interject in our 5 Kage discussions, you beast? The Tsuchikage, too, was incensed, for he detested creatures covered in fur. Yet, as their words fell, Baijio's voice rang out once more. What is the matter? Are you so formidable? If you're displeased, why not just leave quietly? You were just prattling on about refusing to sign a peace treaty, so what are you still doing here? Baijio stood undaunted, hands on his hips, boldly provoking the two. His youthful voice carried an unprecedented authority. He had no choice, with such a powerful ally. It felt remiss not to exhibit a bit of arrogance befitting the Uchiha name. Moreover, his words were entirely justified. The Raikage and Tsuchikage had intended to leverage their refusal to sign the peace treaty to intimidate Hashirama, yet now they had become the subject of ridicule. The Tsuchikage turned a deep shade of red, his pride wounded. In a Wagakure, he was an absolute authority. Who dared speak to him in such a manner? Observing Baijio standing tall and proud, the Tsuchikage felt his blood pressure rise. You, calm down, Lord Tsuchikage. You must remain composed. His bodyguard, witnessing this, was greatly alarmed. He feared not that the Tsuchikage would have a stroke, but rather that he might impulsively strike Baijio. After all, he had seen Baijio standing on Madara's shoulder as he entered, and even daring to stand atop Hashirama's head, commanding him to call him brother. This indicated a significant connection with both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Gazing at Madara, who stood behind Hashirama with a frosty glare, the bodyguard recalled the fate of the Mizukage and did not wish to meet an untimely demise over a mere fox. 6 years ago, Uchiha Madara was fearsome. How much more terrifying was he now? Hearing the bodyguard's words, the Tsuchikage inhaled deeply to calm himself, casting a furious glare at Baijio before grumbling to himself. Humph! I disdain wasting my breath on an uncivilized beast like you. Oh, you're so grandstanding. Does your statement serve to illustrate that you will return to the earth before I do? The Tsuchikage's face flushed with rage, his countenance turning a deep purple from Baijio's words. Yet, restrained by Madara's presence, he dared not act against Baijio. A wave of indignation surged within him, and after taking a few deep breaths, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Goodness, what poor mental fortitude, so easily provoked to such a state? I have yet to exert even a fraction of my strength, and you crumble so easily. You need more training. As the saying goes, a mere man can splatter blood 5 paces with fury. That Tsuchikage's pent-up anger erupted, sending blood spraying 5 steps away. By sheer misfortune, the angle of his spout splattered the Raikage, dyeing his explosive hairstyle. Help! I wish to strike this old man with a lightning blade right now. The foul-smelling blood splattered across the Raikage's face, and he could no longer contain himself, hastily wiping his face with the clothes of his bodyguard. Is there not a single piece of clothing left for you, Hokage? I believe allowing a summoning beast to cause chaos in such a solemn 5 Kage meeting is rather outrageous. Tobarama's voice rang out, his gaze fixated on Baijio as he questioned Hashirama. He believed his disguise was flawless. Aside from Madara's Sharingan, his elder brother should not have noticed. Tobarama had 2 objectives for infiltrating the 5 Kage summit. One was to unveil Madara's true nature, and the other was to ensure the smooth progression of the meeting, guaranteeing the tailed beasts were distributed properly. Although he was reluctant to pass nuclear weapons to others with Madara's presence, housing so many tailed beasts in the village was a colossal risk. Tobarama understood that Madara could manipulate the tailed beasts with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, storing so many tailed beasts in Konoha would provide Madara with 7 bombs ready to detonate. So, weighing the risks, Tobarama was determined to ensure the tailed beasts were dispatched from the village. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Hashirama and Baijio turned in unison to look at him. and a peculiar expression crossed by Gio's face. You too desire a reprimand, do you? A mere imposter Mizuki seeking attention? Beware, I might summon Madara to deal with you. Tobarama felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed impending doom. Sure enough, at that very moment, a colossal Susanoo hand descended towards his face. Fortunately, Tobarama had anticipated this and used a body flicker technique to narrowly evade Madara's assault. Hokage, is this your attitude towards negotiations? It seems you are not seeking peace, but rather war. Tobarama shouted angrily, maintaining his transformation technique, one eye fixated on Madara behind Hashirama. However, that single, unrestrained roar sent the atmosphere spiraling out of control. The already delicate balance shattered with Madara's second attack and Tobarama's furious outcry. Several powerful presences erupted simultaneously, subtly encircling Hashirama and Madara, especially the hot-tempered Reikage. He had long disdained the posturing of Hashirama and Madara. If not for the fear of Madara's overwhelming power, he would have already acted. Now, with Tobarama leading the charge, the Reikage could no longer restrain himself. Hashirama, do not take us for fools. Undoubtedly, while we may be individually weaker, we are not to be trifled with. We agreed to negotiate, but you must at least accord us the respect we deserve. The Tsuchikage echoed fiercely, his murky eyes clouded with crimson veins. Fixating on by Gio seated before Hashirama, his gritted teeth reminded by Gio of the wild boars he encountered in his past life. If war were to break out, so be it. Who fears whom? The inhabitants of Awagakure would not be so easily intimidated. With the conclusion of their statements, Tobarama stood in shock. No. I merely intended to threaten Hashirama with peace to compel him to handle Madara and Baijio. Yet these two rascals had decided to join the fray. Did they truly seek war? If war broke out, how would they fare against these two monsters? Tobarama was unaware that prior to his arrival, Madara had already intimidated both the Reikage and Tsuchikage. Both men, already aggrieved, were proud individuals who would not tolerate repeated insults. Thus, under Tobarama's lead, they exploded with fury. Hashirama and Madara may be formidable, but can they truly face off against three nations? What a jest! Are you suggesting we go to war? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, seemingly on the brink of explosion, Hashirama, who had remained silent since entering, finally spoke. His bright, dark eyes curved into crescent moons, and with his hands clasped on the table, a meaningful smile graced his handsome face. Observing the smiling Hashirama across from him, Reikage and Tsuchikage exchanged glances before turning their attention to the somewhat bewildered first Mizukage, Tobarama. It seemed they had reached a tacit agreement among themselves. Indeed, if Konoha refused to distribute the tailed beasts freely and cede territory to them, the three nations would unite and launch an assault on Konoha. Tobarama exclaimed, "What? Attack Konoha? Me?" Yet, before he could fully process this shocking development, another loud bang on the table drew everyone's attention. Reito was furious. Witnessing the three leaders united against a common foe ignited the latent fire within him. Remembering the 2,200 gold he had lost, along with the humiliation they suffered at the hands of Hakuju, Reito slammed his palm down, shattering the peace talks table. Rising in anger, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, he glared at Hakuju, his voice filled with rage and determination. Indeed, our four nations will join forces to attack Konoha. No matter how strong you think you are, you cannot withstand the onslaught led by the four shadows of our coalition. Tobarama was taken aback. For shadows? Where are the four shadows? Does he count? Is he really going to join us in attacking Konoha? Tobarama was utterly dumbfounded. He only intended to confront Madara, yet suddenly it escalated to a declaration of war. Why had the situation spiraled so drastically? Who could explain what had transpired? Furthermore, it appeared he was the catalyst for this impending assault. Shockingly, the traitor was none other than himself. Hashirama raised his gaze, taking in the expressions of the four individuals across from him, and could not help but chuckle, clearly entertained by their reactions. The mirth in his eyes swelled, and he stood, exchanging a glance with Madara. Upon seeing the slight upward curve of Madara's eyes, Hashirama's lips curled into a satisfied smile. All right then, if you wish for battle, let us commence. Tobarama was in disbelief. What? How did we suddenly arrive at war? Why has my brother accepted this conflict? Wasn't he the one advocating for peace? What went wrong? Chapter 34. The most courageous man in the ninja world emerges. I hereby declare, the first ninja world war officially begins. As Madara carried Hakuju away from the conference hall, Hakuju was still in a daze. Upon returning to their quarters, he was jolted back to reality by the anxious arrival of the daimyo of the land of rice. Wait, why has war suddenly broken out? Although this was the very outcome he had secretly desired, it seemed to have materialized far too effortlessly. He realized he had barely spoken a few words. Hakuju reclined on the soft couch, his brow furrowed. Even the thought of a snack was unappealing. He felt an unsettling oddity in the air, as everything unfolded too smoothly. It was as if Hashirama and Madara had orchestrated this conflict from the start. Was their intention always to go to war? But how could that be? Hashirama was undoubtedly a proponent of peace. Why would he deliberately seek war? Could it be that Madara's presence had subtly influenced Hashirama's perspective? Yet, the change was too drastic, transforming from a humble request for peace to a bold declaration of war among the four nations. Is this the power of love? Having overheard Hakuju's inner musings, Madara and Hashirama exchanged knowing smiles, aware of Hakuju's thoughts, a little secret between them. Since it was clear that the peace agreement method could not secure tranquility, they would naturally explore an alternative approach. Hashirama was kind-hearted but not naive. War would inevitably lead to many casualties among the villages, and if conflict was unavoidable, he would prefer to initiate it himself and conclude it with minimal loss. However, upon hearing the last remark, Madara's lips involuntarily twitched, and he quickly distanced himself from Hashirama, his face displaying a look of disdain. Love, my foot. I must instill a proper mindset in this little one. He shouldn't go on about love all day. It's nauseating. Although Hashirama has become quite handsome, he remains tiresome. Hashirama looked aggrieved. What did I do? Why am I being misunderstood again? Hashirama, Tobarama, why are we suddenly heading toward war? At this moment, the flustered daimyo of the land of rice rushed to the sides of Hashirama and Madara, having lost a shoe in his haste. Yet, he could not care less about appearances as he urgently inquired, wasn't this 5 Kage summit meant to forge a peace treaty? How could it devolve into a declaration of war in less than half an hour? Hearing the daimyo's question, Hashirama sheepishly rubbed his nose. After all, when he had contacted the daimyo, he had promised that peace would be achieved at this summit. He had assured that the land of rice, as the host of the first 5 Kage summit's peace treaty, would receive significant benefits. Just as Naruto would draw people to Konoha after the war, many would flock to the land of rice for tourism. Yet now, the situation had taken a complete 180-degree turn. The peaceful talks had abruptly transformed into a declaration of war, and soon, when others mentioned the land of rice, it would only evoke thoughts of brutal conflict. Who would want to visit their land after such turmoil? Hence, the daimyo was in a frenzy. He had already grasped the gist of the negotiations. The land of fire had declared war on the other 4 nations, and the shadows from the other 4 countries had left in a fit of righteous anger, vowing to form a coalition to assault the land of fire. The prospects of war seemed nearly inevitable. The economy of the land of rice was already fragile. If war broke out, they would undoubtedly be the first to suffer due to their proximity to the land of fire. Hashirama understood the daimyo's anxiety, but could not think of a comforting solution, casting a desperate glance at Madara. However, upon receiving his plea for help, Madara promptly closed his eyes, uninterested. Why should he concern himself with such troublesome diplomatic matters? He thought, since conflict was already on the horizon, they might as well conquer the world. But Hashirama clearly did not share this perspective. Rubbing his nose and scratching his head, he tentatively asked the anxious little daimyo, "What if we offer you some compensation after the war? Since conflict seems unavoidable, we can assist you in rebuilding afterward." Hashirama's intention was straightforward, understanding that the battle was inevitable and could not occur within the borders of the land of fire. It would likely spill over into the land of rice. Thus, he thought it reasonable to help restore their land and provide some compensation afterward, especially since he was adept at using wood release techniques, making him skilled at both ecological restoration and construction. This seemed the most rational and effective approach under the circumstances. Having overheard Hashirama's dialogue with the daimyo of the land of rice, Hakuju, who had been deep in thought, suddenly lifted his gaze. He was no longer troubled. After all, he was in a fanfiction world, and the future trajectory was bound to differ. Since the outcome is progressing in a positive direction, there is no need for him to delve deeply into the process. However, upon overhearing the discussions among Hashirama and others about post-war reconstruction, Baijio suddenly found himself struck by a peculiar thought. Post-war reconstruction? Why not simply incorporate the land of rice into the fire country, much like that so-called vassal state? Baijio, unlike a diligent learner, remained in a state of half-understanding regarding human knowledge, aside from the snippets gleaned from scrolling through videos on his phone. He was virtually illiterate. He vaguely recalled concepts like the feudal system and the county system, which seemed to pertain to this matter. Hashirama's ears twitched, yet he could not discern the underlying meaning. He was well aware of the existence of vassal states in the ninja world. Nonetheless, it ultimately depended on whether the daimyo of the land of rice was agreeable. Hashirama believed no ruler would willingly pay taxes to another without cause. At least, he himself would not appreciate it. Yet, the unfolding events took Hashirama by surprise. The chubby daimyo of the land of rice, upon hearing Hashirama's words, appeared to confirm that Hashirama's stance remained amicable, and his small eyes gleamed with excitement. The previous confusion on his face vanished instantly as he eagerly grasped Hashirama's hand and sincerely proposed, "Lord Hashirama, if that is the case, why not have Konoha incorporate the land of rice?" Hashirama, Madara's eyes widened in curiosity as he regarded the now exhilarated chubby daimyo. Even Baijio was momentarily taken aback. The chubby daimyo was perpetually full of surprises. "Seriously, buddy, if you keep this up, I might actually question whether you're a local." However, the daimyo of the land of rice had become quite enthusiastic, as evidenced by the spark in his eyes, seemingly harboring a premeditated plan. It made one wonder if the shoe he had lost earlier had intentionally gone missing. "You see, Lord Hashirama, our land of rice lacks its own ninja village, and as a result, the citizens often fall prey to passing rogues or bandits. With war imminent, the land of rice is bound to become a wasteland. Therefore, I propose we temporarily relocate all residents of the land of rice to the fire country during the conflict, allowing them to return once the fighting ceases. This way, we can avoid significant and meaningless casualties while preserving our human resources for post-war economic reconstruction." Upon hearing this, Hashirama abruptly interjected, "Are you not concerned that the people of the land of rice may refuse to return after the war? That would lead to the demise of the land of rice." The implication of Hashirama's words was clear. Should the land of rice perish, the daimyo would lose everything he currently possessed along with it. Sending all his subjects to another nation would be utterly devastating for any ruler. The daimyo paused momentarily, then broke into a broad smile, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth. "Isn't it far better than perishing with this country? As long as the people remain, home remains. This is a responsibility I must shoulder as the daimyo of the land of rice. If the land of rice truly falls, I hope, Lord Hashirama, that you will treat my people kindly." Listening to the daimyo's words, the mouths of Hashirama and his companions fell slightly agape. This chubby fellow has quite the vision and resolve. I must admit, I've underestimated you. From now on, I shall refrain from calling you chubby. My friend, you are a true man. To willingly sacrifice one's rights and status for the protection of one's people, I, Uchiha Baijio, hereby declare you the most courageous man in the ninja world. Chapter 35, Lord Mizukage, we shall meet on the battlefield. The daimyo of the land of rice departed, leaving with the exuberance of a child. Hashirama did not reject his proposal, as he too found the approach commendable. Furthermore, the fire country decided to promptly journey to several neighboring small nations, aiming to clear the area surrounding the fire country to minimize the devastation brought by war. This impending conflict was unavoidable, and relocating a significant number of people to the fire country would require time. They could not afford to be too leisurely. However, just as they were about to leave, an unexpected guest arrived. Tobarama had come. "Big brother, why didn't you bring me along to the 5 Kage summit?" Tobarama, donned in the Mizukage's hat, stormed toward Hashirama, his eyes, usually filled with reason and wisdom, now wide with indignation, clearly expressing his frustration. Why had Hashirama brought Madara but not him, his clever and handsome younger brother? Observing Tobarama's furious approach and the hat atop his head, Hashirama and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Goodness, is he becoming addicted to the Mizukage role? He hasn't even removed the transformation technique. Yet, Tobarama paid no mind to such details. Having previously donned the first Mizukage's entire attire for authenticity, he remained in character even after dispelling the transformation technique. What he was most concerned about was the sudden onset of war. This question was far more pressing than the fact that Hashirama had abandoned him. This contradicted their earlier conclusion reached in Konoha. Therefore, before Hashirama could respond to his initial inquiry, Tobarama launched into a series of reproaches. "Big brother, Initiating war now is detrimental to us. The economy of the Fire Country had just begun to show signs of improvement. This battle will obliterate that progress. Moreover, the daimyo will not agree to our declaration of war. Our budget for this year is already clearly laid out. We have no funds for warfare. Even if we must fight, we should do so unexpectedly and systematically, rather than openly declaring our intentions and inviting them to retaliate. Tobarama's tirade left Hashirama quite bewildered, prompting him to hastily wave his hands to interrupt Tobarama's incessant chatter. Tobarama, are you suggesting that I should refrain from going to war? Absolutely. Only peace can foster the better development of our nation. Rest assured, big brother, with a more tempered attitude, the 5 Kage summit can surely reach an agreement. Tobarama nodded earnestly in acknowledgement of Hashirama's thoughts. He genuinely wished to avoid war at this juncture. If Hashirama were to head to the front lines, what would become of Madara in Konoha? Would he be there to defend them? What could he possibly do? Furthermore, Hashirama was no longer young. Should any unforeseen incidents occur on the battlefield, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer immensely. Tobarama's perspective held merit from Konoha's standpoint. His approach was undoubtedly the most conservative and prudent. No one could ascertain whether Madara might turn against Konoha once Hashirama was on the battlefield, or whether he might strike Hashirama during combat. Tobarama, who harbored a considerable bias against the Uchiha, believed the likelihood of such an event was quite high. Thus, he did not feel secure about commencing war while Madara was still alive. He openly expressed his concerns, unabashedly addressing Madara and Baijio, occasionally casting sidelong glances at Madara. He had not forgotten the 2 slaps from earlier. However, upon hearing Tobarama's words, Hashirama exhibited a perplexed expression. He glanced at Madara and Baijio, then back at Tobarama, who was solemnly demanding he sign a peace treaty. How had the once radical Tobarama become the voice of caution? Initially, he had urged Hashirama to declare war, yet now he was advocating for a cessation of hostilities? This white-haired fellow is quite the schemer. Hashirama, do not trust him. If we conquer the 4 nations now, there will be no further wars. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth we accumulate, it will only serve as reparations in the future. Baijio had also listened to Tobarama's words, finding no surprise in his wariness towards him and Madara. After all, Tobarama's perspective remains unchanged. His few words cannot alter his bias against the Uchiha clan. However, he finds himself in disagreement with Hakuju's ideals of peace and development. Did we not witness the humiliation of the year of the Shinsho? Without strength, even the wealth of a nation merely transforms into a tool for others to exploit. Tobarama paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to Hakuju, who was cradled in Madara's arms. A flicker of contemplation and doubt appeared in his eyes. This Ninetails seems to possess more understanding than he had anticipated and speaks with considerable reason. Intelligent individuals often comprehend one another best, and as the master of forbidden techniques within the ninja world, Tobarama undoubtedly qualifies as a highly astute individual. Just upon hearing Hakuju's statement, he realized that the latter was unequivocally correct. The growth of Konoha necessitates a peaceful environment, and coupled with the unpredictable threat posed by Uchiha Madara, he is reluctant to instigate war. However, should they lose the strength commensurate with their development, all progress would merely serve to benefit others. Tobarama, I have grasped your thoughts. At that moment, Hashirama's contemplative voice suddenly broke the silence, catching Tobarama off guard. Having been swayed by Hakuju's words and contemplating the acceptability of war, he was about to respond when Hashirama's next utterance left him speechless. With a deep breath, Hashirama adopted a serious demeanor and solemnly patted Tobarama's shoulder, looking into his eyes with gravity. Your Excellency, the first water shadow, while your reasoning holds merit, the decisions of Konoha do not require your intervention. You should focus on how to prepare for battle. Tobarama. Wait, what is happening? Brother, please refrain from calling me that. Refer to me as Your Excellency, the Hokage. Though you may bear a resemblance to my inept brother, I assure you, I shall show no mercy should we meet on the battlefield. Tobarama's eyes widened in shock, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Could it be that this was taken to such an extreme? Was he being expelled from the Senju clan? Even Madara and Hakuju were momentarily taken aback. However, once they grasped Hashirama's intent, Hakuju burst into laughter. Madara could not suppress a chuckle either. Observing the bewildered Tobarama, he strode forward while cradling Hakuju, mockingly saying, First Water Shadow, We shall meet on the battlefield. With that, Madara took long strides ahead. Wait, brother, that is not what I meant. This attire was just a last-minute acquisition. Tobarama felt a chill run down his spine at Madara's words. Heaven forbid, would Madara truly strike him down on the battlefield? With the Susanoo relentlessly pursuing him, he would be in grave danger. Gazing at Hashirama before him, he yearned to defend himself, explaining that his attire was merely a disguise to infiltrate the 5 Kage summit. The first water shadow and his guard were still lying in a filthy ditch. However, as he began to speak, Hashirama interrupted him with action. Hashirama's eyes reflected a mix of reluctance, reassurance, and delight in seeing Tobarama thrive. He adjusted Tobarama's water shadow hat and shot him an encouraging look, patting his shoulder. Your Excellency, the water shadow, good luck. We shall meet on the battlefield. With that, he dashed off to chase after Madara, calling out as he ran, Madara, Hakuju, wait for me. As the 3 figures receded into the distance, Tobarama stood alone, clad in the water shadow's ceremonial robe and hat, feeling utterly disheveled in the wind. The situation seems to be spiraling toward an uncontrollable direction. Chapter 36. A pensive Hashirama and Madara. Let me tell you a story after the brief encounter with the first water shadow. Over the following days, Hakuju and the others bid farewell to the daimyo of the land of rice. The duo, accompanied by a fox, began to persuade the daimyos of the neighboring nations surrounding the land of fire, hoping to encourage them to follow the example of the land of rice's daimyo and relocate their citizens within the borders of the land of fire. However, their efforts bore little fruit, as nearly all the daimyos were reluctant to send their taxpayers to another nation. Not even the esteemed ninja god could assure them enough to sway their decision. One afternoon, Hakuju was dozing atop a sturdy tree branch. The warm sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon him, while the air was infused with the fragrance of sunshine. The cool autumn breeze was refreshing, and a fluffy little fox rested nearby, occasionally stretching its paws to scratch its belly and behind, creating a scene of serene beauty and tranquility. Below, Hashirama and Madara sat together on a small hillside, gazing at the distant scenery. However, what lay beneath the hill was not picturesque. A rather sizable village was engulfed in flames, with the sounds of battle cries, screams, and children weeping echoing through the air. While the sun shone brightly and the autumn atmosphere thrived on the mountain, the valley below was filled with the cries of despair, chaos reigning supreme. A band of mountain bandits was attacking the village. A group of around 20 bandits, emboldened by the presence of 2 Chunin, dared to assault a village of over 100 inhabitants. Are we not going to assist them? Madara inquired, observing the calm demeanor of Hashirama, who typically would have rushed to their aid without hesitation. Yet today, he remained unusually composed. Upon hearing Madara's question, Hashirama let out a self-deprecating laugh, his face marked by resignation and bitterness. What good would it do? I can save them this time, but what about the next? The time after that? I cannot perpetually remain here to rescue them, can I? At that moment, Hashirama felt a sense of melancholy. In their recent travels, they had visited most of the neighboring countries surrounding the land of fire. Aside from a few particularly small nations with populations of nearly hundreds and some villages unaffiliated with any nation, upon learning of the impending war in the ninja world, they had decided to relocate outside the borders of the land of fire. Yet, not a single nation with a population exceeding 1,000 had agreed to their proposal. Even when faced with the prospect of their nations being obliterated in the forthcoming war, leading to severe casualties, they remained unwilling to seek assistance from the land of fire. At least within their own territories, they retained their status as esteemed daimyos and nobles. However, should they move to the land of fire, their fates would lie in the hands of Hashirama and the daimyo of the land of fire. If their populations were detained there, not allowing them to return, would that not mean the end of their nations? They lacked the courage to forsake their wealth and status to become commoners. Nor did they possess the resolve of the daimyo of the land of rice, who relocated the entire nation for the sake of the people. Thus, their efforts over the past few days yielded minimal results. The lives saved were but a drop in the ocean once war erupted. The surrounding land of fire would undoubtedly become a graveyard filled with the fallen and cries of lament. Madara noticed the somber mood enveloping Hashirama. Not only Hashirama, but Madara too felt a strange sensation within himself. He, too, was a gentle soul. He would help a fallen girl to her feet and offer food and comfort to stray cats and dogs. The path he ultimately took in the original narrative stemmed merely from the manipulation of Kaguya and the resentment of being distrusted by anyone. In the days spent traveling with Hashirama, he had encountered numerous nations and their daimyos. Some nations, despite being labeled as such, had populations comparable to a village in the Land of Fire. Their so-called palaces were nothing more than slightly larger, rudimentary thatched huts, even inferior to the homes of villagers in Konoha. The people of those nations often lacked adequate clothing and food. They had extended their hands in goodwill, promising to welcome them into the Land of Fire, where they could enjoy a life free from the harassment of mountain bandits. Yet, even under such conditions, their proposals were consistently rebuffed by the leaders of those nations. The bewilderment of Hashirama and Madara was palpable. Why, one might ask? Clearly, relocating to the Land of Fire would promise them a better existence. Yet their proposals were utterly disregarded by the leader of that land. Later, upon witnessing the robust young leader oppressing the villagers through sheer force, compelling them to toil while he lounged in comfort, indulging in the finest resources, they came to a harsh realization. It was not that he was unwilling to improve their circumstances. Rather, he reveled in his current position, deriving pleasure from his power and the satisfaction it brought, an exhilaration that no material wealth could compensate for. Consequently, an enraged Hashirama took the leader's life, attempting to persuade the remaining villagers to migrate to the Land of Fire. However, instead of gratitude, the villagers resented Hashirama for slaying the very leader who had ostensibly protected them. Despite the leader's shortcomings, the villagers were averse to change, yearning to maintain the tranquility of their previous lives. This left both Hashirama and Madara feeling deeply wounded and profoundly fatigued, not in body, but in spirit. They sensed a malaise afflicting the world. Hashirama once believed that ending the strife would save the world, yet after days of exploration, he recognized the naivety of his previous convictions. His perspective had been exceedingly narrow. He could see only the small confines of the Hidden Leaf Village while failing to grasp the greater, more intricate realities beyond. Just as Hashirama and Madara fell into silence, a whimsical voice floated in with the autumn breeze. They were startled to see Baijio, who had somehow descended from a tree, though his tail still clung to a branch. With a gentle smile, he observed the troubled expressions of Hashirama and Madara and found it amusing. Who would have thought that the two most powerful men in the ninja world could be so vexed by such trivial matters? Are they pure-hearted or merely foolish? Feeling somewhat chastised, Hashirama asked Baijio if true peace could ever be attained in this world. This question had lingered in both his and Madara's minds throughout the past few days. Although they had heard plenty from Baijio, most of it was mere banter and idle musings. Baijio seemed more of an outsider, a spectator who focused solely on superficial appearances, rarely delving deeper into the issues at hand. Thus, Hashirama felt compelled to inquire directly, knowing that Baijio possessed much wisdom and might provide the answers they sought. Even Madara lifted his gaze, intrigued by the little orange fox swinging above them, eager to hear Baijio's perspective. If this world was indeed so flawed, what path lay ahead for them? They could eradicate the current turmoil with ease, establishing a peaceful order among the four nations. But what of the future? Eventually, they too would pass, and even if they bequeathed a prosperous era, time would erase all. No fortress, no matter how formidable, could withstand the erosion of the human heart. Would their efforts then hold any significance? The concept of peace is indeed a profound inquiry. Allow me to share a tale. Baijio began. It was a bitterly cold winter when a solitary figure named Hashirama encountered a broken bowl. Chapter 37. On the public discourse of war, Mito must strike. What are you trying to convey? Hashirama and Madara listened in confusion, entirely lost on the point Baijio was attempting to make. Observing their bewilderment, Baijio clicked his tongue, his tail releasing its grip to swing down atop Hashirama's head. You must learn to see beyond appearances. Look, Hashirama, with just a broken bowl, he achieved great unity. What do you two lack now? Is that really the crux of it? Hashirama timidly raised his hand, feeling that perhaps the emphasis should not be on a broken bowl. Don't interrupt. Maintain your silence while I recount my story. In any case, do not be disheartened. You must learn from experience and innovate. Oh, I almost forgot. It is not your fault that the feudal lords refuse to heed your words. After all, not everyone possesses the enlightenment of someone like our little friend. So, what you can do is make them regret their choices. People do not teach well. Only when confronted with the facts will they recognize our correctness. Baijio had spent several days contemplating how to guide them, finally distilling his thoughts into this metaphorical broth. Hashirama scratched his head, finding Baijio's assertions somewhat perplexing, akin to a convoluted mathematical problem that even its originator failed to grasp. Madara, did you understand? Hashirama turned to Madara, hoping he might have comprehended the message. However, upon glancing back, he found the same confusion mirrored in Madara's eyes. Clearly, he too was baffled. Baijio, witnessing his carefully concocted wisdom go unabsorbed by the two, let out a resigned sigh. With his little paws resting behind his back, he squatted on Hashirama's head, shaking it ruefully. These children are impossible to teach. You, Hashirama, are beyond redemption. Hashirama felt as though he had just been scolded. This isn't our fault. Your words are simply too obscure for any reasonable person to comprehend. Do not question me. It is merely your lack of intelligence. Baijio indignantly tugged at a strand of Hashirama's hair, eliciting a yelp of surprise from him. Observing the playful squabble, Madara chuckled softly, shaking his head as he separated the two mischief makers. He appreciated Baijio's intentions, even if he had not fully grasped them. Ultimately, they had no choice but to trust that their path was the right one, as there was no turning back. Only by reaching the end would they discern truth from error. Let us return to the hidden leaf. Given the passage of time, it is time to initiate strategic preparations and address the matter of relocation. Cradling the rambunctious Baijio, Madara cast a final glance at the rising flames before turning resolutely toward the land of fire. Such was the reality. They could not save everyone, not at this moment. To achieve genuine peace and fulfill their youthful aspirations, the ninja world would need to endure a profound upheaval. Only through the trials of war would the value of peace be truly cherished. This understanding resonated with Madara, reflecting his customary approach, and aligned closely with the path he traversed in the original narrative. However, unlike before, this time he was not alone. Madara, Baijio is pulling my hair. How about we starve him today? Hashirama, his hair disheveled and styled into a messy nest, caught up to Madara, proposing mischief with a mischievous grin as they observed Baijio, who had been scolded by Madara. Madara glanced at Hashirama, then looked down at Baijio, still wriggling in his embrace, and chuckled softly, releasing his hold. You may negotiate with him. In an instant, a flash of orange surged toward Hashirama's face. Take this. You ungrateful child. Under the morning sun, the sounds of their playful altercation echoed into the distance, carried away by the wind. What? Are we about to go to war? In the Hidden Leaf village, although Hashirama and the others had not yet returned, the news of an impending war had already reached this place. What? The four nations are launching an attack? Does this mean that the land of fire is on the brink of destruction? Surely not. With Hashirama-sama here, we should be able to hold our ground, right? However, we only have one Hokage, while they possess 4 Kage. How can we possibly contend against such odds? Should we flee at once? After the announcement of war against the 4 nations reached the Hidden Leaf, the village quickly descended into a state of turmoil. The streets were abuzz with rumors of impending conflict, yet the prevailing sentiment seemed somewhat awry. The villagers appeared to harbor misunderstandings about their Hokage, believing that one Hokage could not possibly stand against a wind, thunder, water, and earth shadow. On the surface, it was indeed difficult for the average villager to believe in their victory. Yet, the Hokage is none other than Senju Hashirama. Only those who have faced him firsthand could comprehend the utter despair of standing against him. To date, the only person who has truly confronted the full might of Hashirama and lived to tell the tale is Madara. The Hidden Leaf village was originally comprised solely of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The remaining families and commoners joined the village only months after its establishment. 8 years had been sufficient for the common folk to forget the formidable power of the God of Shinobi from the Warring States period. Hence the unprecedented chorus of despair echoing through the village. This was the first great ninja war, a harbinger of the unknown. And the uncertainty that lay ahead instilled a profound sense of dread. Moreover, given the information at hand, the villagers of the Hidden Leaf were not optimistic about their chances in a 1-on-4 confrontation against the unknown strength of their adversaries. News spread rapidly, and soon all the clans of the Hidden Leaf were aware of the situation, creating an atmosphere rife with speculation and unrest. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito sat within the Hokage office, overwhelmed by a mountain of paperwork. As she absent-mindedly picked up a stack of letters and perused them, most contained pleas urging her not to go to war. Mito had already read countless such letters. What a handful these people were. When Mito uttered this, it was with a mix of exasperation and barely contained frustration. Heaven knows how she had managed these past few days. Ever since marrying into the Senju clan, she had diligently supported Hashirama in his endeavors for over a decade. After finally helping this well-meaning but somewhat naive man establish a legacy, she had hoped to enjoy a peaceful life, leisurely strolling through the streets, playing mahjong, and snacking in her garden. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself thrust into the role of acting Hokage due to the absence of Hashirama and his companions. It is important to note that the current Hidden Leaf has no concept of elders. Hashirama was a dedicated Hokage, personally overseeing nearly all matters. Previously, Mito had adhered to the principle of not interfering in governance, remaining behind the scenes since the village's establishment. Even when Hashirama had been otherwise occupied, Tobarama would assume the role of acting Hokage to manage affairs. This was the first time both Hashirama and Tobarama were absent simultaneously. Therefore, it was Mito's inaugural experience as Hokage, and what a monumental challenge it was. Gazing at the towering pile of documents, Mito felt utterly overwhelmed. Being Hokage was indeed no small task. With her teeth clenched, she couldn't help but feel her chest tighten at the thought of Hashirama likely frolicking with Madara while she was left to endure this drudgery. No, she couldn't continue as Hokage any longer. I shall go on strike. Lady Mito, a letter from the daimyo has arrived. Chapter 38. Turbulence beneath the peace. A marriage proposal. The daimyo? Bring it forth. A strike was impossible. She could never abandon the legacy built by her husband. With a sigh, Mito reluctantly set aside her fantasies of rebellion for the day. She merely hoped that Hashirama and Tobarama would return swiftly. She truly had no desire to remain in this position. A Senju ninja entered, delivering the letter from the daimyo. Mito confirmed the seal and the envelope's condition before opening the letter. As she skimmed through it, her brow furrowed deeper. The daimyo's letter conveyed a singular message: do not go to war. Mito's headache returned. Truth be told, she struggled to understand why the first great ninja war was suddenly upon them. Hashirama was a staunch advocate for peace, often whispering to her how wonderful it would be if the ninja world could be free of conflict. Yet, according to the information she had received, it was Hashirama who initiated the declaration of war against the four great nations. It was all very perplexing. Mito even wondered if Hashirama had been possessed by someone else. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom him taking such drastic measures. This was no mere conflict between ninja clans of the warring states. This was a world war among the 5 most powerful nations and their respective villages. Once ignited, the scale of this war would affect an unfathomable number of lives. Mito could hardly believe that the man who so often preached peace and compassion could act in such a manner. Truly, it was beyond her comprehension. Lady Mito, the heads of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans wish to see you. Just as Mito was lost in thought over the daimyo's letter, the Senju ninja returned to inform her. Let them in. Not refusing when she heard it was the heads of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Mito was acquainted with both and had met with Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. Given the circumstances, she was quite eager to hear their opinions and insights. Soon, Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimura Jiro entered, greeting Mito before directly addressing their purpose. Lady Mito, regarding the matter of war. I have no authority to decide on matters of war. We shall wait for Hashirama's return to discuss further, Mito interjected, aware of their intent to gather intelligence and gain the upper hand. Such ulterior motives did not sit well with her. However, it was of little consequence to her. She was merely acting Hokage for a few days. As if feeling their intentions had been exposed, Sarutobi Sasuke chuckled awkwardly and then smoothly transitioned to another topic. Lady Mito, I have heard that you are soon to welcome the birth of Hashirama-sama's granddaughter. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Mito raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the sudden change in conversation. Yet she followed suit. Indeed, Tsunade will likely be born next month. Senju Tsunade, a name that signifies steadfast resolve and great strength. Truly fitting for the granddaughter of Lady Mito. Lady Mito. Mito found herself somewhat speechless at Sasuke's remarks. The name had actually come to her in a moment of inspiration when Hashirama had forgotten to wash his hands after picking his nose and was kicked out of bed. She had initially named her Steel Foot, but after a stern reprimand, it was changed to Tsunade. Regardless of her thoughts on the matter, Sasuke had achieved his goal. A sincere smile graced his lips as he earnestly addressed Mito. Lady Mito, I have a second son who will be turning 1 next month. He is exceptionally talented and handsome. Coincidentally, The little princess is also to be born next month, and I would like to arrange a betrothal between her and my son to celebrate her birth." As soon as he spoke, the office fell into an eerie silence. Mito remained quiet, her sharp gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the beaming Sarutobi Sasuke. As she gazed upon Sarutobi Sasuke's rather unseemly grin, her silence was deafening. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the room, Sarutobi Sasuke awkwardly scratched his face, yet undeterred, he continued his pitch. "If the second son is unsuitable, the eldest son will do. Lord Hisashi has seen him. He is 7 parts as handsome as I am, and has been accepted as a disciple by Lord Hisashi. His future accomplishments are bound to be limitless." Mizukawa, recalling the face of Sarutobi Hisashi, which bore an 8-part resemblance to a monkey, felt goosebumps rise on her arms. It became evident to her what intentions this old fellow harbored. Perhaps it is best to let this go. After all, little Tsunade has yet to be born. Who knows? I might be mistaken, and she could very well be a boy. Mizukawa offered a polite, yet dignified smile, gently declining Sarutobi Sasuke's proposal. To arrange a marriage for a child, yet to be born sounded utterly preposterous. Though Tsunade's father was no longer present, and her mother was merely a commoner, they had no right to interfere in Tsunade's life. Mizukawa's words were exceedingly tactful, yet Sarutobi Sasuke seemed resolute in not letting this opportunity slip away. If they missed this chance, they would find it difficult to secure such a favorable arrangement again. Stepping forward, Sarutobi Sasuke's tone grew somewhat more assertive, and the respectful smile on his face diminished significantly. "Mizukawa, even if the child is born a boy, I can always bear another girl." Upon hearing this, Mizukawa's smile turned dark, as she met Sarutobi Sasuke's almost mocking gaze with a cold laugh. The insatiable wolf, no matter how adept at disguise, would inevitably reveal its claws upon spotting its prey. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I simply wish to strengthen ties with the Senju clan, especially given the imminent war. With your promise, we can devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the service of Konoha." Currently, Konoha was rife with anxiety over the news of war, with voices against it echoing throughout. If even the prominent clans did not support the war, defeat would be inevitable. Thus, I implore you, Mizukawa, to lend your support. "Are you threatening me? Do you intend to rebel?" Mizukawa rose abruptly, her stunning features marred by fury. As she moved, a terrifying aura erupted from her, an invisible pressure striking Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimurajiro like a heavy hammer to their chests. Both men gasped, a rush of metallic sweetness flooding their throats, which they forced down with great effort. They were utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that Uzumaki Mizukawa would be this formidable. Her mere chakra pressure was enough to force 2 elite jonin to cough up blood. They had grossly misjudged her strength and her resolve. Since joining Konoha, they had only heard of Mizukawa spending her days shopping and chatting, assuming her to be a frail housewife. Yet, they had never imagined she could retaliate so fiercely in the face of their threats. Chakra surged within Sarutobi Sasuke as he braced against Mizukawa's oppression, forcing a strained smile and softening his tone. "Mizukawa, you worry too much. I merely wish to arrange a betrothal with Princess Tsunade. If you are unwilling, we shall take our leave." Upon hearing his words, Mizukawa let out a cold huff, retracting her overwhelming presence. With war approaching, internal strife was indeed ill-advised. Feeling the weight lift from their shoulders, Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimurajiro exchanged glances, confirming their understanding before hastily retreating from the Hokage's office. Watching their hasty departure, Mizukawa could not help but scoff. What audacity to think they could marry my little Tsunade. Bah, such an ugly fellow, dreaming so grandly. Were it not for her position as acting Hokage, she would have certainly given them both a thorough reprimand. Threatening her, thinking she was an easy target? However, just 2 hours after Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimurajiro were dismissed, Mizukawa received a joint letter of protest from several clans in Konoha. Observing the names of the Sarutobi, Shimura, and several prominent and minor clans on the letter, her expression darkened significantly. Chapter 39, The Fierce Red-Haired Lioness. Baijio is opening a shop. Uzumaki Mizukawa gazed at the protest letter before her, which bore the signatures of most of the small to medium-sized clans in Konoha. Coupled with the rising anti-war sentiments and opposition from the daimyo's side, regardless of what Hashirama thought, this war might never come to pass. What should be done? Although Mizukawa was still unaware of Hashirama's reasoning for initiating war, she firmly believed he had his own rationale. If he spoke of war, there must be a reason behind it. After years of camaraderie, She had immense trust in Hashirama's decisions, knowing he was not one to act impulsively. Mizukawa's gaze hardened as she tore the joint letter into shreds. These clans were merely seizing the opportunity presented by the current situation, wagering that Konoha needed their support. And if they insisted on opposing the war, Konoha would indeed have little recourse. Konoha was not a dictatorship ruled solely by the Senju, which is why there were methods for Tobarama to garner support in the establishment of the future Elder Council. But at this juncture, to alter the situation, they could only. Home is indeed the most comfortable place. Baiju leapt onto the lawn of her small courtyard, having been away for some time. The grass had grown lush, and lying upon it felt incredibly soft. The air was filled with sunlight and the scent of nature, which was very pleasant. Observing Baiju, who was joyfully rolling on the ground, Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances, a hint of relaxation on their faces. Indeed, returning home brought a sense of ease. However, their relief was short-lived. Upon their return to the village, they had not concealed their presence, and many in Konoha had noticed them. The news quickly reached Mizukawa's ears. Then, Mizukawa came storming in. Senju Hashirama, explain to me why you suddenly decided to go to war. Her voice, reminiscent of a roaring tigress, sent shivers through both Baiju, who had been rolling on the grass, and Hashirama, who had just seated himself for a sip of tea in the sun. The overwhelming sense of pressure was unmistakable. In the next moment, they witnessed a figure with flowing red hair, akin to a crazed lion, charging into the courtyard, locking onto Hashirama's presence with fierce intent. Senju Hashirama, you've been having quite the leisure time outside. The 5 Kage summit ended half a month ago. Where have you been playing all this time? Mizukawa's speed was astonishing. The gust of wind she created almost swept Baiju off her feet. At that moment, Mizukawa bore no trace of her former grace and composure, embodying the essence of a madwoman, radiating an aura of ferocity. Her crimson hair billowed behind her as she dashed to Hashirama, seizing his ear with a fierce grip. Ow, ow, ow. Mizukawa, be gentle. I wasn't playing. I was handling serious matters. Hashirama cried out, feeling as though his ear was about to be twisted off. You expect me to believe that? You old rascal. Don't think I'm unaware of your escapade since leaving the land of rice, gallivanting about the land of fire. Mizukawa exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. While I sit in the office, you indulge in all the pleasures of life. You've grown quite bold. Mizukawa, please calm down. My ear is innocent. Just let me explain. Hashirama pleaded, desperately trying to pacify her. Witnessing the chaotic scene of domestic turmoil unfolding, Madara, seated beside Hashirama with a teacup in hand, quietly stood up and discreetly distanced himself. Mito, in her fury, has even dared to strike at him. In the past, he merely shared a night of revelry with Hashirama, subsequently dozing off on Hokage Rock, only to find themselves the targets of Mito's wrath. The scene was nothing short of catastrophic. As the enraged Mito pursued the two from Hokage Rock all the way to the Senju clan's territory. Ultimately, it was Hashirama who called Tobarama to teleport them away, thus securing their escape. It wasn't that he couldn't contend with Mito. After all, she was Hashirama's wife, and it would be rather inappropriate to lay hands on her. Madara, are you not inclined to intervene? Wouldn't that risk his demise? At that moment, Hakuju had also climbed up Madara's sleeve and, glancing at Hashirama being pummeled by Mito, expressed his concerns. However, Madara remained unfazed, calmly sipping his tea as he led Hakuju to a seat on the opposite side. Fear not, he won't perish. Mito's medical ninjutsu is quite formidable. Despite Madara's assurance, Hakuju remained skeptical. Hearing the agonized cries, he cautiously peeked out, only to retract his head in haste. Goodness, this is brutal. He now harbored serious doubts that Hashirama's short lifespan could be attributed to Mito's blows. Shifting topics, Hakuju broached the subject of opening a shop. Madara, I wish to establish a store. Could you assist me? What prompts this sudden desire to open a shop? Have I been starving you? Madara replied, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he lifted Hakuju off his shoulder. Weighing Hakuju in his hands, he noted how the young one's face had grown rounder since their first encounter. It seems you haven't gone hungry. You've been eating all day? Hakuju retorted. Am I being compared to a glutton? Madara remained silent, yet his gaze spoke volumes. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hakuju playfully swatted Madara, eliciting a chuckle. Will you help me? Seeing the situation unfold, Madara couldn't help but smile, realizing he couldn't refuse. All right, I'll assist you. What size do you envision? Where will it be located? What will you sell? Hakuju's eyes sparkled with excitement as he climbed onto Madara's shoulder, leaning in to whisper softly, "Just like this, and it will be perfect." Once Mito had thoroughly vented her frustrations on Hashirama, she finally relented. Strangely enough, despite enduring a fierce beating for over 10 minutes, when Hashirama approached Hakuju and Madara, he appeared almost unscathed. Other than a few bruises, he was intact. This was quite unexpected for Hakuju. Given the earlier chaos, he had anticipated Hashirama would be more severely injured. However, his attention was soon diverted to Mito, who was now elegantly arranging her hair. Observing the poised young woman, Hakuju found it hard to reconcile her current grace with the ferocious persona she had just displayed. Is this truly Mito Uzumaki? The women of the Uzumaki clan are indeed formidable. I'm fortunate not to be sealed within her, or I would have nowhere to cry. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, Mito suddenly paused, her keen instincts drawing her gaze to the young boy perched on Madara's shoulder. With no one else around, she instinctively felt the urge to defend herself. How am I fierce? I'm merely a gentle and kind young lady. Yet, before she could voice her protest, Hashirama's laughter interrupted her. Ahaha, Mito, you have a leaf on your head. Allow me to pluck it away. With that, he reached out, tousling the half-arranged hair Mito had just styled. No way, my fists are hardening, Mito exclaimed, sending Hashirama flying with a punch. However, as she approached to deliver another blow, she noticed the words he had scrawled on the ground. Don't reveal anything. Mito paused, her expression shifting as she realized what was happening. Why only tell me about such a delightful occurrence today? Subtly erasing the words with her foot, Mito returned to join Hashirama, Madara, and Hakuju. Casting a glance at the orange-tailed fox on Madara's shoulder, Mito quickly accepted this peculiar situation. So, it merely has the ability to hear thoughts? Such a phenomenon might perplex others, but given the Uzumaki clan's history with the nine-tailed fox, I find it unsurprising. After collecting her thoughts, Mito posed her most pressing question. Why has there been a sudden declaration of war? This has caught everyone off guard, and the entire village is now filled with dissenting voices. The recent events had been a source of great frustration for her, as the anti-war sentiment in Konoha surged under the influence of various clan factions. Thankfully, the Uchiha and Senju clans had continued to support her. Otherwise, she feared the village would descend into chaos before Hashirama and Madara's return. Hashirama's playful demeanor faded as he absorbed Mito's words. From her recounting, he began to grasp the current turmoil in the village. I did not anticipate Tobarama would act so rashly. Thank you for your efforts during this time, he said earnestly, acknowledging that his usually meticulous younger brother had been rather careless in this instance. It seemed that since Madara's return, Tobarama had become impulsive, rushing into the land of rice without proper arrangements and eliminating the first Mizukage to infiltrate the 5 Kage summit. Mito scoffed at Hashirama's words, but refrained from further comment. Their primary focus now lay in addressing the village's issues. Madara and Hakuju remained in the dark, exchanging puzzled glances with Hashirama. What is going on? Has something happened in the village? Hashirama turned to Madara, patting Mito's shoulder. Mito, why don't you explain it? I'd like to hear it as well. Mito shot him a sidelong glance, sighed, and began to elucidate the situation in Konoha. Unbelievable. Sarutobi and the Shimura clan are actually attempting to arrange a marriage. Upon hearing Mito's explanation, Hashirama's fury erupted. My granddaughter hasn't even been born yet, and they're already scheming? For Hashirama, family and friends held paramount importance, especially following the recent loss of his son during a protective mission at the daimyo's estate. The notion of forcing a marriage on his granddaughter was intolerable. Madara, too, wore a grave expression. There was little distinction between Hashirama's granddaughter and his own. Sarutobi and Shimura, is it? Very well. I, Uchiha Madara, shall remember this. Best not let me find an opportunity. Meanwhile, Hakuju, perched on Madara's shoulder, was wide-eyed. Noticing the silence, he timidly raised his hand. Hashirama, what is your granddaughter's name? Her name is Tsunade Senju. Hakuju fell silent, but a moment later, a resounding exclamation resonated in the minds of Hashirama, Madara, and Mito. Incredible! Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade went from master and apprentice to husband and wife. The scene was so beautiful that I could hardly bear to imagine it. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on Hashirama and Madara's faces darkened considerably. For heaven's sake, the Sarutobi clan truly has no shame. In the original narrative, the battle should have taken place only after Hashirama's demise, which would have been several years after the founding of Konoha. By that time, Tobarama had already established the Umbu, and Konoha would have been far more united than it is now. Conversely, Konoha has only been established for a little over a decade. The familial ideologies of the Warring States period are still deeply entrenched, which leads to such petty actions in the face of impending disaster. Although Konoha would later experience similar political struggles, this is an issue that any regime cannot avoid. None of the individuals present are fools. Even without hearing the unspoken thoughts of Hakuju, they understand why such problems arise. The feudal lords do not support the war either. I have received intel indicating that over the past few days, the feudal lords have sent numerous invitations to the lords of the four great nations, seemingly to apologize and request peace talks. Mito's voice was tinged with a subtle grievance towards Hashirama. After all, no one relishes war. Be they the villagers of Konoha or herself. War signifies death. No one wishes for themselves or their loved ones to perish inexplicably on the battlefield. Furthermore, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire is unwilling to bear the risk of potential defeat. Engaging in a one-time battle against the four great nations is a gamble. If victorious, all is well, but if defeated, the economic and political stability of the Land of Fire would undoubtedly face terrifying turmoil. Even if they were to win, the Land of Fire would still bear the blame for instigating a great ninja war that resulted in countless families being torn apart. It is precisely because the war was initiated by Hashirama and his allies that the anti-war sentiments in the village are so pronounced. If others attack us, we shall retaliate. But the notion of instigating a war for no reason is unacceptable. Not only does it cause suffering and financial strain, but it also leads to unnecessary loss of life. Most importantly, many people do not believe victory is attainable. Imagine, your current life is abundant and stable, filled with happiness and warmth at home, surrounded by your spouse and children. Yet, suddenly, your nation demands that you or your family risk never returning from the battlefield. Naturally, many would be unwilling. Hearing Mito's words, Hashirama could only smile bitterly. He sensed the underlying grievance in her tone, yet this was an unavoidable reality. Even if he chose not to fight, after his death, Konoha would still face the onslaught of the four nations. When he is no longer there, the losses for Konoha would only escalate. Since the bomb is destined to explode, it is wiser to prepare thoroughly and detonate it under controlled circumstances, thereby minimizing casualties. Perched on Madara's shoulder and having listened to the conversation, Hakuju gained a clearer understanding of Konoha's current situation. The fact that the entire village opposed war caused her to sigh slightly. Alas, most people can only see immediate gains and losses, but this battle is indeed necessary. Even if we do not fight today, we must eventually engage. If we win, we will be remembered for generations. If we lose, I cannot fathom how we might suffer defeat. Chapter 41. The Deceptive Ninetails. Warfare cannot be solely managed by Hashirama and Madara. Even if they can stand against thousands, their opponents will not merely stand idly by. If it were only the two of them, the coalition of the four nations could simply send a force to circumvent them and attack the interior of the Land of Fire, rendering the battle unnecessary. Thus, even with Hashirama and Madara, the assistance of Konoha's ninjas remains essential. They need not engage directly in combat. Their role is to safeguard the rear while observing the chaos unfold. After much discussion, they ultimately resolved that Hashirama and Madara would personally approach the clans to persuade them. Of course, while it may have been termed persuasion, bringing Madara along was akin to a threat. "Little Q, will you join us?" Madara asked, gently poking the drowsy Hakuju. Have you finished your discussion? Is the supply situation resolved?" Upon hearing Hakuju's words, a resigned smile appeared on his face. Their visit aimed to convince the clans to support the war and, secondly, to secure funding for it. Hashirama felt the first point was not particularly challenging. After all, those clans wishing to thrive in Konoha would inevitably contribute some manpower. However, the second point, securing funds, proved to be more daunting. Ideally, the financial burden should have been borne by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, with the treasury providing funds while Konoha supplied the effort. Yet, before the war had even commenced, the feudal lord was already sending out requests for peace, making it nearly impossible to expect financial support for warfare. Observing the expressions of the others, Hakuju understood and waved her paw at them. "I shall not join. Good luck." Watching the Ninetails wave her paw and communicate effortlessly, Mito's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This little creature was fluffy, with lustrous fur and bright, expressive eyes. It certainly appeared quite precious. Perhaps she could borrow it from Madara in a few days to play a game of mahjong. However, the urgent priority was to quell the anti-war sentiments within the village first. Madara, Hashirama, and Mito departed, planning to start their persuasion efforts with the Hyuga clan. Yet, the stubborn elders of the Hyuga would not be easily swayed. Adequate preparation would be required. As she watched them leave, Hakuju, who had been resting on the grass, quietly opened one eye. Once she confirmed their departure, a smile crept across her face as she swiftly jumped into the house, using her tail to hook a gold ingot before racing towards Konoha. After all, what better place is there to acquire quick funds than a casino? For the sake of a leisurely tomorrow, onward. Lord Hashirama, our Hyuga clan has recently invested in a number of enterprises and is currently facing a shortage of funds. While we can spare personnel for reconnaissance, we regret to inform you that we cannot contribute financially. Lord Hokage, we are willing to contribute, but our three families are not wealthy, and our available funds are limited. As for the battlefield, we shall leave all arrangements to you. Lord Hokage, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans will certainly lend their full support. Lord Hokage, this battle cannot be fought. As the sun set, casting a myriad of warm hues across the streets of Konoha, Hashirama and Madara trudged along, their expressions downcast. Their demeanor made it evident that they had not garnered much support from the clans. While those clans outwardly addressed Hashirama as Lord Hokage, when it came to contributing funds or effort, they were remarkably stingy. Hashirama resolved to strengthen Konoha's unity in the future, intending to dismantle the clans and ensure that their ninjas willingly fought for Konoha. Yet, for the moment, they still lacked sufficient funds. Although they had managed to gather some manpower for the battlefield, without financial resources and logistical support, prolonged engagement was untenable. I once believed I was a good Hokage. Yet in this dire situation, these clans have proven themselves to be utterly unreliable. Hashirama began to harbor deep doubts about his ideals for the first time. He had always adhered to a policy of leniency, striving not to impose hardship on the clans of Konoha, offering them the utmost privileges. Yet it seemed that this has resulted in neglecting the Senju and Uchiha clans, only to find that when it mattered most, none of the clans were willing to genuinely contribute to Konoha's cause. Madara's mood was similarly dismal. He could not help but sigh at Hashirama's words. Although he had remained by Hashirama's side throughout the day, the clans had treated him with utmost courtesy upon their arrival, leaving him with no grounds to voice his grievances. They had committed no wrongdoing. It would be unreasonable to fabricate a conflict. However, there was not entirely a lack of gain, at the very least. It became clear that Hashirama lacked the charisma expected of a Hokage. Mito had been following Hashirama closely, and, upon seeing the two of them so dejected, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, speaking lightly in jest. Upon hearing her words, Hashirama's demeanor immediately darkened. It cannot be said that he lacked charisma. The reason these clans were reluctant to engage was due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, leaving them feeling hopeless of victory. Alternatively, they might wish to weaken the Senju and Uchiha clans. Given that this battle was instigated by Hashirama's Senju, both the Senju and Uchiha clans were virtually obligated to take to the battlefield. If they exerted less effort, the Senju and Uchiha would necessarily have to exert more, leading to greater casualties. A battle was indeed unavoidable, and the Uchiha still possessed some resources, as long as I make a request. 100 million Ryo should not pose an issue. At this moment, Madara suddenly spoke up. He was not particularly despondent. Since the day he departed from Konoha, his only remaining bond was Hashirama, overshadowed by his feelings for the village. Ha ha ha, Madara, do not forget that you are no longer the Uchiha clan leader. Your words may not carry much weight now. Upon hearing Madara's remark, Hashirama burst into laughter, dispelling the previous gloom as he affectionately draped an arm around Madara's shoulder. The Uchiha were in favor of war, for only those who had long dealt with the Senju understood just how terrifying Hashirama's Senju truly was. They believed no one could surpass Hashirama in battle. Thus, should war commence, victory was assured. Hence, they, along with the Senju, were among the few who staunchly supported the war effort. However, upon Hashirama's words, Madara's expression suddenly became somewhat awkward, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. Hashirama's assertion was indeed accurate. During his years away from Konoha, the Uchiha had appointed a new clan leader. As a former clan leader who had long since abandoned the village, his words likely held little influence now. Yet, he remained undaunted. Now that his dear friend was set to go to war, he would wholeheartedly support him, even if it meant depleting his resources. If necessary, he would sell his fan. After all, this item held little significance for him. The Uchiha's ancestral fan must surely be worth a considerable sum. At that moment, an excited voice echoed in the minds of the group. "We struck gold. Are the people of Konoha truly this wealthy? Each one is dripping with riches." Hashirama, Mito, and Madara simultaneously extended their senses, turning their gazes towards a particular direction on the street. There, they beheld a small stall, where a little fox donned in sunglasses lounged comfortably, legs crossed, an exuberant smile that was impossible to contain adorning its face. The trio paused momentarily before their attention was captured by a small wooden sign standing in front of the stall. It read, "Roll the dice for 1 million Ryo per try. Win 100 million Ryo to take home. 100-fold payout. Don't miss this chance." Chapter 42. Hiki Sakumo exploits child labor. Konoha's bully as a henchman. Step right up. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. For just 1 million Ryo, you could take home a grand prize of 100 million Ryo. Alas, a tie? What a pity. Just a hair's breadth away from claiming all this wealth. Care for another round? 5 rounds for just 5 million Ryo. 10 rounds for only 8 million Ryo. Next. If you're short on cash, borrow from the casino right behind me. If you want to turn your luck around, don't dawdle. Hurry before the grand prize is snatched away by someone else. The little fox, sporting sunglasses, sat at the stall, one tail deftly manipulating the dice cup, another collecting money, while a third guided those who lost money towards the back to borrow funds from the casino. Meanwhile, he leisurely lounged on a small stool, enjoying an ice cream. Behind him stood a little white-haired boy, hired by the fox for 10,000 Ryo, diligently stacking the money collected onto a cart. With 2 large carts already filled to the brim, the sight left Hashirama utterly astonished. What is happening here? Is this a money-gathering operation? It couldn't be this fast, could it? However, after observing for a while, Hashirama soon understood. This was far quicker than merely collecting money. In this world, there were many who sought to reap vast profits. 1 million Ryo was neither much nor little for those with wealth. It was easy to part with numerous 1 million Ryo notes, while those without could scrape together 1 or 2. Moreover, the location of the stall was superb. Situated right in front of Konoha's largest casino. Most individuals frequenting this area were gamblers, and seeing this nearly skill-less game of chance, reliant solely on luck, they couldn't resist trying their hand. This was the psychology of gamblers. Who knows, perhaps the next lucky winner could be them? Maybe with one more round, they could recoup their losses? Thus, they all fell into the trap set by the little fox. Furthermore, the little fox was quite clever. Not only did it offer a grand prize of 100 million Ryo, but it also included all the money it had earned into the prize pool. Therefore, as long as one could win, it didn't matter how many times they lost. Winning just once would mean profit. Consequently, even the wealthy who initially scoffed at the notion of 100 million Ryo could not resist joining the gambling frenzy upon seeing the 2 carts filled with cash behind the little fox. Observing the long queue of fervent gamblers, Hashirama and his companions exchanged glances, and in the next instant, Hashirama led the charge, eagerly approaching the little fox's stall. "Who are you?" Just as they approached, the young laborer who had been assisting the little fox suddenly bellowed. In the next moment, a short blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Hashirama, who sought to touch the cart of money. The silvery gleam flashed menacingly. The swift and intimidating strike startled Hashirama. This little white-haired boy appeared no older than 3 or 4, yet his swordsmanship was remarkably impressive. Hashirama caught the short sword effortlessly, showcasing a remarkable feat of unarmed prowess. The little boy's pupils dilated in surprise, and in the next moment, a tremendous force surged forth. As Hashirama yanked the blade from his grasp, "What sort of monster is this?" the little boy exclaimed, rushing to seek assistance from the little fox. "What the? Who dares to disrupt my stall? Do you believe my mere word can summon the 2 bullies of Konoha to deal with you?" Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances. 2 bullies? Who are you referring to? You better not be talking about us. The little fox, seething with fury, leapt from his seat, baring his teeth and adopting a threatening stance to intimidate the intruder. "Do you know what I was capable of in the past? One spit from me could blow Konoha to smithereens. I advise you to recognize your situation and leave." However, just as the little fox focused on the 3 men, his voice abruptly ceased. In the next moment, he sprang up and delivered a sharp slap to the little boy's head, scolding him angrily. "Do you not possess any perception? Can the first Hokage's presence be considered a disruption? The entirety of Konoha belongs to him. Hashirama. Upon hearing this, it seemed to bear no initial issue. Yet how did it sound so much like the words of a mafia boss coming from the little fox? Mito, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Her interest peaked as she gazed down at the adorable little creature, her eyes shimmering with vibrant colors. The little white-haired boy, having just received a slap, pointed at the short sword still held by Hashirama, clutching his head in grievance. But he stole my sword. Upon hearing the words, Hashirama couldn't help but laugh and cry as he returned the short sword, still gripping the blade. This scene left the little white-haired creature astonished. His skin was remarkably thick. It was unbelievable that even the white fangs couldn't pierce it. Wait, what did the boss just call him? The first Hokage? What? He actually drew his sword against the Hokage? Oh no, he attacked Lord Hokage. He wouldn't silence him, would he? Xiaojio, what are you doing? Making some small change. You all came just in time. Hurry and help me out. I can't manage this alone. After confirming that his money hadn't been stolen, Baijio immediately returned to work mode. Several tails took on their respective tasks, swiftly recovering large amounts of silver notes. In just a minute, neither Hashirama nor Madara had even reacted when Baijio had already earned 20 million taels. A tail tossed a box of silver notes into Hashirama's arms, and Baijio's urging voice came immediately. Don't just stand there. Quickly stack the money. Once I finish this haul, I'll head home. Dumbfounded, Hashirama looked at the heavy box in his arms, instinctively opening it to find it filled to the brim with silver notes, nearly blinding him. In the next moment, Hashirama became ecstatic. His dark, bright eyes sparkled with a terrifying golden light as he couldn't contain his excitement, grabbing Madara's hand and shaking it vigorously. His voice trembled with exhilaration. Madara. We've struck it rich. We have money. Madara's lips curled into a gentle arc, his cheerful gaze sweeping over the excited Hashirama. He lightly bumped him, feigning annoyance as he remarked, "You make it sound as though we were destitute." At this moment, Hashirama disregarded Madara's words, grinning broadly. They had both people and money. With him and Madara standing in front, they would undoubtedly win this battle. Then he would make all those who doubted them regret it deeply. Chapter 43, Uchiha Rising? The Uzumaki clan comes to Konoha's aid. 100 million, 200 million, 12 billion, 700 million. Astonishing. Looking at the mountainous pile of silver notes in the courtyard, Hashirama leaped with joy. Even the annual military funding from the Fire Country's daimyo didn't amount to this much. This windfall would grant Konoha economic freedom. Hashirama was utterly unaware that Konoha was so wealthy. The heirs of those clans were extravagantly generous, tossing out millions of taels as if they were mere scraps of paper. After landing, Hashirama scooped up Baijio, who was joyfully rolling in the sea of money, and showered him with kisses. Xiaojio, you are absolutely amazing. I love you to bits. Baijio, looking disgusted, wiped his face with his paw, glaring at the damp fur from Hashirama's slobber, and, gritting his teeth, scratched a piece of dead skin off Hashirama. Feeling the steel-like texture at his fingertips, Baijio was even more infuriated. Damn it, not even a scratch on Hashirama. He nearly broke his own claw in the process. Hashirama chuckled, absorbing Baijio's colorful curses and feeling a stir in his heart as he formed a hand seal. Suddenly, the seal on Baijio was lifted. As chakra surged within him, Baijio's eyes sparkled with realization. Hey Xiaojio, you might need to help us keep an eye on the village for a while. Hashirama's face radiated joy, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden wealth. Now that they had money and a considerable number of people, it was time to get busy. To wage war, provisions, ninja tools, and strategic planning were essential. Even though he and Madara could charge recklessly into battle, the necessary defenses at home still needed to be secured. This was why they needed personnel. They couldn't just charge into the heart of the enemy's territory and leave their home vulnerable. Hearing Hashirama's words, Baijio paused for a moment, then crossed his arms and shot a sidelong glance at him. So, the seal was lifted not because we've become close, but because you need me to guard Konoha? I'm feeling betrayed, brother. The water is too hot for me to sip, and the heart is too cold for me to touch. I thought I was getting a chance to bask in the glory of billions of silver notes, but instead, I'm just getting a job? Seeing Baijio's resentful expression, Hashirama felt a bit awkward. It wasn't that he didn't trust Baijio. He had complete faith in him. Knowing Baijio's lively personality would never harm Konoha. As for why he hadn't lifted the seal earlier, Hashirama genuinely forgot. It certainly wasn't tea because he thought the smaller version of the Ninetails was cuter than the larger one. Mito observed the interaction between Hashirama and Baijio, hearing Baijio's earlier outbursts against Hashirama, followed by his current complaints. From the moment Baijio began his money-making venture, she had gathered a sense of his character. They seemed quite alike. Both were rather unrefined. However, they possessed sharp minds, capable of devising such clever methods to accumulate wealth. With the First Shinobi World War approaching, merchants flocked to Konoha like sharks sensing blood in the water. War requires supplies, and this unprecedented conflict was the perfect opportunity for merchants to amass fortunes. As the wealthiest nation in the shinobi world, Konoha attracted a multitude of merchants from all corners of the globe. Without the recent influx of wealthy merchants in Konoha, Baijio wouldn't have been able to earn so much money in such a short time. Mito genuinely admired this and felt thankful that Baijio had helped them resolve their crisis. Watching the Ninetails fox still cradled in Hashirama's arms, her curiosity grew stronger. However, since Hashirama and the others had wasted too much time around the Land of Fire, there was no time to spare. Suppressing her urge to snatch Baijio away for some affection, Mito stepped forward, pulling Hashirama, who was still chatting with Baijio, toward the Hokage's office. Stop dawdling. Madara is already waiting in the Hokage's office. Hey, a little delay won't hurt. At least let me take my money. Watching Hashirama being dragged away by Mito, Baijio helplessly shrugged. He actually wanted to join Hashirama and Madara on the battlefield, but for some unknown reason, they both firmly opposed it. They insisted he stay behind and wait for their triumphant return, claiming he had already helped immensely. Baijio was quite content with this arrangement. He trusted Hashirama and Madara's strength. With Susanoo and the Great Buddha, they could wipe out the four nations without a doubt. They were more than capable of doing so. However, considering practical matters, they had more concerns. Otherwise, they could just drop into the four nations without a second thought, and none would stand a chance. But that would contradict their original intention. They sought world peace, not mindless slaughter. As he gazed at the rising moon in the night sky, Baijio smacked his lips, his big eyes blinking twice, before suddenly breaking into a cheerful smile. In a flash, he dashed back into the house, dragging a blanket back to the grassy courtyard. He then flopped down onto the blanket, lying sprawled out while greedily absorbing the essence of the moonlight. Once constrained by the seal of Hashirama, he could only exist as a charming little fox. However, he has now returned to his original strength and must begin to enhance his abilities. Despite the looming threat, with Hashirama and Madara at the forefront, it is imperative that he assumes a human form. Remaining in the guise of a fox indefinitely is not practical, despite his fondness for it. A human body would undoubtedly offer greater convenience. Hashirama and his companions arrived at the Hokage office, their time limited after a prolonged delay of over half a month. They intended to finalize their battle plans overnight. Both had previously held the position of clan leader and were well-versed in military strategy. The discussion boiled down to two key aspects: defense and offense. In terms of offense, Hashirama believed that he and Madara would suffice. However, their focus would be on the front lines, and should the enemy employ guerrilla tactics, they would face considerable difficulties. Therefore, aside from them, the forces of Senju and Uchiha would need to establish a defensive line within the Land of Fire to intercept smaller invading contingents. While the overarching strategy quickly took shape, Hashirama found himself troubled by the details due to a severe shortage of personnel. Many clans seemed convinced that Konoha would not prevail, resulting in a lack of willing support. If they were to contend with a single nation, it might have been manageable, yet they faced for major powers, with a vastly larger number of ninjas than Konoha could muster. Even with Hashirama and Madara's strength, the rear must be defended adequately. The limited manpower was insufficient even for basic defense, let alone repelling an invasion. With no alternative, they had to press on. Hashirama mused that he could divide his chakra into Morwood clones, which should not pose too great of a problem. At that moment, his demeanor transformed into an unusual seriousness. Typically cheerful and carefree, he became remarkably solemn when discussing such critical matters. Madara and Mito also fell into a serious mindset. Upon hearing Hashirama's suggestion, Madara's brow furrowed slightly. He felt this plan was flawed. The creation of wood clones would dilute Hashirama's chakra, making them vulnerable to being picked off one by one if the enemy's strategy remained unclear. Hashirama's strength lay not solely in his wood release, but in his overwhelming chakra reserves. If all of his chakra were dispersed, they risked leaving themselves open to a coordinated assault. Pondering this, Madara gazed at the gaps on the defensive map and spoke calmly. It need not come to that. We simply need. Madara envisioned mobilizing the Uchiha clan to guard the vulnerable points. He had already conferred with the current Uchiha clan leader during Hashirama, and the others returned to their courtyard, and their stance was resolute. If someone dared to attack them, they would retaliate fiercely. The Uchiha clan had a deeper emotional connection to Konoha than many of the clans that joined later. They would not have chosen to remain in Konoha, disregarding Madara's words otherwise. The Uchiha were renowned as the fiercest warriors in the ninja world, second only to the Senju. Having experienced defeat and surrender, the Uchiha were determined to be the last standing, aside from the Senju. Past conflicts had shown that as long as they held their ground, even substantial losses could be justified. As long as the rear was secured, Hashirama and Madara could ensure that the four great nations would be left in disarray. Report, Lord Hashirama. A ninja from outside the village requests an audience. Just then, a Senju ninja abruptly entered, causing the three to exchange concerned glances. Hashirama frowned, displeased. Do you not see that we are discussing strategic deployments? With Tobarama having become the first Mizukage, we are the strongest in Konoha, and such confidential discussions should not be interrupted. But they claim to be from the land of water regardless of whether it was from the water country or the Mito clan. He should wait outside. They would meet him once their discussion concluded. However, since the ninja was from the Senju clan, Hashirama felt no real concern over malicious intent and merely reprimanded the intrusion. Yet, before he could finish, a boisterous laugh echoed from outside. Ha! Young Hashirama, you are quite the tyrant. I admire your spirit. It seems young Mito has not married in vain. Moments later, a fiery-haired middle-aged man sauntered into the Hokage office with an audacious stride. Mito's eyes lit up with recognition, and she exclaimed joyfully, Granduncle? Chapter 44. The Escape of the Whirlpool Ancestor. Ashina Uzumaki, Mito's granduncle, leader of the Uzumaki clan and the daimyo of the Land of Whirlpools, is one of the few in the ninja world who can stand alongside Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha as a formidable elder. Upon hearing the laughter, Hashirama's smile froze. Did he just say he was Mito's granduncle? Madara quickly lowered his head, covering his mouth to suppress his laughter, not wanting to provoke Hashirama's fragile sensibilities. Hashirama had finally adopted a serious demeanor and was about to reprimand a subordinate to restore the Hokage's dignity, only for this rare moment of gravity to devolve into humor. Hashirama shot a fierce glare at the Senju ninja, conveying a you'll pay for this expression. The Senju ninja flinched, casting a pitiful glance at Hashirama, his eyes filled with an almost tragic grievance. Was it not the elder who had interrupted him? Now he was the one being blamed? How unfair. He would resign upon returning home. Ashina Uzumaki had already entered the Hokage office, his hearty laughter reverberating within. Oh, little Mito, you are as beautiful as ever after all these years. However, as Ashina turned to greet Hashirama, his expression shifted dramatically. The smile vanished, replaced by a fierce gaze, his long hair billowing like wings as he fixed his hawk-like stare on Madara seated beside Hashirama. Madara Uchiha? Be cautious, my nephew. Let us subdue him together. In the next instant, he unleashed a torrent of chakra, manifesting as a crimson streak as he launched a powerful punch towards Madara. Madara's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, summoning the second stage of Susanoo to shield him. The impact was thunderous. Old man, can you not settle down a bit? Madara glared coldly at Ashina, suppressing the urge to unleash a brutal counterattack as he maintained Susanoo's protection. Hey, granduncle. We are allies now. I have reconciled with Madara. At that moment, a startled Hashirama and Mito rushed forward, each grabbing one of Ashina's arms, using all their strength to pull the enraged elder away. Apologetic glances exchanged, they began to explain the current situation to Ashina, who was nearing 70. As Madara surveyed Ashina, who had not changed much over the past decade, memories of a not-so-pleasant past surfaced. Back then, Izuna was still alive, and the brothers had just activated their Mangekyo Sharingan, ready to take charge of Uchiha affairs. It was during this time that Hashirama's intention to marry the princess of the Uzumaki clan had spread throughout the Land of Fire. At that moment, with the fervor of youth, Madara, newly appointed as the leader of the Uchiha clan, was determined to eliminate Mito on the way to the wedding, accompanied by a dozen strong Uchiha warriors. However, Just as he felt everything was set, the elder Ashina of the Uzumaki clan unleashed the seventh gate, nearly kicking Madara's previous meal out of him. It was Madara's first encounter with the 8 gates of death, and he was caught utterly off guard by the sudden surge in Ashina's power. The Susanoo he had just summoned shattered into pieces. Coupled with the relentless pursuit of Tobarama Senju, he suffered significant losses before managing to escape in a most disheveled state. Had it not been for Hashirama's secretive use of wood release to heal him, he might have perished that day. A phantom pain suddenly surfaced in his chest, a lingering reminder of the kick Ashina had delivered during Madara's most triumphant days, a moment he still vividly recalled. In the years following his departure from Konoha, Madara had thought the old man was dead, considering he was already in his 50s or 60s over a decade ago. To his surprise, the old dog was still alive. Soon, Hashirama and Mito briefed Ashina on the current situation, emphasizing multiple times that Madara was now an ally rather than an enemy. With Mito's firm assurances, Ashina reluctantly accepted Hashirama's words and begrudgingly took a seat opposite Madara, his crimson eyes fixed on him, seemingly ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Madara, however, merely snorted in disdain, choosing to ignore him. How amusing. Years ago, that old man had shattered his Susanoo with a reckless attack. Now, Madara wondered if Ashina would dare to confront him after he completely manifested his Susanoo. Hashirama observed the palpable tension between the two and offered a resigned smile. He exchanged a glance with Mito, scratching his head as he decided to overlook the minor discord. They understood the animosity between Madara and Ashina. It was quite generous of Madara not to draw his blade at that moment. Otherwise, had Ashina advanced, this nearly 70-year-old man might have found it difficult to stand again. Cough, cough, the situation has changed. We have received urgent external assistance, and a substantial number of supplies and ninjas from the Uzumaki clan are en route. By the way, Uncle, how many of you came this time? Hashirama's mood visibly lightened, as he had been unaware of Mito's earlier request for aid from the Uzumaki clan. This was a delightful surprise Mito had intended for him. When he first spotted Ashina, Hashirama was genuinely taken aback, quickly followed by a wave of excitement. During the establishment of Konoha, he had personally invited the Uzumaki clan to join, only to be met with their refusal, as they intended to establish their own nation on an island. Now, however, they were preparing to battle the 4 great nations, and it was the Uzumaki clan, having relocated to the island, that provided the most significant support. The main force is on its way. I don't know how many exactly, so you'll have to count them yourself when they arrive. Ashina waved his hand dismissively, his sharp red eyes gleaming with fervor. Rest assured, if those little brats from other nations dare to cause trouble at our home, we'll send them back to their mothers to drink milk. I shall lead the charge. Indeed, in critical moments, one could always rely on family. Hashirama's eyes glistened with emotion. He understood the unspoken implication in Ashina's words, that many had come to aid them. Madara and Mito grasped the situation as well. Madara exhaled a soft grunt, closing his eyes and remaining silent, though the chilling aura around him had considerably diminished. Despite their past differences, Madara acknowledged Ashina's determination. Meanwhile, Mito discerned Ashina's true intentions, and her expression shifted multiple times before she could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Uncle, you didn't sneak out on your own, did you? The atmosphere suddenly froze. In the next moment, Ashina's mouth twitched as he shot Mito an exasperated glare. You're so clever. With only a few years left to live. Even by the Uzumaki clan's standards of longevity, Ashina had already endured a lifetime of battles and was not willing to pass away silently in a sickbed. However, the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan held a different perspective. They wanted him to live out his days in peace, as if it were for his own good. Nonsense. They should not have confined him in the Uzumaki village like a mere mascot. Upon discovering that Konoha had audaciously declared war on the 4 nations and sent out a plea for assistance to the Uzumaki clan, Ashina, a venerable figure of the clan, had decisively escaped from his confinement. Even if he could survive another decade in the Uzumaki village, relying on medicine and sealing techniques to prolong his life was far less fulfilling than ending it gloriously on the battlefield. At least he would have no regrets when he met his end. Chapter 45. The Population Abduction Plan of Konoha. Tobarama to go on strike? Refined, observing his uncle's demeanor. Mito couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, filled with exasperation for the old man. Uncle, while others fear living too long, why do you seem so eager to court death? Though it may sound harsh, it was quite fitting. In essence, Ashina was indeed seeking his demise, as evidenced by his excessively crimson hair. Yet, he rejected this characterization. With a furrowed brow, he shot back at Mito, indignantly exclaiming, "What do you mean seeking death? I fight for justice." Mito fell silent. Upon hearing the term little girl, she realized Ashina was resolute, prepared to impose his generation's will upon her. At just over 30, Mito struggled to understand Ashina's mindset. Why rush towards death when life could still be lived fully? Wait, uncle, did you really sneak out? Hashirama also grasped the situation, realizing that the earlier uncertainty about the number of reinforcements was not as he had assumed. Looking at the spirited old man across from him, brimming with the desire to charge into battle, Hashirama felt a mix of amusement and concern. He could already envision the expressions of the Uzumaki clan when they discovered their ancestor was missing. Though initially shocked by Ashina's audacity, Hashirama hesitated to voice his concerns. "Uncle, isn't this a bit reckless?" He could sense that Ashina had made up his mind, and once he stepped onto the battlefield, there was no guarantee he would return. If anything were to happen to him, Hashirama knew he would struggle to explain it to the Uzumaki clan. The strategic discussion took an unexpected turn. As Ashina's actions were exposed, his expression shifted, and he erupted in anger. Rising abruptly, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Hashirama. "What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me, old man? Do you think I'm too old to be of any use?" Hashirama's expression changed, and he quickly stood, gesturing to clarify. He had no such intention. The elder held a revered status, a weight he could not bear. No, that is not what I meant." "Then why are you stammering? Let us continue the strategy," Ashina interrupted, resolutely insisting on leading the charge himself. Observing the resolute demeanor of the old patriarch, Hashirama's expression fluctuated before settling into a resigned smile. After exchanging a glance with Mito, he took a seat to continue discussing the military arrangements as previously planned. They were truly at a loss when it came to the old man. With his seniority and age, how could they deny him the opportunity to partake in battle? Surely, the Uzumaki clan would come to understand their predicament in due time. The following day, the village of Konoha commenced its operations. A multitude of Senju and Uchiha ninja began their journey to the borders of the Fire Country to escort the surrounding villagers towards Konoha, providing them with a sanctuary amidst the turmoil of war. Rather than merely guiding them, it was more akin to a forcible relocation. Despite the disapproval of the feudal lords regarding Hashirama's resettlement plans, they could resort to force if diplomacy failed. The lords were reluctant to let their citizens flee. Yet with the impending devastation, the populace needed to evacuate. Rather than allowing them to suffer displacement and ruin, it was far better to settle them in advance. Thus, under the covert directives of Hashirama and Madara, the Uchiha and Senju ninjas embarked on their journey of population relocation. They swiftly dismantled the feudal lords of smaller nations with populations around 1,000, employing formidable jutsu to intimidate and subsequently escort their citizens back to Konoha. For those nations with larger populations, the Uchiha utilized genjutsu to subdue the lords and commanded the citizens to migrate towards the Fire Country. Upon learning of the impending war, many villagers from the smaller nations surrounding the Fire Country had already contemplated migration. At this pivotal moment, Konoha's actions and the exodus of countless citizens illuminated a clear path forward. The ripple effect ensued, and soon hundreds of thousands of refugees flocked towards the Fire Country, making their way to Konoha. "Are you heading to Konoha? The land where gold is strewn across the ground." "Indeed, I am bound for Konoha. I've heard their watermelons are larger than winter melons." "Hey, fellow villager, I'm on my way to Konoha too. I've heard that one can witness the god of ninjas performing exotic dances there. Let us go together. Together. Let us all venture to Konoha. The environment is so pleasant, and the ninjas speak so sweetly. The future is promising." Such actions inevitably caught the attention of the feudal lords of the Fire Country. However, despite the repeated admonitions from the lords urging Konoha to cease its actions, Konoha remained unperturbed. They had refused to provide financial support when asked, and now they were expected to heed their commands? Baijio had previously asserted that population equates to resources. They were merely gathering treasures for themselves. Meanwhile, as Konoha diligently pursued its population relocation strategy, the remaining 4 great nations and numerous smaller nations with ninja villages issued declarations of war against Konoha. They formed a multinational alliance, preparing to jointly assault Konoha come autumn. In the ninja world, It was customary to declare a just cause for warfare. They needed to attribute the initiation of this conflict to Konoha, thus shifting any repercussions of war onto the village. Their justification was that Hashirama Senju had openly insulted the first Mizukage during the 5 Kage summit, with his venomous words and brutal methods deemed utterly reprehensible. Thus, the 4 great nations earnestly invited all righteous individuals to unite in an alliance against the thieves of Konoha as autumn approached. Of course, while they professed to uphold righteousness, the true motives were well understood among those in the know. The elderly Tobarama sat in the Mizukage's tower, propping his chin in contemplation, pondering the absurdity of his situation. Gazing out at the overcast sky and feeling the moisture in the air, a lingering sorrow clouded his eyes. How had he, the illustrious Senju Tobarama, come to be the first Mizukage? He had initially intended to merely masquerade as the bodyguard of the first Mizukage to spy on Uchiha Madara. Yet, the scenario replayed in his mind. You too, wait here. Tobarama vividly recalled the faces of the guards who had thwarted him, vowing to teach them a lesson should he find the opportunity. Determined not to languish at the entrance, Tobarama believed that no challenge could conquer him. Since the front gate was impassable, he would scale the walls. He successfully used the Flying Thunder God technique to infiltrate the feudal lord's estate. However, as he circled within, contemplating how to slip into the meeting, he unexpectedly encountered the tardy first Mizukage. Noticing the water kanji on the Mizukage's conical hat, an idea struck Tobarama, prompting him to approach for amicable negotiations. His sole aim was to gain entry into the meeting. Impersonating the first Mizukage's guard should suffice. With confidence, he approached. Get lost. I'm busy. Before he could utter another word, the one-eyed Mizukage spat in his face, perhaps due to his tardiness. The Mizukage was understandably agitated and unleashed a tirade upon Tobarama. Regardless of the reason, such treatment was undeniably infuriating. How could the esteemed Senju Tobarama be obstructed at the gate of a mere small nation and then insulted while attempting to engage in conversation? This was intolerable. Fueled by indignation, Tobarama swiftly retaliated, incapacitating the Mizukage and his guard with a water whip, stripping them of their garments and tossing them into a filthy ditch outside the land of rice. He then utilized a shadow clone to masquerade as a guard and finally made his way to the 5 Kage summit. Little did he know that what began as a routine meeting would culminate in the onset of the first great ninja war. Tobarama was flabbergasted. As a future second Hokage, how could he permit his home to be besieged while joining forces with the invaders against Konoha? In the ensuing chaos, he had unwittingly transformed into a rogue ninja, and worse yet, a leader of a great nation. Yet, this was not his primary concern. Tobarama feared that lingering too long in the position of Mizukage would result in Madara relentlessly pursuing him once he returned. What if he sought to expose Madara's secrets and force him out of Konoha, only to have Madara retaliate with the title of First Mizukage? The mere thought of such a scenario left him breathless. Thus, he executed a swift body flicker technique, returning to the filthy ditch in an attempt to retrieve the first Mizukage and resolve this debacle. However, upon his return, he discovered that the elderly Mizukage had already drowned in the muck. Sighing deeply, Tobarama gazed at the dreary skies, feeling as though his future was shrouded in gloom. No. Suddenly, he slammed the table in frustration. He could no longer waste time in the hidden mist village. He desired retirement. He sought to abandon his duties. After all, he was now the first Mizukage, and at his advanced age, a simple demise would allow him to escape easily. At that point, the sky would be the limit. He could use sealing scrolls to gather all the resources and intelligence from the land of water. He would return to Konoha, achieving great success as the second Hokage, and together with his 2 beloved students, vanquish the Uchiha. Just as he envisioned the annihilation of the Uchiha, a ninja arrived with news. Mizukage, the other 3 Kages have sent word. They wish to convene in the land of Maple to discuss plans to destroy Konoha. Tobarama pondered, still bewildered as to who had given them the audacity to attack Konoha. Was it that the mighty Senju could no longer wield his palms? Or that the complete Susanoo was rendered immobile? Or had his white flash vanished into thin air? Yet, he quickly rose, preparing to depart. A plan to obliterate Konoha. Was it? He was eager to see how that group of foul fish and rotten shrimp would manage to infiltrate. Chapter 46. The First Water Shadow, Senju Tobarama. The strategist of the undercover operation has arrived. Tobarama opened the door to the conference room, and as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of 3 familiar faces seated within. The other three shadows, upon noticing Tobarama's arrival, promptly rose to welcome him with enthusiasm. This unexpected warmth left Tobarama somewhat disconcerted. Had they been so familiar with each other before? What was with the exuberant smiles from the three of you? Especially you. The dark-skinned fellow, stay back. Tobarama swiftly sidestepped the embrace of the first Raikage and, maintaining a composed demeanor, addressed the four with a neutral tone. I am here to discuss the plan to assault Konoha, not for a social gathering. Though reluctant, Tobarama's performance in this role was impeccable. His speech and mannerisms revealed no hint of falter. The other four shadows resumed their serious demeanor, their thoughts consumed with the prospect of dividing the spoils of victory after defeating Konoha, having momentarily forgotten the essential task at hand, defeating Konoha first. They promptly returned to their seats and instructed their aides to bring forth a topographical map of the Land of Fire. First and foremost, let it be stated that, as we four nations are collaborating in this assault, to prevent any disputes over interests, all gains during the war shall belong solely to each respective nation, and the reparations after victory will be divided accordingly. Upon hearing the Raikage's words, Tobarama's brow furrowed slightly. Why was this dark-skinned fellow taking the lead? However, the other shadows had no objections, as the Raikage's nation was the strongest among them in terms of military might. The more effort they exerted, the more they would suffer, and conversely, the less they would suffer. Thus, it was acceptable for him to take on this leadership role. The Raikage scanned the room and, seeing no objections, boldly initiated his battle plan. First, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. All four of us here are the most formidable ninjas in the shinobi world, each possessing our own trump cards and tactics. Therefore, I propose we implement a decapitation strategy. Each nation should identify its strongest ninja to form elite squads, led by us four shadows, to directly eliminate Hashirama and Madara in advance. The Raikage's spirit surged as he pointed decisively towards the location of Konoha, just as Tobarama, the undercover Senju, began to muster some enthusiasm to hear the opposing battle plans and report back. He stumbled in shock. His expression faltered, revealing a look of incredulity directed at the dark-skinned Raikage across from him. You are not the Raikage. You must be the water shadow. Your brain must be filled with water, let alone defeating the two of them. Even if the four of us teamed up, we might not stand a chance. Tobarama's lips twitched as he listened to this seemingly suicidal battle plan, leading him to suspect that he was not the true undercover, but rather the Raikage was the real imposter. This strategy was far too risky. As Tobarama continued to mentally critique the battle plan, another voice emerged beside him, capturing everyone's attention. It was the first Wind Shadow. The first Wind Shadow directly refuted the Raikage's suggestion, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama firsthand. They could dispatch him and the Sand Shadow with ease, and even if all the strongest ninjas from their nations joined forces, victory was not guaranteed. In fact, it could lead to total annihilation. After listening to the rational analysis from the first Wind Shadow, Tobarama nodded in appreciation, casting a grateful glance at Retsudo, feeling that at least one among them possessed a functioning intellect. Warfare is not solely reliant on high-end combat power. Should a confrontation be unavoidable, they could exploit their numerical advantage by engaging in smaller team battles. They merely needed to restrain Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, then invade from the side to capture the Fire Daimyo, thereby forcing Hashirama to surrender. Oh, Wind Shadow, do you have any suggestions? The Raikage acknowledged the Wind Shadow's reasoning, understanding that while a successful decapitation operation could declare an immediate end to the war, failure would lead to their downfall. Thus, he decided to consider the Wind Shadow's perspective. As Retsudo's gaze radiated wisdom, promising a potentially superior strategy. With this, all eyes turned to Retsudo, including Tobarama's, who looked forward to seeing if this first Wind Shadow could once again align his thoughts with his own. Feeling the anticipation of the onlookers, Retsudo straightened his posture, cleared his throat with theatrical flair, and spoke with an air of sagacity, as though he were a recluse from the world. I believe we should draw out Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and then all ninjas should engage in a rotating battle to wear them down. Tobarama silently lowered his head, rubbing his forehead. He should not have harbored any expectations for this group of simpletons. Who do you think you can wear down? Senju Hashirama? Are you unaware of his surname Senju? And Uchiha Madara, who could possibly stop him? With his complete Susanoo, if he wishes to leave, he can do so at will. Bang! Tobarama could no longer contain himself. He slammed his palm on the table, capturing the attention of all present. Facing the puzzled gazes of the other three shadows, Tobarama resolutely declared, "I can no longer stand by. Step aside and allow me to speak." The tumultuous landscape of the shinobi world shifted dramatically, yet the true instigator, Hakuju, lived a life of leisure. Madara had not returned home lately. Reportedly conscripted by Hashirama for labor, leaving the expansive courtyard with only Hakuju, a solitary fox, and a white-haired companion. "Boss, where are we going to swindle money today?" Kiki Tsukumo bounded into the courtyard, his short legs bouncing with excitement as he approached Hakuju, who lounged under the sun wearing sunglasses. Over the past few days, he had been enjoying a carefree life in Konoha, spending money freely without a care, and even accumulating a fortune of several tens of thousands of ryo. Once his father returned and learned of his financial acumen, he would surely praise him profusely. Imagining the scene of his stern father, who only insisted he practice swordsmanship, commending him with a broad grin, Tsukumo couldn't help but smile widely. He dashed to Hakuju's side, eagerly lifting him into his arms, ready to take him out for an adventure. Hakuju, feeling the embrace, was enveloped by the fragrant scent of lotus blossoms, refreshing his spirit. He pushed his sunglasses up with a small paw, grinning widely as he waved his hand. "Today, let us first visit my shop." It had been a week since he had asked Madara to arrange for the shop, and just yesterday, Madara returned briefly to inform him. Hakuju was puzzled by Madara's busyness. When he inquired, Madara only mentioned that he was occupied with procurement and setup, although his demeanor seemed somewhat unnatural. Hakuju initially intended to question why the illustrious Uchiha Madara himself was personally involved in procurement, but Madara had swiftly departed before he could voice his thoughts. As if he had come solely to relay the news about the shop, Hakuju dismissed further contemplation, knowing that a war was imminent. And based on the pattern of previous battles, which lasted 3 days, Madara and the others should conclude their fight soon. Thus, he opted to remain in Konoha, as despite the formidable appearance of the tailed beasts, it seemed that anyone in this era could easily overpower them. To avoid being overwhelmed, Hakuju deemed it prudent to stay hidden within Konoha. After all, he was not a fox adept in combat. "Hey, boss, what kind of shop have you opened?" The little white-haired companion inquired, puzzled, as they had been wandering around Konoha for days without hearing about Hakuju's new establishment. "Hee, the 14th shop on the North District Commercial Street. You'll find out when we get there. Are you keeping secrets from me too?" "Boss, that is quite unfair." The little Tsukumo pouted, clearly displeased as he playfully pinched Hakuju's foxtail, only to be unable to suppress a joyful smile moments later. Anger is but a facade. The desire to seize Baijio is genuine. He is utterly enamored with Baijio, a delightful creature who is both charming and profitable. Were it not for his inability to best Ban, he would undoubtedly claim Baijio for himself. Presently, Shwomo harbors a dream, to one day vanquish Ban and then return home with Baijio in his arms for a peaceful slumber. Moreover, Shwomo possesses a secret. He can hear Baijio's innermost thoughts. Their first encounter occurred when Baijio, having lost her way in Konoha village, inadvertently stumbled into the forest, where she crossed paths with him, diligently practicing his swordsmanship. At that moment, he was grappling with the training tasks his father had assigned before departing, only to be taken aback by the bewildered Baijio. Subsequently, Baijio invested a hefty sum of 10,000 ryo to hire him as a guide to Konoha's largest casino, which led to the ensuing events. Baijio remained unfazed by Shwomo's antics. Such behavior was commonplace for her, as both Ban and Hashirama often teased her in similar fashion. When she inquired about their actions, they merely remarked that it was a normal occurrence. With a swift motion, she freed herself from Shwomo's embrace and leapt atop his head, eagerly grasping 2 tufts of his white hair, eager to begin their adventure. "Come on, let us not dawdle." "All right, boss. Hold on tight. We're off." Chapter 47. A modest shock to the capitalist realm of the ninja world. In the northern district of Konoha Village, a commercial street has been delineated, dedicated to the trade of goods and the provision of services, an initiative proposed by Mito after he traversed nearly the entire village in search of supplies. "Wow, boss, your store is quite peculiar." Young Shwomo, adorned with an orange nine-tailed fox on his head, stood before the entrance of a shop on the commercial street, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the enormous wooden sign above. He glanced at the adjacent shops, noting their lack of such ostentatious signage. Yet, Baijio was immensely pleased. This was the effect she desired. "Let us go inside. If all goes well, we should be able to open today." The shop featured a wooden sliding door, a rarity among establishments, yet Baijio relished the open ambience it provided. Shlomo nodded in agreement with Baijio's words and, with some effort, managed to push the door open a crack. Then, side by side, they slipped inside, Shlomo closing the door behind them. In an instant, the interior was plunged into darkness. "It's so dark. Boss, I can't see. You imbecile. Open the door wider." "Oh." As Shlomo hurriedly pushed the door further ajar, Baijio observed that the little fellow seemed rather dim-witted. Perhaps that explained his future naivety. Shlomo paused momentarily, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. He was not foolish. His mother said he was the smartest child in the world. He yearned to refute Baijio's words. But the fact that he could hear her thoughts was his secret, one he must not reveal. "Ah, found it." Unbeknownst to Shlomo, Baijio scanned the surroundings and, upon spotting the light switch, her eyes brightened. With a leap, she dashed forward and flicked the switch with her tail. Instantly, brilliant light illuminated the shop. Simultaneously, the 2 rows of display cases within the shop erupted in a dazzling golden glow, blinding all who beheld it. "Ah, my eyes hurt." Shlomo was genuinely unable to open his eyes, having been caught off guard by the sudden brilliance. The sharp pain caused him to shield his eyes. Even Baijio was momentarily startled by the intense radiance. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Her resilience surpassed that of Shlomo. Opening her eyes to the golden-lit display cases, Baijio's lips curled into a wide smile. It was time for Konoha Village to experience the power of capitalism. "Shlomo, do you have any friends? Anyone around your age will do." Baijio cheerfully hopped back to Shlomo's side, scratching his ankle with her tiny paw. Her voice laced with a mischievous undertone that Shlomo couldn't quite place. Shlomo rubbed his eyes, finally adjusting to the brightness, and glanced down at Baijio, instinctively nodding. He did have a few friends, but they were merely acquaintances from training. Beyond their skirmishes, they shared little camaraderie. "But I'm not close to them. We've just fought a few times," Shlomo replied candidly, but Baijio was unconcerned as long as they were acquainted. From her person, Baijio produced a large banknote of 1,000,000 ryo, the origin of which left Shlomo bewildered, but she had indeed retrieved it. She handed the note to Shlomo, imparting a few instructions before sending him off. An hour later, a commotion ensued. "Step right up. Don't miss out. Fu Gold Store is having a grand opening sale. Just for visiting, you'll receive a box of special Senju free-range eggs. Have you ever purchased gold for your girlfriend, wife, lover, or partner? If you love them, gift them a Fu golden lock. It symbolizes your unwavering love. With a legacy spanning a millennium, we guarantee quality. An 800-year-old establishment now in Konoha Village. Grand opening sale. Only 888 ryo per gram. May prosperity shine upon all in Konoha Village." The divine ninja was adorned with pure gold bracelets. It is said that donning one unlocks boundless potential within. Do you aspire to become the next ninja god? Limited quantities available. First come, first served. A tidal wave of advertisement surged through Konoha at an extraordinary pace, echoing throughout the village before anyone could react. The relentless advertisements began to infiltrate the minds of Konoha's inhabitants, causing countless individuals to flock to the commercial street in the northern district. Upon arrival, they encountered a throng of children distributing flyers at the intersection. A group of little ones, the eldest perhaps 7 or 8, while the youngest appeared only 2 or 3. Scattered about, each child approached every passerby, offering them a flyer while kindly pointing towards the central shop adorned with the colossal sign, Fu Gold Store. Today, the grand opening sale offers a 30% discount with this flyer. Don't miss out, even if you're not interested. Simply entering the store grants you a complimentary box of special Senju eggs, with shouts of advertisements, promotional flyers, store incentives, and grand opening discounts. Konoha's leisurely villagers fell prey to this unprecedented marketing blitz. One by one, they eagerly clutched their flyers and headed toward Fu. Many thought it a worthwhile endeavor just to collect a box of eggs, but once inside, they found themselves entranced, gazing at the myriad of golden jewelry on display, and reading the various slogans plastered on the walls. Love her? Buy her Fu. A millennium-old store's grand opening sale. Wait another 100 years if you miss this. Fu. Endorsed by the ninja god. The villagers, who had only intended to browse, were suddenly captivated. Though the price of gold was not trivial, the opening and flyer discounts made them feel as though they were striking gold themselves. Many began to compete in their purchases, everything from gold beans, rings, and necklaces to bangles. Golden guanine statues, and gold Hashirama figurines. Baijio gazed at the football-sized golden Hashirama before her, silently, giving Ban a thumbs up. Who would have thought he possessed a sense of humor? Quietly adding a 0 to the price of the golden Hashirama, Baijio raised her voice amidst the cacophony of the shop. The divine statue of the ninja god, personally consecrated by Senju Hashirama, is available. Worshipping it daily in your home will protect you from malevolent spirits, ensuring a smooth career path and abundant wealth. The starting bid is a mere 88 million Rio. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million Rio, and there is only this one statue available. Miss your chance, and you'll have to wait another century. As soon as these words were spoken, the news spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. Various wealthy landowners were stirred to action, flocking to the commercial street. The title of ninja god holds absolute authority for these merchants. He is indeed a man akin to a deity. They often fear being robbed while transporting goods. But under the ninja god's governance, bandits have nearly vanished from the land of fire. These merchants owe their livelihoods to Senju Hashirama. Thus, when news of the statue broke, the business community erupted in excitement. Even many prominent families were drawn in, their eyes gleaming with greed as they beheld the sacred and solemn golden statue displayed at the center of Baijio's shop, seemingly radiating with divine light. They eagerly began to spread the word, and soon Konoha village was abuzz with excitement, all eyes on the ninja god statue. Chapter 48. Affection with Shumo, Mito's visit. Have you heard? A new gold shop has opened in the North District. Just yesterday, a statue the size of a head sold for over 500 million Rio. Your news is outdated. I heard the owner is a nine-tailed fox spirit. That statue is a true divine artifact. Bringing it home will bless generations. Indeed. My uncle's daughter's grandmother's grandfather's large dog was patrolling nearby and told me that the statue has been purchased by a wealthy merchant from the capital. It said that the merchant made a fortune that very night. Is that so? I also received a coupon yesterday, but seeing the crowd, I didn't go in. Did I miss out on a great opportunity? I should have gone in to share in the blessings. It's not too late. Some say all the gold in that shop is imbued with spiritual energy. Bringing it home will surely bring good fortune. In the vegetable market of Konoha village, Mito, carrying a basket of vegetables, paused for a moment. She turned to glance at a group of older women gathered nearby and naturally walked over. Skillfully, she pulled a few green onions from her basket and handed one to an elder, seamlessly blending into the conversation. What are you all discussing? Oh, it's Mito. Congratulations. You're a grandmother now. You still look as beautiful as ever. The older ladies beamed upon seeing Mito, discreetly tucking the green onions into their clothes, and eagerly began sharing amusing tales they had heard around the village. Mito, what have you been busy with lately? The village has been quite lively. I heard a white-haired little trickster has been wandering around, rolling dice and swindling money. Yes, the prize was 1 billion Rio. I also played a couple of rounds. But that little fox always beat me by a hair. It was infuriating. Listening to the indignant complaints of the elderly women, Mito's smile faltered slightly. With a white-haired fox and swindling, weren't they talking about Baijio? That little rascal has been up to no good these days. In recent days, Mito had been quite busy. War is no light matter, especially with the grand schemes of Hashirama and Madara. They had been occupied selecting suitable vessels from the Senju and Uchiha clans for the remaining 7-tailed beasts, preparing to create 7 human weapons to protect Konoha. However, finding suitable candidates was no easy task. While the strength of the Senju clan is formidable, the Uchiha clan can suppress the tailed beasts with their Sharingan. Yet the sheer power of the tailed beasts is overwhelming. Most ordinary ninjas cannot withstand it. After much effort, they managed to find only 5 suitable candidates. The rest could not fully control the tailed beasts or suppress them, and sealing a tailed beast within such a ninja would be detrimental. Thus, Mito and her companions turned their attention to the Uzumaki clan, hoping to find the remaining 2 vessels among them. The Uzumaki are naturally adept at suppressing tailed beasts and possess remarkable vitality, making them even more suitable as hosts than the Senju or Uchiha. This endeavor consumed several days. Mito finally found a moment to rest, while Madara was still busy training the 7 new hosts. It was said he was so occupied that he hadn't even had time to return home and see Baijio. Mito admired him. With such an adorable little fox waiting for him at home, Madara could still restrain himself from rushing back to sleep with her. If Baijio lived in her home, Mito would have to steal moments to cuddle with the little darling, regardless of how busy her days were. And about that new gold shop in the North District. What was it called? Jodofu or something? Yes, that's it. The sign has those 3 characters written in big letters. Mito? Mito's interest was piqued. A gold shop? Such establishments were rare in the ninja world. While gold held value, it was primarily used as currency. Yet, she had just heard that a statue the size of a head selling for several billion ryo clearly exceeded its intrinsic worth. And Jodofu must be the work of that little rascal, right? Please, tell me more about this Jodofu. Sleeping until naturally awake. Counting money until my hands cramp. Life is sweet as honey. Blissful living. A youthful and cheerful voice echoed from within Jodofu, as Baijio, having slept until she awoke naturally, was in high spirits. Boss, I'm so tired. Shumo had suddenly appeared, having carried the slumbering Baijio from her yard into Jodofu early that morning, and now he was busy attending to customers. After sending away the early visitors, Baijio finally began to rouse from her slumber. Baijio grinned, effortlessly leaping from the counter to Shumo's side, showering his face with affectionate kisses. This sudden display of affection left the little Shumo utterly bewildered. Thank goodness for you, or I'd be completely worn out. Just tell me what you want to eat. Today, the boss is treating you. We must reward you handsomely. Shumo, barely over 4 years old, was a true little cutie, with white hair hinting at silver. His features sharp and spirited, standing out from the ordinary NPCs of Konoha. Plus, he was diligent and easy to please, making Baijio adore him. To her, Shumo was just a little child. After all, with the 9-tailed beast's 1,000 years of memories, Baijio was already 3,000 years old. Though lively, compared to Shumo, she felt like a venerable elder. Feeling affection, she thought it perfectly reasonable to shower him with kisses, especially since he had helped her earn so much money. Expressing her gratitude with a few kisses seemed quite sensible. However, her affectionate pecks left Shumo utterly dazed. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. His little face flushed bright red. Stammering, he could hardly form words. His rosy cheeks resembled perfectly steamed, fluffy dumplings, so soft and bouncy. Boss, I want to eat fish. Unable to resist Baijio's enthusiasm, Shumo clumsily blurted out a food choice, his gaze constantly drifting toward Baijio. Okay, no problem. Just wait until noon, and I'll take you out to eat. Baijio, in high spirits, leaped off Shumo's head, feeling elated as she bounced around the shop, gazing at the glittering gold in her display cases, feeling as though life was full of promise. Deceiving others for monetary gain is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. The reputation of the Dice Sage has already spread throughout Konoha, and the gamblers, recognizing their inevitable losses, have ceased to challenge him. They hope to find evidence of Baijio's cheating, but his mastery of deception is so profound that even the likes of Hashirama and Madara cannot fathom it. How could these mere mortals hope to comprehend it? Thus, from the outset, Baijio intended to establish a shop to earn his living. Fortuitously, he possessed 2,000 pounds of gold acquired from a venture with Arda, which enabled Madara to assist him in opening a store, while also sourcing artisans to craft the desired artifacts. Coupled with the marketing knowledge he had gleaned in his previous life, he amassed a fortune on the very first day of business. Of course, the centerpiece of this success was that magnificent golden statue. Initially, Baijio had merely requested Madara to create a deity statue, expecting it to be a land god or some other mythical creature. To his astonishment, Madara produced a statue of the god of ninjas, and its allure was unexpectedly potent. With enhanced lighting in the store, the statue fetched an astronomical price. Baijio has now achieved complete financial freedom, counting his riches to the point of fatigue, and he has begun to envision a life of indulgence once Konoha is fully developed. Hello, do you have any suitable accessories for children? Just as Baijio was lost in his reverie, a red-haired woman holding an infant entered the shop. Yes, take a look. We have necklaces, headbands, toys, bracelets, everything you could desire. Baijio instinctively replied, but he immediately sensed something familiar in her voice. Turning sharply, a stunningly beautiful young woman came into view, causing Baijio to become so startled that he nearly took flight from behind the counter. Trembling, he exclaimed, "What on earth? How can it be you?" Chapter 49, Transferring Luck to Tsunade? Please, spare me. Mito observed Baijio's exaggerated reaction, unable to suppress a smile as she playfully remarked, "Am I not welcome?" Upon hearing this, and seeing Mito's cheerful demeanor, Baijio was instantly covered in goosebumps. How could he dare to neglect such a revered guest? He had thought that with all the commotion he had caused recently, Neither Hashirama nor Madara had come to inquire about it, yet the first to arrive was Mito, the living embodiment of death. Mito, unlike Madara and Hashirama, was a force to be reckoned with. While Baijio felt he could not contend with the former two, they would not go to great lengths against him. However, Mito was a different matter entirely. Their interactions had been limited, and should she take offense, she could easily ensnare him with her chains, sealing his fate. As he contemplated his precarious situation, the mere sight of the red-haired woman filled him with trepidation. His mind raced, and he quickly assessed whether he had committed any grievous transgressions. Although his recent methods of accumulating wealth were somewhat audacious, he believed he had not crossed any lines that would provoke this formidable woman. Gaining a modicum of confidence, he smiled ingratiatingly and deftly retrieved several golden bracelets and bangles from behind the counter, eagerly presenting them to Mito. "Welcome, welcome. It is a true honor for my humble shop to receive your esteemed visit, Sister Mito. I am more than delighted to serve you. Please, take a look at these bracelets. They are among our best sellers. If you fancy any of these collaborative necklaces, I shall wrap them up for you." Baijio was well aware of the art of survival. He flattered her with affectionate titles, rendering the nearly 40-year-old woman momentarily flustered. Why did Mito invent the Yin seal? She had little need for combat. It was a means to preserve her beauty. Baijio's sweet words struck a chord deep within her heart. As she observed the little fox diligently arranging items at the counter, a glimmer of delight danced in Mito's eyes. What a charming little creature. How fortunate for that boy. Madara. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to take Baijio home and care for him. However, she knew that such a bold move would likely incite Madara's wrath. So she opted for a more measured approach. "Little one, your name is Baijio, is it not?" Mito casually inquired, marking the first genuine conversation they had shared. Previously, she had merely observed Baijio interact with Hashirama and Madara, even learning his name through their exchanges. Baijio nodded eagerly but then noticed something awry. What was that swaddled bundle Mito held? Wait. Oh my goodness. Is that Tsunade born? Baijio's ears perked up instantly, brimming with curiosity about what the infant Tsunade would look like. This must be Tsunade, right? The bundle Mito is holding surely contains her. Oh wow, Tsunade has finally arrived. With her birth, the era of the legendary three ninjas must be close at hand. Baijio's mind raced with excitement. The emergence of the legendary three ninjas signified the dawn of a new era, heralding the arrival of many familiar faces in this world. How could this unexpected joy not thrill Baijio, a scholar of the ninja realm? Noticing Baijio's fervent thoughts, Mito raised an eyebrow. The legendary three ninjas? It seemed a commendable title. Clearly, little Tsunade was destined for greatness. In high spirits, Mito's smile brightened, becoming more approachable. She resembled a benevolent grandmother, or rather, a kind-hearted young woman. "Ah, Baijio, I hear your gold is quite valuable. Are you gifting it to me?" Mito playfully feigned surprise as Baijio presented her with a collection of golden jewelry he had prepared. The price of gold was not as exorbitant as it seemed. It was often used as a medium of exchange. Yet, the ordinary gold Baijio transformed into exquisite artifacts had significantly increased in value. One could not deny that this young man possessed a keen business acumen, or perhaps he was simply a little money-obsessed. "Ah, Sister Mito, you may not be aware, but I acquired these gold pieces at no cost. They were simply found treasures. Just yesterday, I sold a single golden statue of the ninja god for an astounding fortune. In truth, the 2,000 pounds of gold amounted to roughly 500 million, yet the gold statue he sold, weighing less than 10 pounds, fetched him an astounding 500 million ryo. Although the ninja world's measurement units were relatively small, this translated to approximately 2.5 billion renminbi, marking an extraordinary profit. Baijio had never encountered such wealth, even while scrolling through videos on Earth. Mito chose to overlook his mention of found. Observing the young man's beaming smile as he spoke of money, which also brought a glimmer of mirth to her eyes. Recognizing his genuine intent to gift her something, she accepted Baijio's offering, feeling it would bring him a sense of ease. Was this akin to a bribe? Perhaps it was similar. Then I shall graciously thank you, Baijio. Mito gently covered her mouth with a smile, not in haste to retrieve the box resting on the counter. Instead, she adjusted the swaddled little Tsunade in her arms, presenting the child to Hakuju with a grin. "I came primarily because I heard that the gold here has been blessed by celestial beings, capable of warding off malevolent spirits and bringing good fortune. I wish to purchase a necklace for my granddaughter to ensure her safety." Those of advanced age often harbor little desire for themselves, focusing instead on the well-being and longevity of their loved ones. Although Mito found the rumors circulating in the village regarding the gold shop somewhat exaggerated, she still wished to buy a little for some psychological solace. After all, who knows? Hakuju had even managed to rejuvenate Hashirama, extending his life by decades. Perhaps there truly existed a means to repel evil and avert misfortune. However, upon hearing Mito's words, the smile on Hakuju's face abruptly froze. Blessed? What nonsense! Did she not see the massive golden lights illuminating the room? Repelling evil, attracting good fortune? Just a fleeting thought of Tsunade's unfortunate fate sent shivers down his spine. Heaven forbid Mito would think Tsunade's misfortunes were linked to his gold. Sister Mito, superstitions hold no credibility. These are merely decorative pieces crafted from gold. Aside from their aesthetic appeal and intrinsic value, the tales spun about them are mere fabrications. Even if such trinkets existed, they would hardly be able to contain the ill fate of young Tsunade. A gambler never wins. Those who do often meet untimely ends. Who could possibly counter that? If Mito had come seeking health and safety for others, Hakuju could have turned a blind eye, but the person she sought to protect was Tsunade. God knows Tsunade's misfortune could hardly find a more suitable home. Aside from herself, all those connected to her had met untimely deaths. She was indeed a quintessential lonely star. Hakuju was convinced that the Senju clan, including the likes of Shinjutsu, and even the entire Senju family, might have been cursed by Tsunade's ill fate. He certainly dared not sell anything now. If something were to happen in the future and Mito suspected his gold was the cause of Tsunade's misfortune, he'd be finished. No, this cannot be sold. Although Tsunade may not face significant peril herself, the people around her perish one after another, culminating in a dismal fate of solitary old age. Should I sell this, I might be wrongfully implicated. Hakuju mused, acutely aware of the implications. The Senju Hashirama's fortune is staggering. If his descendants cannot bear the legacy of his luck, they may suffer premature deaths, ailments, misfortunes, or even sudden demise. This is manageable while Hashirama is still robust. However, as he ages, these issues will gradually manifest. Once Hashirama departs from this world, if his lineage cannot harness his residual fortune, they will face a backlash from the imperial aura. This was precisely why the illustrious Senju clan had dwindled to just Tsunade in the future. Truly, success and failure stemmed from Hashirama. Hakuju couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Even if conspiracy theories suggested the Senju clan fell victim to others' schemes, they could hardly escape the whims of fate. Had the Senju been able to grasp Hashirama's fortune and cultivate a new era of strength following the second Hokage, the clan would never have suffered such a fate. Alas, fate can be cruel. As Mito absorbed Hakuju's thoughts, her heart suddenly tightened, her pupils constricting. A memory flashed in her mind of half a year ago, when she learned of her son's sudden death during a routine escort mission for the daimyo. During that mission, the daimyo had been attacked by ninjas from another nation, and only 2 members of the escort team perished, one being their son. Mito and Hashirama had sensed something amiss. They had summoned all the ninjas involved to interrogate them, only to conclude that their son had merely been unfortunate enough to be struck by an enemy's ultimate technique. Though heartbroken, Mito had accepted this grim reality, reasoning that in the life of a ninja, death was inevitable, and it was merely a matter of lacking skill. Yet, upon hearing Hakuju speak of fate, Mito could no longer remain composed. Their little Tsunade, who had already been born without a father, was now destined to become a lonely star, ultimately ending in solitude. Mito could not bear this. Her breath quickened, and chakra involuntarily radiated from her being, enveloping her in an invisible pressure. Although the chakra was not abundant, its aura was enough to intimidate Hakuju and the bystander, Shoma. Hakuju, being a fully realized tailed beast, remained somewhat unshaken, but the young Shoma was utterly terrified, turning pale and collapsing to the ground. Hakuju trembled with fear, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure Mito's chakra exerted. Just the emotional surge released from her was enough to instill dread in him. Instinctively, Hakuju recoiled, his expression betraying trepidation as he contemplated a hasty retreat. Could it be? Has she truly lost her temper? Is it possible that false advertising could cost lives? After all, I'm not selling health supplements. Hakuju felt a mix of despair and helplessness. Luck and blessings were inherently mysterious. Believing in them could bring peace, while disbelief would surely yield otherwise. Faced with someone of Mito's caliber, Hakuju dared not utter falsehoods. He chose to speak the truth, perplexed by her sudden anger. Could it be that even Mito was not exempt from the laws governing elder health products? Just as Hakuju contemplated a hasty exit, Mito, whose demeanor had been dark, suddenly regained her composure. I apologize, I momentarily lost my composure. Please recommend a necklace suitable for children. The effectiveness is of no concern. Initially, Mito intended to purchase some jewelry while getting to know Hakuju, the intriguing little fox. To her astonishment, this trip had yielded such profound revelations. With a gentle sweep of her hair, she tucked the stray crimson strands behind her ear, a glint of determination shining in her beautiful eyes. Tsunade's future could not be so bleak. The Senju clan must not perish. Since Hakuju could voice such matters, he must surely possess the means to assist Tsunade. If he could save Hashirama, he could undoubtedly save her Tsunade. Mito resolved to increase her interactions with Hakuju, hoping to have Tsunade accompany him when she grew a bit older. After all, Hakuju was a 1,000-year-old fox. Surely he could employ some mystical arts to alter Tsunade's fate. At the very least, it could not be as grim as Hakuju had suggested. Ah yes, I will find something for you. Hakuju stared, bewildered at Mito, who had transitioned from a frantic woman to a poised lady in an instant, his mind struggling to comprehend her thought process. How could her mind work in such mysterious ways? Hakuju wished he could read minds. He yearned to understand the emotional journey Mito had just traversed. Yet, despite these musings, he was resolute in his actions, his professional prowess unwavering. With a swift motion of his tail, he retrieved a dozen gold necklaces from the counter. Among them were designs featuring crosses, talismans, and various auspicious symbols, representing a myriad of meanings. Such items were among the most sought after in the shop. Although their sizes might be ill-suited for infants, adjustments could be made. Displaying the array of necklaces on the counter for Mito to choose from, Hakuju meticulously described each piece. It wasn't long before Mito selected a necklace that captured her heart. All right, Sister Mito, you may return for now. In a few days, I shall find someone to craft a small item to send along with this to you. Bai Jio, with great enthusiasm, took it upon herself to ensure this matter was handled, for she was eager to see Mito depart, regardless of the inconvenience it might entail. Mito nodded, casting a final deep gaze at the warmly smiling Bai Jio before leaving with a smile after providing her address. She needed to return home to discuss what she had just heard with Hashirama. The concept of fortune was somewhat perplexing to Mito, yet she could grasp its essence to a degree. If that were the case, preparations must be made in advance. She wondered if sealing techniques could contain this so-called fortune. Once Mito departed, Bai Jio and Shuan Mao sighed in relief. My goodness, that woman was terrifying. Could we possibly post a sign at the entrance stating that red-haired women are not permitted? Shuan Mao, visibly shaken, expressed his fear, feeling an oppressive presence from Mito that surpassed even that of his mother. He felt a pang of sympathy for the infant named Tsunade, as such a fierce mother would surely lead to a challenging future for her child. Bai Jio shot him a glance and retorted, should you dare to inscribe such words, she would be capable of demolishing our establishment by tomorrow. After their banter, Bai Jio began to ponder anew. She could not allow the Senju clan to face annihilation, for she intended to save the Uchiha as well. The salvation of the Senju was equally paramount. The crux of rescuing the Senju lay in ensuring that either Tsunade or another member of the Senju clan could harness or suppress the royal fortune emanating from Hashirama. But how could this be accomplished? Should Tsunade be reduced to begging? The Hokage Hashirama? In this life, am I to seize everything from my grandfather? Perhaps I ought to contemplate further strategies. Chapter 51. A Picnic with Shuan Mao, The Shadows That Disrupt Tranquility. For those who may not fully comprehend the notion of fortune discussed in these chapters, allow me to illustrate with an example. The necklace left by Hashirama around Tsunade's neck harbors his fortune. Because Naruto is the child of destiny, he is able to withstand Hashirama's fortune, which is why he has not perished, whereas others who have worn that necklace, such as Dan and Shinsuke, could not endure it and thus met their demise. This is essentially the concept at play. At noon, as promised to Shuan Mao, Bai Jio accompanied him to the riverside to fish. It was not that Bai Jio could not afford the modest expense of purchasing fish, but rather that Shuan Mao insisted on showcasing his culinary skills. Thus, the highly popular Jio de Fu had to close its doors on the very second day of its opening. A throng of villagers, having saved money throughout the day to buy gold, could only lament their misfortune, planning to return later that evening. Unbeknownst to Bai Qian, This impromptu fishing excursion inadvertently heightened the villagers' expectations for Jio Fu. At this moment, Baijio's mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to assist Tsunade in changing her fortune. It was not that it was impossible, but it would indeed be quite troublesome. After all, he was a nine-tailed fox sage who had lived for 2 millennia, possessing some knowledge of Taoist runes and formations. With certain spiritual stones, it was conceivable to influence fortune. However, considering the spiritual environment of the ninja world, Baijio doubted the presence of such stones. Perhaps jade might suffice. Although the quality varied immensely, spiritual stones are merely a more refined form of jade, and the effects should not differ significantly. After all, Konoha was not truly an empire. Hashirama only possessed a faint aura of dragon energy, royal but not entirely so. Assisting Tsunade in harnessing this dragon fortune was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. From the fact that Tsunade could defeat anyone yet had not perished herself, it was evident that her life force was quite robust. She merely struggled to contain Hashirama's fortune. "Boss, what are you contemplating? Are you scheming for ways to swindle money this afternoon?" Shuan Mao, observing Baiju lost in thought since Mito's departure, curiously poked him. Although he could overhear Baijio's internal musings, he could not comprehend them. The dullness of roasting fish while listening to Baijio ramble on about various mysterious formations and charms was quite tiresome for him. Baijio, upon hearing Shuan Mao's remark, suddenly found a response. Emerging from his somewhat archaic recollections, Baijio instructed himself to momentarily set aside these contemplations. After all, gems of such nature are fortuitous finds. Even if one sought them, success was not guaranteed. Moreover, Hashirama still had a decade or 2 ahead of him. With him around, the Senju clan would not face immediate peril. Perhaps because Hashirama lived a few extra years, the Senju clan would give rise to an exceptional new generation capable of containing his fortune, right? Anything is possible. What he needed to focus on now was to seize the moment and enjoy life. Upon hearing Shuan Mao's question, Baijio sprang up, playfully swatting his tail against Shuan Mao's head. "Do you perceive me as merely a charlatan who knows only how to swindle money? Refrain from constantly mentioning swindling. The affairs of a sage cannot be labeled as such. They are a means of generating revenue." Baijio crossed his arms, receiving the fish that Shuan Mao had expertly roasted, shooting him a side eye. How ridiculous! Why did it seem as though he were merely a societal leech? He was, after all, a newly recognized taxpayer of Konoha. The swat of Baijio's tail, while seemingly forceful, was no more than a gentle tap, akin to a light pat. Shuan Mao felt no anger. Rather, he was secretly delighted that his boss had returned to his usual self. He quickly feigned contrition, eagerly agreeing, and then joyfully devoured another fish. "Hey, this is quite delicious. You sly one. I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills." Baijio took a bite of the fragrant roasted river fish, inadvertently recalling the future when Kakashi would tantalize Obito with his pan-seared river fish. It appeared to be an inherited skill from his father. I must say, it was indeed delectable. Receiving both verbal and mental praise from Baijio, Shuan Mao was overjoyed, grinning widely enough to nearly showcase his back molars. Yet, his curiosity about who Kakashi was began to grow. What relation did Kakashi have to him? Why did Baijio think of him? Baijio's thoughts were always peculiar, often fragmented and disjointed. Shuan Mao, intrigued yet hesitant to inquire, feared that if he did, Baijio might cease to play with him. Silently, he noted the names Kakashi and Obito. Over the past few days, he had learned many things from Baijio. For instance, he would one day save a teammate only to be framed and led to suicide, which Baijio would scold him for being foolish. Shuan Mao resolved that anyone who dared insult him would face his wrath. He could not allow such behavior to persist. Otherwise, his boss would surely chastise him for being a fool. He also memorized several names. The legendary 3 of Konoha, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. However, that was the extent of his knowledge. He could only recall the names, hoping to assist Baijio should he encounter them in the future. His boss was a fox sage, winning every gamble, and capable of human speech. How could he not be a sage? Anyone who occupied Baijio's thoughts must certainly be noteworthy. Little Shuan Mao had not yet attended a ninja school, and during these peaceful times, children of such tender age were not required to undertake missions or engage in battle. Under Hashirama's governance, the children of Konoha were generally well protected, leaving Shuan Mao with a rather superficial understanding of this world. Maintaining the innocent virtues of a child, such a boy was indeed endearing. Baijio, embracing the notion of having ventured outside, spent an afternoon frolicking with his companions, befriending several children of a similar age to Xuan Mao. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they reluctantly parted ways. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Baijio intended to absorb the essence of the moon during the night, a rare and pure form of energy in this world that would aid him in maturing into human form sooner. Life unfolded in tranquil serenity, accompanied by the gentle autumn breeze and the laughter of playful children and birds. Lying in the courtyard, he hummed an unknown melody, gazing at the twinkling stars above, feeling a sense of calm and joy. Yet, a nostalgic longing struck him. It had been several days since he last caught a whiff of the faint osmanthus fragrance that lingered on him. Truthfully, he missed it. However, he reasoned that Ban was likely preoccupied with the affairs of war, and as a nine-tailed fox, he knew little of such matters. Better not to disturb them. Suddenly, as Baijio's mind wandered, a youth dashed out from the shadows, collapsing heavily onto the ground with a thud. The resounding noise startled Baijio, causing him to leap to his feet. The darkness of the night cloaked the source of the strange sound nearby, sending a jolt of fear through him. Yet, after that initial commotion, silence fell, leaving Baijio in a state of suspicion. He stood alert, listening intently to the direction of the noise for quite some time. But nothing further occurred, as if whatever had fallen from the tree had simply vanished. Intrigued but cautious, Baijio summoned his chakra, unleashing a flicker of flame that ignited the surrounding trees. With the newfound light, his unease diminished significantly. He cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound. "Ah, I see you," Baijio exclaimed, lunging forward with a fierce expression toward the shadow. However, upon closer inspection of the figure lying unconscious in the shadow beneath the tree, he froze in astonishment. How is it him? What is he doing here? Chapter 52. The Timid Youth. Q. The Prelude to War. Uchiha Q. A disciple of Senju Tobarama in the original narrative, sported a head of curly hair and a visage reminiscent of Shursui. Baijio recognized him at once. Yet, upon seeing Q's face, Baijio was puzzled. What reason could compel this young lad to appear outside his courtyard at such an hour? Q appeared younger than Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who were nearing their mid-teens, while Q seemed to be merely in his early teens, a rather delicate-looking youth. Curious, Baijio circled Q a few times, deducing that the boy might have been knocked unconscious by a fall, evidenced by a sizable bump on his head. After surveying the scene without discovering anything amiss, Baijio resolved to carry him back to his room. After all, Q was connected to Shursui, and it would be unfortunate if any mishap befell him outside. With effort, Baijio grasped Q by the collar and dragged him back inside. The following morning, after a restful sleep, Q awoke, instinctively stretching his limbs and rubbing his eyes as he sat up, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. As his mind came to life, he suddenly gasped, "I can't believe I fell asleep waiting for Baijio to return home." Recalling the task entrusted to him by Ban, Q scrambled to his feet and bolted outside. As a ninja, dozing off while on duty was a grave misstep. If Ban learned that he had fallen asleep while delivering a message, he would surely be met with a fierce reprimand. In the meantime, Baijio, who had been observing Q, felt utterly disregarded as Q rushed out of the room, ignoring his presence entirely. Is my existence so negligible? Baijio thought. Having taken the effort to guard Q's awakening by waiting in his room, only to see the boy slip away without a word. With a swift motion, Baijio sprang from his bed and leaped after Q, only to find himself dumbfounded upon exiting the door. Where had he gone? Scanning the empty courtyard, he realized not a trace of Q remained. Quickly, he expanded his senses and detected a distant chakra, sensing Q's rapid departure. Q has fled. Baijio exclaimed in disbelief. Is he mad? Why is he rushing off like that? Frustration bubbled within him. Q had come and gone in a flash, leaving him bewildered over the abruptness of it all. After a moment of exasperation, Baijio took a deep breath, adopting a calming posture reminiscent of Tai Chi. It's not a big deal, he reassured himself. Life is beautiful, and my impatience is unwarranted. Exhaling deeply, he decided to remember this incident and inquire further the next time he encountered Q. Glancing at the sky, Baijio prepared to catch a few more moments of sleep, only to notice that the weather felt unusually chilly. Is it about to snow? Unbeknownst to him, autumn was nearing its end, and the season for snowfall was approaching, as even the osmanthus trees in the courtyard had nearly shed all their leaves. The crisp morning air hit Baijio's face as he stepped outside, shaking off his drowsiness. With a resigned expression, he set off toward Jiu-de-Fu, thinking, well, I might as well go to work today and earn some extra funds for my future. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Konoha village, Q arrived breathless, only to find Ban and Tobarama waiting impatiently. His heart sank at the realization of his tardiness. Ban, arms crossed, exuded an intimidating aura as he glared at Q's late arrival, unable to suppress a derisive snort. As a ninja, how can you be late to the battlefield? Q's face fell, and he dared not protest, hurrying to stand beside Tobarama. Seeing Q's distress, Tobarama chuckled heartily, patting Ban on the shoulder in a comforting manner. Oh, come now, Madara. Perhaps Q was just a bit anxious and didn't sleep well, which caused him to be late. Ban fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation as they faced the coalition of 4 nations and a multitude of smaller states eager to seize opportunities. It was only natural for someone like Q, inexperienced in battle, to feel nervous. Let us go, the others should be on their way by now. Despite Ban's fierce demeanor, he had been waiting here specifically for Q's arrival. Tobarama playfully ruffled Q's hair, noticing his apprehensive demeanor, and offered a reassuring smile. Yet, Tobarama's casual tone ignited Ban's irritation. A flicker of annoyance crossed Ban's face as he brandished his Uchiha fan, aiming it at Tobarama. With a laugh, Tobarama dodged, but the gust of wind from the fan nearly swept Q off his feet, prompting Tobarama to swiftly catch him before leading the way toward the village exit. After preparing for numerous days, it is now time to showcase the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village to the ninja world. More precisely, it is the might of the ancient 3 great clans of the Land of Fire. This expedition sees Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Uzumaki Ashina engaging directly on the battlefield, while all other accompanying ninjas are tasked with guarding and controlling within the borders of the Land of Fire. Over a month has passed since Hashirama promoted the 4 nations during the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Rice, during which they gathered manpower and procured strategic resources. All of this has transpired quietly, without raising much of a ruckus. As a result, the majority of the inhabitants of the Leaf Village remain oblivious to the fact that the Uchiha and Senju clans have already set out. This marks the first large-scale military campaign for the Leaf Village since its founding. Normally, one would expect a grand send-off with drums and firecrackers when such a force departs. Yet not a single person has come forth to bid farewell, which is rather unusual. Even as the villagers are aware that they face a coalition of the other 4 great nations, their families and friends remain largely absent from the battlefield, leading them to know only that war is imminent, without grasping the specifics. It seems as though the outcome of this war is of little concern to them. Of course, this is also due to the village's insufficient foundation. The new generation of the Leaf Village is still quite young, and the older generation lacks a strong sense of identification with the village, resulting in the current situation where the Uchiha and Senju clans must mobilize their young and able-bodied members. Hashirama feels a pang of disappointment at this reality, but does not dwell on it too heavily, believing that following this event, the Leaf Village will emerge more united. Soon, when the Senju and Uchiha divide the spoils of war, those clans will surely come to regret their decisions. At that time, the strength and heritage of the Uchiha and Senju will surge once again, and it will be their turn to reckon with the consequences. Have you delivered the message I asked you to? Just as Hashirama and his companions departed from the Leaf Village, the usually aloof Madara suddenly turned to Q, who had been lost in thought. Upon hearing Madara's words, Q, who had been engaging in casual conversation with Hashirama to ease the tension, stiffened suddenly. All right. Madara had summoned him to the small courtyard to relay a message to Hakuju. After waking, he had been so focused on going to the front lines that he completely forgot about this matter, instinctively reaching behind him to touch his ninja tool pouch. Q swallowed hard and timidly looked up at Madara. Ah, so you Haven T, Madara replied, his lips pursed in annoyance. Wasn't T Uchiha Q supposed to be clever and astute, the pride of the Uchiha clan? Why did he appear so cowardly in front of him? Forgetting even a simple message. Could such a person truly surpass the other disciples of the Senju clan and become Hokage? Stealing a glance at the grinning Hashirama, Madara rolled his eyes in frustration. However, at present, it seems that the Hokage of the Leaf is indeed of such a foolish nature that perhaps he might just succeed. Chapter 53. Now appearing is Senju Tobarama, the sole Grand Commander of the Ninja Allied Forces. The Leaf Village's army set out a few days earlier than planned, as their task is to fortify the entire Land of Fire, resulting in a considerable workload. The principal participants in this endeavor include the young members of the Senju clan, the young members of the Uchiha clan, 800 ninjas from the Uzumaki clan coming to assist, the clan heads of the various families in the Leaf, and their accompanying personnel, along with a significant number of logistical support troops and some civilian ninjas gathered through reward tasks from the mission hall. It is rather ironic that Hashirama and the others fight for the village, yet must pay to hire other ninjas to escort the logistical team. In the original narrative, Tobarama requisitioned resources without compensation. However, the current circumstances differ from that of the original story. In the original tale, Hashirama had perished, leaving the Leaf Village without the protection of the God of Ninjas, while facing an onslaught from the four great nations. A defeat would surely lead to devastation and the invasion of their resources, in the face of the existential threat of national destruction. Combined with Tobarama's various strategies to win hearts, the clans of the Leaf Village were willing to risk their lives for the village. After all, if they were to lose, their livelihoods would be severely compromised. However, at present, these clans are aware that Hashirama, Madara, and the two great clans of Senju and Uchiha stand strong at the front. Even if the Leaf were to suffer defeat, it would likely only result in territorial concessions and reparations, as the title of the God of Ninjas still holds weight, ensuring that their peaceful and stable lives would not be shattered by a loss. Thus, they feel emboldened, daring to use this opportunity to seek to weaken the Senju and Uchiha clans. After all, if the Uchiha and Senju do not decline, how can these smaller clans hope to rise? Nestled in the heart of the Land of Fire, the Leaf Village's advantageous geographical position simplifies the fortification of this battle. The Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans each form small teams, generally maintaining a 3-person group, supplemented by a ninja from another smaller clan. Due to the relatively smaller number of Uzumaki clan members, some teams opt to include scouts from the Hyuga, Aburame, or Inazuka clans in place of the Uzumaki. The aim is to maximize the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the reconnaissance ninjas, distributing them across various defensive points along the periphery of the Land of Fire. Once Hashirama and his companions have vanquished the enemy on the front lines, these ninjas will move in to intercept and defend. Their primary objective remains to prevent situations akin to Kakashi's team infiltrating the enemy's rear to wreak havoc, with victory already declared before the battle commenced. Once the two armies clash, it is merely a matter of time before Hashirama pierces through the opposing ninja coalition, compelling them to surrender. Report to Lord Hokage. We have received intelligence from the southern battlefield indicating that a small raiding party has infiltrated the borders of the Land of Fire. The captain has been captured. Please advise. Suddenly, a blackhound capable of human speech sprang forth from an unknown source, performing a military salute towards Hashirama as it reported. Upon hearing the hound's words, both Hashirama and Madara nodded, as they had anticipated this development. They were not merely contending with the four great nations, but also with those smaller nations hoping to seize a share during the chaos. Such small groups infiltrating their territory before the war, waiting to wreak havoc once the conflict begins, are far from rare. Extract the intelligence, release the captives, and allow them to return to inform their factions. After the war concludes, I shall personally discuss matters with them. Hashirama's voice remained calm. As he had expected this scenario, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan would capture all the hidden mice within the borders of the Land of Fire. The Blackhound nodded in response and promptly vanished with a reverse summoning technique. Hugh, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt a sudden flash of enlightenment cross his delicate features. So that is how it works. Utilizing summoning beasts for reverse summoning to swiftly relay information. He had learned a valuable technique. In the future, he too would acquire a summoning beast capable of transmitting intelligence. Ideally one that could split off for reconnaissance and return to the main body for aggregation. The Aburame clan's insects seemed quite suitable. Don't space out. We are already at the front lines. Being too distracted may lead to being ambushed by the enemy. Hashirama patted the contemplative Q, effectively scattering the threads of thought he had just begun to weave. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Q quickly raised his eyebrows, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Beside him, Madara coldly mocked, "By the time Hashirama reminds you, you'd have been dead countless times already." Hashirama stumbled, feeling as though he had just been scolded. His perception is quite sharp. Thank you very much. His seemingly sluggish reactions stem from the fact that he finds no necessity to maintain constant vigilance. Looking across the entire ninja world, aside from Madara, Ashina, and a select few, Who could possibly assassinate him? The group that had appeared during the 5 Kage summit had struggled to breach his defenses. Certainly, it is after being thoroughly transformed by Baijio that he has emerged. Now that Hashirama's body has fully recovered, he has ascended to a state that rivals the 6 paths, comparable to the resurrected Madara after acquiring the Rinnegan. Thus, he is exceedingly confident in combat. If given the opportunity, he would even relish the prospect of challenging the entire opposing force single-handedly. Facing 1,000,000 troops alone, a pure exaggeration. Oh, what a scene that would be. The grandeur of it all. Just thinking about it is exhilarating, isn't it? In the future, the God of Shinobi will not only be known for pacifying the chaotic world, but also for his reputation of single-handedly subduing countless heroes and warriors. Truly, it is a thought that inspires awe. While Hashirama and his comrades are diligently preparing for war, countless ninjas from beyond the Land of Fire are rushing toward it. The Land of Fire is not an impenetrable fortress, even though they have attempted to seal off information regarding the war. The news of their mobilization has still reached the outside world. Seated in the temporary conference room is Tobarama, the first Hokage and chief strategist of the allied forces of the 4 nations, who gazes at the information delivered by Carrier Pigeon with a deadpan expression. His eyes casually scan the surroundings. Noticing that no one is paying attention to him, he swiftly slips the document into his pocket with a stealthy motion. How absurd. Does he, Tobarama Senju, the illustrious white flash of Konoha, a master of forbidden techniques, and the future second Hokage, truly intend to assist these uncivilized folk against his own homeland? Ridiculous. These foolish individuals dare to appoint him as their strategic commander. A single misstep on the battlefield could lead to countless fatalities. Should a conflict arise, he might inadvertently issue commands that lead to the demise of these dim-witted allies. Once the dust settles, he will shed his undercover identity, return to Konoha adorned with glory, and have his brother step aside to elevate him to the position of second Hokage. Upon assuming this esteemed role, he will assign a troublesome and detested position to the Uchiha clan. On the surface, he will grant them authority, while subtly fostering disdain among the villagers of Konoha towards them. In time, he will skillfully manage these rebellious red-eyed warriors. Contemplating the splendid life and vast opportunities that await him as Hokage, Tobarama, filled with confidence, waves his hand grandly. The overwhelming aura of his presence and unyielding self-assurance left the intelligence personnel in the main tent utterly astonished, especially the 2 well-endowed kunoichi from the Land of Lightning. Gazing at the robust and spirited first water shadow, the 2 women felt their eyes sparkle with admiration. Who dares to speak ill of this elder? This water shadow is undeniably charming, particularly that scar adorning his eye, an emblem of masculinity. The stern brow, marked by a scar, only enhances his commanding presence, and his striking white hair adds to his formidable allure. Truly captivating. The 2 kunoichi quietly glanced at their own courage, then lifted their gazes, their eyes glimmering with infatuation. Fixated on the side profile of Tobarama, who was diligently working on the battle map, or doodling, as it were. A serious man is undeniably attractive. They pondered whether the water shadow has a preference for the voluptuous. Exchanging knowing glances, they instinctively licked their lips and shared a conspiratorial smile. Chapter 54. The Great Lords Surrender Before the Battle. The Soulful Strategist. The impending war in the shinobi world is a momentous occasion, being the sole recorded instance of a full-scale conflict among all nations in shinobi history. Every nuance of this war could potentially reshape the entire landscape of the shinobi world, naturally attracting the attention of all factions globally. This time, a significant portion of the shinobi world has united to besiege Konoha. Why, you ask, is it Konoha? Because the daimyo of the Land of Fire had already surrendered before the onset of hostilities. This is not merely a straightforward confrontation of 1 against 4. Under the influence of nepotism, a majority of the shinobi forces have joined this campaign against Konoha. You're attacking Konoha? What a coincidence. So are we. Hey, me too. Konoha is bogged down by the 4 great ninja villages. We can sneak in and plunder at will. In such circumstances, even the bountiful resources of the Land of Fire cannot withstand the invasion of the entire shinobi world. The daimyo only wishes to quietly inherit this wealth, enjoying a life of luxury above all others. The court there values not merit but the absence of faults. This generation should have been heralded for the transformation from the Warring States era to a peaceful, unified ninja village era, a change worthy of historical record. Yet, Konoha's sudden declaration of war against the four nations has plunged this era of peace into an unfathomable abyss. The daimyo dares not envision resisting the collective might of the shinobi world. Even the god of shinobi cannot withstand the entire world's onslaught. Furthermore, with the land of fire being so vast, how can Hashirama Senju, no matter how formidable, possibly manage it all? Thus, when the declaration of war from the other four great nations reached him, the daimyo promptly surrendered, in accordance with the demands of the other nations. Not a single coin of war funding was granted to Konoha. He even sent multiple ceasefire proposals to Konoha. Yet the envoys he dispatched were ultimately repelled by Madara and Ashina. In utter despair, the daimyo was compelled to send several peace overtures to the other nations, claiming that all decisions were made unilaterally by Konoha, while he himself longed for peace. Moreover, just days prior, he had secretly submitted the topographic and administrative maps of the Land of Fire, while Konoha was distracted. This situation has become quite troublesome for Konoha. Having a daimyo who not only refuses to support them in battle but actively assists their enemies is profoundly irritating. Even Hashirama's good-natured temperament was tested upon hearing this news, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. For the first time, he felt that this daimyo was utterly superfluous. Although the submission of the topographic map does not significantly impact their frontline strategy, it does allow the enemy to easily deduce their defensive positions, leading to concentrated pressure that could cause their lines to collapse. Gazing at the intelligence report laid before him, Ashina smashed the second wooden table Hashirama had crafted with wood release into splinters. The first had been destroyed by Madara. They had only recently acquired this intelligence from the captured ninjas. Their meticulously crafted defensive strategies, painstakingly developed over several days, had been rendered futile by the daimyo's underhanded actions. Hashirama's expression darkened. The ever-smiling glint in his eyes was now replaced by a surge of murderous intent. The submission of their topographic and administrative maps ensured that once the war began, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary casualties. These were their own kin. Every casualty among the young and able-bodied members of the Senju and Uchiha clans was akin to tearing a piece of flesh from their very beings. Seated nearby, the young Shinji felt the oppressive atmosphere in the room weigh heavily on his heart. Had they truly fallen to a disadvantage? Was Konoha destined to lose? Shinji was uncertain whether Konoha could emerge victorious. Merely from the composition of both sides, he found it difficult to maintain optimism for Konoha's prospects in this battle. They had only one Hokage, and alongside Hashirama, there was but Madara, equating to only 2 leaders. Yet the opposing side boasted a full 4 leaders. In a 2-against-1 scenario, could Hashirama and Madara be in danger? Alas, he felt too weak to offer any assistance. During the 2 days that Hashirama and Madara returned to Konoha, Shinji had been summoned from the ninja academy by the Uchiha clan, leaving him bewildered as to why. Despite being Tobarama's disciple, he still found himself in the academy. Yet, when the Uchiha ninja carried him from the school to the Hokage building, his face still bore the marks of the textbook he had been studying. Then, inexplicably, he was accepted as a disciple by the esteemed Hokage and Madara, whom he revered. Indeed, one was a master and the other was a teacher. He referred to Tobarama as teacher while addressing Hashirama and Madara as master. In simpler terms, at this moment, Kageme's standing surpassed even that of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. While Kagami remained preoccupied with concerns about the impending war, the atmosphere on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Hashirama exhaled deeply, concealing the murderous intent in his eyes, which transformed into 2 sharp glints of determination. Initially, he had contemplated minimizing casualties, but under the current circumstances, to spare their own, they would have to ensure the enemy suffered greater losses. Madara and Ashina were taken aback by Hashirama's transformation. Goodness, Hashirama was getting serious. In turn, Madara's demeanor shifted to one of malevolent delight, even the corners of his tightly pressed lips curling up slightly. Previously, while in Konoha, their discussions revolved around minimizing the slaughter of ordinary ninjas, primarily focusing on capturing and incapacitating them. Such restraint, however, necessitated careful control over their power, which could be rather taxing. Yet, if they were to unleash their full might, they could easily sweep away a vast number of foes with their ultimate techniques, significantly reducing the difficulty of the task. Madara found himself almost grateful to the feudal lord of the Fire Country. Otherwise, he would have to tread carefully on the battlefield, fearing that a misstep might result in excessive casualties that would elicit reproachful glares from Hashirama. Although both aimed for peace, they held slightly differing views regarding enemy ninjas. Madara believed in annihilating them entirely, ensuring that no other villages could retaliate before conquering the nation. Conversely, Hashirama felt that such an approach would only breed more hatred and preferred to adopt more lenient measures. Their disagreement persisted until Hashirama triumphed in a game of rock, paper, scissors, compelling Madara to reluctantly accept his viewpoint. Now, with the lives of other ninjas at stake, Hashirama would undoubtedly exert his utmost effort to protect his comrades. Madara had already begun to anticipate the onslaught of the ninja coalition. Why were they taking so long to arrive? It had been days, and they had yet to reach the Fire Country. His blade was growing impatient. Meanwhile, on the side of the ninja coalition, the Kaguya had gathered within the grand tent where Tobarama resided. Their camp was situated within a cavernous rock wall, hewn into the cliffs of a canyon nestled between the Fire Country and the Wind Country, boasting exceptional concealment while allowing for effective battlefield command. Although the disparity between the other ninja villages and Konoha resembled that of the Three Kingdoms era, where the central powers of Wei, Shu, and Wu contrasted starkly with the foreign tribes, the tactical commander Tobarama, drawing from the resources of the four great nations, had nonetheless uncovered numerous valuable insights. For instance, the secret technique of Kumogakure, Tensun, bore similarities to his flying thunder god technique, enabling the direct teleportation of objects once a location was locked. Furthermore, as long as one could withstand the physical strain of rapid movement, it could even transport individuals. Additionally, a deadly poison master from Sunagakure had emerged, capable of implanting curses into a person's body from a distance. Tobarama had witnessed this woman conjure a centipede thicker than his arm from within another's body, a sight that still sent shivers down his spine. He had previously thought that the oil-wielding clan's parasitic insects were unparalleled, but this encounter had truly opened his eyes. The Kage gathered around, gazing at the terrain map of the Fire Country and Tobarama's haphazard scrawls of symbols, each adorned with expressions of utter confusion. Wait, weren't we here to discuss how to deploy forces to breach the defenses of the Fire Country? The first Kazekage, Redo, with a peculiar demeanor, gazed at Tobarama in the main seat, hesitantly questioning, convinced that his intellect surpassed that of at least 95 of the ninja world. Yet, facing the map filled with annotations from Tobarama, he found himself utterly perplexed. This left Redo questioning his own intelligence. That Tsuchikage and Reikage shared similar sentiments. Staring at the incomprehensible symbols before them, they too cast inquiring glances at Tobarama. Sensing their doubts and bewilderment, Tobarama cleared his throat twice, straightened his posture, and solemnly addressed the assembled group. These are our water country's special markings, devised to prevent operational maps from being leaked and exploited by the enemy during combat. Upon hearing Tobarama's explanation, the dark-skinned Reikage and the elderly Tsuchikage wore expressions of understanding. They deemed Tobarama's reasoning sound. They had witnessed numerous situations where traitors had stolen operational plans, leading to devastating defeats. However, Redo still appeared skeptical, pointing to a specific location on the map with a tone tinged with inexplicable strangeness. I understand everything else, but is this symbol of a pig-headed man with a gourd also a special code? Chapter 55. There are villains among the crowd. With Redo's words, Tobarama suddenly coughed several times, and an unnatural expression flickered across his previously composed face. He had thought of Uchiha Madara and had drawn it without a second thought. However, his exceptional mental fortitude quickly steadied him. Ahem, this symbol represents Uchiha Madara, please disregard it. Without allowing any further questions, Tobarama directly steered the conversation back on track. Now, since everyone is here, the coalition should be arriving shortly, right? In the face of the substantial interests of Konoha, the four nations set aside their differences to form an alliance, with the strongest Reikage taking command. Tobarama served as the strategic commander, akin to a military advisor, while the Reikage directly oversaw the ninja of the four villages. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, the other three Kage ceased to dwell on the peculiar symbols on the map and nodded in agreement, proceeding to relay intelligence to Tobarama, listening attentively to their reports. Tobarama feigned deep contemplation, nodding repeatedly. The ninja coalition comprises approximately 70,000 members, a figure that did not surprise Tobarama, as Konoha alone had nearly 20,000 registered ninjas the previous year. while the total coalition force for the Fourth Great Ninja War reached 80,000 ninjas. This was during the pinnacle of Konoha's strength when Hashirama was still alive, having enjoyed 8 years of recuperation. Both the Uchiha and Senju clans remained at their peak, especially the Senju clan, known for their remarkable vitality. Even after Hashirama's demise, without utilizing the power of the Uzumaki or the Ninetails, he could still single-handedly pressure the 4 great nations into signing a ceasefire agreement. Had it not been for the intervention of Kinshiki and Momoshiki, giving Tobarama another decade, he might have been able to conquer the other 4 great nations. After confirming the troop strength, they began to outline an offensive strategy, dismissing all irrelevant personnel. And the 4 Kage commenced discussions regarding the highest secrets of the impending battle. This is the terrain map of the Fire Country. Our advantage lies in our numerical superiority. My proposal is to divide our forces into 5 paths, with the bulk of our troops drawing fire on the front lines, while simultaneously breaking through from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Tobarama earnestly gestured with a command baton, illustrating the plan. Although his map resembled the whimsical drawings of a child, the seasoned Kaguya, battle-hardened ninjas, were able to comprehend the essence despite the bizarre symbols. After hearing Tobarama's overarching strategy, the forthright Reikage raised a question. Since we are aware of the severe anti-war sentiment and troop shortages on the Fire Country's side, why not concentrate our forces into 2 groups? One engaging in direct confrontation, while the other conducts a surprise attack from the rear? Upon hearing the words of Reikage, Tobarama's heart skipped a beat. Could he have conceived such a method? Yet, if they truly managed to penetrate their defenses, it would spell disaster. As an undercover agent for Konoha, Tobarama naturally aligned himself with the interests of his village. The intelligence gathered by their coalition indicated that the various clans of Konoha were largely unsupportive of the war. Aside from a handful of prominent figures taking the field, the numbers were dismally low. Based on his understanding of his elder brother, he knew that his brother would likely position the ninja throughout the Land of Fire to maintain a defensive presence while he faced off against Madara on the battlefield. In summary, it was a strategy of widespread defensive coverage, albeit with relatively weak overall strength. Should they concentrate their firepower and breach their defenses, it would indeed be troublesome. Tobarama had no desire to become a traitor. Upon hearing Reikage's proposal, he immediately delivered the prepared retort he had long anticipated. We cannot ascertain whether Konoha has disseminated false information. Senju Hashirama is cunning, and he may very well be luring us into a trap. If we split our forces, we risk encountering ambushes on both fronts, leading to catastrophic losses. Tobarama spoke with earnest conviction, aware that his argument contained numerous flaws, yet the other 3 shadows, united in their precarious alliance, did not delve into the details. Furthermore, Reikage was notably in agreement with Tobarama's assertions. Clenching his fists in frustration, he slammed them onto the table, his voice seething with indignation. Indeed, that Senju Hashirama, despite his favorable reputation, has crafted it himself. In reality, he is a ruthless and brutal character, with a heart as cold as ice. Should we gamble everything, we might just fall into his snare. Reikage's fervent declaration resonated with genuine emotion, evoking sympathy from the others present, who were already aware of Reikage's grievances against Hashirama. Having been robbed of resources during a recent venture, the Hidden Sand Village was not affluent. The 2,000 pounds of gold they possessed were among their scant financial reserves, only to be seized by Hashirama before they could procure any resources. How could they tolerate such an affront? Reikage and Tsuchikage briefly imagined themselves in this predicament. Had Hashirama pilfered their funds, they would undoubtedly demand a duel in an octagonal cage. Tobarama cast a look of appreciation at Reikage, proud to have such a staunch ally. Once Konoha emerged victorious, he would ensure that Hashirama rewarded Reikage handsomely. Reikage's successful infiltration into their ranks had been instrumental. During the previous summit, it was Reikage who had championed Tobarama's role as strategist. Now, once more, his good brother had aided him in swaying Reikage and Kazekage, making Tobarama feel that he was not alone in this endeavor. Reikage was indeed a commendable comrade. Ultimately, with Tobarama's strategic leadership and Reikage's support, they finalized their plan to distribute their forces across the entire Land of Fire for a coordinated assault. However, just as they prepared to adjourn the meeting and await developments, the large-breasted secretary from the Land of Lightning hurriedly entered, her footsteps heavy with urgency. Report. There is an urgent message from the Land of Fire. The sudden interruption drew the attention of the four present. With the other three leaders in attendance, it was an opportune moment for them to hear the intelligence. Tobarama, having just completed his manipulative objective, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. His offensive strategy aligned perfectly with Konoha's defensive measures, safeguarding countless lives and properties within the Land of Fire. He resolved to inscribe his deeds into the annals of history, ensuring that future generations would recognize his contributions. Even if Hashirama and Madara were formidable, they could not possibly oversee such a vast territory as the entire Land of Fire. Without his intervention, even a victorious outcome would yield significant losses. Tobarama felt like the second Hokage, a true deity of ninjas. Perhaps they should erect a statue in his honor in Konoha? In this moment of triumph, Tobarama's spirits soared. The exhilarating sensation of manipulating the world to his will was intoxicating. He, Senju Tobarama, was inherently suited for the machinations of power. Meanwhile, the female secretary, clutching the confidential letter, sought a silent cue from the other three shadows. After all, she remained a subordinate of Raikage, even while serving in the ninja coalition. In Raikage's presence, it was prudent to show respect to her superior, otherwise, she might face repercussions upon returning home. Seeing Raikage nod in agreement, she quickly tore open the letter, cleared her throat, and dramatically read the contents aloud. Cough. The Hokage of Konoha is licentious and unscrupulous, instigating a ninja world war without regard for propriety, stubbornly pursuing conflict with the various nations. The people of the Land of Fire are in turmoil, their grievances echoing loudly. Thus, we present the detailed battle strategy of Konoha for your reference, hoping for your swift conquest of Konoha to rescue our people from the flames of war. What? Someone has provided us with Konoha's strategic deployments? Is it from the Shimura clan leader? With a startled expression, Tobarama, who had just sipped his tea, suddenly spewed it all over Raikage's face. What the hell? What is going on? I have painstakingly maneuvered to mislead these people, and now someone has betrayed me. And it's the Shimura clan leader? An avalanche of expletives surged through Tobarama's mind. Brother, there are traitors among the masses. I must report this to the higher authorities. Chapter 56. Can you bear it? Can you bear it? The seemingly tranquil days passed for another 2 days. In Konoha, Hakuju felt the increasingly chill in the air and realized his energy had been waning of late. Boss, the fox doesn't hibernate. You're simply being lazy. Shikumo, dressed in winter attire, approached with hands in pockets, a grin illuminating his face as he playfully exposed Hakuju's thoughts. Standing at the shop entrance, gazing at the autumn scenery, Hakuju's tranquil moment was abruptly shattered, and he looked at the tardy Shikumo with exasperation. Ever since this fellow had grown close to him, his tongue had become increasingly unrestrained. He dared to jest with him. Yet, Hakuju felt no anger. The light-hearted atmosphere among friends was far more enjoyable than a rigid, formal demeanor. Choosing to ignore Shikumo's banter, Hakuju leaped onto the counter with the agility of his 9 fluffy tails, preparing to indulge in his morning nap. Observing Hakuju's nimble movements, Shikumo couldn't shake the feeling that Hakuju had noticeably grown larger lately. Not in terms of weight, but genuinely larger. However, Shikumo dismissed the thought, attributing it to Hakuju's ongoing growth. He then excitedly shared another piece of news. Bounding over to Hakuju, Shikumo, with his tousled fur, jumped onto the counter and leaned in closer with a conspiratorial whisper. Boss, I heard that the ninja world war has begun. Upon hearing this, Hakuju, who had been pondering the nature of Shikumo's news, was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize the implications. No wonder he had felt the village was emptier lately. The war had commenced. However, it seemed that little news had emerged from the village regarding this matter. After a brief contemplation, he surmised the reason. Most villagers were opposed to the war, discussing it would only breed unnecessary anxiety and panic. It would be far better to strike decisively against their foes and return to celebrate their victory. How did you know? Hakuju inquired, curious about how Shikumo had obtained this information, especially when the village had been so silent. Shuo Mao raised his head proudly, his small face lifted towards the heavens, and exclaimed with delight, It's because my father is on the battlefield. I haven't seen him for many days. Shuo Mao took immense pride in his father's deployment, for his mother had told him that his father was fighting valiantly for the glory of their nation. Unbeknownst to him, the battlefield was fraught with peril. All he knew was that his father was formidable and would surely vanquish the enemy, returning home laden with honor. Bai Jiu nodded in acknowledgement of Shuang Mao's sentiments. Appreciating his pride, those who fought on the front lines for their country were deserving of respect, whether in the past or within the realm of ninjas. However, just as Bai Jiu deemed it prudent to shift the topic, Shuang Mao suddenly waved excitedly at him. Boss, what is the battlefield like? Are there many enemies to fight? Well, possibly, Bai Jiu faltered, wishing to convey that the battlefield was not as thrilling as Shuang Mao imagined. War was brutal. Yet, gazing into Shuang Mao's innocent and radiant eyes, Bai Jiu found it difficult to voice such harsh realities. Do you wish to see the battlefield? He mused, contemplating a bold suggestion. Shuang Mao was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, Can we? Are you going to take me to the battlefield? No, I mean, if you wish to see it, you can wait until you grow up and go on your own. Bai Jiu quickly retracted his previous statement, resolutely refusing. Why would I leave the safety of Konoha to seek trouble on the battlefield? For a fleeting moment, Bai Jiu had genuinely considered taking Shuang Mao to witness the battlefield. However, despite knowing that Konoha's outcome in this war was assured, he couldn't ignore the potential dangers along the way. What if, just as he exited the village, he encountered a group of ambushers akin to Kakashi's team in the original tale? Shuang Mao staggered, feeling deceived by Bai Jiu's words, his face falling into a sulky expression. His eyes darted back and forth, filled with discontent. The purpose of his earlier discussion was to convince Bai Jiu to take him to the battlefield. He had initially wanted to persuade his mother to take him, but she had scolded him and firmly refused. Thus, he had turned to Bai Jiu, believing that his strong leader, who was unafraid of the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, would surely be able to ensure his safety. Yet, he was taken aback by Bai Jiu's rejection. Noticing the glimmer of disappointment in Shuang Mao's eyes, Bai Jiu found himself bemused. Looking at me like that won't help. While I do have a slight inclination to see how Hashirama and Madara are faring, the war may well end in a few days. It would be the same to see them later. Children are often curious about the unfamiliar, particularly boys, who dream of gallivanting across the world with sword in hand and a flagon of wine. However, adults harbor more reservations. Bai Jiu, considering himself a mature and composed fox, believed he should act with careful deliberation rather than impulsively chase after whims. Although he missed Hashirama and Madara, waiting a few extra days to see them seemed far more prudent than venturing into danger. Upon hearing Bai Jiu's inner thoughts, Shuang Mao was astonished to realize that his boss also seemed to desire a glimpse of the battlefield. Instantly revitalized, he wore a sly grin. If his boss harbored such a wish, surely he could persuade him. Thus began Shuang Mao's hour-long campaign of charming persuasion. Come on, just take me for a look. We'll just visit the battlefield and return. Absolutely not. Bai Jiu remained steadfast, a fox with principles. Seeing Bai Jiu so resistant, Shuang Mao's eyes glimmered mischievously. Suddenly, he plopped down onto the ground, his bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and he feigned wiping his eyes with the hem of his garment. His fragile demeanor could easily mislead one to believe Bai Jiu had bullied him. Boss, there is something I've kept from you for a long time. I'm actually gravely ill and have little time left. All I desire in this life is to see the battlefield once. Please fulfill my last wish. Can you bear to let me leave this world with regrets? Chapter 57, Taking Little Shuang Mao to the Front Lines. Tobarama's killing intent. In the end, Bai Jiu succumbed to Shuang Mao's relentless enthusiasm. He simply could not withstand the persistent little white-haired boy. After being pestered for an entire day, Bai Jiu decided to take him south, to the rear of the Land of Fire. The territory of the Land of Fire is broad in the north and narrow in the south, meaning the journey from Konoha to the south would be significantly shorter than to the north. Bai Jiu reasoned that if he couldn't dissuade Shuang Mao, it would be better to let him take a brief look. A quick trip might scare the boy enough to deter his future inclinations for adventure. Thus, the recently opened Jiu de Fu was closed for the day. Bai Jiu hung the closed sign on the door and prepared to set off with Shuang Mao. The latter was unaware of what to bring to the battlefield. Apart from his white-toothed short sword, he had not packed a single ninja tool. Little Shuang Mao, at only 5 years old, had yet to attend a ninja academy, had never used a tool pack, and had wielded only his short sword. Can you not even throw a shuriken? Didn't your father teach you? Bai Jiu was taken aback by this revelation. After all, Itachi had been able to wield kunai at 3 years old. How had Kiba's reputation diminished so? Yet Shuang Mao was unperturbed, defiantly clutching his short blade. Dad said, "If I master my sword, not even an army can harm me." As Shuang Mao grasped the hilt of his sword, His eyes seemed to shine with determination. Baijiu was momentarily taken aback, sensing a familiar aura from Shuo Mao, yet he could not pinpoint its source. After a moment of silence, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, with him present, a mere excursion to the southern border should pose no issues. They would treat it as a weekend getaway. Meanwhile, when Mito arrived at Jiu de Fu, cradling the nearly 1-month-old Tsunade, hoping to chat with Baijiu and glean some insights, she was met with only a closed sign. With a resigned shake of her head, she reflected on the little fox's erratic work ethic, which she had come to accept. Due to Baijiu's frequent absences, the villagers had begun to say that Jiu de Fu operated on a whim, welcoming only those with fortune. Consequently, rather than suffering a decline in patronage due to frequent closures, Jiu de Fu's reputation only grew, igniting fervor among the local merchants and common folk. Even some vendors had started hoarding gold to commission jewelry artisans in hopes of emulating Baijiu's business model. As word spread, the price of gold in the land of fire surged. Mito, now acting as the proxy Hokage, was acutely aware of this, marveling at Baijiu's business acumen as she held Tsunade and made her way to Baijiu's residence. Since Baijiu was absent from Jiu de Fu, he must be home resting. Yet, once again, Mito found herself thwarted. To the surprise of the water dweller, early in the morning, where could the gluttonous fox, Baijiu, be if not at home sleeping or at the shop earning money? Just as Shuei, who was about to leave after confirming that Baijiu was indeed not at home, the little Tsunade, who had been quietly resting in his arms, suddenly began to wail. Has little Tsunade awakened? Is she hungry? Shuei, who paused momentarily, initially thinking that Tsunade's cries were due to hunger, and contemplated using medical ninjutsu to alleviate her discomfort before continuing to step outside. However, just as she had taken a couple of steps, Tsunade's cries grew increasingly louder. The gentle ah transformed into a full-throated shout. This strange change immediately captured Shuei, whose attention. The keen Shuei, who instantly sensed that it was not mere hunger that troubled Tsunade, but rather her reluctance to leave Baijiu's room. What could be the reason? Was there something in the room that attracted her? Sure enough, in the next moment, Tsunade's chubby little hands struggled out of Shuei, whose embrace, reaching toward a specific spot in the room, waving incessantly. Shuei, whose heart stirred, following the direction of Tsunade's pointing, she soon laid her eyes upon a familiar object. Approaching, she reached out and grasped the gold necklace resting on the cabinet, unable to suppress a soft gasp. Wasn't this the gold necklace Baijiu had chosen for Tsunade last time? The necklace was crafted entirely of pure gold, with a slender chain, and the pendant below was a charming fukurokuju. Shuei, who lifted her gaze to examine the other items atop the cabinet. They were peculiar trinkets she had never seen before, including yellow paper adorned with strange red symbols, an unknown material cross, and several coins that left Shuei, who perplexed. Yet, Tsunade reacted significantly to these items. She struggled to reach for the necklace, her little arms too short to grasp it, and her anxious cries filled the air. Shuei, who placed the necklace into Tsunade's hands, and in an instant, the previously wailing little Tsunade beamed with joy. Her chubby hands waved the gold necklace up and down, her newly sprouted golden eyebrows curling into a smile, clearly delighted. Shuei, who couldn't help but smile indulgently. As long as Tsunade was happy, that was enough. However, Shuei, who soon felt a twinge of hesitation. Was it improper to take it without asking? Tentatively, she pulled the necklace away from Tsunade's grasp. Immediately, Tsunade pouted, and the next moment, she burst into loud tears. With no other choice, Shuei, who returned the necklace, and instantly, little Tsunade's face transformed back into a grin. Faced with the sight of this little treasure enthusiast, Shuei, who felt resigned. After all, the necklace was originally intended as a gift from Baijiu to Tsunade. Surely taking it a little early wouldn't be an issue, would it? At that moment, Baijiu, who was perched atop Shuo while admiring the scenery, suddenly let out a great sneeze. Feeling slightly puzzled, Baijiu rubbed her nose, sensing she had forgotten something of great importance. What could it be? Boss, are you catching a cold? The weather has turned chilly. You should remember to wear more clothes. Shuo Mao's concerned voice echoed from below. Baijiu, brushing off his comment with a flick of her tail, proudly raised her increasingly round little face. I am a fox immortal. I cannot catch a cold. But you just sneezed. The straightforward Shuo Mao replied honestly. Perhaps someone is thinking of me? Baijiu retorted, you are so self-absorbed. With a swift motion, she playfully slapped Shuo Mao's forehead, fiercely tugging at a tuft of his white fur. If you don't keep quiet, No one will mistake you for a mute. Shuo Mao yelped in pain, yet a light-hearted smile remained on his handsome face. Truly, the time spent with the boss was delightful. Bai Jiao and Shuo Mao playfully bickered, making their way south towards the land of fire, filled with laughter along the journey. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers outside the southern border of the land of fire, in a small nation, Tobarama, with a deadpan expression, led an elite force of 30,000 from the four nations, lying in ambush, awaiting the moment to unleash a concentrated assault into the land of fire. The dark cloud hovering over his face indicated his foul mood. Just how bad was it? That would only be revealed when he encountered Shimura. Originally, things on Tobarama's end had been going splendidly, according to his plan. The offensive could significantly reduce the pressure on Konoha's defenses and casualties in the war. However, a secret letter from Shimura had thrown the other three nations' leaders into a frenzy. The crucial plan to breach defenses that had been previously dismissed was suddenly back in play, and Tobarama found himself unable to stop it. According to the ninja who delivered the message, this letter had been delivered by a dream eater, a spirit beast that only the Shimura family possessed. Consequently, with solid intelligence, the Allied forces' battle plans shifted to a direct frontal assault with 20,000 to hold Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, while another 20,000 would focus on breaking through the southern defenses. The remaining 30,000 would harass Konoha's troops from other directions, preventing them from providing support to the south. This was still the outcome of Tobarama's and Raito's strenuous efforts. Otherwise, following the more aggressive thoughts of Isekai'd and Reikage, 30,000 would hold the front, while 40,000 would sneak around to attack from the rear. Contemplating the potential loss of innocent lives in the land of fire due to Shimura's secret report, Tobarama felt a heaviness in his heart. He truly wished to shove a detonating talisman into Shimura's mouth and blow this brat to pieces. A murderous glint flashed in Tobarama's eyes. He longed to encounter a few ninjas from the Shimura clan on the battlefield to vent his frustrations, especially Shimura. It would be best if he never crossed paths with him. Otherwise, he would surely ensure Jiro's demise would be most unpleasant. Feeling the chilling aura radiating from Tobarama, the many captains standing beside him wore expressions of both respect and fear. Truly, he was the great commander of the allied ninja forces. Such murderous intent, such a gaze. They felt that if Konoha's ninjas appeared before them now, this esteemed Mizukage would undoubtedly devour them whole. Following such a leader, they were certain they could achieve great feats in this war. The obedience levels of the pinnacle Jounin captains skyrocketed, especially among the two young ladies from the Cloud Village. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and infatuation, nearly overflowing. Truly, he was the older man they admired. His aura was so captivating that they couldn't help but want to follow. They just wondered how he fared in other aspects. Note this detail, as these two young ladies will reappear later. Chapter 58. Please shower me with compliments before the great commander. The wind howls, the waters grow cold, a valiant warrior departs, never to return. This line speaks of a fox named Jingku from ancient times, who prepared to undertake a perilous mission. Fully aware of the grave dangers that lay ahead, yet willingly sacrificing himself for his country, embodying extreme heroism and unwavering loyalty and affection for his homeland. What are your thoughts upon hearing this verse? Bai Jiao, resting atop Shuo Mao's head, contentedly began to share profound insights with him, who was still on the move. Are you suggesting that I should avoid emulating Jingku, that I should safeguard my own life when faced with challenges? Shuo Mao blinked a few times. Though he didn't fully grasp the meaning of the verse, he could intuitively sense the answer. As expected, upon hearing Shuo Mao's words, Bai Jiao was instantly filled with joy, comfortingly patting Shuo Mao's head and praising him profusely. A promising future indeed, a child worthy of teaching. You have already grasped 3 parts of my essence. If you diligently explore the path of survival I impart, it will undoubtedly yield boundless benefits for you in the future. Shuo Mao silently curled his lips, harboring disdain for Bai Jiao's words. Although his mentor was a celestial being with good intentions, he could not accept the notion of merely surviving in the face of challenges. He was a swordsman. When confronted with adversity, one should speak out with righteousness and offer assistance. The idea of sitting back and watching the drama unfold was utterly unfathomable to him. Bai Jiao noticed Shuo Mao's dismissive attitude, but did not dwell on it. He did not expect Shuo Mao to change his mindset based solely on his words. Rather, he hoped that when faced with real challenges in the future, Shuo Mao would recall some of what he had said. What was that saying? One must plant the seeds of dreams from a young age. He was merely sowing the seeds of self-interest in Shuo Mao, hoping they would take root and flourish in due time. By the way, boss, are we there yet? We've been walking for 2 days. Shuo Mao complained, casting a glance at the setting sun, his mood evidently sour. It proved that a child's interests were fleeting. They had barely begun their journey, and he was already growing impatient before even reaching the battlefield. Baijiu shrugged his shoulders, adopting a tone of playful resignation. What can I say? It's your short legs, after all. If you wish to return, you can turn back now. Upon hearing Baijiu's words, Shuo Mao's small face puffed up in indignation. He had walked for 2 whole days. Baijiu had simply been lounging on his head, doing nothing but chatting with him. No, I must reach the battlefield. I want to protect my homeland alongside my father, Shuo Mao declared resolutely, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His steps determined as he pressed forward. We won't sleep tonight. We shall continue our journey. Baijiu merely shrugged in indifference. Though Shuo Mao was adorable, he was stubborn, and once he had made a decision, it was as if 10 bulls could not pull him back. Perhaps this was a common trait among the strong. Only those with unwavering willpower could hope to swim against the current and become formidable. Those who relinquished their goals at the slightest difficulty would forever drift with the tide. Thus, the two continued their journey southward under the cover of night, and soon, Baijiu fell into a deep slumber. Shuo Mao, however, remained resolute. He could not afford to be as carefree as his companion. To ensure that this fervent little traveler would not suffer from fatigue halfway through their journey, Baijiu had been channeling chakra into Shuo Mao's body, aiding in his physical cultivation over the past 2 days. After a day of exertion, the night was perfect for absorbing the essence of the moon to replenish energy. Of course, he was merely being lazy. Listening to the increasingly steady rhythm of Shuo Mao's breathing, Baijiu chuckled softly as he poked Shuo Mao's little head, realizing that he had indeed fallen asleep. With a sigh of resignation, Shuo Mao understood that he would have to traverse the night alone, with no one to alleviate his boredom. Nonetheless, he considered this a form of training, an opportunity to strengthen both his body and spirit. Particularly, after these few days of travel, Shuo Mao noticed his physical strength visibly increasing. Hey, who are you? Just as Shuo Mao was making his way through the night alone, a voice suddenly shattered the silence. The unexpected disturbance startled Shuo Mao. Meanwhile, Baijiu remained blissfully asleep, indulging in his infantile slumber. Shuo Mao immediately drew his white fang, albeit with a quavering voice that betrayed his fear. I am. Is that you? Hurry over. If we get discovered, we're done for. The voice continued, oblivious to Shuo Mao's presence, causing him to raise an eyebrow in confusion. It seems they are not speaking to me. Did you hear something just now? Another male voice emerged from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Shuo Mao instantly grasped the situation and, without hesitation, lay flat on the ground, feigning death. What sound? Don't overthink it. Hurry, if we're spotted by the whirlpool ninjas, we're finished. The first voice urged, its tone low and conspiratorial, clearly attempting to conceal something. Yet, in the stillness of the night, Shuo Mao heard every word distinctly. Sensing something amiss, Shuo Mao's gaze sharpened as he scanned his surroundings, finally spotting several shadowy figures hastily advancing down a small hillside. Once they had moved far enough away, Shuo Mao gently shook Baijiu, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Boss, we have a situation. What? Did the Howling Heaven Dog and the Evil Dog Gang come back again? Those filthy mutts? Baijiu's ears perked up at the mention of a situation, as though triggered by a hidden mechanism, normally impossible to rouse. The lazy fox sprang up from Shuo Mao's head, fur bristling and eyes sharp, emanating an aura of ferocity. This unexpected display of intensity startled Shuo Mao. Such formidable presence. Apart from the red-haired woman, he had never felt such a terrifying aura. So this is how strong his mentor truly was. Baijiu had been dreaming of his childhood, battling a pack of foxes against a group of filthy dogs on the neighboring hillside. Just as he charged in, he found himself jolted awake. Sighing, he lamented how long it had been since he had dealt with those mutts, hoping for a chance to unleash his pent-up frustrations. With a sense of dissatisfaction, he shifted his gaze to Shuo Mao, who had jumped onto a nearby rock, hands on his hips, and declared imperiously, "Little white fur. Why disturb this immortal's tranquil meditation?" Shuo Mao, avoiding any antics with Baijiu, promptly relayed what had just transpired. 10 minutes later, 2 furtive figures stealthily approached the entrance of a cave, crouching low to avoid detection. Boss, won't we get discovered like this? Shuamao asked excitedly, gripping his white fong, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he whispered to Baijio. This is an internal spy hunt. It's written like this in novels. During wars, there are always traitors. Based on their previous deductions, he had identified those sneaky individuals as traitors. They were now determined to capture them. Relax. Let us first observe whether we can take them on. If we can, we strike. If not, we retreat. Baijio shared in the excitement. The thought of capturing a traitor was thrilling. He envisioned returning to boast to Hashirama, hoping for some grilled fish in reward. Lord Shimura, congratulations on making the wisest choice. I assure you, once the coalition takes Konoha, your clan will be treated well. Thank you, Mr. Ruban. Please be sure to speak favorably of me to the great commander. The leading coalition ninja nodded, patting his chest to assure him. Rest assured, the commander is wise and mighty. He will grant you the best treatment. Chapter 59, A Shocking Beginning. You have both been surrounded by us. Baijio and Shuamao crouched outside the cave, straining their ears to catch the sounds within. After a while, they picked up on several key phrases: Shimura clan, great commander, and coalition's favorable treatment. Recalling the anti-Japanese dramas he had watched in his previous life, Baijio quickly concluded that the Shimura clan had turned traitor. It appeared that the two factions had already completed their exchange before their arrival and were preparing to depart. Seeing this, Shuamao and Baijio quickly shifted their positions, observing as the Shimura clan leader and the coalition spies departed one after the other. Boss, why aren't we making a move? Shuamao questioned, confused. Shouldn't they rush in and confront them? Of course not. If you act now, you'll just alert the enemy. Baijio rolled her eyes in exasperation. How could Shuamao, this little brat still lacking in maturity, entertain the thought of taking on 7 elite jonin? In the end, wouldn't it be up to him to intervene? She had no intention of engaging in such a thankless task. Who knew the true worth of the Shimura clan leader during this tumultuous period? It would be far more prudent to remember to report back to Madara and Hashirama upon their return home. After listening to Baijio's reasoning, Shuamao found it quite sensible. Indeed, the opposing side was numerous, and he alone could hardly contend with them. Thus, after much deliberation, Baijio and Shuamao decisively shifted their focus from slaying enemies on the battlefield to capturing spies instead. They first intended to inform the highest authority in the region of their plans. Meanwhile, at the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, the vast assembly of 20,000 ninja allied forces stealthily advanced under the cover of night. Brothers, let us charge quietly, no gunfire. The dark-skinned Raikage melded seamlessly into the night, and when he spoke, only the glimmer of his teeth could be seen floating in the air. The accompanying wind and earth shadows couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. These Cloud Village ninjas received a peculiar boost under the veil of night. Suddenly, 2 mountains appeared in their path. The terrain map clearly indicated this area was flat. As the ninja coalition pressed forward, a scout ninja hastily returned, reporting the sudden emergence of 2 towering mountains ahead. This unexpected turn of events forced the allied forces to halt and strategize. How strange. Had there truly been 2 such tall mountains here days prior? The Raikage scratched his head, regretting having sent Tobarama south for a surprise attack. He and the Isekai'd were not known for their intellect. They had always relied on Tobarama's guidance. With this unforeseen development, he instinctively felt lost. The Raikage's gaze shifted toward the clever Raito, the most astute among them aside from Tobarama. Given the complexities of the Wind Country, uniting the desert to establish the Sand Village as the first Wind Shadow demonstrated Raito's true prowess. This was why he had the audacity in the original narrative to demand 30% of the profits from tailed beasts from all nations. Understanding that the Raikage's mind was filled with brawn and that Isekai'd's with stone, Raito took it upon himself to command the ninja coalition. Gazing at the 2 mountains obstructing their path, Raito inquired of the Isekai'd, "Is there any way you could conjure such towering mountains in a short span of time?" The Isekai'd looked up at the majestic peaks, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. He was a ninja, not a deity, even in his youth. He could never have created such formidable mountains. Yet, he couldn't admit his incapacity. That would be too shameful. Thus, he rephrased his response in a didactic tone, stating, "These mountains are beyond human capability. They must have arisen due to geological shifts, and the absence from the map is likely due to a lack of timely updates." Raito nodded in agreement, concluding that if even the Isekai'd deemed it impossible, then indeed, no one could have achieved it. He had not heard of any particularly formidable Earth-release ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decisive choice. To circumvent the mountains would waste valuable time, rendering tonight's surprise attack ineffective. Hence, we shall charge forward with all our might. Upon hearing this, the Raikage eagerly nodded in agreement. Raitu's previous strategies had often been slow and cautious, which had not sat well with him. However, this time, the idea of charging straight ahead resonated perfectly with his own combat philosophy. With only 3 shadows present, the two men quickly reached a consensus. And with no objections from the Isekai'd, the 20,000-strong coalition stealthily advanced toward the gorge nestled between the two mountains. Under the Raikage's leadership, they accelerated into the gorge. With the mountains flanking them, their charge practically brought them into the heart of the Land of Fire, where they could face an imminent assault from the Hidden Leaf Village. Every ninja was on high alert as they sprinted forward, chakra surging beneath their feet, maintaining formation as they plunged into the canyon. Observing this scene from atop the mountains, Hashirama sat cross-legged, his expression unreadable, marked only by his sage visage and the resolute killing intent emanating from his eyes. At last, they had arrived. His efforts in creating these two mountains with earth release that morning had not been in vain. Indeed, these peaks were conjured by Hashirama. What the Isekai'd could not accomplish was effortlessly within Hashirama's grasp, completed in a mere 10 minutes while in sage mode. As he watched the continuous influx of allied ninja surging into the gorge below, Hashirama rose slowly to his feet. It was time to put an end to this tedious farce. 8 years prior, he and Madara had concluded the Warring States period. 8 years later, they would together bring an end to the chaos and disorder of this world. After this night, peace would reign. At the mouth of the gorge, Madara and Kage stood, feeling the tremors beneath their feet. Young Kage's legs trembled slightly. This was an army of 20,000. What did 20,000 even signify? The entirety of the Uchiha clan couldn't muster that many. Are you afraid? Madara's calm voice cut through the air, but for Kage, it served to dispel much of his trepidation and fear. Master Madara, when will our reinforcements arrive? We can't hold them off for long. Kage gripped his kunai tightly. Turning to the arms crossed Madara, seeking answers. Originally, he had been sleeping soundly in the main tent, only to be abruptly brought here by Madara in the middle of the night, still dazed and being told to prepare for battle. Initially, he had presumed it would be a minor skirmish, but upon inquiry, he was left utterly terrified. Now he fervently hoped for their reinforcements to arrive swiftly, otherwise, he feared for the safety of their trio. Madara raised an eyebrow at Kage's words, his tone as unruffled as ever. Who told you there would be reinforcements? Upon hearing this, Kage was momentarily struck dumb, his mind racing as he stared at Madara, realizing the expression on his face was devoid of pretense. His eyes widened in shock. What? No reinforcements? We 3 are to face 20,000. It was a dire situation. His grandmother would be mourning a black-haired child. Is it you, Uchiha Madara? Do you dare stand against our 20,000 alone? At that moment, the 20,000-strong ninja coalition led by the Raikage had arrived before Madara. The Isekai'd glanced around, noticing that only Madara and Kage were present, instinctively overlooking the young boy. Unable to contain himself, he scoffed. Madara thinks he can single-handedly halt our army of 20,000? How laughable. Even if he is strong, can one man truly contend with so many? What a joke. Raitu and the Raikage shared a look of exhilaration. They had just dismissed the beheading tactic. And now Uchiha Madara, bold as ever, dared to stand against their multitude. Uchiha Madara, today you shall pay for your arrogance. Raitu's eyes glowed red, echoing the shock of Shaman, Anoki, and Mu, who had all experienced the wrath of Uchiha Madara in the past. Among them, Shaman had suffered most grievously. If it weren't for Raitu's exceptional puppet techniques, which had allowed him to replace half of his body with mechanical puppetry, he likely would have perished long before the 5 Kage summit. Now, as they stood in the forefront of the battlefield, witnessing Madara, accompanied by a mere child, daring to obstruct their forces, Shaman could no longer restrain himself. A little over a month ago, he vowed to repay the grievances he had endured today. A multitude of formidable warriors surged forward, with the lightning shadow at the forefront, his body crackling with electric energy. He was not the only one to have suffered indignities during the 5 Kage summit. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Madara as well. Observing Madara in a state of isolation and vulnerability, this was indeed the opportune moment to bring him down. He immediately shouted to those behind him, "Follow me. Let us go." A terrifying explosion erupted from the rear of the canyon, accompanied by a cacophony of screams and wails, abruptly interrupting the lightning shadow's command. The sudden upheaval caused the coalition of warriors in front to turn back, and as they did, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a colossal Buddha statue, towering as high as the mountains, rose from the earth before the astonished eyes of countless allied ninjas. Its immense form was accompanied by massive arms that shielded the moon above, casting an ominous shadow that dimmed the stars and plunged the world into darkness. Faced with such a terrifying sight, some ninjas lost all fighting spirit before the battle even commenced. The lightning shadow, equally astonished, was compelled to suppress his fear. Reminding himself of his role as the commander of the ninja coalition, he bellowed, "Do not panic. We have 20,000 men. Charge forward." Before the first lightning shadow could finish his sentence, a blinding blue light sliced through the illusory night sky, hurtling towards the assembled warriors ahead. Instantly, the front lines were met with a devastating onslaught of destruction, leaving a trail of fallen bodies and anguished cries in its wake. The lightning shadow himself was struck by Madara's attack, sent reeling backward as he collided with several hundred others before finally halting. Feeling the immense wound on his chest, the first lightning shadow's eyes were filled with dread. What is happening? How could my formidable body nearly be cleaved in two by a single strike from Madara? And yet, he can still sweep away our powerful front lines. Such terrifying power was unfathomable. How could one person's strength be so overwhelming? Madara remained poised with his arms crossed, his third stage emanating an aura of cold disdain as he surveyed the coalition of ninjas before him, who appeared as mere ants. His kaleidoscope eyes began to spin wildly, and the musculature of his Susanoo expanded dramatically, his form growing ever more imposing, enveloped in layers of magnificent armor. In an instant, the complete form of the Utsusimi Susanoo revealed itself to all. The radiant blue light illuminated the realm, creating a pincer movement with the terrifying thousand-handed Buddha behind the coalition, effectively encircling the 20,000 ninjas within the formidable embrace of two towering giants. The divine Utsusimi Susanoo stood majestically alongside the solemn and sacred thousand-handed Buddha, merely their presence instilling a profound sense of trepidation in all who beheld them. Could they truly overcome such formidable foes? Were they even human anymore? Now, you are surrounded. You have two choices. Either take your own lives now, or allow me to send you on your way. Madara's chilling voice resonated through the Susanoo, echoing in the ears of every individual present. If their numbers were only 20,000, surely it wouldn't matter if they were all slaughtered, would it? Beneath the immense Susanoo, the young Mirai gazed in awe at the terrifying figure behind him, suddenly realizing an unsettling truth. He appeared somewhat superfluous. Was Madara and Hashirama truly this fearsome? This was his first true understanding. However, his bewilderment soon turned into confusion. So then, what was the purpose of dragging me here from my beautiful dreams in the dead of night? Just to watch you two showcase your prowess against 20,000? Chapter 60, Tobarama. Ah yes, indeed. The battlefield was on the brink of eruption, shattering the facade of peace in the land of fire and revealing the lurking threat hidden in the shadows. Various factions surged forward under the cover of night towards the defenses of the land of fire, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, flames, and thunder, piercing through the cold darkness. Baijiu glanced back towards the north, sensing a familiar presence. Surely, Hashirama and Madara must have engaged the ninja coalition by now. The war would not prolong much longer. Turning to the eager Shomu beside him, Baijiu reluctantly decided to let him find someone to spar with. The two stood atop a small hill, elevated enough to see the distant battlefront where the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans clashed fiercely with the opposing ninja coalition. However, it was evident that they were gradually being pushed back. The first line of defense was on the verge of collapse. The enemy's surprise attack force of 20,000 was not easily repelled, and without the appearance of any exceptional combatants on the Konoha side, they were being systematically defeated. On the battlefield, the coalition of ninjas charged at the three clans with fervor, driven by the advantage of their overwhelming numbers. Caught off guard by the disparity in information, the defenders at the border numbered less than 300. Against 20,000, even Tobarama and the three clans' forces could not hold their ground for long. Ultimately, an Uchiha unleashed the Mangekyo Sharingan, sacrificing his life to activate the fourth stage of Susanoo, forcibly carving a path for the others to escape. However, The valiant Uchiha fell under the relentless barrage of attacks. The ninja coalition emerged victorious. Armed with information from Jiro Shimura, they had successfully breached the borders of Konoha. If they were not swiftly intercepted, the entirety of the southern land of fire would soon become a slaughterhouse for these 20,000 warriors. Woohoo! We succeeded. Kill, kill, kill. I've heard that the ladies of the land of fire are enchanting. Tonight, I aim to bed 3. It was said that Konoha was paved with gold. Brothers, follow me. Let us trample Konoha and slay the Senju. The coalition of ninjas erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring, emboldened by the cover of night, to press forward. In stark contrast, Tobarama, surrounded by beaming captains, wore a grim expression. Observing the multitude of corpses around him, he felt an indescribable sorrow. There were Uchiha, Senju, and even members of the Uzumaki clan, whom he had not anticipated to be present. He was unaware that the Uzumaki clan had also joined the fray. However, it was to be expected. With the major ninja clans of Konoha not fully committed to the fight, they would not exert themselves. His older brother had no significant means at his disposal, and it seemed his sister-in-law could only seek help from the Uzumaki. To be fair, Tobarama was indeed quite intelligent. Arguably the most astute among Konoha's F4. Just a moment of contemplation allowed him to piece together the circumstances unfolding in Konoha. Unfortunately, he often lacked the rationality needed when confronting Uchiha Madara. Tobarama stepped forward, gazing at the Uchiha elder who had perished while valiantly defending his comrades. He extinguished the flames engulfing the fallen with a water technique. Recognizing the familiar face, Tobarama identified him as the Uchiha clan's second elder. In his final moments, he had unleashed the Mangekyo Sharingan to unleash terrifying power, tearing a gaping hole in the encirclement of the ninja coalition to allow others to escape. In such situations, if the enemy sought to flee under the protection of Susanoo, it was unlikely anyone present could have stopped him. Yet, he had chosen to stand alone to allow the remaining few to escape. Tobarama observed the elder's eyes, which remained open even in death, and with a sigh, he knelt to gently close them. A delicate bloom of pale blood gently fell upon Tobarama's hand, sending a chill through him, evoking an indescribable sorrow within him, who had always harbored animosity toward the Uchiha. You have done enough. Rest now, he murmured, rising to survey the chaos surrounding him. He inhaled deeply and issued a cold command. Clear the battlefield. Bring all the bodies here. The words momentarily stunned several captains present. They believed they should capitalize on the enemy's disarray and launch a night raid instead of wasting time cleaning up the battlefield. Yet, none dared to question Tobarama. They understood the simplicity of his orders, and it was evident that the brilliant strategist was well aware of the implications. Thus, the command swiftly spread, and, through the collective effort of numerous ninjas, all the corpses were soon gathered, both from Konoha and the Allied forces. Upon closer inspection, the casualties from the Allied forces were notably greater. However, the alliance was unfazed by the losses. Their sheer numbers, vastly outnumbering Konoha's forces, made any sacrifice worthwhile as long as they could breach Konoha's defenses and seize the village. Tobarama's gaze swept across the sea of bodies, and he sighed. Bury them where they lie, granting peace to these soldiers. Let us not allow our brothers to rot in the wilderness. After we conquer Konoha, we shall return to share in this glory. This, of course, was merely a ruse employed by Tobarama to buy time. He hoped that, by taking this course of action, he could afford the fleeing Konoha ninjas an opportunity to relay crucial information, thereby bolstering the defensive forces to thwart the impending assault. Following his proclamation, he produced a sealing scroll and began to encase the Konoha ninjas' corpses. He could not hope to contend against the 2,000-strong ninja coalition alone, for now. His aim was to maintain control over his troops and await a more opportune moment to strike. The other ninjas, upon hearing Tobarama's words, felt their initial confusion dissipate. They all recognized the truth in his actions. As ninjas, they often faced the grim reality of dying in the wilderness, and in such moments, they longed for someone to recover their remains. Now, amidst the urgency of war, while others prioritized the battle, Tobarama remained mindful of the fallen. They too had contributed to this conflict. How could they allow their heroes to bleed and weep, left to rot in the wild? Thus, they began to dig graves to bury their fallen comrades, with some, deeply affected, personally carrying the bodies to dig small pits and weeping for their lost brothers, uttering emotional promises of return. Lord Mizukage, your strategy is truly brilliant. collecting Konoha's dead only to later demand payment for their return. It's not only profitable, but also humiliating for Konoha. The captains gathered around Tobarama, their eyes filled with admiration. If it were them, they would have charged into battle without hesitation. Yet Tobarama managed to pause and lead his men in honoring the fallen. Such a leader, imbued with empathy and valor, was the one they had longed for. Tobarama, taken aback by their praise, glanced around to see the captains looking at him with approving eyes. His lips twitched slightly, and he quickly assumed a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. With the excuse already prepared for him, he felt relieved. Observing that the bodies had been properly handled, he knew there was no reason to delay further. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "To my orders, the entire army advances." Target, Konoha. Chapter 61. As long as he kneels quickly enough, he will be hailed as the hero who assassinated the Mooncakes. The ninja coalition pressed onward, their every movement observed by Hakuju and Tsukumo, hidden on a nearby hillside. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the snow blanketed the slope, enveloping Hakuju and Tsukumo, leaving only their shining eyes fixed on the advancing forces below. "Boss, when are we going to take them on?" Tsukumo could hardly contain his excitement. Eager to engage in battle. When the enemy was few, he might ponder his own limitations, but with the numbers swelling to tens of thousands, the boy's courage surged within him. Hakuju shot him an exasperated glance, finding it hard to reconcile this oblivious fool with the renowned future hero, Hatake Tsukumo. 2,000 ninjas could easily overpower the mightiest of beasts. He would not foolishly venture forth to perish. Moreover, he could hardly fathom how Tobarama had risen to command such a formidable force, leading an army of 2,000. Any nation beyond Konoha would surely fall before such might. Do you realize how many that is? You wouldn't even finish counting them before your white fang is dulled. Calm down, little brother. Yet, Tsukumo's restlessness persisted. He had been lying in wait for hours. From the moment Shimura had betrayed his country, he and Hakuju had remained hidden, initially intending to report the treachery. However, before they could depart the hillside, war erupted. Witnessing so many ninjas fighting valiantly on the battlefield ignited Tsukumo's patriotic fervor, even if he could not win. He yearned to contribute to his homeland. At the very least, he could not remain idle. "I can't hold back any longer, boss. I'm going to fight." With a surge of fiery determination, Tsukumo stood up from the snow. Hakuju, with a quick flick of his tail, ensnared the eager Tsukumo and pressed him back into the snow. "Your fervor won't even melt the snow. Stay put, and I promise you'll have your chance to fight later." On the Konoha side, news of the southern defense being breached spread throughout the battlefield. Fortunately, only the southern front had fallen. The remaining 3 lines were still holding strong. Under the command center's coordination, the southern troops began to converge at the southern border, with elite forces gathering for the impending clash. The southern front was engulfed in skirmishes. The ninja coalition opted for a united approach, discovering that in one-on-one encounters, Konoha's ninjas were formidable fighters. The red-eyed, spiky-haired one grew increasingly manic, unleashing the Sharingan mid-battle. While the Senju were exceptionally powerful, capable of sending coalition ninjas flying with a single punch, the remaining crimson-haired fiend was a hexagonal warrior, capable of tanking damage, healing allies, outputting power, and sealing others' chakra. In such circumstances, the coalition suffered near total defeat in 3-on-3 confrontations. It often took a dozen of them to ensure minimal casualties while overcoming their opponents. As more reinforcements arrived, Tobarama finally spotted a familiar figure. Seeing Shimura and Shimura Danzo hiding among the crowd, engaged in life-and-death struggles with lower-ranked ninjas since the battle began that evening, Tobarama finally reacted. "I've been searching for you all night." As Konoha's reinforcements rushed to the scene, the ninja coalition was compelled to halt their advance and engage in battle, and the clash of steel and cries of battle resonated across the entire battlefield. The several captains accompanying him were detained by the remaining clan leaders, leaving them unable to break free for the moment. At this juncture, Jiraiya took advantage of the chaos to rush toward him alongside Shimura Danzo. "Lord Mooncakes!" Jiraiya exclaimed with joy, having previously provided the ninja coalition with crucial information to initiate battle. He believed that their arrival here was undoubtedly linked to his own efforts. This accomplishment would surely secure significant benefits for the Shimura clan in the future. In his eyes, the village was but an illusion. Only the strength of his own family was genuine strength. Thus, Jiraiya felt he was not betraying anyone, but merely playing both sides to his advantage. However, upon witnessing the gleeful expression on Jiraiya's face, Tobarama's countenance darkened instantly. Especially upon seeing Danzo at Jiraiya's side, a murderous intent surged wildly within him. He had initially thought Jiraiya's defection was a solitary act, but observing Danzo's calm demeanor made him realize that this traitor was complicit. Tobarama felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. He had taken Danzo as his disciple nearly 4 years ago, initially as a means to forge alliances with several clans led by the Sarutobi. It was a calculated exchange of interests. However, as time passed, he had genuinely come to appreciate these disciples. Never anticipating that Danzo would conspire with Jiraiya to betray the village, Tobarama's heart seethed with anger. Throughout his life, he had only taken 6 disciples, and now one of them had turned against their homeland. The Uchiha clan, whom he despised the most, was sacrificing themselves on the battlefield to protect the village, while his own disciple engaged in treasonous acts. Memories of Hakuju's heartfelt words from months prior flooded his mind, and the recollection of Danzo's involvement in the Uchiha massacre ignited his fury. No, he must cleanse his own ranks today. Tobarama Senju would not tolerate Danzo as his disciple any longer. Jiraiya seemed eager to share further intelligence with Tobarama, but the latter was too preoccupied to heed his words. With a swift hand seal, he unleashed a formidable water blade. The highly compressed water lance surged forth, propelled by an unstoppable force, aiming directly for Jiraiya's head. The sudden turn of events caught Jiraiya completely off guard. In an instant, the esteemed clan leader was pierced through the skull by the water spear. A terrifying explosion of water erupted, staining the surroundings in a crimson hue, reminiscent of a blossoming red flower, both enchanting and sinister. Jiraiya was dead in an instant. You. Danzo stammered in shock, unable to articulate his disbelief. His father had claimed they were merely here to familiarize themselves with the coalition, not to face annihilation. What was he to do now? Flee? Was there any hope of escape? Gazing upon the first Mizukage, whose aura radiated an ominous intensity, Danzo hesitated for a brief moment before dropping to his knees. If he knelt quickly enough, he could portray himself as a hero of Konoha who had been captured while attempting to assassinate the Mizukage. Chapter 62. The ninja clans could no longer remain still. A sorrowful scene. Report, Lord Hashirama. We have received news from the southern battlefield. Upon returning to the military camp, the pristine Hashirama and Madara were met with reports from the southern front. The moment Hashirama perused the contents of the report, his expression soured. Recognizing his good friend's demeanor, Madara realized something had gone awry and swiftly seized the report to read it himself. The report detailed that the coalition's supreme commander, renowned for his valor, had led an army of 20,000 into the heart of the Land of Fire, engaging in fierce combat against their ambush teams. During the skirmish, the coalition's commander had swiftly eliminated Jiraiya and captured Tobarama's disciple, Danzo. Encouraged by this success, the coalition grew bolder, while the eastern and northern forces, hindered, were unable to provide support, leaving the southern front in a precarious position. Senju Hashirama, do not presume that victory is yours. Our ninja coalition is not to be underestimated. The frenzied laughter of the first Tsuchikage echoed behind them. Upon hearing the raucous voice, Madara struck out with a vine, landing a heavy blow upon his dark face. Ouch! You struck the wrong person. It was his words. You should have hit him. The first Raikage shouted, having been struck by the painful vine created from Hashirama's wood release. Each lash left him battered and bruised. With a cold snort, Madara retaliated, delivering a punishing strike to the first Tsuchikage, sending him into unconsciousness with a single blow. The 2 remaining Kaguya, Raiton and Doton, fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word. Jing, take them away. Ensure they are closely watched. We shall settle accounts later. Madara's voice was icy, causing Jing to snap to attention. He promptly acquiesced and hurriedly dragged the bound Kage away. Madara, let us head south. The other regions are currently under the watch of the Jinchuriki, so they should be secure for the time being. Hashirama expressed concern. As his worst fears had come to fruition, he had not anticipated the southern forces to be so formidable, although they were momentarily stalled. They had advanced deep into the heart of the Land of Fire under the command of that renowned leader. Particularly troubling was that this commander had managed to overpower Jiraiya. Just as he prepared to set out, Madara abruptly grasped his arm, regarding him with a curious expression. How many Kage did we capture? 3. Hashirama replied. Why? 3 captured. Which one remains? Madara pressed. Hashirama, anxious to break free, insisted, I must head south immediately. We captured wind, earth, and lightning. That only leaves water. Hashirama fell silent, bewildered, gazing back at the amused Madara. Upon recognizing the mirth in Madara's eyes, his urgency dissipated. Ah, so the esteemed commander is actually Tobarama. His brother is quite capable, having infiltrated the enemy's high ranks. If that is the case, he should be cautious and maintain his composure. In that case, we can afford to traverse the other fronts before converging later. The two exchanged relieved smiles before turning to charge towards the northern contingent of 1,000 wandering troops. Meanwhile, the sun had yet to rise. Hashirama and Madara engaged the 20,000 coalition forces, finishing the skirmish in under an hour. With mountains on either side and both routes blocked, it was akin to shooting fish in a barrel. Aside from a few who possessed the ability to escape underground, the majority were annihilated. Now, with the realization that his brother had risen to a position of power, Hashirama felt less anxious. He had initially feared the formidable capabilities of that commander, worrying that their 3 clans would suffer great losses. But now, he estimated that Tobarama was likely idling away much of his time. As for the fate of Jiraiya, he thought, let it be. The first Mizuki's actions bear no consequence for the Senju clan. Allow that old man to bully his wife while he was away. What audacity to attempt to wed his granddaughter. How preposterous. The primary battleground between Hashirama and Madara lies in the northeast, where the two are currently preparing to dismantle the scattered ninja alliance lurking at the periphery before circling back south to launch a pincer attack against the Leaf Village's defenders. At this moment, the battlefield of the Land of Fire is as follows. The southern front has been breached due to Jiro's treachery, who betrayed his village by providing the enemy with defensive schematics. Meanwhile, the other 3 fronts remain relatively secure due to the presence of 2 Jinchuriki on each side. Conversely, on the southern battlefield, one Jinchuriki finds himself in a cell, wielding a vine to strike the first rakage. Mirroring his excitement, he brings down the vine, thick as his own arm, onto the rakage's forehead. Hearing the rakage's cries, his face flushes with an unnatural hue, clearly becoming somewhat addicted to the act. Within him, the Two-Tails observes a strangely familiar boy cowering in a corner, trembling. Could this little pervert possibly be using a vine to strike him as well? If that were the case, could he sue for animal cruelty? The outbreak of war cannot remain concealed. News travels back to the Leaf Village with the ferocity of a tempest. It is only at this juncture that the villagers realize many familiar faces have vanished from their midst. Some even rush to the Senju and Uchiha clans to check, discovering that nearly all the adults from both clans have gone to the battlefield, leaving only children behind. Where are the elders? Having heard of the foreign invasion, the elderly from both clans eagerly rush to the front lines to engage the enemy. Once this news spreads, an uproar ensues throughout the Leaf Village. Many civilians hasten to the clan grounds to witness the remaining children, each deeply moved. The Uchiha and Senju clans have emptied their ranks to fend off the foreign threat, while some families in the Leaf Village only seek to amass wealth amidst the chaos. A stark contrast that is impossible to overlook. Furthermore, the news of the Southern Front's breach swiftly reaches the Leaf, inciting further turmoil among the villagers. Naturally, this unrest is directed towards the various clans. They demand that these families mobilize forces to repel the invaders. Though they oppose war, the enemy has already breached their lines and encroached upon their homes. Can these ninjas truly stand idly by as their land is invaded? Especially among the younger ninjas. Growing up in the Leaf Village and receiving its education, they have internalized a sense of duty towards their homeland. In this moment of crisis, these young saplings begin to take root and sprout. The will of fire burns fiercely within their hearts. Many ninjas even form a volunteer army, ready to rush to the front lines to support the Senju and Uchiha clans in their battles. In light of this situation, the various clans of the Leaf can no longer remain passive. They could never have anticipated that a ninja alliance could penetrate so deeply into their territory while under the protection of Hashirama and Madara. This reality far exceeds their expectations. In their minds, this conflict was merely a brutal exchange between the Senju and Uchiha, culminating in heavy casualties, followed by a peace treaty where the Leaf would cede land and pay reparations. Now they are suddenly confronted with the fact that a ninja alliance has encroached upon their doorstep. Initially, the clans were complacent, thinking that the ninja alliance would merely divide a cake. As long as they weren't losing anything, they could remain composed. But now, These invaders are set on consuming their cake as well. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? Almost immediately, all parties took action, and within half a day, they mobilized nearly 10,000 ninja troops. Led by the elders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, they prepared to march south under the banner of defending their homeland. As the Leaf S ninja forces set out, the villagers gathered at the village entrance to cheer them on, sending off the troops for several kilometers. Chapter 63, The Deceptive First Mizukage. As Hashirama and Madara prepared to confront the invading forces of the ninja world, the atmosphere in the Leaf was rife with pessimism, with no one stepping forward to bid farewell to the departing troops. Yet now, with the enemy at their doorstep, the ninja clans emerged to rectify their previous inaction, instantly becoming heroes in the Leaf. Such a stark contrast in attitudes raises suspicions about underlying motives. At least from the perspective of Mizuho, everything appears riddled with inconsistencies. All of this seems orchestrated. Aside from a few headstrong youths, most of the villagers heading out are from the major clans. Their objective is merely to create an illusion of valor. Considering the timeline, the succession of the second Hokage is not far off, and such a transition of power harbors innumerable interests. Coupled with the current turmoil, some clans can no longer sit idly by. Unsurprisingly, within an hour of the Ninja Alliance's departure, various rumors began circulating through the village, boasting of the Leaf clan's contributions. Tales of how the Senju and Uchiha clans proved inadequate, allowing the Ninja Alliance to infiltrate, while the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans stepped up to shoulder the burden. Spread like wildfire. Rumors of donations made by certain families for military expenses and tales of fathers and sons uniting to confront the enemy flourished, casting the Uchiha and Senju in a disparaging light. The power of public opinion is formidable when a narrative is propagated by many voices. Even falsehoods can be perceived as truths, rendering the facts inconsequential. The villagers fail to consider the minuscule number of the Senju and Uchiha clans compared to the vast numbers they face. They only know that, despite the Senju and Uchiha clans emptying their ranks, the southern front still fell. In this dire moment, it was the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with a few others, that stepped forth to organize defensive forces against the enemy. The comparison sways the villagers' sentiments towards these clans, which will undoubtedly serve as a powerful advantage for them in the upcoming selection for the second Hokage. Amidst falling snow, blanketing the Leaf village in serene white, a sense of peace and stability prevails. In this vast, snowy landscape, Mizuho stands alone atop Hokage Rock. This young and beautiful girl gazes into the distance, surveying the chaos of battle, then lowers her deep gaze to observe the undercurrents stirring within the village, harboring her own plans. The Ninja Alliance, having fought through the night, has finally paused. They have temporarily repelled the Leaf S defenders and advanced deep into the heart of the Land of Fire. Despite facing hardships and suffering considerable losses, the achievements they have gained fill them with exhilaration. Under the leadership of their Mizukage, they have pressed onward into the heart of Fire Country. And surely the progress on the front lines, led by the three Kages, must be equally successful. When they meet, they will seize the Leaf Village and partition the Land of Fire. Future purchases of Fire Country spices will no longer be exorbitantly priced. The thought of returning home in glory after conquering Fire Country keeps the members of the Ninja Alliance awake with excitement. Were it not for Tobarama's orders to rest, they would have pushed further ahead. However, it is somewhat regrettable that they have not encountered any villages or towns along their route, possibly indicating they have chosen an unfavorable position for their advance. It feels as if I have been traversing desolate wilderness, with the few scattered households I encounter appearing meticulously cleansed, as if they are intentionally evading the paths of our journey. In stark contrast to the excitement and fervor of the ninja coalition, Tobarama, seated within the grand tent, wears an expression of profound melancholy. My goodness, how could they have truly breached our defenses? Where are the people of Konoha? Despite their expansive village and the aid of the Uzumaki clan, how could this band of inept individuals fail to halt the invasion? Had it not been for my knowledge of the Land of Fire's terrain, deliberately leading the ninja coalition toward remote areas, the losses to our homeland would surely be incalculable by now. Those ruffians from the Wind Country and the brawny giants from the Lightning Country would not spare even a sow. Tobarama shudders at the thought of what would transpire should these marauders enter the towns of the Land of Fire, an unimaginable hell on earth. Just contemplating it sends chills down his spine. No, this is far too terrifying. But what can be done? Venturing further in any direction will lead us to settlements. And I cannot ascertain if the people of Konoha have managed to evacuate in advance. Tobarama feels both regret and relief. He regrets his misjudgment in allowing the Senju clan to betray their homeland, leading to the coalition's breach of our defenses. Yet, he is grateful that he now commands the entire coalition, enabling him to minimize the devastation wrought by this calamity. As he sits in contemplation within the grand tent, an epiphany strikes him. Nara, urgent news. 10 kilometers distant from the coalition's encampment, allied ninja from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are currently gathering. They have traveled through the night to intercept the invading forces. Should the enemy advance any further, they would encroach upon the forests where the Nara clan raises their deer. Moreover, surrounding that forest are the industries of the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans, as well as others from Konoha. Should the ninja coalition pass through that area, it would be akin to locusts devouring everything in their path. Centuries of industrious cultivation would be obliterated, resulting in severe losses to their livelihoods. This urgency is one of the reasons they hastened their journey. Before joining Konoha, they were clans that had thrived in the land of fire for millennia, intricately linked to this land. From the Nara's deer and medicinal herbs to the floral expanses of the mountains and the Akimichi's livestock. These clans have become the most formidable families beneath the Uchiha and Senju due to their flourishing industries. Thus, upon learning of the coalition's southern advance, they were as frantic as if their very tails were aflame. As the elder of the Nara clan contemplates the words of the mountain clan elder regarding their next course of action, he cannot help but lift his gaze. With the clan leader dispatched to the front lines, the elders of the various families have gathered for this expedition. What is the situation? The mountain clan elder rushes in, slamming a sealed letter onto the table. The ninja coalition has sent us a confidential message. Let me see. Upon hearing this news, the elder of the Nara clan can no longer remain seated. He swiftly rises, snatching the letter to open it. The mountain clan elder leans in eagerly, eyes wide with anticipation as they both read the content of the letter. In the next moment, as the words come into focus, both are left utterly stunned. At the 3rd hour past noon today, the ninja coalition will pass through the eastern mountains. Prepare accordingly. Shimura Danzo. The two elders stare in disbelief, mouths agape, rubbing their eyes in disbelief only to confirm that they are not seeing things. This is indeed a letter from Shimura Danzo. Who delivered this letter? It must be the exclusive dream-eating beast of the Shimura clan. It has to be Danzo. After their initial astonishment, the mountain clan elder quickly regains his composure, his face lighting up with excitement. Excellent. We have advanced knowledge of their movements. Let us hurriedly assemble a team to ambush them in the eastern mountains and catch them off guard when they pass through tomorrow. As he speaks, he prepares to rally his forces. Knowing their route, they can set explosive traps and ambush them. However, just as he is about to take a step, the elder of the Nara clan yanks him back by the hair. With a look of disdain, the elder regards him, shaking his head in disbelief, hands clasped behind his back as he assumes a posture of superiority. Alas, you are still too young. This is clearly a ruse. Huh, why do you say that? The mountain clan elder, bewildered, cannot fathom how the exclusive summoning beast of the Shimura clan does not suffice as proof of identity. Yet, upon seeing the Nara elder's expression, he feels a growing frustration. It is precisely this mindset of yours. Think about it. We all know that Danzo has been captured by the first Mizukage. If the enemy coerces Danzo into summoning the dream-eating beast to deliver false intelligence, then they could ambush us in turn. Wouldn't heading there now play right into their hands? Upon hearing this, the mountain clan elder's pupils constrict. Indeed, how could he have overlooked this detail? Cursed be that first Mizukage for his cunning. He nearly fell into that trap. Fuming, the mountain clan elder casts a grateful glance at the Nara elder, then hastily inquires, "What shall we do now?" The Nara elder, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, raises his hand with an air of arrogance. "We shall do the opposite. If they wish for us to go east, we shall not comply. The first Mizukage is devious. He surely intends to lure us to the east, while infiltrating from the vast plains to the west. Relay my orders. We will now set off to the west and establish defensive fortifications. We must intercept these rogues before noon today and drive them out of the land of fire. We shall stop those whom the Senju and Uchiha cannot, and we shall eliminate those whom they cannot kill." Chapter 64. Back to Lord Mizukage. The coalition has suffered defeats on other battlefields. Hashirama, how fares your end? I have it under control. Very well, I now have a serious matter to discuss with you. Speak. Obito, with disdain, flicks the slug perched on his shoulder off, pinching one of its tentacles while casting a resentful gaze toward Hashirama. All these years, I never knew you possessed such a summoning beast. The little slug wriggles uncomfortably in midair, resembling a fish out of water, as it protests. I am the slug sage. Put me down. Otherwise, I will spray you with slime. Hashirama, taken aback by Obito's resentful gaze, instinctively scratches his head in confusion. Did I not mention it? Hashirama genuinely cannot recall this detail. He had previously not summoned slugs. He typically relied more on the 5 great summoning gates at the entrance to the Wetbone Forest for their healing abilities. However, since they were about to separate to address the 2 battlefronts, he summoned the slug to serve as a means of communication with Obito. His original intention was to facilitate conversation even amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, Obito's sudden inquiry leaves him momentarily perplexed. Did he really never mention it to Obito? Obito, exasperated, hurls the slug onto Hashirama's head. The slimy slug was truly repulsive, devoid of the comforting touch that his little fox offered. Were it not for the ability to communicate with Hashirama, he would have discarded the mucus creature long ago. The little slug plopped onto Hashirama's face, its icy coolness surprisingly providing a sense of comfort. Noticing Madara's displeased expression, Hashirama chuckled heartily, approaching to pat Madara on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. My recovery ability is quite exceptional. Even if I summoned the entire expansion, my own recovery would surpass it in speed. Therefore, there's no need to waste chakra. Madara cast a sidelong glance at Hashirama, suspecting that Hashirama's short lifespan was somehow related to this exaggerated recovery ability. Just as he was about to caution him, Hashirama's next words darkened his expression. And there's no need to summon a beast to fight you. Huh? Hashirama's laughter seemed to him a light-hearted declaration of a curious fact. Yet it sounded no different from mockery in Madara's ears. Madara's pride compelled him to unleash his full Susanoo and engage Hashirama in battle. But reason reminded him that he currently stood no chance against him. A vein throbbed on his forehead as he glared at the still-laughing Hashirama, then turned sharply, heading towards the southern battlefield. I can't be bothered with him. In those several battlefields, he and Hashirama had already wreaked considerable havoc, scattering the main forces. The remaining tasks could be entrusted to the ninjas stationed there, for that was their original mission at the front lines. Upon seeing Madara leave, Hashirama ceased his laughter and hurriedly followed after him. Madara, wait for me. Yet, the only response was Madara's aloof silhouette. As Hashirama and Madara departed the battlefield towards the south, news of the main battlefield's defeat swiftly spread among the scattered allied ninjas. The battle at the main front lasted no more than an hour. Besides the 3 Kage and a handful of Earth-style ninjas, nearly 20,000 had been annihilated. Consequently, this information had yet to leak out. After all, with 20,000 nearly wiped out, those who survived had been thoroughly terrified. They fled the battlefield, rushing back to their homeland, fearing to linger in the land of fire. However, as the remaining forces at the other 3 battlefields were systematically defeated by Hashirama and Madara, the fleeing ninjas were horrified to realize that the main force had gone completely silent. Good heavens, they had been aiding the main battlefield by drawing fire elsewhere, only to return and find the main battlefield devoid of life, as if everyone had vanished. After some inquiries, they uncovered a more astounding truth. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, accompanied by a child from the Uchiha clan, had managed to annihilate 20,000 ninjas. Was this even humanly possible? Could such a feat be within the realm of human capability? A group of allied ninjas returning to the main battlefield were left pale with fear. Yet, these were 20,000 young, vigorous ninjas. Even if they were akin to 20,000 pigs, such a slaughter was unimaginable. In the span of a single night, they had been eradicated. Originally, they had intended to return to join the main battlefield to assist their Kage in capturing Konoha. However, upon realizing the main battlefield had been decimated, they had no desire to remain in the land of fire, and hurriedly fled back to their homeland, lamenting, "Who understands our plight? Konoha is truly terrifying. We shall never return." As these ninjas scattered back to their respective countries, the names of the fearsome warriors, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, began to circulate widely throughout the ninja world. Their reputations transcended the borders of the land of fire, transforming into terrifying legends capable of silencing the cries of children in various nations as the war drew to a close. On the other side, under the blazing sun at midday, Senju Tobarama, with his lifeless eyes resembling those of a dead fish, surveyed the empty mountain terrain. His mind racing with a torrent of thoughts akin to 1,000 nine-tailed foxes. Where were the ambushes? Where were the bombs? Where were the Konoha ninjas lying in wait? Lord Mooncakes, your brilliance is unmatched. He laughed heartily. Those foolish Konoha villagers have all gone east to guard, and once we cross this mountain, we shall be at the Konoha forest, right? Initially, the brothers had questioned why they did not traverse the western plains and instead chose to scale the eastern mountains. But now everyone praised Lord Mooncakes for his decision. Tobarama, a group of captains surrounded him, each praising his strategy. Yet, as he listened to their incessant flattery, Tobarama's expression darkened, akin to the darkest soot. Externally composed, even exuding an air of inscrutable calm, internally he seethed with frustration. A bunch of fools. How could he provide them with intelligence, and they still managed to pass through unscathed? Who claimed that the Nara clan was exceptionally intelligent? He had even taken the time to reprimand Shimura Danzo, instructing him to send messages via Dream Eater. Yet these imbeciles still failed to grasp the need to defend the East. He had deliberately chosen this mountainous terrain in the East for its defensibility and the opportunity for ambush. Had the ninjas from the various clans set traps in advance and sprung them upon their ascent, they could have caught them off guard, resulting in significant casualties. At that point, he could have used the excuse of heavy losses to retreat, thus resolving the crisis. Yet now, as they crested the mountain, they could vaguely see the Hokage rock of his elder brother. They had reached the doorstep of Konoha. Tobarama turned to glance at the foolish group at the eastern plains, staring blankly as they watched the mountain crossing. He felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What should he do now? They had arrived at the very doorstep. Surely he wasn't expected to lead this group to attack Konoha, was he? Just as Tobarama grappled with this dilemma, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two young women from the Land of Lightning rushed forward from the back of the line, grabbing Tobarama's arm with urgency. "Commander, it's bad." Suddenly seized by the two, Tobarama felt as though his arm was ensnared by two soft clouds, rendering him momentarily stiff. Instinctively, he cast a glance at the two, and the sight of their fair skin amidst the wilderness was dizzying. Tobarama genuinely wished to scold these Kumo Kunoichi about their attire. It was winter, yet they dressed so revealingly. Over the past few days, these two had frequently swayed in front of him, and despite his efforts to avert his gaze, their excessive exposure was difficult to ignore. Involuntarily swallowing hard, Tobarama forced himself to regain his composure, extricating his hand from the ample bosoms of the two women. Clearing his throat twice, the first pure-hearted boy of the Senju clan, who had never touched a woman, felt overwhelmed by the boldness of these golden-haired kunoichi. To avoid appearing awkward, he swiftly shifted the subject. "What is with this frantic demeanor? Can't you maintain a semblance of composure like I do?" Listening to Tobarama's admonition, the two voluptuous secretaries immediately bowed their heads in shame. Yet when they lifted their gazes, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in their eyes. Truly, their revered Lord Mooncakes exuded an unparalleled charm in the face of adversity. "Please, do not be angry. We understand," they chirped in unison, their voices slightly strained. "Speak. What is it?" Tobarama huffed coldly, posing the question that weighed heavily on the minds of those present. Upon hearing this, the two secretaries exchanged glances, and one, wearing fishnet stockings, leaned in to whisper to Tobarama, only to be brusquely pushed away. "Just say it out loud. What is with this air of mystery?" At his words, the two secretaries hesitated, their faces betraying uncertainty. However, upon witnessing Tobarama's calm demeanor, they felt an invigorating surge of resolve. Taking a deep breath, they exclaimed in unison. In response to Lord Mooncakes' words, "We have just received news. The main battlefield and several others have suffered defeat." Chapter 65. "My lord, the weather has turned chilly. Please don an additional garment." As the two sisters voiced this alarming news, the previously jubilant atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, only to be shattered by an uproar of disbelief. "What did they just say? The battlefield has collapsed?" They gasped. "But we have pushed all the way to Konohagakure. Are you saying the main battlefield is in disarray? How could it be so weak?" The two women from Kumogakure continued. Moreover, this information was relayed by fleeing ninjas from other fronts, who claimed that the eastern, western, and northern battlefields have also fallen, urging us to fend for ourselves. As the last words echoed in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the venue, where moments ago a lively crowd of captains had surrounded Tobarama, now rendered mute. The clarity of the sisters' declarations had spread like wildfire, the news of defeat racing through the ranks of the allied forces with terrifying speed, inciting a wave of panic. Conversely, upon hearing this proclamation, Tobarama felt a surge of elation within. He had known his brother could be relied upon. In just over a day, the entire ninja alliance had been thrown into disarray. It seemed this war was reaching its conclusion. Should he lead these individuals in retreat? Otherwise, they would soon find themselves at Konohagakure's doorstep, or perhaps wait for Hashirama to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Tobarama realized he could not remain idle. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he sensed that a retreat might provoke insurrection among the ninja alliance. Thus, his gaze shifted westward, towards the swiftly advancing allied forces. Yet, given their current pace, they would arrive only after the ninja alliance had already retreated. At this moment, Tobarama contemplated the diverse array of ninjas clad in various clan attires. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he had predominantly encountered members of the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, with encounters from other clans being exceedingly rare, perhaps only one or two. Like the Shimura clan, after spending an entire day and night observing the battlefield, he noted that aside from Shimura Danzo and Shimura Jiro, the entire Shimura clan seemed to have dispatched a mere 5 individuals. This hardly constituted a force prepared for battle. Rather, they appeared to be mere informants seeking to exploit the front lines. The realization of this conclusion infuriated Tobarama. These clans were aware that the Senju and Uchiha bore the brunt of the conflict, and each one acted like a turtle, hoping to weaken the two clans under the guise of the Ninja Alliance. Had it not been for Hashirama and Madara's extraordinary prowess, combined with the disruptive antics of Shimura Jiro, the Senju and Uchiha would have suffered tremendous losses. With this thought, a fierce light ignited in Tobarama's eyes. He resolved to repay their reluctance in kind. If they were unwilling to contribute, now that the battlefield was breached, he would not grant them their desires. At this moment, his familial loyalty surged forth. Compared to Konohagakure, his clan took precedence. After all, those before him were merely self-serving families. Only by crippling their power would they cease to conspire against the Senju. With conviction, Tobarama raised his hand, addressing the assembly. Brothers, do not let this news dampen your spirits. Hearing his impassioned words, the ninjas, who had been unsettled by the news of the other battlefront's demise, suddenly found their attention drawn to him. At that moment, Tobarama radiated an alluring aura of leadership, standing tall with his hands clasped behind him. Gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, steady, imposing, and majestic. Just beholding him instilled a desire to follow. You have fixated on the failures of others while neglecting our successes. Tobarama gestured towards the distant silhouette of Hokage Rock. Look, beyond those woods lies Konohagakure. At this moment, its defenses are thin, with the strongest among them deployed elsewhere. If we can vanquish those worthless ninjas, victory will be ours. Individual successes or failures do not dictate the outcome of the entire war. Even if other fronts have fallen, as long as we unite and seize Konohagakure, we shall emerge as the ultimate victors. His fervent rhetoric reinvigorated the spirits of the Ninja Alliance, which had momentarily faltered. These individuals, accustomed to the harsh realities of foreign lands, had never been exposed to the high-level indoctrination of the Land of Fire's culture. Just a few words of encouragement from Tobarama empowered them with the belief that they could vanquish Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Unbeknownst to them, they failed to recognize the absurdity of why they did not directly assault Konohagakure, but rather chose to engage the ninjas defending it. After all, Konohagakure was within their grasp. If they rushed in and held its villagers hostage, victory would be assured. Nevertheless, in the wake of Tobarama's words, adrenaline surged, and their blood roared as they yearned to charge forth into battle against their foes. Even the less experienced youths, filled with youthful fervor, gazed at Tobarama, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, radiating an aura of divine guidance. Indeed, this is the leader we ought to follow. Even the seasoned captains, upon hearing Tobarama's words, regarded him with a newfound fervor. They had fought their way to this juncture. Though other fronts had crumbled, they stood on the precipice of victory. If they could unite and breach the ranks of Konohagakure's ninjas, the entire village would become their hostages. From there, they could march northward to seize the daimyo's estate, forever establishing themselves as the new rulers of the Land of Fire. At that moment, the seasoned ninjas, having reached the pinnacle of their prowess, could not suppress the glimmer of aspiration in their eyes. Rather than remain a high-risk enforcer in their respective villages, why not seize a nation and ascend to its upper echelons, reaping substantial rewards? They envisioned taking multiple concubines, rotating them weekly, with the most cherished reserved for their illustrious leader, the first Mizukage, who would guide them towards a prosperous future. It is no longer appropriate to refer to him as the original Water Shadow. A few captains exchanged knowing glances, and then their eyes turned in unison towards the two female secretaries. After they had all exchanged looks, they suddenly realized they were all on the same wavelength. Well, it seems they all shared the same thought, so let us act on it. Rather than languishing alongside the three shadows, who could barely endure a single day, it would be far better for them to take matters into their own hands and usher in an era of peace. Meanwhile, Tobarama was still desperately trying to dispense his motivational platitudes, intending to coax these foolish dogs into battling the ninja clans. He planned to ensnare them all when his brother and Uchiha Madara arrived. However, just as he passionately delivered his speech, he suddenly felt a warmth enveloping him, as if the biting wind and snow were being repelled by an unseen force. Tobarama paused mid-sentence, bewildered, and turned to see that a magnificent robe had been draped over his shoulders. In the next moment, two soft female voices whispered in his ears, "Lord Daimyo, it's chilly. Do take care to keep warm." Tobarama was momentarily dazed, the gentle warmth causing his thoughts to swirl. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he witnessed the surrounding jonin suddenly kneeling on one knee, bowing deeply towards him. "We are willing to serve the daimyo unto death. Please lead us to unify the ninja world." Tobarama. Chapter 66. The Ninja Coalition versus the Ninja Alliance. An army of rogues. Tobarama was momentarily stunned, gazing at the luxurious robe draped over him. Although he was unaware of its origin, he clearly understood the implications of the crowd's actions. There are indeed villains among them. They intend to undermine his authority. But at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Soon, once his brother arrived, this farce would come to an end. His covert operations were nearing completion, and from this day forth, he would emerge as the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama. All this talk of grand commanders and pompous daimyos could perish in obscurity. For now, he would lead these individuals into battle. If the ninja clan sought to weaken the Senju and Uchiha through the alliance, then he would have the ninja alliance confront the clans. Tobarama awkwardly adjusted his attire, pushing aside the two cloud-hidden maidens who were nearly glued to him, and confidently gestured towards the ninja alliance. "To arms. Let us vanquish them and seize the land of fire." In the next moment, the entire ninja alliance erupted into a frenzy. The ninjas who had been en route to the Hidden Leaf Village surged forward to attack the encroaching Leaf Ninja. While not all of them accepted Tobarama's leadership, they recognized his prowess and strategy. Other factions of the alliance had been defeated within 2 days, yet they had not only breached the defenses but infiltrated the heart of the Land of Fire, driving the Leaf Ninjas into retreat. This was undoubtedly attributed to Tobarama's brilliant leadership. Thus, they were willing to heed his commands, firmly believing that victory lay within their grasp under his guidance. "Kill them. Once we slay them, the entire Land of Fire will be ours. With sword in hand, follow me, and after defeating the Uchiha, let us claim the Senju. Onward, brothers. Let us carve out a new realm alongside our daimyo." When Hashirama and Madara arrived, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. Countless ninjas from the alliance surged down the slope, charging towards the approaching Leaf Ninja, who seemed utterly bewildered by this unexpected assault from their supposed territory. In a moment of disarray, they were thrown into chaos. Wasn't this their land? How could these foreign ninjas be so fierce? What was this talk of a daimyo in a new world? Were these foreign ninjas truly so formidable? Had the Senju clan been eradicated? Due to the deliberate concealment by Hashirama and Madara, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf were unaware that the war had, in fact, concluded. Witnessing the courage of these ninjas, they mistakenly believed that the Senju and Uchiha had already been overthrown. The implication that even the Senju and Uchiha could not withstand this frenzied onslaught left them feeling apprehensive. Even before the fighting commenced, they were already in disarray. Consequently, the casualties among the ninja clans began to escalate rapidly. Initially, Hashirama and Madara intended to swiftly eliminate these foes and return triumphantly to the village. However, upon witnessing the fierce battle, their spirits uplifted. and they chose a concealed hill from which to observe the unfolding conflict. Why not intervene? The strength of the ninja clans was formidable and required some weakening. Moreover, with Tobarama now elevated to the status of daimyo, they could not interfere with his moment of glory. Madara, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow at the display of water-style techniques executed by Tobarama below, unable to resist commenting to Hashirama, "Your younger brother is certainly putting in a valiant effort." Hashirama's expression faltered momentarily, but he soon broke into hearty laughter. "The first Water Shadow's actions have nothing to do with my brother, Senju Tobarama." Madara was left speechless, wondering if Hashirama had inadvertently deceived himself in the process. Deceiving others was one thing, but deceiving oneself was simply too much. On the battlefield below, Tobarama was increasingly invigorated. He had just captured a ninja and interrogated him using Jinjutsu, discovering that these clans had been openly defiant while his brother was recruiting soldiers for battle. This revelation fueled his anger even further. He unleashed a barrage of large water dragon jutsu, causing the clan ninjas to cry out in despair as they crumbled under pressure. An elite warrior can often sway the outcome of a battle, and under Tobarama's deliberate efforts, no ninja from the Hidden Leaf could match his prowess. Even when the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans joined forces, they could barely hold their ground against him. Tobarama's valiant display of combat inspired the morale of the allied ninjas. His impassioned speeches had already granted them a layer of fortitude, especially as they found themselves deep within the land of fire, with no chance of retreat. Thus, driven by a sense of desperation, the Ninja Alliance surged forth with renewed vigor. They charged recklessly at the clan ninjas, bolstered by their numerical superiority and Tobarama's exemplary leadership. In that moment, they truly overwhelmed the clan ninjas, forcing them into retreat and unable to lift their heads. However, the clan ninjas were not to be underestimated. After initially faltering, they quickly regained their fighting spirit, and the battlefield descended into a fierce melee. It could be said that this was one of the most brutal conflicts outside of the main battle involving Hashirama and Madara. "Are we not going to assist?" Nearby, a group of Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki ninjas were observing the carnage from a hill, watching the gruesome battlefield and the deafening clashes. One of the Uzumaki ninjas poked their squad leader. The Uchiha ninja scoffed and casually took a swig from his flask. "You are not in the village and are unaware of the circumstances there. It is best to stay here and watch, with Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara leading. This war is unwinnable for the enemy. Hey, let me have a sip." As the Uchiha squad leader spoke, a hand suddenly reached out from beside him and snatched his flask away. The squad leader turned in astonishment, his face contorting in anger upon seeing Senju Tobarama. "What are you doing here, you rascal?" With a mischievous grin, Senju Lingren raised his head and took a hearty swig from the flask. He returned it without a word, ignoring Uchiha Fuyen's hungry gaze, and instead turned his attention to the young red-haired ninja who had posed a question earlier. Cheerfully, he began to elucidate the situation to the seemingly youthful Vortex ninja. Although the village had been established for nearly a decade, the concept of clan loyalty remained deeply entrenched. When Lord Hashirama had approached these clan leaders, they had been notoriously stingy, preferring to take the field themselves rather than dispatch a few extra hands for assistance. Thus, why should we rush? A few more casualties in the interim might ensure greater compliance later on. Senju Lingren's words were refreshingly candid, and after speaking, he retrieved a piece of jerky from his ninja pouch and commenced chewing. Uchiha Fuyen shot him a disgruntled glare, his expression marred by discontent. As fellow Jinchuriki, he was the host for the Four Tails while Senju Lingren bore the Five Tails. He had rushed to this location upon receiving disheartening news from the southern battlefield. Initially, he had planned to ambush the ninja coalition as they traversed the vast plains, but inexplicably, they had chosen to divert into the mountainous terrain. This forced them to revise their strategies, and while he remained observant, the ninja coalition had inexplicably clashed with the shinobi clans. He coldly corrected, "Fool. It is clearly the ninja coalition engaged with the rogue ninja factions within the land of fire. We are exhausted from our journey and in need of rest to recuperate." Hearing this, Senju Lingren immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Indeed, you are astute. Can you not articulate your thoughts more clearly?" Chapter 67. The Fox Reaches Out and Kisses Ferociously. The ninja coalition and the shinobi clans had been in fierce combat for nearly an hour, during which time reinforcements from the Senju and Uchiha clans, liberated from the battlefield, had begun to arrive in droves. Their sole intent: to spectate. Originally, they were all tasked with guarding their respective fronts against enemy incursions. However, following Hashirama and Madara's visit, the pressure on their defenses had significantly eased. After their departure, a portion of their forces had been liberated. Initially, the plan had been to return to Konoha to report their safety, but halfway there, they discovered the ongoing battle and eagerly joined in. Consequently, once they arrived, there was no turning back. The battlefield was now teeming with nearly 30,000 combatants, making it nearly impossible to ignore. As the numbers swelled, some initially sought to assist, only to realize that their kin were all perched on the mountainside, enjoying the spectacle. Thus, the once modest hill now brimmed with spectators. "Uncle, I'm out of sunflower seeds. Bring me some." "Hey, you're here too. I just picked some. Care for a bite?" "Get lost." "Old man, Uncle cursed at me. Boo-hoo." The atmosphere atop the mountain grew exceedingly harmonious, while below, the battle raged on. The Senju clan, known for their peaceful disposition and agricultural pursuits, often overlooked the fact that their aversion to war stemmed from the reality that many of their adversaries had become mere fertilizer for their lands. As the Senju clan members gazed down from the hill, they recognized that their fallen foes were primarily their own past adversaries. Initially, many from the Senju clan had intended to lend a hand, but upon learning of the treachery inherent in these clans, they united in indignation. They wondered why the battlefield was filled with their own clansmen and Uchiha kin, hardly seeing any other clan's ninjas, mistakenly believing they had been dispatched to different fronts. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that the entire battlefield was primarily upheld by their three clans. Although the First Shinobi World War had only lasted 2 days, they had still suffered losses, lives had been lost, and a desire for vengeance simmered. At this juncture, witnessing the conflict between the Shinobi clans and the Ninja Coalition was undeniably a perfect outlet for their pent-up frustrations. "Hey, want a taste of honey from 82? Senju Lingren's eyes lit up as he accepted a piece of honey and took a bite, the sweet flavor bursting in his mouth, momentarily rendering him blissfully dazed. He mumbled his thanks. "Thanks, bro. What are you?" Suddenly, he was jolted by a fright, nearly leaping from the ground. The audacious white nine-tailed fox, by Geo, extended its tiny paw toward him, boldly declaring, "A generous 500,000 Rio. Shall I ask if you prefer cash or Alipay?" Senju Lingren's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at the talking fox, his hair standing on end in horror. A fox can speak human language? Ordinary summoning beasts do not possess such abilities. Only those from the 3 great sanctuaries or a select few summoning beasts can converse. Moreover, the Land of Fire harbors terrifying legends of fox spirits, which he had heard since childhood. Tales told of a 9-tailed fox lurking in the depths of the forest, notorious for consuming the brains of mischievous children. It was said that the 9-tailed fox would observe its favored children at night, and should they misbehave, it would knock gently on their doors, asking for their brains to feast upon. Thus, having once peeked at Uchiha Fuyin while he bathed, Senju Lingren had always been too frightened to venture outside after dark, fearing that the fox spirit would target him and demand his brain. Yet, how was it possible to encounter such a creature in broad daylight? As he gazed at the paw extended toward him, Senju Lingren felt faint. Who would understand? He was already 16, and the only mischief he had committed was peeking at Uchiha Fuyin when they were both 8. Was he truly to be punished by a fox spirit for that? His face turned as pale as a ghost, his lips drained of color, trembling as if he wished to speak. In the next moment, he seized Uchiha Fuyin, who had been watching with a cold demeanor, and impulsively pressed his lips against the taken-aback Uchiha Fuyin. Uchiha Fuyin. Baijio. Spectators from the 3 clans. In a clan, many are inevitably related, especially those chosen as Jinchuriki, such as Uchiha Fuyin and Senju Lingren, both of whom were formidable prodigies of their respective clans. Naturally, many present were familiar with them. Witnessing Senju Lingren suddenly advance toward Uchiha Fuyin, the female ninjas from the 3 clans erupted in sharp gasps. Senju Lingren was quite handsome, a quintessential sunny boy, while Uchiha Fuyin epitomized the cool, aloof Uchiha ideal. They had been among the first students sent to the Ninja Academy when Konoha was established 8 years ago, and they had known each other since childhood. Many were aware that these two had always been fierce rivals, often engaging in combat at every opportunity. So how had they suddenly kissed? This was absurd. Yet, it was utterly delightful for the fangirls. A multitude of girls, upon witnessing this scene, felt as though they had unlocked the gates to a new world. Their expressions were animated as they huddled together, chattering excitedly. The topics of their discussion left some of the nearby males blushing furiously, their toes curling in embarrassment. Can we truly speak of such things? Especially the girls of the Uzumaki clan, who had initially been mere spectators, but upon witnessing Senju Lingren's bold move, they erupted in excitement. The previously serene young girls transformed into fervent fans, their eyes sparkling as they engaged in animated discussions about scandalous topics. Meanwhile, Baijio was equally flabbergasted, his bewilderment matching that of the unsuspecting Uchiha Fuyin, who had just been forcibly kissed. What an astonishing turn of events. And why, dear friends? Do you engage in kisses while drooling? Is someone extending their tongue? Beware, for I shall summon Hashirama to apprehend you both. Alas, it is your fault. When I came to play with you in our childhood, I inadvertently glimpsed you bathing, and now a fox demon seeks to consume my brain. Senju Rin's cries were filled with tears, as he smeared his snot and tears all over Uchiha Fuyin, utterly disregarding the group of excited onlookers nearby. Oh, goodness. Senju Rin, I shall end your life. Meanwhile, the protagonist Uchiha Fuyin, after experiencing initial confusion and shock, promptly pushed Senju Rin away, kicking him over and mounting him to deliver a flurry of punches. How dare you? That was my first kiss. You foolish, imbecilic dog. You are that charlatan who loiters at the village entrance, deceiving people for money. You are no fox demon. I see your intentions are malicious. I shall beat you to a pulp today. Baijio, while I am pleased that you have clarified my identity, I am rather displeased at your accusation of me being a money-grabbing charlatan. Chapter 68. Xiao Jiu belongs to me. You shall remain on the sidelines. While the battle raged fiercely below, the atmosphere atop the mountain grew increasingly tense. After a moment of bewilderment, Baijiu leapt up and playfully covered the eager Shuan Mao's eyes with her tail. Children must not witness this. However, Shuan Mao was unwilling to accept this and persistently reached out to pry Baijiu's tail away, his voice filled with resentment. Ah, boss, I am not a child anymore. Baijiu ignored him, finding the scene too shocking for young eyes. It would not do to corrupt the innocence of children. After Uchiha Fuyin's irritable explanation, Senju Rin finally recalled what his father had mentioned before his expedition. A formidable little fox had arrived in Konoha. He had been too preoccupied communicating with the tailed beasts to investigate, and now he realized it was this very creature before him. Just as this thought settled in his mind, a voice echoed in his consciousness. Fool! He is the Ninetails. The Five-Tails Mu Wang gazed at the adorable version of the Ninetails before him, utterly dumbfounded. How could the mighty Ninetails, who once dominated them, now appear so diminutive? What had transpired during their separation of mere centuries? Moreover, the ferocity that once radiated from him was absent. What had he endured? Senju Rin was momentarily stunned. Then his gaze shifted to the ceiling space within him. Though it was termed a ceiling space, it contained no prison. He was a tailed beast relying solely on his physical form for suppression. Drawing upon the bloodline of the Senju clan, he had achieved perfect tailed beast transformation. However, unlike Naruto and Minato, he could not assume the golden, radiant form, as it seemed only the Ninetails possessed that ability. What? He is the Ninetails? Senju Rin's exclamation reverberated through the ceiling space, but the response did not come from Mu. What? Do you have an issue with that? A resounding voice emerged from behind him, stirring up a tempest within the ceiling space. Both Senju Rin and Mu Wang turned to see a stunning white fox, its fur gleaming and adorned with radiant red markings, appear before them. Senju Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared, transfixed, at the ethereal Ninetails, whose 9 vibrant tails flowed gracefully behind it, the tips adorned with brilliant orange. It exuded an otherworldly elegance, utterly out of place in this world. You are the Ninetails. Even Mu Wang could not contain his astonishment, circling Baijio in disbelief. How could this exquisite, noble Ninetails be associated with the brutal and ferocious Ninetails of yore? They bore no resemblance whatsoever. Baijio cast a sidelong glance at Mu Wang, fully aware, as he inherited the memories of the Ninetails. Hearing his incredulous remarks, he proudly raised his head, his 9 tails swaying with grace. Naturally, you are but a mere child. The Four-Tails' son Wukong suddenly joined the conversation, his chipped tooth glaring as he gazed at the breathtaking Baijio, then glanced down at himself, unable to restrain his retort. He was the most handsome among the tailed beasts. How could this wild Ninetails, with only brute strength, possibly compare to his charm? Therefore, This creature could not possibly be the Ninetails. This was Sun Wukong's declaration. Baizhou's eyes narrowed as he regarded the suddenly present monkey, an aura of danger emanating from him. Do you believe I would break your other tooth as well? Sun Wukong fell silent, lowering his head and retreating behind Mu Wang. This aura could undoubtedly belong to that creature. He recalled his fierce encounter with the Ninetails, which occurred centuries ago when he accidentally stepped on the sleeping Ninetail's tail while frolicking in the Land of Fire. The irate Ninetails had promptly subdued him, delivering a thorough thrashing. Only the Ninetails knew the truth. To others, he claimed it was a confrontation with a monster from the moon that had resulted in his chipped tooth. Upon confirming the Ninetails' identity, both tailed beasts were left in awe. Gazing at the elegant and divine Ninetails, they exchanged glances and then lowered their heads in embarrassment, feeling utterly inferior. Who could comprehend the disparity? Had this creature somehow purchased its glory? Why, as fellow tailed beasts, did they embody the colossal beast aesthetic while the Ninetails embodied an ethereal, celestial style? They must protest. They would report this to the elders. They sought justice. Ninetails, why have you changed color? Is there a secret to it? I wish to dye my fur green. The Four Tails marveled for a while, resolved to report the Ninetails' alleged expenditure of resources when the elder returned. Then, the next moment, he shamelessly approached Baizhou for the secret. Baizhou shot him an exasperated glance. Did this fool aspire to become a scion? Dyeing fur? Let Shikaka drop a lump of feces on his head to keep him in line. This was a unique secret I learned from the old man, passed down only to my kin. However, if you wish to learn, it is not impossible. Here we go again. The familiar scent. That little trickster is about to deceive again. A certain Uchiha Jinchuriki, who had been swindled out of millions by Baizhou, sensed impending trouble upon hearing that tone. Why did he have the nagging feeling that something would go awry? Uchiha Fuyan's instincts had always been sharp, and seeing the two-tailed beast stunned by Baizhou's antics, he could only helplessly place his hand on his forehead. This was it. These two fools had already fallen into the trap. Hey, can I use this method to become handsome too? Senju Rin excitedly leaned toward Baizhou, his enthusiasm palpable after hearing the suggestion. Uchiha Fuyan retorted, Indeed, there are three fools. In the outside world, the war had persisted for an extended period. Across the entire ninja realm, this conflict was unprecedented in scale, a spectacle without parallel. If no unforeseen events occurred, it would likely remain unparalleled in the future. Nearly 30,000 ninjas clashed head-on, devoid of finesse, relying solely on brute strength. Once chakra depleted, they resorted to kunai. When kunai were exhausted, they fought with their fists. Both sides possessed compelling reasons for battle, resulting in staggering casualties. On the side of the ninja clan, they awaited reinforcements from Konoha. As the ninja alliance had reached their doorstep, they could not believe that the Senju and Uchiha clans were unaware of their plight. Surely, numerous ninjas would be en route. And as long as they endured, they could unite and drive their foes back. Behind them lies the territory of their own clan. For the sake of their wives and children, and their own interests, they must endure. Meanwhile, the allied shinobi forces have already reached the heart of the territory, with no chance of retreat amidst the total collapse on other battlefields. If they wish to escape, they will inevitably be surrounded by the remaining ninjas of Konoha, making victory impossible. Thus, the only path to survival is to seize the opportunity to conquer Konoha before the reinforcements arrive. Both sides are driven by compelling reasons to fight desperately. Within a mere 2 hours, nearly 2,000 lives have been lost on the battlefield of 30,000. It is crucial to note that these are elite ninjas carefully selected from various nations. An elite ninja can manipulate the lives of countless ordinary people at will, capable of moving mountains and shifting seas. The cultivation of an elite ninja demands vast amounts of time and effort, yet in this battle, at least 300 of such formidable beings have perished. The cost is staggering, and the brutality of the war is such that the phrase blood flows like rivers. Not a blade of grass remains seems inadequate to describe it. Hashirama and Madara watched for a long time, until Tobarama seized his grand ninjutsu and began to relax, finally prompting their movement. Let us go. It's time to conclude this. Little Q must be eagerly awaiting at home. Hee, upon returning in triumph. I shall take him out for a feast. Hashirama chuckled, springing up from the ground with a leap. Madara shot him a sidelong glance, coldly retorting, Little Q is mine. You go find your own water source. Chapter 69. Senju Hashirama, you shall pay with your life. Initially, the allied shinobi forces were faring well, subtly gaining an advantage under Tobarama's leadership. However, when Madara and Hashirama suddenly descended from the heavens, the outcome of the war became inevitable. Tobarama gazed at the descending figures of Madara and Hashirama, feeling a surge of relief. Truly, his elder brother arrived just in time. It was time for him, the future's second Hokage, to return in glory. Yet, he wondered if Hashirama had discovered the treachery of Shimura. Without Jiro's treacherous report, their offensive strategy would have been to disperse and launch a full-scale attack. Without him, the allied shinobi would not have been able to launch a surprise night raid. It can be said that the success of the allied shinobi forces reaching this point owes at least half of its credit to the Shimura clan. The greatest hero of this war is not the leader of any nation but Shimura, albeit a hero for the opposing side. It remains uncertain what role the Shimura clan played in this affair. Their identity will determine Tobarama's subsequent attitude toward them. This is the first instance of treachery since the founding of Konoha. Uchiha Madara is the first rogue ninja in Konoha's history, while Shimura is the first traitor. A rogue ninja may be driven by ideological differences, but a traitor harbors a truly nefarious heart. Despite Tobarama's disdain for Madara, he cannot attribute any unwarranted killings to him, aside from the frequent beatings and the fact that he monopolizes his elder brother. In contrast, Shimura's collusion and treachery directly resulted in the deaths of thousands of Konoha's ninjas. Once this information is revealed, it is likely that the Shimura clan will face widespread condemnation in Konoha. You have arrived. I have awaited your presence for a long time. Tobarama donned an inscrutable expression, eager to present a perfect finale to his performance. This marks the first time he has taken on the role of an actor. Once he ascends to the position of second Hokage, there will be little time for such frivolities. He must ensure a spectacular conclusion today. With the appearance of Madara and Hashirama, the once fervent battlefield suddenly fell into a brief stillness. In the next moment, the ninjas of the clans, as if they had found their saviors, trembled with excitement and wept profusely. They have endured too much, facing a 2-to-1 disadvantage. They also had to remain vigilant against the terrifying water techniques of the first Mizukage. Though primarily aimed elsewhere, any misstep could result in significant collateral damage. Furthermore, those ninjas charged into battle like they were on drugs, recklessly fierce and unyielding. Even though they held an overall advantage, the battle remained exceptionally grueling. Now, witnessing Hashirama and Madara descending from the heavens was akin to seeing deities. Not all of the clan ninjas were motivated solely by self-interest. That was true only for a select few among the higher-ups. To many ordinary ninjas, they were akin to commoners, unaware of the unfolding chaos. They knew war was imminent, yet their families forbade them from joining the fight. By the time they received the news, the allied shinobi forces had already arrived at their doorstep. After enduring a bloody battle, seeing the gods of ninjas descend from the sky filled them with a mix of gratitude and fervor. They longed to rush forward and pour out their hearts to the two. Lord Hashirama, you have finally come. Quickly, help us crush them. Lord Hashirama, charge. Avenge us. Use your wood release to crush them. Hearing the fervent cheers of the crowd, a radiant smile spread across Hashirama's face as he waved to the people. Instantly, the crowd erupted into another round of ecstatic screams. After 8 years away from the battlefield, they may have forgotten the kind of existence Hashirama once represented to them. It was Hashirama who had put an end to the chaos of war, and since the founding of Konoha, the mortality rate among ninjas has drastically decreased. During the tumultuous Warring States period, ordinary ninjas had to marry and bear children by the age of 12, for without leaving behind an heir, one could perish at any moment in the field. This was not a matter of choice, it was a necessity. The Senju and Uchiha clans were fortunate, as their larger populations did not require such constraints, whereas other clans risked extinction if they did not reproduce adequately. After the establishment of Konoha, ninjas could pursue their happiness, seek their purpose, and have more choices in life. Thus, life in Konoha is genuinely splendid. Perhaps some have forgotten the pains of the past amidst years of peaceful prosperity. However, after this gruesome war, these clan ninjas will once again remember the might of the Senju and Uchiha. The younger generation of ninjas will gain a fresh and accurate understanding of their deity in Konoha. Madara glanced at Hashirama, unable to suppress a scoff at his brother's hypocrisy. Just a moment ago, while watching the battle from above, Hashirama had laughed far louder than him. Now he feigned the role of the good guy. Bah, not sincere at all. Madara scorned Hashirama's behavior, and watching him feign humility before the crowd only made him grateful he had not become Hokage. Damn it. Hashirama actually thought of handing such troublesome matters to him? Surely, he was hoping to make him the scapegoat while he frolicked outside, gambling away. It must be so. He almost fell into this fool's trap back then. With a cold huff, Madara suddenly felt the urge to strike, his icy gaze fixed on Tobarama across the battlefield. To be fair, this guy has a knack for researching forbidden techniques. His transformation jutsu and the shadow clone technique he used last time are beyond even his Sharingan's perception. It seems tailored specifically to counter the Uchiha. Thinking of Tobarama's targeting of the Uchiha, Madara's thoughts instinctively shifted to his brother. This line of thought only fueled his anger further. The Mangekyo Sharingan began to swirl in his eyes. With an intensity akin to that of a ravenous wolf, he glared at the seemingly formidable Tobarama, and without a word, he charged forward, fan in hand. When enemies meet, animosity flares, and in the past, this white-haired fool had always taunted him from behind. It was one thing to tease him in secret. This fool had even made sure he could hear. He found himself unable to withdraw, yet his frustration boiled over. Now, with the time, location, and characters perfectly aligned, it was entirely reasonable for Uchiha Madara to mount a fierce counterattack against the invading forces, wouldn't you agree? As he charged at Tobarama, fan in hand, he transformed into his three-headed Susanoo right before reaching him. Brandishing a long sword, he lunged forward. Tobarama stood frozen, feeling the chilling aura of Madara's killing intent, his hair standing on end. Wasn't it agreed that they were to act in concert? I am a law-abiding citizen, my lord. Yet Madara's gaze suggested he truly intended to kill him. His elder brother was watching, after all, realizing that if he continued to feign indifference, he might very well be cleaved in two. Tobarama abandoned the charade and swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to dash towards Hashirama. It was best to conclude this final act quickly. He sensed that if the first Mizukage didn't perish at the hands of his elder brother soon, he, Senju Tobarama, might indeed find himself slain by Uchiha Madara's blade. Thus, he charged unarmed towards Hashirama, his demeanor practically screaming, "Come and kill me." Having already left a Flying Thunder God mark along their path, he merely needed to leave behind a substitution technique to make his escape. Konoha, I, Senju Tobarama, shall return. Oh dear. Senju Hashirama, prepare to meet your end. Hashirama, brother, was this always your style? Did your studies leave you so daft? Can Mito's medical ninjutsu cure stupidity? Chapter 70. The Surrenderer, No Killing. Tobarama, I am thoroughly impressed. As he observed Tobarama barreling towards him, Hashirama felt somewhat speechless. His younger brother's desperate intent to die was all too apparent. So you're not even pretending anymore, just handing yourself over? I'll deduct your credibility points upon your return. Just as Hashirama was about to assist his brother in settling matters, a familiar, soft voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Why is Ku here? Hashirama instinctively turned to scan the surroundings, but despite searching diligently, he could not locate the small orange figure. Even his sensory abilities failed to detect her. What was going on? Hashirama glanced back towards the menacing Madara, noticing that Madara seemed oblivious to the voice. On a distant peak, the little white-haired Ku lay with a group of Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki ninjas, silently critiquing Tobarama's reckless offer to sacrifice himself. They were already quite far from the battlefield. If Hashirama and Madara are fighting, then I have nothing to worry about, right? Surely they want to eliminate everyone. What a pity. I had hoped to capture some of them for labor, but it seems I must wait for the next opportunity. Ku initially brought Shomo along to let him hone his skills. However, after they encountered and dispatched a lone lower-ranked ninja on their way, Ku suddenly conceived a different idea. With such strength, ninjas would be perfect for mining and farming, wouldn't they? Although she had amassed some assets, she yearned for a life of leisure, lounging on the sofa, binge-watching dramas, and snacking on chips. Thus, to hasten Konoha's modernization, Ku planned to initiate an industrial revolution. However, undertaking such a revolution would invariably require manpower, and these ninjas were precisely what Ku had her sights set on. Just imagine, a 12-year-old Naruto could create 50 shadow clones, each retaining his stamina. If all 50 were tasked with labor, Naruto alone could match the output of an entire construction team. Moreover, while Naruto only needed to eat for one, he could accomplish the work of dozens. He was truly the epitome of a natural laborer. Although these ninjas might not equal Naruto's prowess, it was certainly feasible for one to create 2 or 3 clones. They were not being asked to fight, merely to perform manual labor. Regrettably, the current situation seemed to disallow such an arrangement, with Hashirama and Madara engaged. How many of the 20,000 would remain depended entirely on their whims. Thus, her outing appeared somewhat unnecessary. Kuu, suddenly startled from her reverie, slapped Shumo's head without warning. "It's your fault, you little rascal. Making me stand out here in the cold. Hurry home. I want to warm myself by the fire." Shumo, bewildered and feeling quite wronged, protested, "No, I want to see Lord Hashirama beat the invaders." The little white-haired boy stubbornly pouted, refusing to budge. Seeing his defiance, Kuu sighed and glanced at the heavy snowfall before swiftly burrowing into Shumo's clothing, settling in for a winter's nap. After all, wasn't Konoha recently flooded with refugees? They could be pressed into service later just as well. On the battlefield, although Hashirama was puzzled by Kuu's absence, he soon rationalized it, recalling her unique nature. He then turned his thoughts to the fate of the ninjas. Truth be told, the ninja coalition numbered 70,000. And considering the roughly 30,000 he and Madara had already eliminated, their original plan had been to wipe out the remaining 20,000 as well, reinforcing their authority. However, after reflecting on Kuu's insights, he found himself contemplating a different approach. According to Kuu, they could potentially cultivate the land. The Senju clan was known for their agricultural prowess. Once this ninja world war concluded, much of the land belonging to the other nations would essentially belong to Konoha. At that point, there would be ample land in need of cultivation, and relying solely on the Senju would take an eternity. Thus, it was clear they ought to retain these ninjas. With a decision made, Hashirama clapped his hands, and in the next moment, a colossal Buddha statue rose dramatically from the ground. Tobarama, who had been charging towards Hashirama, abruptly skidded to a halt. He looked up, bewildered, at the terrifying giant Buddha that obscured the sky. He, like Madara, had not heard Kuu's thoughts. To him, it appeared that he was simply seeking assistance from his elder brother for a feigned death. Yet, without hesitation, Hashirama summoned forth a massive Buddha. Tobarama was left dumbfounded. "But brother, I am your flesh and blood. Though our appearances differ, though I often joke that you were adopted, and frequently report to Big Sister about your hidden savings, we are truly brothers at heart." Suddenly, Tobarama froze, realizing he had found the reason behind Hashirama's intent to reprimand him. Even Madara, who was engaged in his Susanoo, momentarily appeared perplexed. Although they had agreed to eliminate the remaining 20,000 to establish their dominance, was it truly necessary to summon a colossal Buddha right away? Did he not fear inadvertently crushing Tobarama as well? Had their relationship deteriorated to such a degree? Yet what unfolded next exceeded the expectations of Madara, Tobarama, and all the ninjas on the distant mountains. The towering Buddha arose with a thunderous presence, causing the villagers of Konoha to pause in awe. When they recognized the signature Buddha of Senju Hashirama, they erupted in cheers. The coalition's ninja forces stood dumbfounded, staring at the imposing figure that soared into the clouds, their fighting spirit evaporating. How were they to combat this? Who told them that Senju Hashirama was just an ordinary Hokage? Who assured them that a 4-on-1 battle would guarantee victory? Their village's leader did not possess such power. Even Kuu and the others on the mountainside cheered exuberantly upon witnessing Hashirama summon the colossal Buddha. Even many ninjas from the Senju clan leaped with excitement, their fervor causing them to completely forget their former concealment. This was the pinnacle of their clan's combat prowess, their honor shining brightly. In contrast, the Uchiha and Uzumaki ninjas exhibited expressions of awe and reverence. The Uchiha had previously encountered this terrifying wooden Buddha, leaving an indelible impression on them. During the tumultuous time following Izuna's death, Lord Madara had frantically sought a duel with the Senju clan, while Hashirama had already been capable of summoning the great Buddha. The outcome of that battle was an unprecedented clash of titans. In earlier confrontations, Hashirama and Madara engaged in close combat with blades, but thereafter, their encounters transformed into colossal showdowns. Ordinary ninjas found themselves utterly sidelined. The outcome of Hashirama and Madara's duels dictated the fate of their respective battlefields. Even if the ordinary ninjas emerged victorious, what would it matter without Madara? Who could withstand a blow from the great Buddha? Thus, while the Senju clan reveled in their excitement, the others were beset by a profound sense of reverence. The formidable Buddha instilled despair in their enemies and invigorated their allies. Just as it seemed that Hashirama would unleash the great Buddha and bury the ninja coalition, A majestic voice resonated from the summit of the great Buddha. To all who have surrendered to Konoha, do not slay them. Then, as if to assert his might and enhance the intimidation of his words, Hashirama commanded a colossal hand to descend upon Tobarama beneath him. Tobarama exclaimed, "What the hell? Hashirama, just you wait. When I return, I shall have a word with our father at his grave." Chapter 71. Konoha faces a food crisis? The Ninetails fox plays a cameo as Hokage. A fierce war in the ninja world drew to a close amidst Hashirama's terrifying Great Buddha assault. However, this was not the end. For addressing the aftermath would prove to be an arduous and taxing endeavor for both Madara and Hashirama. The first issue at hand was the plight of the refugees. Before the war commenced, Hashirama had dispatched individuals to repatriate the populace of the small nations bordering the Land of Fire to Konoha. This strategy proved immensely prudent, as the coalition of 70,000 ninjas had nearly flattened the surrounding hills. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Post-war, their resettlement needed resolution. Although Hashirama had previously arranged accommodations using wood release to prevent them from becoming homeless, Konoha itself was now overwhelmed. A massive influx of people meant they would require sustenance. Konoha's food primarily derived from agriculture and hunting, with merchants possibly possessing some reserves. However, with the population having nearly doubled in a mere fortnight, their supplies were rapidly depleting. If the situation persisted, Konoha's operational capabilities would falter. Yet, the refugees, having witnessed Konoha's prosperity, were reluctant to depart, insisting on remaining. This left the leaders, who had hoped to return to their homelands and reclaim their titles, exasperated, vehemently accusing Hashirama of betrayal. Thus, the pressing matter became how to resolve the surplus of mouths to feed. They could not simply expel them, as these individuals had been forcibly taken in the first place. They might as well stay in Konoha. Perhaps one day, Baijiu's industrialization would find a use for them. Madara and Hashirama exchanged perplexed glances within the Hokage building. They deliberated for an extended period, and aside from agreeing to retain the refugees, they could not conceive a solution for their employment. Hashirama proposed issuing relief funds, but Madara swiftly calculated the costs, revealing that providing daily stipends for tens of thousands of refugees and captives would amount to a staggering sum. Hashirama fell silent. He then suggested temporarily distributing grain, only for Madara to inform him that Konoha had no surplus food left. Konoha's food supply was essentially self-sufficient, with only a small quantity of meat imported. Therefore, without external suppliers, the sudden influx of tens of thousands had plunged Konoha into a food crisis. While starvation was not imminent, food prices had soared, and many refugees were already reduced to begging on the streets of Konoha. This not only affected the village's environment, but also heightened the risk of conflict. Hashirama and Madara found themselves in a quandary. When had the two great clans ever been troubled by such mundane concerns? I will contact the grain merchants in the Land of Fire, even if it incurs great expenses. We must address this shortfall. We cannot allow them to starve. Ultimately, the two could devise no strategy, leaving Hashirama to reach out to the capital to see if they could import a supply of grain to alleviate the situation. Madara wished to accompany him, but Hashirama insisted he remain in the Hokage position, fearing a potential uprising among the ninjas in the village and requiring Madara to oversee matters. Madara was left speechless. He recognized that the excuse to keep him there stemmed from Hashirama's reluctance to assume the Hokage role. "You think you can leave me here while you go off on your own? Not a chance." Madara resolutely decided to accompany Hashirama, not trusting him to procure grain alone, fearing he would return with nothing to show for it. Thus, the two set off once more, leaving behind a bewildered white-haired figure and a strikingly beautiful Ninetails fox, who exchanged confused glances in the Hokage building. "What is going on? May I inquire?" Baijiu was in disbelief. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been enjoying hot pot and watching the snow at Jiu de Fu, persuading an old lady to buy commemorative coins, when suddenly, Madara had appeared, dragging him and Sho-Emo straight to the Hokage building. Then, without explanation, he had placed the Hokage hat atop Baijiu's head and dashed away. What did this mean? Was he to become Hokage? Had the Ninetails fox ascended to the role of Hokage? Sho-Emo sat in Hashirama's Hokage seat, removed the hat from Baijiu's head, and placed it upon his own, his face alight with excitement. "Boss, does this mean I've bypassed 20 years of detours? Am I embarking on my Hokage career early? Can I carve my likeness into Hokage rock?" Baijiu turned with an incredulous glance at Sho-Emo, who genuinely believed that being Hokage was a desirable position. Did he not see that, in the end, only Hashirama's granddaughter and the child of destiny remained? One was a paragon of fate, the other a reincarnation of a great being. As for Kakashi, he was merely a close ally of the antagonist. After all, he was the mentor of two fated individuals. Their destinies set. What could Shomo, with his fragile life, possibly compare to them? Shomo, our fates are not robust. Let us refrain from pursuing this allure. Do you not see that those who aspired to be Hokage have met with grim fates? Upon hearing Baijiu's inner musings, Shomo shuddered. He hastily returned the hat to the table. Whoever wishes to be Hokage can do so. I shall not. He wished to live and thrive alongside Baijiu. However, the novelty of being the acting Hokage still lingered. Gazing at the pile of documents on the table, Shomo eagerly picked one up to read. On October 25th, 8th year of Konoha, the weather was clear, yet a multitude of beggars appeared in the village, clad in tattered garments and lacking in civility, severely disrupting the peace and stability of Konoha. Immediate action was deemed necessary. On October 24th, a clan meeting was held by the Uchiha clan to pay homage to Jiro Uchiha, who perished in the war, with his son, Danzo Uchiha, succeeding him as the clan leader. On October 23rd, the price of grain in the village suddenly soared and continued to escalate. Listening to Shaku's every word as he read the documents on the table, Baijiu felt a spark of interest. Was Konoha truly sinking into a food crisis? Upon further contemplation, Baijiu realized that previously, Hashirama had inexplicably brought back a coalition of 20,000 ninja captives to Konoha. While this aligned with his thoughts, the return of such a multitude required sustenance. 20,000 mouths to feed, all ninjas, meant an alarming daily consumption. Upon rifling through the documents on the table, he discovered many pertained to food shortages and soaring prices, including reports of refugees resorting to theft during the war. Initially, the grain prices were stable. But as Hashirama and Madara acquired large quantities of grain for military provisions, prices began to rise. With the increase in prices, it was inevitable that many would find it unaffordable. Currently, the ninja world was divided into two types of nations, the land of fire and the rest. Ninjas, not engaged in production, found the war-torn state of the ninja world had severely hampered productivity. Consequently, aside from the land of fire, other nations were impoverished, with many citizens toiling throughout the year merely to sustain their families. This was also why so many aspired for their children to become ninjas, despite the dangers. At least they would not go hungry. To Konoha, these refugees resembled country folk, impoverished and struggling. Arriving in the grand city of Konoha, although provided with free housing by Hashirama, they still needed to fend for their own food, clothing, and shelter. After leading them to Konoha and providing them accommodation, Hashirama had become preoccupied with war, leaving them unattended. Without work and having depleted their savings, the vast majority of refugees were left to beg on the streets, while a few resourceful individuals managed to secure meals. Some, in desperation, resorted to theft, significantly impacting Konoha's security and environment. Observing the situation, a contemplative expression crossed Baijiu's face. Hashirama and Madara must have gone in search of grain, but the transport would take time, and by then, who knew what chaos might ensue? Even should the grain arrive, similar disturbances would likely reoccur. The root of the problem must be addressed. Baijiu pondered deeply, recalling the many novels he had read about time travel and the clever strategies employed therein. However, after thorough consideration, he found no method capable of swiftly alleviating Konoha's predicament. The fundamental issue was the lack of food. Even the most skilled planner would find it difficult to devise a solution without Hashirama's return. I'm hungry, Shaka lamented, having listened to Baijiu's internal musings. Initially, he understood, as his mother had mentioned the rising food prices, with vegetables nearly doubling in cost. However, as the conversation progressed to matters like labor for food programs, Shaku became confused. Realizing it was meal time, he reached out and shook Baijiu, who was lost in thought. Don't disturb me. I'm busy, Baijiu replied irritably, swatting Shaku away with his tail. He was engaged in tackling Konoha's great dilemma. A single misstep could result in the loss of countless laborers, who were to become his future valuable assets. Thus, he was determined to find a solution. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage building, Hashirama and Madara's clones nodded in agreement, absorbing each other's thoughts. So that's it. Labor for food can be approached this way. Hashirama could not help but give Madara a thumbs up. Indeed, Madara was brilliant. The documents left on the table were intended for Baijiu to peruse. to inspire thought and elicit their musings. They had previously been entangled in how to distribute funds and grain, only for Baijio to propose providing work for the people. This opened up new perspectives, yet they were left wondering what Baijio's plan entailed, as neither could fathom how to create thousands of job opportunities at once. Chapter 72, The Akimichi Clan, Konoha's Invisible Tycoons. Ultimately, Baijio and Shaku decided to prioritize their meal, as a midday absence of sustenance left them mentally drained. Strolling through the streets of Konoha, they instinctively surveyed their surroundings. To their dismay, they noticed a significant increase in beggars, many accompanied by children. Although they had previously overlooked this reality, the reports from the Hokage building lingered in their minds, making it difficult to ignore. Perhaps it was the sight of a disheveled little girl in tattered gray clothes pleading for alms that struck Shaka deeply. She appeared so frail and pitiful, akin to his own size, yet so vulnerable. "Boss, I feel so uneasy," Shaku expressed. "Then close your eyes," Baijio replied, equally disturbed. He shut his eyes, feeling a surge of irritation. He needed a supply of grain, but he could not magically conjure it from the earth. He was a nine-tailed fox, not a deity. While he wished to assist these people, even giving them money would be futile in their current situation. However, Shaku could no longer suppress his emotions. He rummaged through his pocket, retrieving several 100-yen coins, and approached the little girl, kneeling to place the coins in her bowl. When the girl realized someone was finally acknowledging her, gratitude filled her eyes, and she bowed repeatedly, thanking him profusely. Shaku felt uncomfortable witnessing her demeaning act of gratitude. His face scrunched up as he watched her bow in a manner that undermined her dignity. He reached out to help her up, but hesitated, recognizing his own helplessness. Clenching his fist, he silently stood and walked away. As they continued on their way, Baijio noticed Shaku's demeanor had shifted to one of silence. Previously boisterous and carefree, he now appeared more mature, likely affected by the stark realities they had witnessed. After all, Shaku had grown up in relative comfort, and Konoha had always been prosperous. He had never encountered such chaos before. Baijio chose not to interrupt this moment of reflection, allowing Shaku to contemplate on his own. When he eventually came to terms with his feelings, he would naturally grow from this experience. Two individuals strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha, meandering past numerous shops, until the enticing aroma of grilled meat led them to halt in front of a barbecue restaurant. This establishment belonged to the Akimichi clan, which, aside from serving as shinobi in Konoha, also operated a variety of livestock-related enterprises throughout the Land of Fire. Thus, their business remained largely unaffected. "Boss, I want to eat this," Shikomo murmured, his tone somewhat subdued. However, despite his less-than-cheerful mood, he had no intention of depriving his stomach. "Then let's have this." "Let us go inside," Baiku decisively stated. He and Shikomo frequently visited this restaurant for its delectable offerings. Previously, he had contemplated negotiating with the owner to purchase the recipe and establish several franchises. But the owner had informed him that the recipes for the barbecue and sauces were exclusive to the Akimichi family and could not be shared, leaving Baiku's plans unfulfilled. Upon entering, they ordered a lavish spread of grilled meat. The restaurant owner, upon seeing their arrival, enthusiastically approached Baiku. "Ah, Boss Gio, it's been ages. I haven't seen you around lately, and the Giodafu hasn't opened either. I couldn't find a way to purchase a golden eagle, huh?" The owner was a jovial, plump woman, clad in an apron as she approached them. Baiku chuckled. He had been away with Shikomo on a mission, hence their absence. Hearing that the owner was commissioning a golden eagle, Baiku felt invigorated. He speculated that the rate at which Giodafu was acquiring wealth would soon slow down. So he needed to seize the opportunity to make money before the gold prices dropped. He promptly took out a small notebook and penned to jot down notes. Smiling as he looked at the owner. "Tell me, what size do you want? What style?" The owner was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter, pulling up a chair to sit beside Baiku, her face radiating joy. "You know, food prices have been soaring in Konoha lately, and our livestock business has been booming. I believe it has something to do with the fortune necklace I bought from your place. It truly attracts wealth. Therefore, I want to order a golden pig to display prominently in my shop." Baiku's pen suddenly halted, and he lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he listened to the owner enthusiastically describe her request. "How many pigs does your family raise?" Baiku abruptly interrupted, his voice filled with eagerness. Although the owner was puzzled by his question, she answered earnestly. If I recall correctly, we have around 200 pigs, but since I specialize in barbecue, We have more cattle and sheep, several thousand of various breeds. Baiku was taken aback, even though he had prepared himself for the information. How could I have not realized? The Akimichi clan is the hidden wealthy giant of Konoha. In the distance, disguised and eavesdropping, Hashirama and Madara nearly stumbled in shock. Hashirama almost jabbed his chopsticks into Madara's nose. This was merely one female owner of the Akimichi clan, and the entire clan comprised thousands. The largest meat merchant in the Land of Fire was right beside them. Madara looked at Hashirama, who shook his head vigorously. Despite these families crying poverty before him daily, he genuinely had no idea the Akimichi clan was this affluent. Yet, considering their robust physiques and their incessant eating habits, how could they possibly be poor? With this realization, both Hashirama and Madara's eyes lit up, knowing where Baiku would seek to fill this gap. Sure enough, after gaining the desired information, Baiku felt significantly lighter. He had been troubled by the food situation, but the Akimichi clan had an abundance of it. Thus, that afternoon, Baiku took Shikumo and headed straight to the Akimichi residence. I demand to see your clan leader. I wish to discuss a multi-billion project with him, Baiku exclaimed, perched atop Shikumo, eager to meet the Akimichi clan leader to negotiate the purchase of pigs. However, they were promptly thrown out. Our clan leader has no time for you brats. Go play in the mud and stop bothering us. The Akimichi's hefty guard, seeing only a child and a pet fox, reacted with impatience and pushed Shikumo aside. Poor Shikumo, being so small, was easily knocked away by the guard's hefty hand, crashing to the ground. Ouch! Shikumo cried out in pain, and as he fell, he lost grip of Baiku, who tumbled down with him. This push left both Baiku and Shikumo momentarily dazed. Shikumo, disregarding his own pain, quickly stood to check on Baiku's condition. Baiku, meanwhile, was incredulous that the guard would assault them without provocation. He had been in Konoha for quite a while and had never encountered such behavior before. He remained stunned until Shikumo cradled him in his arms. And out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shikumo's arm, scraped and bleeding from the fall. Witnessing the vivid blood oozing from the wound made Baiku's eyes redden with fury. A violent aura surged from him, as if he were no mere sickly cat. He had always refrained from causing trouble, but today, if someone dared to bully him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. In the next instant, Baiku's form expanded dramatically, resembling a lion in size. The two Akimichi guards were struck with terror as Baiku swiped at them with a massive paw. The speed of Baiku's transformation was astonishing. The guards had no inkling that the seemingly adorable little fox possessed such formidable power. They were sent flying by the unexpected strike, crashing into the Akimichi clan leader's residence. Baiku landed gracefully, his expression fierce, Ninetails thrashing behind him, exuding an ominous aura that darkened the skies. Dark clouds began to gather ominously above, casting a shadow over the hearts of all in Konoha. Almost simultaneously, every capable shinobi in Konoha turned their gaze towards the Akimichi clan's direction. Particularly, Uchiha Kagami and the other tailed beasts sensed the disturbance. Their sensitivity to the tailed beast chakra heightened. Observing the gathering storm clouds above, Senju Ringen and Uchiha Fuyin exchanged glances. The next moment, they unleashed their tailed beast chakra and raced towards the source of the commotion. It's that little fox. We need to see what is happening. Far away, Mito, lounging in the sunlight with Tsunade, also lifted her gaze towards the ominous clouds. A glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes. Tsunade, sensing the disturbance, began to cry. Mito comforted her before vanishing in a flash, eager to confront whoever dared to bully the little fox. The Vortex Princess had not yet met her end. Chapter 73, The Divine Water Mito Descends, the Vortex Princess's Might. Baiku was furious, and the consequences would be dire. This was Konoha, where he had refrained from imposing his strength, yet upon visiting the Akimichi clan, they had the audacity to lay hands on them. Initially, he sought to avoid causing a significant commotion. However, he overlooked the fact that the power of the Ninetails emanates from nature itself. The mere act of utilizing this power would inevitably provoke a celestial disturbance. Thus, even though his intention was only to impart a lesson to his two guards, the force of his strike reverberated loudly. The aura characteristic of tailed beasts began to disperse, quickly drawing a considerable number of Akimichi ninjas towards their location. In a display of perfect coordination, they formed an encirclement, surrounding Baijio and Shuamao, their gazes filled with hostility. Baijio's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the portly elder emerging from the crowd, sensing that he possessed the strongest presence among them. Who dares to stir trouble in the Akimichi clan? The clan leader, aged and seemingly nearing the end of his days, bore the pallor of impending death. Baijio surmised that this individual was indeed the Akimichi clan leader, just as he was about to articulate his purpose. The two Akimichi ninjas he had previously sent flying sprang to their feet, wailing as they rushed forward to lodge their complaints. "Uncle, this fellow insisted on barging into our territory, and when we refused him entry, he resorted to violence. Indeed, look at our injuries. They were inflicted by him." The two ninjas appeared to have some familial connection to the clan leader, repeatedly addressing him as uncle, which made Baijio frown in discontent. What do they mean by claiming they acted first? They were merely retaliating. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to swell. The Akimichi clan was already adjacent to the other two major families, the Nara and the Yamanaka, and the ruckus Baijio had created was far from subtle. Thus, members from the Yamanaka and Nara clans also gathered. Upon hearing the accusations from the two Akimichi clan members, their gazes turned towards the encircled Baijio. Many recognized the duo instantly. "Aren't those the two con artists from the market? They scammed me out of 8 million Rio. Isn't that the talking fox from Jyoto-fu? How has it grown so large in just a few days? Goodness, did he just demolish the Akimichi home?" The expressions of the Akimichi clan leader darkened at the words of the two guards. Though the Akimichi clan preferred to avoid conflict, they were not easily intimidated. Despite their low profile, they would not allow just anyone to trample upon their dignity. Baijio's earlier strike had shattered their entrance. If they remained passive, others might perceive the Akimichi as weak. With this thought, the clan leader's eyes narrowed, recognizing the ominous presence of the Ninetails before him. He had previously purchased items from Jyoto-fu, given the Akimichi clan's vast enterprise and the sensational marketing surrounding the blessings of the divine fox. Thus, he held a begrudging respect for Baijio, having even met him before. Now, confronted with Baijio's seemingly murderous intent, he bellowed in anger, "You wretched beast! You dare to intrude upon the Akimichi clan and harm my kin. If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall not let you off easily." Baijio's temper flared at the unjust accusation. "How dare you? In my previous life, when I dismantled Qingqiu Mountain, you were not even born yet. Who gives you the right to demand an explanation from me? They were the ones who struck first. We merely sought to meet the clan leader. And when they attacked us, my companion only retaliated." At this moment, Shuan Mao stepped forward, drawing his blade, Baiya, with both hands. Adopting a stance of readiness as he earnestly explained, "Father said I must not draw my sword against fellow villagers, but if they refuse to listen, I can use it to make them heed my words." Shuan Mao was never one to shy away from confrontation. Even when he faced overwhelming odds, he remained undaunted. Driven by the desire to protect Baijio, he could not allow anyone to bully his friend. Baijio's gaze shifted to the young figure standing defiantly in front of him, undeterred by the encircling crowd. The once diminutive fox had grown formidable, and a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. This little creature had not let down his expectations. However, Shuan Mao's declaration inadvertently provoked the ire of the Akimichi clan leader. Perhaps it was the humiliation of a child challenging him or the pressure of the onlookers that stoked his anger. Without warning, the clan leader, his face darkening, channeled his chakra, causing his right hand to swell as he swung it towards Shuan Mao. "You insolent wretch!" As Shuan Mao tensed, clutching Baiya, he summoned his chakra and thrust his sword forth. To onlookers, the scene appeared absurd. Shuan Mao's slight frame was no match for the clan leader's massive hand. He would surely be flattened. Many girls averted their gazes, unable to witness the impending disaster. Yet unexpectedly, an astonishing event unfolded. Dark red chakra surged around Shuan Mao, filling the air with a scorching energy that enveloped the surroundings. Empowered by this newfound strength, he felt invincible, as if capable of cleaving the very heavens. And so he did. A flash of cold light arced through the air, followed by a vibrant crimson explosion, staining the eyes of all witnesses in a horrific hue. A cry of pain erupted, but it did not emanate from Shuan Mao's youthful voice. Instead, it belonged to the aged Akimichi clan leader. Upon hearing the exclamation, the Akimichi clan members' expressions shifted dramatically, panic erupting amongst them as shouts filled the air. In the next moment, several clan members surged forward, intent on subduing Baijio and Shuan Mao. Baijio's expression darkened as he prepared to unleash his chakra to repel them, but before he could act, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, indiscriminately bearing down on all ninjas present. Even Shuan Mao was not spared. Just moments before, he had wielded his sword with confidence. But now he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Baijiu was quick to react, catching him just before he fell, and together they gazed upward. At that moment, accompanied by the terrifying pressure, golden chains suddenly descended from the sky, restraining the agitated crowd. As Baijiu beheld the glimmering chakra chains, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to glance skyward. There, a divine maiden with flowing red hair descended, bathed in golden light, her vibrant locks dancing in the breeze. Resembling a celestial being sent to quell earthly discord, the sheer force of her presence compelled reverence. Not merely out of admiration, but due to the overwhelming pressure she exerted, Baijiu struggled to maintain composure. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan inherently inflicted additional damage upon tailed beasts, and the indiscriminate attack from this divine figure nearly reverted Baijiu to his original form. Dear goddess, please retract your divine power. I cannot bear it any longer. If I were to suddenly transform back into a cute little fox here, would I retain any dignity? Upon hearing the anguished cries of Baijiu, Mito found it amusing, yet she abruptly restrained her imposing aura. As she retracted her chakra pressure, the atmosphere in the vicinity lightened considerably, and the onlookers, many of whom were rather weak ninjas, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Conversely, Shuoemo, having received the Ninetails chakra from Baijiu, was largely unharmed. Mito gracefully descended to the ground, her expression serene and dignified, exuding an air of tranquility, as if she had not just single-handedly dominated the scene. Witnessing Baijiu and her companions encircled by a group, Mito had impulsively envisioned a more dramatic entrance to rescue the damsel in distress. She had not abandoned her desire to take Baijiu home. Seizing this opportunity to charm Baijiu and snatch her away from Ban would be splendid. At that moment, the head of the Akimichi clan had already begun to retract some of his multiplication techniques following Shuamo's earlier strike, which had showcased an extraordinary sword intent, amplified by the chakra from Baijiu, rendering it significantly potent. Shuaemo, a prodigious swordsman, was able to fully harness the power bestowed upon him by Baijiu. The Akimichi clan leader, wounded and instinctively enraged, sought to continue his assault, but upon raising his gaze, he met Mito's calm and unperturbed eyes. Instantly, he was drenched in cold sweat. What is she doing here? In the 8 years since the founding of Konoha, a consensus had emerged among the various clans. There were 3 formidable entities one should never provoke. The third was Uchiha Madara, the second was an irate Senju Hashirama, and the first was the seemingly benign Mito Uzumaki. This lady typically refrained from meddling in Konoha's affairs, preferring to indulge in leisurely strolls, grocery shopping, and the occasional game of mahjong with friends. However, should she choose to intervene, the situation invariably escalated into an unmitigated tragedy, one that even Senju Hashirama could not halt. His body stiffened, and within a fleeting moment of meeting Mito's gaze, the Akimichi clan leader mentally revisited every misdeed he had committed over the years. Clan leader Akimichi, given your age, is it truly appropriate to resort to violence against 2 children? Behind Mito, Baijiu's forehead erupted with 3 question marks. What? Why am I considered a child? Chapter 74. The boy's embarrassment surpasses nausea. Upon hearing Mito's words, the Akimichi clan leader immediately felt his hair stand on end. His form stiffened as he stared at Mito, his lips twitching as he attempted to muster a smile in response. Yet, his aged and portly visage could not manage a grin. Why had Mito suddenly appeared and intervened in this matter? After all, it was merely a scuffle involving 2 children. Did she truly risk offending the Akimichi clan for the sake of that white-haired orange fox? The 3 clans of the Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara were bound together in life and death. Offending one would mean antagonizing the others. These 3 families, along with the Senju and Uchiha, were among the strongest in Konoha. The Akimichi clan leader could not fathom Mito's motivation for supporting Baijiu and her companion. He had heard no rumors of her having an illegitimate child. Beyond that, the Akimichi elder, who habitually gauged right and wrong through the lens of self-interest, could not comprehend Mito's current actions. Nevertheless, the fact remained that Mito stood before him, and even if he was reluctant to believe it, he had to accept this reality. With the assistance of his fellow Akimichi clansmen, he straightened his posture and forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown as he addressed Mito. Lady Mito, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting? Mito huffed softly, well aware of the implications behind his question. Yet, since he had posed it, she could not openly declare her intent to defend Baijio. Thus, she pondered briefly before smiling and rephrasing her response. I have come to discuss certain matters with you, clan leader Akimichi. What matters might those be? The Akimichi clan leader, sensing an opportunity, raised his voice and pointed at the wall that Baijio had previously toppled, interrogating Mito. Shuaemo, witnessing this, widened his eyes, eager to interject that the initial aggression had come from the other side, but was swiftly yanked back by Baijio. Just keep quiet while the lady is here. Baijio recognized that Mito had arrived to support him. With her on his side, he felt emboldened. After all, Mito was capable of subduing Hashirama, who could overpower both Madara and the Ninetails. In essence, Mito was arguably the most formidable being in the current world. Could she not handle a mere Akimichi clan leader? As anticipated, Mito's rebuttal was flawless. I had merely intended for the two of them to accompany the Akimichi clan leader to the Hokage building for a discussion. Yet it appears your guards were unwilling to hear my request and forcefully expelled my people. Baijio, in a fit of anger, acted out of frustration at my command. Does this explanation satisfy you, clan leader Akimichi? Mito's voice, calm and unhurried, resonated with the poise and composure of an aristocrat, her mere presence overshadowing all others present. Even the hidden leaders of the Yamanaka and Nara clans remained silent, unwilling to come forward to support the Akimichi clan leader. While they were allied, they were also acutely aware of the temperament of the Akimichi clan leader's two nephews. To be fair, they knew that the two were indeed capable of such misdeeds. Furthermore, it was evident that Mito was there to advocate for that little white-haired boy and the Ninetails. They chose to remain in the shadows and observe the unfolding situation. The Akimichi clan leader was momentarily speechless, casting an annoyed glare at his two terrified nephews standing beside him. Only they knew the true nature of the events that transpired. If Mito pursued the matter, it was indeed they who had initiated the conflict. Should they be accused of assaulting important figures within the village, their fates would be dire. The two had been exceedingly arrogant moments ago, but now they were consumed by panic. They were well aware of the rumors surrounding Mito within the village. The last time she had intervened was 3 years prior, addressing rampant corruption in the marketplace with ruthless efficiency, resulting in a month-long uproar in Konoha. This period was later dubbed the Egg Revolution by the villagers, stemming from Mito being overcharged for a dozen eggs. Since that incident, no unscrupulous merchant had dared to show their face in Konoha, for they all found themselves imprisoned by Mito. They certainly did not wish to be ensnared by this formidable woman. The two clutched the Akimichi clan leader's arm tightly, their expressions rife with anxiety as they looked up at their uncle. Witnessing their cowardice, the Akimichi clan leader quickly grasped the situation. In fact, he had already suspected something was amiss when Shuaemo revealed that the two had been the instigators. He was well aware of his nephew's nature, towering and robust. They relished in bullying others, likely taking advantage of Shuaemo's youth to assert their dominance. However, with so many witnesses present, he had initially been driven by embarrassment to retaliate against Baijio, only to have the incident resurface thanks to Mito. His expression darkened further as he swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to his nephew's faces. The force of his palm, large as a fan, was considerable, causing both to cry out in distress as they fell to the ground, their already plump faces visibly swelling. The suddenness of the 2 slaps startled the surrounding crowd. Yet the Akimichi clan leader paid them no heed and hurriedly turned to Mito, offering a conciliatory smile. Lord Mito, what do you think of this? The 2 young ones are rather ignorant, and I have already reprimanded them. I have done my part, so you cannot pursue this matter further. How astute of me to strike such a bargain. However, this indeed provides a compelling reason for negotiation. I shall use this incident to drive down the price during our discussions, as long as we have sufficient provisions. I may not even need to wait for Hashirama and the others to return before leading Konoha towards prosperity. First, we shall clear the land, then cultivate it, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes across a vast expanse of 100,000 acres. Upon hearing Baijio's thoughts, Mito had already formed her own intentions. Very well. Let us proceed with this course of action. Although she remained uncertain about Baijio's ultimate plans, she chose to place her trust in him. With a smile and a nod, she set aside the matter. Is the head of the Akimichi clan available for a discussion at the Hokage building? Indeed, I have been rather idle lately, with nothing to occupy my time. Let us go at once. Seeing Mito finally relent, the Akimichi clan leader eagerly nodded in agreement. seemingly fearful that she might change her mind. Observing his enthusiastic demeanor, Shaku could not help but roll his eyes. Just moments ago, those two hefty fellows claimed to be busy, yet here they were, quite free. The two Akimichi ninjas, who had been lamenting on the ground, felt the weight of many fiery gazes upon them, causing their already ruddy faces to flush with embarrassment. Nothing compares to the blush of a chubby face, Baijio silently remarked. However, upon voicing his thoughts, Shaku suddenly choked. Baijio initially assumed it was due to Shaku's struggle with the chakra of the Ninetails and leaned in to express concern, only to see Shaku repeatedly cover his mouth and wave his hands. Even Mito couldn't help but cast a few more glances at the two rotund individuals, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. How utterly revolting. Chapter 75. Baijio exhausts his wealth. Hashirama restructures the daimyo's residence. As the commotion subsided and Baijio resumed his normal stature, proudly perched upon Shaka's head, he took a moment to gloat over the two defeated figures slumped on the ground. He and Shaku were soon escorted by Mito to the Hokage building. One must admit, having connections certainly has its advantages. Had he not known Mito, he might have been bullied by those Akimichi fellows today, leading to an inevitable brawl. If a fight had broken out, the situation could have spiraled out of control. And while a scuffle might have been manageable, any disruption to the procurement of pigs would have been less than ideal. Thankfully, Mito's timely intervention had prevented further escalation. Head of the Akimichi clan, you are surely aware of the recent circumstances in the village? In the conference room of the Hokage building, Mito was negotiating with the elderly head of the Akimichi clan. The Akimichi leader had summoned the Nara and Yamanaka clan heads, along with two elders from the Akimichi clan, resulting in 5 individuals seated across the negotiating table. Meanwhile, Mito was accompanied by Baijio, Shaku, and Tsunade, who was cradled in Shaka's arms, sucking on a bottle. For against 5, the advantage is mine. Upon hearing this, the Akimichi leader's expression shifted slightly. Was Mito seeking to procure provisions? Yet, their clan was not particularly affluent. This, of course, was considering only their wealth within the village. After all, their commercial dealings outside the village were not reliant on the Akimichi name, and Mito was likely unaware of their considerable fortune. The Akimichi clan in Konoha lived as ninjas undertaking missions, while outside, they were the foremost tycoons in livestock farming within the Land of Fire. Not every member of a family is a ninja, and the Akimichi clan has many non-ninja members engaged in commerce. With the Nara clan providing counsel, they essentially dominated the meat production industry in the Land of Fire. As Mito began discussing the state of the village, the Akimichi leader instinctively sensed that the issue was becoming grave. However, he clung to a sliver of hope and forced a pained expression as he spoke. Lord Mito, our Akimichi clan has no surplus grain. All our provisions are imported at great cost. Seeing the current state of the village pained me deeply, but our clan's capabilities are limited, and we are truly unable to assist. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the Nara and Yamanaka clan heads. The 3 families needed to present a united front. They absolutely could not open this door. Previously, during the war that threatened the village's very existence, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had personally intervened. It would be unreasonable for them not to contribute. However, this particular situation was entirely a result of Hashirama's actions in bringing people into Konoha, and thus they had no obligation to assist. If they exposed their resources now, what would become of them? Would Konoha not expect to extract resources from them at every turn? With the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans still holding sway, why would they turn to these lesser families? Do the 3 major clans lack funds? Surely, with their vast fortunes, it would be effortless for them to resolve this issue. Ultimately, Konoha still belonged to the Senju. They could not be expected to invest as they would in their own families, unless the second Hokage were from their lineage, or unless an elder council were established to involve them in Konoha's governance. They would remain unwilling to assist. Mito frowned. This man was continuing to play coy. Her inquiry indicated her awareness of the Akimichi clan's considerable wealth, yet he was clearly reluctant to extend help. Contemplating the village's predicament, Mito's expression darkened, and just as she prepared to apply further pressure, she was interrupted by Baijio. We do not require you to donate money or grain. Rather, we seek to procure meat through your established channels. Now returned to his small fox form, Baijio's tone was sweetly innocent, devoid of the commanding presence he had previously exuded. This revelation took the Akimichi leader by surprise. They had anticipated being asked for funds or provisions. But to buy meat? Was that not plentiful? The Akimichi clan was essentially the primary supplier of meat throughout Konoha, capable of providing thousands of tons of pork and beef with ease. Instantly, the Akimichi leader's demeanor shifted, revealing a bold and jovial disposition as he laughed heartily. Haha, such matters are easily settled. How much meat do you require? If the order is substantial, I can negotiate a 20% discount for the village. Aware of the village's current plight, they recognized that Konoha's willingness to purchase meat indicated their understanding of the relationship between the Akimichi clan and meat merchants. As long as they were not asked to donate freely, it was akin to receiving money. With this in mind, why would they refuse? Baijio raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind before decisively waving his hand to place an order for 10,000 large pigs. The moment those words left his mouth, both the Akimichi leader and Mito, along with Hashirama and Madara, who were eavesdropping outside, were left utterly stunned. What did ordering 10,000 pigs signify? How long would that last? Did Baijio truly possess such wealth? The Akimichi leader shared this skepticism, but upon recalling the immense profitability of the Kaifuka business, he soon found solace in the thought. If it were Baijio, perhaps he could indeed manage it. Just the thought of the immense fortune this order represented sent the Akimichi leader into a frenzy of excitement. Such a substantial order had never been seen in the entire history of the Akimichi clan. How much profit could this transaction yield? Even after applying the discount, they would profit immensely. As autumn arrived, the team leader, Chio, was immediately filled with envy and hurriedly agreed to take action, turning back to contact his people. Soon, a bill was delivered to the Hokage building by the members of the Chio clan. However, within the office of Hokage Songjing, the bill was snatched away by Hashirama and Madara outside the door. Utilizing transformation techniques, the two stealthily drove away the Chio clan's messenger and huddled together, their eyes nearly bulging at the long string of zeros on the bill. What the hell? So much money. Can Xiaojiu even afford this? This is outrageous. It seems there's been a miscalculation. Hearing the astonished exclamations from within the Hokage office, Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances, both speechless. They had just been eavesdropping outside, thinking that after listening to Baijio's mental arithmetic, he must have arrived at a well-considered conclusion. Instead, it turned out he was merely guessing. With a shared rueful smile, the two realized that at least the problem had been addressed, albeit due to Baijio's incorrect budgeting. Thus, they considered their task accomplished and simultaneously dispelled their shadow clones. At that moment, far away in the land of Fire's daimyo's residence, while negotiating for provisions, Hashirama and Madara exchanged a knowing look. The daimyo, seated at the head of the table, wore a troubled expression, pleading with the two. Hokage, the daimyos of other nations are pressing me. You should just surrender and apologize to them. We could settle this matter with some money and land. Hashirama and Madara were infuriated. How could such a cowardly individual be the daimyo? Their purpose in visiting the daimyo's residence was to request food. As both clans had historically been self-sufficient and, lacking connections, could not find influential grain merchants in a short time. Thus, they turned to the daimyo for assistance. The daimyo, being one of the wealthiest individuals in the land of fire, had ample granaries. In times of prosperity, it should not have been a problem to request provisions from him. Yet, upon arriving and politely asking for food, they were met with reluctance and the absurd suggestion that they should surrender first. Hashirama and Madara could hardly contain their laughter. They had just won a battle, and now they were expected to voluntarily surrender and apologize? What then? Was the point of their meticulous planning and expenditure aimed at minimizing casualties? Remembering how the daimyo had not only failed to provide them with economic support during the war, but had also covertly supplied the Ninja Alliance with maps of the land of Fire's terrain, Hashirama's anger boiled over. They had fought valiantly at the front while the daimyo sabotaged their efforts from behind. Now that they had finally achieved victory, he was advising them to surrender and refusing to supply food. All these thoughts culminated in Hashirama's fury over the loss of their clansmen during the war. Damn it! This daimyo should just stop pretending. He should go back to farming. With a furious outburst, Hashirama slammed his hand down, shattering the table into splinters. The force of his action caused the daimyo's residence to collapse, burying the once chatty daimyo beneath the rubble, silencing him before he could even scream. Perhaps he would never comprehend why Hashirama, who had just moments ago been politely requesting provisions, would suddenly resort to demolishing his residence. But there was no need for him to understand. As the stones fell upon him, the daimyo met his end in peaceful slumber, free from all his worries. Meanwhile, Madara quietly activated his Susanoo, shielding both himself and Hashirama. Observing Hashirama's wrathful demeanor, he subtly attempted to cool the flames of anger. By destroying the daimyo's residence, we will have to rebuild it. Rather than risking turmoil by abolishing the daimyo system, it would be wiser to take control of it ourselves. Hashirama paused, momentarily taken aback by Madara's words, which made perfect sense upon reflection. The daimyo system had persisted for a millennium, whereas their ninja village had only been established for less than a decade. If the world learned they were responsible for the daimyo's demise, what would they think of their ninja village? Such a reputation would not bode well for their development. Turning to meet Madara's gaze, Hashirama suddenly recalled a chubby, endearing figure. With just a fleeting thought, a glimmer of inspiration shone in his eyes. He turned to Madara, who mirrored his realization with equal enthusiasm. They both had the same person in mind. The food crisis in Konoha was resolved. Under the generous support of a certain crafty fox, the Chiyo clan's allies swiftly mobilized to send 5,000 pigs to Konoha within a single day. Baijiu established a butcher shop named Vortex Mito's promised Juwainen meat shop in the new district built by Hashirama. He enlisted the help of Mito to hire 2 red-haired sisters from the Vortex clan, who had not yet departed, to assist. Each day, they slaughtered 100 large pigs for free distribution, specifically to aid those unable to afford food. Among the recipients were some who had become displaced due to war, as well as others who had fallen into poverty, selling their homes and land. In essence, Baijiu generously provided meat to those who were struggling, disregarding how they would prepare or utilize it afterward. The era's populace was relatively straightforward, with most individuals coming to collect only once a day. Even those who attempted to take more were reported by other grateful recipients. Furthermore, Baijiu granted the 2 Vortex sisters access to Ninetails chakra. Empowered by this chakra, the sisters, skilled in sensory perception, could discern the sincerity of villagers coming to claim their pork. If anyone approached with malicious intent, they would swiftly eject them. Although their actions led to dissatisfaction among certain families and merchants hoarding supplies and attempting to profit from the food crisis, no one dared to challenge them openly, especially with Mito backing them. Those exposed for their true intentions could only retreat in shame. In a short time, the pressure on the village significantly eased. The previously scarce food supply began to stabilize due to the interventions of Baijiu and Mito. With food available, the displaced no longer needed to beg on the streets. Hashirama had already arranged housing for all of them, and they joyfully returned home to cook, relishing a hearty free lunch. In no time, Vortex Mito's promised Juwainen meat shop became the most frequented place in Konoha, with thousands of displaced individuals lining up daily for food aid. Simultaneously, these villagers were drawn to a massive job advertisement prominently displayed outside Baijiu's shop. Chapter 76. Baijiu throws a tantrum, preparing for a celebration. Boss, don't cry. It's just about money, right? I'll earn some for you in the future. In Konoha, at Dafu, Baijiu was weeping profusely at the counter, regretting his impulsive decision to squander all the profits he had amassed over the past 2 months through unscrupulous means. He truly regretted it. His money. Despite having made a considerable amount through scams and marketing, his funds were insufficient to purchase 10,000 pigs. Ultimately, Mito generously lent him several billion in the name of Senju Hashirama to cover the deficit. Thus, he found himself not only broke, but also deeply indebted to Mito. Baijiu was truly contemplating leaping off the Hokage rock. Beside him, Shuaimo observed Baijiu's frantic behavior upon returning home, feeling helpless as he continuously offered comfort while secretly trying to stroke his fur for a bit of indulgence. In the past, whenever Shuaimo attempted to touch Baijiu, he would simply swat him away with his tail, but at this moment, Baijiu was utterly heartbroken and had no time to regard him. It was indeed a fortunate situation for Shuaimo. It's so simple to say, but now there are 3 gold shops in the village. They are not only stealing my business, but also driving down the price of gold. Why must it be so difficult for me? Baijiu continued his dramatic outburst, rolling back and forth on the counter. The once thriving Dafu gold business was now facing competition from merchants eager to seize a slice of the market, leading to several gold stores opening in Konoha. Given that the cost of gold was inherently low, it was primarily the nobility who would use gold for jewelry. So to compete with his profits, these merchants had all opted to lower their prices. Despite Baijiu's previous successful marketing efforts, the stark price differences had attracted many villagers who were initially interested in purchasing gold. What began as a trend among villagers seeking psychological comfort through gold had shifted dramatically as they flocked to cheaper alternatives. After all, who could discern where their gold came from? As long as it was gold, carved and crafted, it would suffice. Consequently, Gyutofu's profits plummeted sharply. Ordinary families were content with buying 1 or 2 pieces of gold jewelry for amusement, and the market had become nearly saturated. Now, he could only sell 1 or 2 items a day, with profits even lower than what he could earn through deception. This left Baijio contemplating a return to his former profession. "Little Gio, would you like to go fishing?" Just as Baijio wallowed in sorrow, an exuberant voice from Hashirama echoed from outside. Upon hearing the voice, Baijio shuddered with excitement and, in a swift motion, leaped to greet Hashirama and Madara at the door, joy radiating from him. "Madara, have you resolved your matters?" As he nestled into Madara's embrace, a fond smile flickered in Madara's eyes, reminiscent of the past. Indeed, with age, he found himself preferring this simple and tranquil existence over the chaotic hustle and bustle of life outside. "It's all settled. Let us go out and have some fun. We can leave the remaining tasks to Tobarama," Hashirama announced. Following Konoha's resounding victory in the first battle, where they had decisively defeated 4 nations, the food crisis in the village was entirely alleviated. Preparations for a celebratory banquet were already underway. Hashirama intended to make the feast grand, proclaiming their victory to the world. Initially, he had contemplated a grand ceremony, but reflecting on the losses of the Senju and Uchiha clans, he opted against it. Although not many of their loved ones had perished in this war, holding a celebration right after would be insensitive to those mourning their losses. Madara's mention of resolution pertained to the organization of the ninja ranks. In recent days, they had integrated the captured 20,000 ninja coalition into their ranks, commencing with the reclamation of land and mining alongside thousands of refugees. I knew you all would try to offload the work onto me to sneak away." At that moment, Tobarama's disgruntled voice resonated from behind them. Everyone turned to see him, clad in casual attire, arms crossed, and a displeased expression on his face. Notably, the first Hokage had unexpectedly perished beneath the top of the Great Buddha, and Tobarama, who had been missing for 2 months, had finally found his way home. "Oh, it seems the esteemed first Mizukage is quite dissatisfied with life in Konoha. Would you prefer to return to the Land of Water?" The first words directed at Tobarama came from Madara's sarcastic quip. Recently, Madara had been in a surprisingly cheerful mood, feeling rejuvenated as if returning to his youth. The most evident change was that upon seeing Tobarama, his immediate instinct was not to scoff, but to engage in playful banter. Those who have experienced it know that when a usually taciturn person suddenly becomes aggressive, their jibes can sting far more intensely. It was akin to a long-suffering student finally standing up against their tormentor. It was bound to provoke even greater ire. Thus, Madara's words incited a considerable amount of indignation in Tobarama. "I knew it would turn out this way. From the very first day, I took on the role of Mizukage. I anticipated that upon returning to the village, this scoundrel would cling to this point." Tobarama thought, sensing a subtle shift in Madara lately. He appeared to have become more youthful, with an intensified aura of authority. There was no overt display of pressure, yet standing before Madara, Tobarama felt an unexplainable sense of oppression, as though he were diminished in stature. This sensation irked Tobarama, who had always been proud and haughty. Yet, he dared not retort to Madara, for he knew he could not best him in a confrontation. Instead, he chose to ignore Madara's remarks, turning to Hashirama. "Brother, regarding the Shimura clan, I believe your decision is too lenient. The betrayal of Shimura Jiro cannot be attributed solely to him. Many from the Shimura clan likely participated in this plot, perhaps even others from different clans." Tobarama's opening remarks were grave, focusing on the need for severe punishment of the Shimura clan and a thorough investigation into the other clans within Konoha. Following this incident, he had come to realize that relying solely on apprentice relationships to foster unity among the clans was unreliable. In fact, many still harbored ulterior motives. Even Shimura Danzo, whom he had taken as a personal disciple, chose to align himself with his father in treachery during the war. Such a person, one of the 6 who could potentially inherit his legacy, was akin to a royal heir in a dynasty, yet he chose to abandon Konoha for the sake of outsiders. What merit did other nations hold? A group of foolish and incompetent marauders, whom he could easily defeat single-handedly. He simply could not comprehend what drove Danzo to betray their homeland, especially when he had such a promising future ahead of him. Tobarama's motivation for visiting Hashirama was due to his dissatisfaction with the leniency of the proposed punishment for the Shimura clan. In truth, it was almost non-existent. Aside from instructing them to conduct a self-examination to identify traitorous elements, they were merely fined a trivial amount that bore no significance. This left Tobarama feeling frustrated, as he had mentally prepared himself to take drastic measures against the clan. The rebellion of Shimura Jiro was witnessed by his own eyes. Without Jiro's actions, Konoha would not have suffered such great losses. He desired a severe punishment, ideally a complete dismantling of the Shimura clan to serve as a cautionary example. Chapter 77, Madara. I rarely stand on Tobarama's side. It seems my attempts at subterfuge have been uncovered. Tobarama's decision to take on disciples was entirely motivated by the desire to win people's hearts. Initially, he and Hashirama had taken on apprentices, including Sarutobi Hizashi, Narashikaku, and Mito Uzumaki. This was during a time when all the clans in Konoha were eager to form alliances, and these three were heirs from the most prominent families within the leading coalition of Konoha. The rationale behind selecting these heirs was straightforward. When they grew up, they would naturally take over their respective clans, and as Tobarama's disciples, they would undoubtedly lean towards Konoha. Later, Tobarama found this strategy to be remarkably effective. Not only can he win the hearts of the clans, fostering greater loyalty to Konoha, but he can also cultivate exceptional talents. Thus, he commenced the task of taking on apprentices once more. This time, his ambitions were even more expansive. In his initial endeavor, he selected apprentices predominantly from the medium and small clans, while in his second attempt, he aimed for the larger families. Among Konoha's prominent clans, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga families stood out. The Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were closely intertwined, and during a martial arts competition among the three clans, they put forth Akimichi Torafu. The Uchiha clan nominated the still-studying Uchiha Kagami. Although he initially intended to select an apprentice from the Hyuga clan as well, the Hyuga members showed little interest. Consequently, he shifted his focus to find another candidate among Konoha's mid-tier clans, yet he struggled to find a satisfactory choice. It was then that his current disciple, Sarutobi Hizashi, fervently recommended his close friend, Shimura Danzo. Thus, with no better option available, Tobarama chose Danzo. Although Danzo's talent was somewhat lacking and his disposition left much to be desired, Tobarama imparted his teachings impartially, investing considerable effort in his guidance. Ultimately, the one who betrayed Konoha turned out to be one of his most trusted disciples. This betrayal left Tobarama disheartened, and it hardened his heart, manifesting in a more pronounced ruthlessness. However, Hashirama, upon hearing Tobarama's words, disagreed with his perspective. Tobarama, your bitterness is too intense. Such feelings will shorten your life. Tobarama pondered how he should respond to this admonition. And we have no evidence. Even if you presented that letter accusing him, he could easily deny it. And even if some from the Shimura clan were involved, they could conveniently shift the blame onto the deceased Shimura Jiro. Without justification, confronting them would only serve to alarm the snake, making it even more challenging to seize their incriminating evidence. Hashirama shrugged, naturally trusting Tobarama's words, which clarified why Tobarama had focused on the Shimura clan during his tenure as the Mizukage. However, rather than Tobarama's aggressive approach, Hashirama preferred a more tempered method to lure the fish into the net. Isn't what I witnessed sufficient evidence? How can we not hold them accountable for our comrades who perished in the war? Tobarama had directly witnessed the horrors of war, thus harboring an intense hatred for the Shimura clan, the true culprits. He still bore the sealed scroll containing the bodies of Konoha's fallen ninjas. Baijio rolled in Madara's embrace, peering out with a round little head to scrutinize Tobarama, having overheard his previous remarks. He discerned that Tobarama was indeed intent on pursuing the treasonous Shimura clan with a swift and decisive method, while Hashirama sought a justification for their actions. Listening to their debate, Baijio recalled a previous incident he and Shikumo had witnessed. The Shimura clan has indeed been involved in the rebellion, but Hashirama makes a valid point. Without concrete evidence, targeting an entire clan would make the Konoha leadership appear tyrannical and unjust, potentially alienating us from the populace. In such a scenario, we might need to deploy the Umbu. But with Tobarama still not the Hokage, can the Umbu be mobilized in time? Should I remind Hashirama? If we mention the Umbu, we must bring up the tale of the genie Wei, but I can't recall it. Should I fabricate it on the spot? Baijio's lengthy stream of thoughts suddenly invaded everyone's minds. Even the previously contentious Tobarama and Hashirama, who were at odds over how to handle the Shimura clan, quieted their voices. The two listened intently, their ears perked to capture Baijio's musings. Hashirama understood the weight of Baijio's thoughts, which were akin to divine revelations. Not a single word could be overlooked. Upon hearing Baijio's words, Hashirama's gaze instantly shifted to Tobarama, his eyes sparkling as if eager for Tobarama to articulate the concept of the umbu. Conversely, Tobarama felt a sudden wave of disbelief wash over him after hearing Baijio's thoughts. Could this fox truly predict the future? The notion of the umbu had initially emerged from his experiences as a commander in the Ninja Alliance when he encountered two well-endowed secretaries. The term itself had only recently been coined. He had never shared this idea with anyone, yet Baijio effortlessly articulated that he had formed the umbu. This revelation caused Tobarama to regard Baijio with newfound respect. He had only heard Baijio's thoughts 3 times. First, when Baijio foretold that Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hizashi would bring about the downfall of the Uchiha. Second, during the 5 Kage summit, when Baijio laughed heartily. And third now. Previously, he had not grasped the gravity of the situation, thinking Baijio merely dabbled in some form of divination or was simply talking nonsense. However, Baijio's current thoughts shattered Tobarama's worldview. Wait, can this fox truly predict the future? Is he truly a sage fox? Then what about resurrecting the dead? If he can foresee the future, surely reviving the deceased is within his capabilities? Perhaps he should enlist Baijio's assistance in researching the impure world reincarnation? Madara reached out to gently stroke Baijio's small ears, pushing aside an exuberant Shikumo who had crept over, eager to snatch Baijio away, and continued to embrace Baijio to observe the unfolding drama. Political machinations were anathema to Madara. He sided with Tobarama in this instance. Since they were aware of the Shimura clan's culpability, they should act decisively. Little Gio, you know I seldom align with Tobarama. Baijio's sentiments mirrored Hashirama's. Yet Madara found Tobarama's approach more righteous, leading to a stalemate between the two. Thus, the three of them turned their attention to the slightly pouting Shikumo, who had been momentarily forgotten as Baijio was whisked away by Madara. As Shikumo silently fumed, contemplating how he would one day defeat Madara fair and square, he suddenly became the center of attention. A flash of panic crossed his face as he momentarily found himself at a loss. Was his ambition to surpass Madara so evident? Did Madara intend to strike him without a hint of chivalry? Fortunately, a sudden turn of events saved Shikumo when a figure came sprinting from the distance. Master Hashirama, Master Madara, and Tobarama. I just realized I haven't collected my clothes. I'll be right back. The excited Uchiha Kagami dashed over, 2 flames of blue igniting at his feet, transforming into a gust of wind as he sped away. Tobarama, wait, what did I just hear? Tobarama abruptly turned to look at Hashirama and Madara, only to find Hashirama gazing skyward, mumbling, the sky is so blue. Wouldn't you agree, Madara? Indeed. We should go fishing first. It would be unfortunate if it rains. Yes, let us hurry. With that, Hashirama swiftly scooped up the still-dazed little white-haired Shikumo, and, with Madara holding Baijio, they vanished in a flash towards the distance. While they had taken advantage of Tobarama's absence to escape, Hashirama couldn't shake the feeling of unease about leaving the matter for Kagami to explain. It was wiser for them to make their exit. Chapter 78, Tobarama. I need to download the National Anti-Fraud app. In the end, Uchiha Kagami could not outrun Tobarama, who seized him by the collar. Why are you running from me, you rascal? Speak the truth. Despite appearing youthful, Tobarama was only 3 years younger than Hashirama. However, with Hashirama's passing, he would live for many more years, nearing 60 at the time of his death, an embodiment of the vitality that the Senju clan was known for. Therefore, referring to himself as old man was not out of place. Yet, the solemnity of Tobarama's tone caused Kagami to instinctively shrink back. He may be a standout among his peers, yet when confronted with the menacing Tobarama, he lacks even the courage to raise his head. Moreover, he feels guilty. He had already been taken as Tobarama's disciple, and although he was still studying at the Ninja Academy, he spent his spare time training alongside Tobarama and a few other disciples. However, after Tobarama's 2-month absence, he had defected from his master. Gripped by the collar and feeling the weight of Tobarama's oppressive aura, he immediately understood the futility of resistance. Thus, he began to wail at the top of his lungs, calling for support from Hashirama and Madara, who were comfortably fishing nearby. Master Hashirama, save me. Master Madara, help. I can't. I'm entangled with the nine-tailed fox and can't break free. In contrast to Hashirama's nonchalant whistling at the sky, Madara's demeanor was not as thick-skinned. Glancing at Tobarama, who had deliberately brought him in for questioning, he hastily grabbed a white-haired doll and pressed it against his own face, then helplessly called out to his disciple. The doll, seeing this, pretended to roar menacingly, leaving the boy in a state of bewilderment. Seriously, could you two pretend a little less? Upon seeing his two masters not intervening to rescue him, his eyes brightened with clarity. He looked up at Tobarama with a pitiful expression that made one want to tease him. Teacher, I was also misled. Tobarama shot him a death glare just moments ago. When he called out for his masters, his voice was so sweet, yet now he claimed to have been misled. Did he really look that foolish? Annoyed, he gave the boy a sharp slap on the rear, the sound echoing with a crispness that sent him howling in distress. Clutching his backside, he fell to the ground, eyes brimming with tears, embodying the image of someone who had suffered a great injustice. The theatrics were undeniable, though he appeared somewhat soft and meek. This only made the ever-watchful white-haired doll feel quite odd. How did Uchiha Shirsue's father end up like this? In Baijiu's mind, Shirsue should have been a bright and intelligent type. Though not aloof, he had a slightly humorous side. Yet was his father really this exaggerated? He bore a slight resemblance to Naruto and Hashirama. Boss, don't look at him, look at me. I'm more handsome. Just then, as Baijiu pondered, a small hand suddenly grabbed him. While Madara and Hashirama were engaged in a friendly competition to see who could catch more fish, Madara felt a sudden lightness on his head. He reached up, only to discover his little fox was missing. Anger surged within him. He glared furiously at the little Shoma, who had sneakily taken Baijiu away, and was about to summon Susanoo to reclaim Baijiu when Hashirama interrupted his incantation. A man with such a strong desire for control would inevitably be disliked. Little Shoma and little Jiu are friends. Let us just stick to fishing. Hashirama chuckled. Pushing Madara playfully, channeling would release chakra into Madara's agitated form, calming him down. As Madara felt the soothing energy enveloping him, he took a deep breath. Hashirama had a point. Since they were out to have fun, he shouldn't be so controlling. Perhaps Baijiu and Shoma, being children, would find more common ground. And Tobarama, don't bully little Jing anymore. You've only had him as a disciple for a few months, and you keep leaving him at the academy. It's just that we appreciate his talent. After sending a pulse of chakra towards Madara, Hashirama turned to Tobarama. From now on, little Jing will learn from me. You can consider it as having taken on 4 disciples. I just haven't had the time to handle his graduation paperwork. Tobarama retorted, displeased. He simply hadn't figured out how to face the Uchiha disciple yet, so he let him stay at the academy temporarily. Besides, Jing was still young, and learning theoretical knowledge there was beneficial. He never expected that upon his return, his disciple would be taken away. You don't have the Sharingan. What can you teach? Teaching him will only lead to his downfall. Madara chimed in lightly. Upon hearing this, Tobarama was instantly enraged. He couldn't tolerate Madara's jibe. His face flushed as he shouted at Madara. I can teach the body flicker technique. Is your body flicker technique faster than mine and Hashirama's? Madara scoffed, disdaining Tobarama's speed, which, while fast, paled in comparison to his and Hashirama's. If regular ninja scored a perfect 10, Tobarama would barely scrape a 10 while the others scored around 8. In contrast, Hashirama and Madara were perfect scores of 100, with each consistently at 80. Without Hashirama protecting him, Tobarama would easily be defeated by Madara. I can also teach forbidden techniques. Tobarama was incensed, for Madara had spoken the truth. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, Madara could easily catch up. Feeling belittled by Madara's disdain, Tobarama's pride exploded. Stubbornly, he retorted, I'll teach you. Baijiu suddenly piped up, approaching Tobarama with Shoma, looking lazy. Then teach. I will teach. Tobarama, in a fit of anger, pulled out a sealing scroll and stuffed it into Jing's arms, revealing a proud expression. Forbidden techniques were his most cherished achievement. This is my lifetime. All right, now you have nothing left to teach, you can go home. However, before Tobarama could finish his sentence, Hashirama cheerfully stepped forward, taking Jing with him as they walked away. Tobarama's proud demeanor instantly froze on his face, multiple question marks appearing above his head as he suddenly realized something. Had he just been scammed? Are all white-haired folks naturally oblivious? Next time, remember to download the National Anti-Fraud app. Otherwise, I fear those two might swindle you out of your underwear. Baijiu couldn't help but retort. casting a sympathetic glance at the petrified Tobarama before directing Shoma to play in the water. Only Tobarama remained in a daze, bewildered and disoriented. Wait, did I just hand over my entire fortune because of Madara's words? Gazing at the cheerful gathering in the distance, Tobarama suddenly felt a wave of frustration. Damn it. Tobarama couldn't take it anymore. You love fishing, huh? You love playing in the water, huh? I'll let you play to your heart's content. Water release. Great water burst. Chapter 79. Someone couldn't hold back. Tsunade stands up for Baijio. Baijio and the others were fishing by the river, while Mito, after a long absence, was out and about with Tsunade, catching fish. Life was leisurely for men after returning home. They no longer needed to step into the limelight to resolve issues, and retirement was both effortless and joyous. Mito, is this little Tsunade? Oh my, how adorable. At 4 months old, Tsunade had reached the stage where she could coo and respond to others. A group of gossiping aunties flocked to greet Mito upon seeing him, their attention drawn to the wide-eyed little Tsunade in his arms. If all went as expected, this would be Mito's granddaughter. Tsunade was exceptionally beautiful. Even at such a young age, it was impossible to predict how stunning she would become in the future. Compared to other infants with wrinkled features, Tsunade's eyes were large and striking, and her tiny mouth was rosy and plump, radiating charm. Particularly, she wore a delicate little gold necklace around her neck. A finely crafted charm lay against Tsunade's chest, her delicate, fair skin making it appear even more vivid. Those who could befriend Mito were well aware of his status, and some even lingered around specifically to connect with him. They were aware of Mito's fondness for chatting on street corners, so they deliberately assigned an aunt to wait on the street, hoping to forge connections that could benefit their families in the future. When the crowd spotted the glittering gold necklace around Tsunade's neck, they were momentarily taken aback. Mito, where did you buy that beautiful necklace for little Tsunade? One aunt inquired, her tone laced with envy, leaving it unclear whether she referred to the necklace or Tsunade herself. Mito glanced at the woman, recognizing her as a member of the Sarutobi clan, specifically the wife of the current clan leader, Sarutobi Sasuke. Recalling how Sasuke had previously attempted to arrange a marriage for Tsunade, Mito instinctively felt a lack of fondness for this aunt. Nonetheless, upon hearing the question about the necklace, Mito responded kindly. After all, it was a chance to promote Baijio's business. The little fox had invested a significant amount of money to help Konoha through its crisis, and she was uncertain if they had recovered by now. She had heard that Baijio was organizing mining and exploration teams, and she wondered if there had been any results. Ah, that store. Let me tell you, Jidafu is utterly unscrupulous. Their gold is far more expensive than other shops. As soon as the Sarutobi aunt heard that Mito had purchased the necklace from Baijio, she seemed to trigger something within her, turning to gossip with the other aunts. Their responses echoed her sentiments, as it was an undeniable fact that Baijio's gold was overpriced, and these market women were particularly shrewd. Many had previously followed the trend and bought gold jewelry from Baijio during the gold rush, but now, after the frenzy had passed, several gold shops had opened in the village. When they inquired about gold prices, they discovered that prices elsewhere were nearly half of Baijio's. This infuriated the aunts, who vocally expressed their outrage. Exactly. It's the same gold, yet he charges us so much more for the same designs. What good is beauty if it doesn't hold value? And what about the blessings? Will blessings save my son from dying on the battlefield? Listening to their vehement criticism, Mito felt somewhat at a loss. She had merely intended to promote Baijio's gold shop, but how had it escalated to this? Even Tsunade, who had been playing with the lucky charm in Mito's arms, seemed displeased, her cherubic face scrunching up in discontent, as if she too was unhappy with the aunt's discussion. She adored her fox brother. However, the tirade continued, and Mito suddenly felt out of place. She considered leaving but felt it would be inappropriate, akin to fleeing after stirring up trouble. Yet, listening to them denounce Baijio's character made her uneasy. After all, she was aware of the questionable actions Baijio had taken, while others relied on luck with dice. Baijio resorted to cheating, which, if true, painted the little fox in a less than favorable light. Resolving to redirect their conversation, she interjected, "Have you heard about the celebration feast tonight? The feast will be in the evening, while the ritual is set for the day after tomorrow, purportedly because Baijio believes it to be an auspicious date." "Oh, that fox. I don't think he's trustworthy. I heard that not long ago. He killed 2 members of the Akimichi clan with a single slap." "Hey, I heard that too. I even heard that he threatened the Akimichi clan leader about eating his flesh." Just as some attention was drawn to Mito's words, The Sarutobi ant abruptly steered the conversation back to Baijiu. This deliberate maneuver heightened Mito's alertness. Clearly, someone was targeting Baijiu, not Jidafu, but Baijiu himself. Mito's mind raced through recent events in the village. She soon realized that Baijiu's prior actions of distributing meat to the refugees had undermined many people's interests. Those unscrupulous individuals had hoped to profit from the grain disaster, but just as they anticipated skyrocketing prices, they were unexpectedly thwarted. Among those unscrupulous individuals were not only merchants, but also these clans. The families of Konoha had varying degrees of their own enterprises. For instance, the long-established Inazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans had their unique breeding, medicinal herbs, and cultivation practices. They supported one another and were significant players even in the Land of Fire. The Senju clan, on the other hand, was modest and diligent in agriculture, possessing unique farming methods that others could not replicate. As for the smaller clans, their foundations were not solid, with most industries developed in recent years, leading them to engage primarily in commerce and handicrafts. Their prior actions, which caused the grain prices to plummet, must have encroached upon many families' commercial interests, and now, it was evident that someone was attempting to strike at Baijiu. It was apparent that the Sarutobi ant before her was one such individual. Suddenly, Tsunade's loud exclamation drew everyone's attention. In the next moment, a burst of golden light emanated from the necklace around her neck. Before all eyes, the golden glow transformed into a tiny sword the size of a pinky finger, darting straight toward the Sarutobi ant's backside. The ant emitted a piercing scream, leaping 3 meters into the air. But that was not the end. Amidst the shimmering golden light, more tiny swords materialized, hovering for a moment before turning to aim at the Sarutobi ant. Yay! Ha! Accompanied by Tsunade's gleeful laughter. The tiny golden swords began to jab at the ant's backside incessantly. Just moments ago, the Sarutobi ant had been plotting against Baijiu. Now she was howling in pain as the tiny swords pierced her flesh, leaving several bloody wounds on her ample backside, blood gushing forth. The sudden turn of events left the other ants dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the gleeful Tsunade in Mito's arms. They approached, astonished by the necklace radiating golden light. No way. This necklace really has been blessed. It can transform into little swords to poke people. What the heck? The very ants who had been criticizing Baijiu moments ago fell silent, fearing that if they uttered another word that offended the divine, they might find themselves on the receiving end of those tiny swords. They were no longer young and couldn't afford to lose blood like that. Moreover, those who had previously followed the Sarutobi ants' lead began to mentally calculate that they needed to rush to Jidafu to purchase more gold. They no longer recognized the gold from other shops. They would only trust Jidafu. The fox deity's necklace truly offered protection, and it was quite literal. Who wouldn't be enchanted by those tiny swords? In the face of danger, they would strike without hesitation. Even Mito herself was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the beaming Tsunade in her arms. She quickly attuned her senses to assess the situation. Discovering that Tsunade was in no danger and was instead in a particularly joyful mood, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her attention turned back to the necklace around Tsunade's neck, gazing at the necklace radiating golden brilliance, and then at the Sarutobi ant, who was still howling. A look of profound astonishment flickered in Mito's exquisite eyes. What? It can be used like this? Mito exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had previously investigated this golden necklace and perceived no issues with it. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared to possess remarkable power. Mito's perceptive abilities were acute, allowing her to discern that it was indeed Tsunade, merely 4 months old, who was manipulating the necklace to launch an attack. Astonishingly, this tiny child could cause a Chunin to scream in agony with the necklace. Quite impressive. Mito's eyes sparkled with excitement. She resolved to seek out Hakuju later for some of her own. Yes, this time she would pay. Oh dear, Mito thought. If she continues to attack Sarutobi, there may be dire consequences. Quickly, she wished for the divine to intervene. The other women, witnessing the bloodshed from Sarutobi's wounds, were filled with trepidation and hurried to plead for her. Mito paused, unsure of how to halt the necklace's assault. After all, Sarutobi had been quite harsh in her earlier reprimands, so perhaps a little pain was deserved. With Konoha's advanced medical ninjutsu, such minor injuries were hardly fatal. The worst-case scenario would be a month of bed rest. With a resigned shrug, Mito feigned panic, clumsily attempting to intercept the golden light. However, her acting was hardly convincing. as her glee was evident on her face. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, wounded and enraged, cast a venomous glare at Tsunade and Mito before fleeing, clutching her bleeding backside. The Vortex clan would remember this grudge, she thought. They better protect that blonde girl for life, or she would ensure Tsunade paid dearly to serve the Sarutobi family. Chapter 80. The bashful boy, Uchiha Kagami, joins the group chat. The miraculous appearance of Kadaifuku's gold on the streets had thrust it back into the limelight of Konoha village after 2 months. Previously, Mito and a group of women had gathered on the street adjacent to the market, witnessing the dazzling spectacle. Word spread quickly, reigniting interest in Kadaifuku, which had begun to wane. Notably, those who had once derided it as superstition were now among the most eager to rush over. Within just 2 hours, Kadaifuku was surrounded by an eager throng of elderly patrons. They say that having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Sometimes, they are the most discerning, and at other times, the most superstitious. In a world filled with gods and demons, belief in the divine is not unusual. While once considered a mere psychological comfort, no one could dismiss it after witnessing Tsunade's public display of power. Many villagers saw Sarutobi running to the hospital, clutching her injury, and the radiant scene had spread like wildfire. Those who had witnessed the event firsthand were now lined up at Kadaifuku's entrance with wads of cash, eager to seize the opportunity. When Hakuju and his party returned after a leisurely morning and a satisfying lunch, they were astounded by the throngs before Kadaifuku. Hakuju was currently reclining atop Shoma, his contentment apparent after indulging in 10 grilled fish. Meanwhile, Tobarama had already left early, and Hashirama and Madara had just departed to finalize arrangements for the afternoon celebration. Among the group, only Hakuju, Shoma, and Kagami remained, with Kagami grinning from ear to ear at the unexpected profit from their forbidden techniques. Upon arriving at Kadaifuku, they were all taken aback. The once leisurely Hakuju sprang to his feet from atop Shoma's head. His immediate thought was that these people had come to demand refunds. The realization sent chills down his spine. Having spent all his money on pigs, which were currently running amok at the Uchiha household, he had no funds to refund anyone. Instinctively, he wanted to flee. After all, it was merely a gold shop. Even if all the gold were stolen, the loss would only amount to a few million ryo. A mere drop in the bucket compared to the colossal profits he had gained. However, as he turned to escape, Shoma stumbled and inadvertently pulled him along. Hakuju was instantly filled with dread. "What are you doing, my little ancestor? Are you trying to ruin me?" He yanked on Shoma's hair, shouting in alarm. "You fool. Run. Don't look back, just run." Shoma, stung, gasped in shock and protested. "Why should we run, boss?" Hakuju lamented, "It's all ruined. To think that I, the illustrious white fox sage, would find myself ensnared by a mere child like Shoma. What a cruel twist of fate." As anticipated, Shoma's loud voice drew the attention of the crowd, who turned in unison. The throngs who had been waiting all morning now fixed their fervent gazes on Hakuju and his companions, their eyes glinting with an unsettling hunger. The sight sent chills down the spine of Kagami and the bewildered Shoma. How did this crowd seem so zombie-like, though they had never seen a zombie? The overwhelming aura of this group was undeniably terrifying, as if they were ravenous for their very souls. Now understanding why Hakuju urged him to flee, Shoma turned to bolt. But before he could escape, they were encircled by the excited mob. Realizing there was no chance of escape, Hakuju braced himself, standing atop Shoma's head, forcing a strained smile in an attempt to calm the crowd. "Good afternoon, everyone. I understand your concerns, but the gold at Kadaifuku has been consecrated. Once sold, it cannot be refunded at its original price due to depreciation." He attempted to use the mystical notion of consecration to placate them, hoping to stabilize the crowd's fervor and find a moment to escape with Shoma and Kagami. However, the crowd's reaction was entirely unexpected. Instead of anger, they urged him with fervor, "Hurry and open the door, Fox Sage. You can't earn anything with your half-hearted efforts. Open up. I want to buy the same auspicious figurine. Oh, please. My grandson wants to fly with a sword. He's urging me to buy him a glowing necklace." Hakuju's mind was flooded with questions, utterly bewildered, and he instinctively slapped Shoma on the back. "Hey, what did you do that for? Does it hurt? What do you think?" Upon hearing Shoma's response, Hakuju realized this was no dream. With renewed determination, he surveyed the immense crowd, and exhilaration surged through him. Standing atop Shoma, hands clasped behind his back. He adopted a mysterious demeanor, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Please form an orderly line, one by one. Today marks the 63rd day of Kadaifyuku's opening, and all jewelry is 5 off. Everyone gets a share? Wow. Money, money. It's all my money. Haha. My fortune has returned. 3 hours later, the once bustling Jidafu was left empty, its sign now reading closed for business. Inside, amidst a veritable mountain of cash, Baijio and Shuamao reveled in their newfound wealth, swimming joyfully through the sea of money. The sensation of affluence was exhilarating. Just gazing at the abundance of cash brightened Baijio's spirits. Meanwhile, the reluctant youth, Jing, who had been coerced into laboring for 3 long hours, stood by in silence. He regretted ever following Baijio here. Being the eldest among them, he had worked the hardest, maintaining order and counting bills amidst the chaotic throng of elderly patrons, some of whom had even pinched his cheeks. After 3 hours of toil, Jing felt as if every inch of him had been poked and prodded by those old ladies. Though he was handsome, such treatment was hardly appropriate. And to make matters worse, he received no compensation for it. Jing was quite indignant. Thus, he extended his hand toward Baijio, demanding his wages. How much do you want? Baijio replied, generously. With his pockets now filled, he was exuberant. Although recent price reductions at Jidafa meant this haul was less than before, he still made a staggering 300 million. 100 million in just 1 hour. Such a sum would make anyone kneel in admiration. Wait, what? Jing was momentarily taken aback by Baijio's readiness to pay. He had braced himself for unpaid labor, yet Baijio was indeed offering him money. This unexpected windfall brightened Jing's expression, and after swallowing hard, he boldly extended 2 fingers toward Baijio. Given Baijio's considerable earnings, wasn't asking for 20,000 taels reasonable for 3 hours of hard work? Especially after being manhandled by those elderly patrons? 200,000 taels? Oh dear, you're a bit greedy, aren't you? But since I'm in a good mood today, take it. Consider it your New Year's gift. Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. How much? 200,000 taels. How many 3-colored dumplings can I buy with that? Initially, he had only wished for 20,000 taels to purchase some sweet snacks, but Baijio's generous offer of 200,000 caught him off guard. The sheer amount made him feel vulnerable to robbery. He quickly waved his hands in rejection. No, that's far too much. I actually meant 20,000 taels. In truth, Jing had intended to ask for 2,000, but seeing Baijio's lavishness, he added a 0 at the last moment. As he spoke, he nervously fiddled with the hem of his clothing, his gaze wavering. Jing was a rather shy and honest boy, but the sight of such a mountain of money stirred something within him. After all, Baijio's initial offer was 200,000. Surely, requesting 20,000 couldn't be unreasonable? Baijio, unfazed, regarded the 200,000 as merely the cost of befriending Jing. After all, Jing was the offspring of Shui, and Baijio had a fondness for Shui. Establishing a rapport with Jing now would ensure that once Shui was born, he could easily seek him out for companionship. Noting Jing's bashful demeanor, Baijio cheerfully scooped a handful of cash from the pile and stuffed it into Jing's arms. No need to give change. Take this to buy something delicious. As Baijio returned to his playful antics with the money alongside the eager Shuamao, he remained unaware that Jing's astonishment stemmed not from the sheer amount of money, but rather from the sudden voice that echoed in his mind at their moment of contact. When will Shui be born? Does Jing have a crush on anyone? Should I help them speed things along? Let's hurry up and bring Shui into the world. Perhaps it's too early. Better wait a few years. Otherwise, Shui will be called Uncle Shui by little Itachi. Jing? What on earth? Am I seeing ghosts? And why does that voice sound so much like Baijio's? Could it be that this little fox is a celestial being? Chapter 81. The Romantic Tale of Young Jing. A chapter of youth. Jing felt as though he had encountered the supernatural. As he departed Jidafu, he remained somewhat disoriented. Could he truly hear Baijio's thoughts? This was nothing short of magical. It resembled the tales of mythical creatures. Was this normal? Unlike Shuamao, who chose to bury this revelation deep within, Jing, after a moment of bewilderment, sought assistance from Kurama within. Now that he comprehended Baijio's identity as the Ninetails, Kurama, being another tailed beast, should hold some insights, right? However, upon hearing his inquiry, Kurama simply shook her head. She could not hear Baijio's thoughts nor comprehend Jing's words. While Kurama was indeed astonished by the Ninetails' transformations, The previous encounters with the Four Tails and Five Tails had already revealed significant changes since a millennium ago. Yet, what truly irked them was why Baijio could frolic freely while they remained confined within the Jinchuriki, though they were not physically imprisoned like in the original narrative. The inability to leave the host's body still left these free-spirited tailed beasts rather disgruntled. They were willing to cooperate simply because staying within the Jinchuriki was preferable to facing a thrashing outside and being recaptured. Of course, escaping this confinement was not a matter to be taken lightly. Despite Jing's youth, he had already awakened his 3 tomo due to the loss of his family. Thus, Kurama had no intention of attempting an escape. Senju Hashirama had promised that if they remained compliant, they would receive residency permits in Konoha once the first batch of Jinchuriki passed away. What? Am I the only one who can hear? Jing was even more astonished. The ability to hear another's thoughts seemed utterly unscientific, and certainly not very ninja-like. However, Jing quickly accepted this new reality. Previously, during his sleep, he had experienced similar instances where members of the Yamanaka clan used their secret techniques to convey messages from afar, so he was not particularly shocked. It was merely a shift from active communication to passive reception, and Baijio's thoughts were rather entertaining. Jing found no aversion to them. As for Baijio's earlier inquiry about whether he had a crush on anyone, he indeed did. That evening, a celebratory atmosphere enveloped Konoha, as joy radiated from every corner. Although the recent war had little to do with them, it did not hinder their shared delight in victory, especially those shinobi who had survived the conflict, each boasting about their valiant efforts on the battlefield. Claims of the Uchiha and Senju clans being inadequate were rampant, with many insisting that certain clan members were the rightful heirs to the Hokage title. To Jing, who had been present alongside Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama throughout, these boasts felt particularly ironic. It was as if they had all relied on his efforts to turn the tide. Yet they acted as if they had been the heroes all along. Initially, these clans had been disinterested and apathetic, yet now they were boasting louder than anyone. Especially the shinobi from a lesser clan, who claimed that their young clan leader had fought valiantly despite having suffered a broken leg, rushing back to the front lines. Jing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He knew the truth. That so-called young leader was merely a frivolous youth with no real strength, who had gotten his leg broken while engaging in debauchery and was now desperate to join the fray despite his injuries. The reason turned out to be the absurd provocation from his girlfriend, which only served to create trouble for them. When Jing first heard this news, he seriously questioned whether that guy felt so socially dead in Konoha that he was preparing to seek an end on the battlefield for a compensation payout. Standing on the street for a while, Jing turned and walked towards a certain residence in Konoha. Today, the ninja school was on break, or rather, all of Konoha was enjoying a 3-day holiday. There was a celebration feast tonight, a temple fair tomorrow, and the day after that was dedicated to honoring the heroes of Konoha who perished in the war. Jing was on his way to find the girl he admired, hoping to invite her to accompany him to the temple fair. At the Noera residence, Jing sharpened his kunai, ensuring he was in perfect form. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively rang the doorbell. "Hello, may I help you?" Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a small girl with orange hair and red eyes, clad in pajamas. However, upon recognizing that the person at the door was Uchiha Jing, she gasped in surprise, quickly retreated, and slammed the door shut. The sound of the door echoed, leaving Uchiha Jing stunned at the entrance, his gentle and radiant smile instantly frozen, quickly morphing into a look of dejection. Was his plan for a date doomed to failure before it even began? He was not willing to accept this. "Sunflower, I am here to invite you to the temple fair tomorrow," Jing mustered the courage to say, standing at the door with an expression full of hope, awaiting her response. However, after a prolonged silence, not a single sound emerged from within. The light in Jing's eyes gradually dimmed, revealing a gloomy expression reminiscent of Hashirama's. Having learned from Hashirama for nearly 2 months, Jing hadn't absorbed much, but he certainly picked up the art of despondency. As a talented youth of the Uchiha clan, despite his penchant for napping during class, frequently skipping school, and being somewhat lazy, he still had admirers who would circle the playground. Over the past few days, he had received numerous invitations from various girls, including those from the Senju and Hyuga clans, all eager to join him at the temple fair. These invitations affirmed that Jing was not lacking in charm and was quite popular. Yet, why was it that when he attempted to invite the girl he liked, she wouldn't even spare him a glance? Jing felt he was facing the greatest setback of his life. His resolve was crumbling. Heartbroken, He had come with full confidence, believing that as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and a disciple of both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, inviting a girl from a small clan to join him would be effortless. However, the reality was that he hadn't even exchanged a word. With a sigh, Jing felt his spirits plummet, despondently thumping his head, wandering aimlessly as if he had lost his soul. Oh, the absurdity of life. Unbeknownst to Jing, approximately 3 minutes after he left the Noera residence, the previously closed door swung open once more. Clad in a beautiful floral dress, with a delicate makeup and a stylish hairstyle, Noera Sunflower dashed out of the house. Yet, upon stepping outside, she discovered that Jing had already vanished, leaving her utterly disappointed. The disappointment glimmered in her ruby-like eyes as she muttered, "Why did Jinkuin come to see me? He didn't even explain anything before leaving. And I went through the trouble of looking so beautiful. Hey, Sunflower, what are you doing at the door? Why is your hair done up? You never do that when relatives come to visit." Just as Sunflower was wallowing in her disappointment, a somewhat offhand voice rang out from outside the yard. Infuriated by the implication that she resembled a disheveled brat, Sunflower immediately rushed back inside, slamming the door and locking it with a satisfying click. Only after hearing her annoying brother's pleas did she finally relax her posture, hands on her hips, huffing in annoyance, as thoughts of Jing's sudden visit whirled in her mind. The memory of his brilliant smile caused a blush to bloom on her delicate face. Grabbing a nearby rabbit plushie, she hugged it tightly, burying her face in it. The tips of her ears flushed with an unusual hue. "Jinkuin is so handsome. I want to take him home and lock him up." However, she pondered. But Jinkuin seemed to have something to say. What could it have been? Should I ask him? Oh, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, Jing, lost and dejected, wandered through Konoha until he found himself inexplicably at the Hokage building. Gazing blankly at the structure, a sudden thought struck him. What if he asked his two masters to teach him about romance? With that notion, his eyes lit up. If his masters were formidable fighters, they must surely excel in matters of the heart. It was unclear how Jing managed to connect these unrelated ideas, but he was reinvigorated, his eyes sparkling as he dashed towards the Hokage building. Mito-sensei was so beautiful. Certainly, Hashirama-sensei must be quite adept in love. Yes, that was it. He charged forward with determination, fueled by the desire for his romance with Sunflower. Yet, he was promptly stopped as a suspicious individual. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering the Hokage building. The two guards from the Hyuga clan blocked his path. Jing was taken aback, stepping back in confusion as he looked up at the Hokage building. Yes, this was indeed the Hokage building. He turned around, spotting only Hashirama's head on the Hokage rock. This was still Hashirama-sensei in charge. 3 giant question marks hovered above Jing's head as he tilted it, staring at the 2 Hyuga guards blocking his way. Why have the guards at the Hokage building turned into Hyuga ninjas? Seemingly noticing his confusion and recognizing his youth, one of the Hyuga ninjas kindly explained. Our clan leader is currently discussing village defense matters with Lord Hokage. The Senju guards have been reassigned upstairs. Jing scratched his head upon hearing this. He felt that even if the Senju guards were off to slack, no one could threaten his master. Previously, he had been unaware of just how powerful Senju Hashirama was. But after an extraordinary war, he had learned. Who in this world could rival his master? Even Tobarama-sensei would likely be defeated in an instant. He thought it might be better to keep the guards downstairs so he could eavesdrop. As his master had previously stated, he could come and go freely at the Hokage building. I am a disciple of Hashirama-sama, Jing began, believing the guards were merely unaware of his identity. But he was suddenly interrupted by a group of uninvited guests. "We demand an audience with Lord Hokage." Sarutobi Sasuke stormed forward, flanked by a group of clan leaders from smaller families. Jing and the Hyuga guards turned to see a throng of individuals, young and old, large and small, rushing towards them. Among the crowd, Jing even spotted his former senior, Sarutobi Hizashi. Seeing the anxious expression on Hizashi's face, Jing instantly recalled the earlier incident involving Shimura Danzo's capture. He recalled that Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo shared an exceptionally close relationship. However, Shimura Danzo had betrayed his country alongside his father, which left him feeling nauseated. He could not fathom why Danzo, who benefited from the teachings of Master Tobarama, would commit such treacherous acts. Apologies, Hokage-sama is currently in an important discussion with the clan head. Please wait here for a moment. The guards from the Hyuga clan repeated their standard response, their duty being to prevent any disturbances during the meeting above. Yet, Sarutobi Sasuke and his companions were unwilling to wait any longer and were determined to burst in. Stop! Just as they were about to breach the barrier, a youthful yet authoritative voice rang out from behind them. Upon hearing that familiar childish tone, they turned around, only to be met with the sight of a small white-haired boy and his nine-tailed fox companion. Sarutobi Sasuke halted abruptly, but upon realizing it was merely a child with a fox, his frustration intensified. He had anticipated a more formidable opponent, only to find a mere child. As he was about to charge forward again, he noticed that two Hyuga guards had already assumed a defensive stance, ready for battle. Anger surged within him as he glared at the duo, feeling that if it weren't for them, they would have already found a way to enter. Their intent was to seek justice for Shimura Jiro and Shimura Danzo, and they had planned to storm in as a show of urgency and resolve. However, with the guards prepared, any confrontation would escalate the situation, making their intent far more serious. The thought of being thwarted by a mere child like Hakuki infuriated Sarutobi Jiro and the clan leaders, who directed their murderous glares toward Hakuki and Sakujo. Sakujo, startled by their predatory gazes, momentarily lost his nerve, but quickly regained his composure, realizing that they were within the Hokage building, which provided him with a sense of security. He was well aware of the strong rapport between his leader and the Hokage. He boldly approached Kagami. "What are you two doing here?" Kagami inquired curiously, glancing at the playful Hakuki perched atop Sakujo's head. "We've sold out all our gold, and the new batch is still being forged. Naturally, we're here to join the excitement." Hakuki's Ninetails swished behind him, and his expression radiated pure joy. Kagami nodded, acknowledging the truth of Hakuki's statement. The store had been emptied. The villagers were behaving as if possessed, indiscriminately purchasing gold, regardless of its utility. Some even brought promissory notes to settle debts. A curious exchange of 10 million in notes for 5 million in cash. Kagami found it perplexing that people could become so frenzied over a mere commodity. "Let us in. I must see Hokage-sama. I am a disciple of Master Tobarama. Let me through." Sarutobi Hizashi's face flushed with urgency, as he had just returned from the eastern battlefield with his father. Hearing of Shimura Danzo's arrest for treason was unbearable. For Hisashi, Danzo held a significance akin to that of Sasuke in Naruto's heart. Unable to sit idly by at the news of his dear friend facing such dire accusations, Hisashi, along with the members of the important Shimura clan, surged toward the Hokage building seeking answers. He had gained permission to accompany the group due to his identity as the heir of the Sarutobi clan and a disciple of Senju Tobarama. In his haste, he barely acknowledged Kagami before confronting the two Hyuga guards, demanding they let him pass. However, the next moment, the two guards exchanged glances and swiftly sent him flying with a single strike. At just 15 years old, Hisashi was merely a specially appointed jonin, relying on his connection to Tobarama, and found himself no match for the seasoned Hyuga guards. "You, do not bully us. We have gathered many clan leaders to discuss important matters with Lord Hashirama. Can you bear the consequences of delaying us?" One of the clan leaders stepped forward, indignantly pointing at the Hyuga guards in a show of bravado. While they might have felt intimidated when faced individually, the collective presence of their clan leaders emboldened them, and they were unafraid of two Hyuga guards. Yet, upon hearing the threat, one of the Hyuga clan members merely scoffed, regarding the young leader with a disdainful expression. "Delaying the conversation between our clan head and Hokage-sama? You think you rabble can bear the responsibility?" The Hyuga clan maintained a stance of political independence, operating as a sovereign entity within the Leaf Village, thus were not beholden to any authority aside from the Hokage. Their unique position and concentrated sovereignty allowed them to endure even as many of their clansmen had their talents and abilities restricted. They stood alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans as one of the three great families and successfully outlasted the other two in the original narrative. Thus, even two guards from the Hyuga clan did not feel compelled to respect these families. "What can you do if we do not defer to you? Impose sanctions? Who can you sanction? Exclude us from the village? Apologies, but we have already isolated the entire village." The merciless words from the Hyuga ninja incited fury among all the clan leaders present. A multitude of small clan leaders turned red with rage, ready to confront the guards. But as they looked around and saw no one willing to take the first swing, their resolve faltered, and they begrudgingly lowered their hands. Watching the scene unfold, Hakuki found it amusing. "Why are you all so cowardly? Especially that one who resembles a monkey. You've gathered your chakra, why not unleash it? Absolutely hilarious." I relish watching you all hesitate to act, too proud to back down. Hakuki's thoughts escaped, causing Kagami and Sakujo, who stood beside him, to burst into laughter. Upon noticing their laughter, they quickly waved their hands, signaling they were merely recalling something amusing. Unbeknownst to the others, Sarutobi Hisashi, who had just risen from the ground, suddenly fixed his gaze on the nine-tailed fox resting atop Sakujo's head. What was that voice? It sounded as if it had come from the fox. But that couldn't be right. Could it be that he was hearing illusions after being struck by the Hyuga guards? Aside from Hisashi, no one else had heard Hakuki's thoughts, but the laughter from Kagami and Sakujo reached the ears of the clan leaders. Already agitated from their earlier humiliation at the hands of the Hyuga guards, they were further incensed upon hearing the two young boys laugh at them. Anger surged within them, as they pondered how they could be intimidated by mere children. One of the chieftains, adorned with two tufts of chicken feathers atop his head, unleashed two vibrant feathered arrows from his mouth, producing a swift whistling sound as they shot towards the feet of Q and Shoma. "I shall not allow you to laugh at me," he proclaimed. However, upon witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hisashi's expression drastically changed. Perhaps the attacker was unaware of Q's true identity. Yet Uchiha Q was indeed a disciple of Tobarama sensei. Although he had only recently taken on Q as his apprentice, he was undeniably a genuine student. If harm were to befall Q, the consequences would be dire if Tobarama sensei were to find out. Not only would the assailant face severe repercussions, but their entire group, who had come seeking explanations, would also suffer the fallout. The task of defending Danzo would become increasingly arduous. With this thought in mind, Hisashi disregarded his reservations and unleashed a gust of wind towards the two arrows, rescuing Q and Shoma just before the arrows could strike them. However, this action provoked the ire of the other chieftains, who vociferously confronted Hisashi, questioning him with indignation. "What are you doing, Hisashi?" Hisashi, equally irked, retorted, "What is wrong with you all? Do you not realize that you have just narrowly escaped death? It was I who saved you." Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind the crowd, causing everyone present to shudder. The assembly of chieftains, including the two members of the Hyuga clan, turned in horror to see Uchiha Madara standing there, arms crossed, a bag of bento clutched in his fingers. Only Hakuju and Shoma remained unfazed. In fact, Hakuju's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Madara. The enticing aroma of the bento wafted through the air. Abandoning the hapless Shoma, he leaped into Madara's embrace, steadied himself after a brief scramble, and with a beaming smile, he eagerly nudged against Madara's chest, sweetly inquiring, "Madara, did you bring my bento? I haven't eaten in 3 hours. I'm absolutely famished."